Chapter 1. Are six-winged angels truly powerful? Finally arrived, before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, a small boy, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age, gazed at the imposing gates and could not help but exclaim in awe. Perhaps due to the long journey, his cherubic face was smudged with dirt, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. His name was Zhao Su, an individual who originally did not belong to the world of Douluo, but had traversed through time from the modern era. As an ardent admirer of Douluo, he had been engrossed in the newly released Douluo anime, repulsed by the various unearned advantages of the cunning Tang San. He often fantasized that if he could traverse to the Douluo realm, he would surely become a formidable villain and mercilessly confront Tang San. Perhaps the heavens heard his innermost thoughts, for he found himself transported to this world. Ding! Host has arrived at the Spirit Hall. The destiny of the great villain system has awakened. Congratulations, Host, on receiving the beginner's gift pack. Restricted level Martial Soul 1. Soul Devouring Silver. Needle 1. Soul Saint Pill 1. System tasks are now being issued. Awaken your martial soul and become a disciple of Pope BB Dong. Success reward. 10,000 year Soul Ring 1. Failure penalty. System collapse. Relegation to a life of beggary. Upon hearing this familiar voice, a smile crept across Zhao Su's lips. The system had finally arrived, affirming that his decision to come to the Spirit Hall was indeed a wise one. Soul Saint Pill? What could that be? Could it possibly grant me immediate ascension to Soul Saint? As he pondered this, Zhao Su's smile grew ever more radiant. Without further hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the Soul Saint Pill and consumed it without a second thought. However, after swallowing it, he felt no immediate change. Just as a hint of disappointment began to creep in, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, Host, on acquiring a Soul Saint-level physique. A powerful martial soul and soul rings that transcend years demand a robust body to bear their might. Get out of the way, you filthy beggar. As Zhao Su stood there, entranced by the text displayed on the system page, a domineering voice erupted from behind him. Turning to investigate the source of the voice, he beheld a group of 7 children, with a young girl at the forefront. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall? What are you staring at? Looking for a fight? One of the boys, clad in white, glared at Zhao Su, raising his fist without regard for reason, prepared to strike. Li Kai, don't stir up trouble. The girl's voice rang out, halting Li Kai in his tracks. Her tone was somewhat aloof, as she did not even spare Zhao Su a glance before turning to enter the yet unopened hall. So, this is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Quite impressive indeed. As a villain, such a domineering demeanor is to be expected. Particularly striking was Hu Laina, who surpassed even the animated portrayal in her beauty. Her fox martial soul endowed her with an innate allure that was utterly captivating. At that moment, nestled within Zhao Su's palm, lay a silver needle, the soul devouring needle. Coated in a lethal poison, it would seal the fate of anyone below level 40 upon a single puncture. It could be said that Hu Laina had unwittingly saved Li Kai's life. From this point, it is evident that a formidable antagonist must possess strength to truly be deemed a villain. Otherwise, they are merely cannon fodder. Soon, a figure emerged from the Grand Hall, beckoning those waiting outside the awakened souls to enter and prepare for the awakening of their martial spirits. Including Zhao Su, there were approximately 30 children in total, all accompanied by their elders except for Zhao Su. Upon entering the hall, nearly 100 children were already in the midst of their martial spirit awakening. These children were either from prominent sects or affiliated with the Martial Spirit Hall itself, all enjoying a certain privilege. The core of the Martial Spirit Hall's golden generation and all its promising candidates were gathered here. The reason the Martial Spirit Hall allowed them to undergo the awakening alongside commoners was primarily to showcase its own strength at IT. Is worth noting that most of these children had parents with powerful martial spirits, and they were likely to inherit their parents' formidable abilities. I've heard that Miss Qianrenxue will also awaken her martial spirit today. We are fortunate we might witness the most powerful martial spirit in the world. Not long after Zhao Su and the others entered the hall, they overheard discussions from nearby. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see what the mightiest martial spirit looks like. She has appeared. Miss Qianrenxue is coming out. A commotion arose as Qianrenxue, adorned in a flowing white gown and resembling a porcelain doll, stepped forward under the guardianship of 2 titled Douluos, Snake Spear and Stinging Puffer. Subsequently, Qianrenxue ascended the awakening platform, where Snake Spear Douluo personally initiated her martial spirit awakening. 6 black spirit stones on the platform emitted glimmers of golden light, cascading upon Qianrenxue. The moment the golden light entered her being, a resplendent golden aura erupted, and in an instant, A golden phantom appeared behind her, gradually taking on substance. A six-winged angel, pure and ethereal in beauty, radiated a divine glow as it hovered in midair, with 3 pairs of golden wings beginning to coalesce behind it. As the six-winged angel gently flapped its wings, it seemed to dispel all darkness from the world, leaving only brilliance in its wake. An involuntary urge to kneel before this sacred angel arose within the hearts of the onlookers. Such power! The six-winged angel truly deserves its title as the mightiest martial spirit. The six-winged angel? It's astonishingly powerful. Is this truly the #1 martial spirit? In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the six-winged angel hovering behind Qian Renxue, each gaze filled with reverence, unwilling to harbor any disrespect towards the angelic. Being the, "O goddess, my goddess, from this day forth, I shall be your servant, devoting everything to you." One individual not far from Zhao Su gazed at Qian Renxue, his face awash with infatuation, nearly fainting from excitement. Zhao Su could not help but chuckle at this quintessential modern-day devotee, unable to suppress his amusement. "What are you laughing at?" Though Zhao Su's laughter was not loud, the proximity between them meant it was still overheard, and the other person shot him an angry glare, demanding an explanation. "There's nothing to laugh about, yet I find myself chuckling. By the way, is the seraph truly formidable?" Zhao Su's voice was initially modest, but at that moment, everyone was captivated by the seraph. The silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Consequently, Zhao Su's words echoed in the stillness. In an instant, the attention of all present turned toward Zhao Su, their gazes filled with a mixture of incredulity and derision, some even sporting faint smirks. Even the 2 titled Douluo, Shima, and Sichuan, who guarded Qian Renxue on the awakening platform, directed their eyes toward Zhao Su. Though their expressions betrayed hints of anger, they refrained from speaking, as it would be beneath their dignity as titled Douluo to confront a mere child. At that moment, Qian Renxue's martial spirit had fully awakened. The six-winged seraph behind her trembled gently, emanating a wave of divine soul power towards Zhao Su. Ding! Danger detected for the host, releasing a trace of soul power from the restricted martial spirit. As the system's words resonated, an aura of death emanated forth. What is this presence? Chapter 2. My martial spirit is far superior. Standing on the awakening platform, Shima and Douluo sensed the menacing aura of death and turned their gaze toward Zhao Su. With the divine essence radiating from Qian Renxue, the ominous presence intensified. This deathly aura grew stronger. The six-winged seraph's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, releasing an even more potent divine intent. The escalating aura of death was so overwhelming that it threatened to overshadow the divine essence exuded by the seraph. This formidable aura of death caused even Qian Renxue, enveloped in divine essence, to feel a pang of trepidation. The 2 titled Douluo, Shima, and Sichuan were taken aback, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Carry such a potent aura of death. Could he be an evil soul master? Qian Renxue descended from the awakening platform and approached Zhao Su, gradually amplifying her divine presence in an effort to eradicate the deathly aura and cleanse Zhao Su. Entirely not hastily label others, I merely speak. The truly martial spirit is far more powerful than yours, Zhao Su declared nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Qian Renxue enveloped in divine essence. What grandiose claims! At that moment, Hulaina interjected, striding toward Zhao Su. "Nana, let it be. He is merely posturing. Why bother engaging with a fool?" Yin, following closely behind Hulaina, chimed in. "Indeed, conversing with a beggar is a waste of breath. Kid, you should leave now soon. It will be too late." That lad's words are the most amusing jest I have ever heard. The golden generation's laughter triggered a wave of mockery from the surrounding crowd. In their eyes, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall represented an invincible future. The remarks grew increasingly scathing, ultimately devolving into personal attacks. "You are merely frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to comprehend the vastness of the sky. I speak nothing but the truth, and if you do not believe me, there is little I can do." "Very well, if that is the case, awaken your martial soul now, and let us engage in a duel." Since childhood, Qian Renxue has been instilled with the belief that her martial soul is invincible. Her proud nature forbids anyone from insulting her six-winged angel. "Fine, but I fear you may not even have the chance to strike," Zhao Su replied nonchalantly, utterly oblivious. Although Hulaina has had her differences with Qian Renxue due to Bibi Dong, she is well aware of the six-winged angel's might. Seeing Zhao Su dismissing the six-winged angel so casually, she couldn't help but sneer. Enough with the idle chatter, let me show you what a truly formidable and invincible martial soul looks like. With that, Zhao Su stepped onto the awakening platform. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Uncle Serpent Spear, please personally assist him in awakening his martial soul. Qian Rinxue harbors great confidence in her six-winged angel martial soul. She cannot fathom how someone who appeared out of nowhere could awaken a martial soul stronger than her own. Then I shall personally help you awaken your martial soul. Douluo Serpent Spear is also curious about what kind of martial soul Zhao Su might awaken. The deathly aura emanating from Zhao Su reminded him of the sensation he felt when Bibi Dong returned from the City of Slaughter with the domain of the God of Death. However, the deathly aura released by Zhao Su is even more refined and powerful than that within the realm of the God of Death. Place your hand on the blue crystal ball. Douluo Serpent Spear instructed Zhao Su. Zhao Su nodded and extended his hand to rest upon the blue crystal ball at the center of the awakening platform. The moment Zhao Su's hands touched the blue crystal ball, it initially emitted only scattered golden specks of light. Douluo Serpent Spear murmured. Only a soul power of 2? So it turns out to be a waste. Qian Rinxue scoffed from below the awakening platform. Losing interest, she decided not to waste her time on such a worthless individual. Just as she turned to leave, a gasp drew her attention back to the awakening platform. Look, the soul power is rising. Those golden specks are becoming more vibrant. The golden specks intensified, gradually transforming into a radiant glow as if they were about to materialize. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in this brilliance. Even the formidable Douluo Serpent Spear and Douluo Porcupine felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. The powerful aura of soul power surpassed even that of their own rank 92 title Douluo. The strength of soul power is intrinsically linked to the strength of the martial soul. They could scarcely imagine what kind of powerful martial soul such formidable innate soul power would yield. This overwhelming aura of soul power evoked a sensation of reverence even within Douluo Serpent Spear, who stood on the awakening platform. Suppressing the fear within, Douluo Serpent Spear activated the 6 black spirits of awakening martial souls on the platform. He was eager to discover what kind of martial spirit Zhao Su would awaken. With a mere thought, Zhao Su summoned a miniature human figure from the system interface. This figure then entered his body, and the golden radiance enveloping him began to disperse. As the golden light spread, a shadowy figure emerged behind him, reminiscent of the 6-winged angel martial spirit that had first appeared behind Qian Rinxue. However, while Qian Rinxue's martial spirit shadow was white, Zhao Su shimmered with a resplendent golden glow. As the apparition became increasingly vivid, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet, while Qian Rinxue's martial spirit was that of a female angel, Zhao Su manifested as a male angel. What is this? A 6-winged angel martial spirit? Could he be the illegitimate son of the previous pope? Impossible, that cannot be. This is not merely a 6-winged angel. Look at the wings behind it. As the golden light was absorbed by the 12-winged angel, the wings began to grow continuously. With each new pair of wings, the angel's aura of solemnity and sanctity intensified. Soon, the wings surpassed the 6 pairs of the 6-winged angel. 8-winged angel? No, it's increasing. 10-winged angel. 12-winged angel. When the wings reached 6 pairs, their growth finally halted. This moment, the golden light was entirely absorbed into the 12-winged angel, which now radiated a dazzling golden hue. This emitted a sense of reverence among everyone present, a feeling that even the awakening of the most powerful 6-winged angel had never inspired. Amidst this awe, there was also a hint of invigorating vitality. Waves of solemn energy emanated forth, as if they could purify the souls of all present. Those who had already awakened their martial spirits felt a warm current enhancing their soul power within. Meanwhile, those yet to awaken experienced a similar warmth, unlocking their potential and influencing the emotions of those nearby, instilling a sense of reverence toward Zhao Su, as if he were not merely a youth, but a genuine angelic deity. Yet this was not the conclusion. Above the head of the 12-winged angel, a golden halo gradually formed. At the moment the halo solidified, the previously closed eyes of the 12-winged angel began to slowly open. Instantly, a majestic and sacred aura radiated, bathing the entire hall in golden light and enveloping the martial spirit hall in a divine and auspicious atmosphere. Qian Rinxue gazed at the golden illuminated 12-winged angel with incredulity in her eyes. Before she could respond, the 6-winged angel martial spirit she had just retracted emerged of its own accord, floating behind her, leading to yet another astonishing spectacle. before the towering figure of the six-winged angel. The 12-winged angel, suspended above the awakening platform, was met with a slow and reverent kneeling. Even Qian Rinxue, under the influence of her martial soul, found herself compelled to bow. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with a palpable tension that bordered on the eerie. The six-winged angel is far too weak. You are unworthy to engage me, Zhao Su remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Qian Rinxue. In that moment, all doubts dissipated, none remained. Everyone present, including Hulaina, bowed their heads in humble reverence beneath the divine aura emanating from the 12-winged angel, openly expressing their devotion. Within the confines of a chamber in the Pope's residence, Pope Bibi Dong abruptly opened her eyes, startled from her meditation. She gazed towards the grand hall, which radiated an auspicious light, her expression a mix of shock and bewilderment. Quickly rising, Bibi Dong made her way towards the hall, while the sacred aura also stirred the great offering Qian Douluo from his secluded meditation within the Douluo palace. In the same gaze, a hint of confusion initially emerged, followed by a gentle smile as she whispered, "Shuer has awakened the six-winged angel martial soul?" In Qian Daoliu's heart. The six-winged angel martial soul was a unique legacy of the Qian family, yet he was unaware that from this moment forth, the six-winged angel would no longer be the most formidable martial soul. Contemplating this, Qian Daolu rose and proceeded towards the grand hall. The other esteemed members of the spirit hall also emerged from their seclusion, gathering at the hall. Even the elders of the elder hall, unprecedentedly, stepped out from their respective chambers. Each of them believed that Qian Rinxue had awakened a martial soul that surpassed all previous six-winged angels, deeming this as the arrival of their true leader. However, upon arriving at the grand hall, upon witnessing Zhao Su standing on the awakening platform, accompanied by the 12-winged angel radiating an aura of divine auspiciousness behind him, expressions of incredulity adorned their faces. 12-winged angel? As a peerless Douluo of level 99, Qian Daolu, being the eldest of the Qian family, naturally possessed more knowledge than others. In his youth, he had heard his father speak of the 12-winged angel. At the dawn of the continent, when the angel god first descended upon Douluo continent, it was a 12-winged angel. However, the descendants of this 12-winged angel could not endure the overwhelming power of the 12-winged angel martial soul, leading to its degradation to the six-winged angel. Even so, the six-winged angel remained the most powerful martial soul on the Douluo continent, embodying a divine-level martial soul with an angelic domain. As all present were engulfed in disbelief, they remained oblivious to the fact that within Zhao Su, in addition to the 12-winged angel, another martial soul resided. Perhaps this second martial soul was the one he was inherently destined to awaken. As this martial soul gradually manifested within Zhao Su, two distinctly opposing auras simultaneously filled the grand hall. The solemn and sacred aura purified the spirit, instilling a sense of reverence that forbade desecration. Yet, intertwined within this was an aura of destruction and death, eliciting an involuntary fear in the hearts of those present. A thick black mist began to coalesce behind Zhao Su, taking form. As the shadow of darkness solidified, the atmosphere of death became increasingly terrifying. A figure of exquisite beauty, with a perfect visage, began to sprout wings from her back, ultimately revealing 6 pairs of wings, transforming into a 12-winged dark angel. A black halo materialized above her head, and at the moment she opened her eyes, she met the gaze of the 12-winged angel. Boom! As the two angels locked eyes, a formidable aura surged forth, activating 2 distinct realms, one black, the other gold, one embodying righteousness, the other malevolence. The sacred essence of auspice began to meld seamlessly with the terrifying essence of death. Not only did these 2 domains unite, but even the 12-winged angel and the 12-winged dark angel became one. Ultimately, the 2 angels drew near, intermingling with one another, each embodying aspects of the other. Even Zhao Su was cast in half black and half gold, a manifestation of the fusion of good and evil. In one hand, he wielded the sacred sword capable of shattering darkness, while in the other, he held the spear of annihilation, a harbinger of destruction. As one of the lawgivers of the 12-winged holy angels, he stood as the sovereign over all angels, both divine and dark. In this moment, Zhao Su found himself engulfed in confusion. Was he the bearer of a dual-soul weapon, or perhaps a singular one? Or could this be an aberration of a weapon soul? Little one, which sect do you belong to? Just as Zhao Su pondered the nature of his weapon soul, a voice pulled him back from his reverie. Zhao Su lifted his gaze, and the speaker was none other than Qian Daolu, the esteemed high priest of the spirit hall. Without an affiliation to any sect, he He roamed independently. Would you consider joining my spirit hall and becoming my disciple? In the future, you could rise to become a high-ranking priest of the spirit hall. Qian Daolia's proposition was nothing short of a bold invitation for Zhao Su to align himself with the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, adorned in a resplendent golden robe and wielding a scepter, exhibited a flicker of unease in her icy demeanor. She was acutely aware that Qian Daolu had long sought an opportunity to eliminate her. Should Zhao Su indeed choose to become Qian Daoliu's disciple, it could spell considerable disaster in the future, given Zhao Su's formidable martial spirit and innate soul power. Zhao Su's ascension to the title of Douluo is merely a matter of time. Even attaining divinity is not an unattainable aspiration. I desire to join the spirit hall. Yet I have no intention of becoming your disciple. Upon Zhao Su's utterance, an air of incredulity enveloped all present, a palpable sense of unreality. It is essential to recognize that Qian Daolu holds the esteemed position of the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, wielding authority that surpasses even that of the Pope. Bibi Dong. Moreover, the other high-ranking priests of the Spirit Hall are bound to heed the Grand Priest's commands. To attain the status of the Grand Priest within the Spirit Hall is to possess the audacity to traverse the Douluo continent without fear or trepidation. Yet, Zhao Su exhibited no hesitation in his outright refusal, leaving many perplexed regarding his thoughts. Oh, you do not wish to take me as your master? Why is that? You are far too old, and you cannot even best Tang San in combat. There is no future in becoming your disciple, Zhao Su casually remarked. In truth, it was not that he was unwilling to take Qian Daolu as his master, but rather that the system forbade him from doing so. To be candid, he had long harbored a deep yearning for the angelic ensemble that could directly elevate one to divinity, which resided within Qian Daolu. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as few could believe their ears. In the Spirit Hall, and indeed throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent, there were scarcely any who dared to address him in such a manner, especially a mere child of 6 or 7 years. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the rage that surged within him. In the presence of such a multitude, Zhao Su not only declined to acknowledge him as a master, but also ridiculed him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The memory of his previous defeat to Tang San, albeit by a mere move, would forever linger as a haunting specter in Qian Daoliu's heart. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Qian Daoliu's face was indeed a sight to behold. Zhao Su paid no heed to the surroundings. Instead, he surveyed the area and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Bibi Dong. He approached her swiftly, raising his head to meet her eyes with his own bright, expressive ones. With a charming innocence, he inquired, "Beautiful sister, would you be willing to take me as your disciple?" Zhao Su's words not only surprised Bibi Dong, but soon after, he retrieved a bone from his embrace. Although the bone appeared rather unremarkable, it illuminated the eyes of the several titled Douluos present. A soul bone. Remarkably, it was a supplementary soul bone. Who exactly is this young man? Not only does he possess such formidable innate soul power and an unusual martial spirit, but he also carries a soul bone with him. The titled Douluos in attendance began to discreetly analyze Zhao Su's background and origins. It is well known that even for titled Douluos, acquiring a soul bone is no easy feat, let alone an external soul bone. Beautiful sister, if you accept me as your disciple, I shall gift you this bone as a token of my apprenticeship. How does that sound? Zhao Su inquired. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards him and spoke for the first time, her tone somewhat aloof yet melodious. Is it called a soul bone? It is of little value, and I have no fondness for bones. Zhao Su spoke as he placed the white soul bone into Bibi Dong's hands. Humph. Qian Daolu let out a cold snort, choosing not to linger and turning away from the grand hall. The remaining elders, witnessing Qian Daoliu's departure, also turned to leave. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accept you as my disciple. Bibi Dong, holding the soul bone, could sense the powerful aura emanating from it. She understood that this seemingly ordinary bone might very well be a guise. In her estimation, Zhao Su, with his exceptional talent and enigmatic background, was truly one of a kind. By taking him as her apprentice, she would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, she had already intended to recruit talent to strengthen her own power. Even if she were to reconsider, accepting Zhao Su as her disciple was far preferable to allowing Qian Daolu to do so. Subsequently, amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Su followed Bibi Dong back to the papal hall. From now on, you shall reside here. Do not wander outside without my permission and focus on your cultivation. After bringing Zhao Su to the papal hall, Bibi Dong coldly stated as she found him a room. Understood. Zhao Su nodded with an expression that appeared blissfully innocent. Indeed. When I find the time, I shall take you to hunt soul beasts to acquire your first soul ring. Until then, refrain from recklessly absorbing soul rings. He aimed to curate the most exquisite soul ring configuration for Zhao Su. Bibi Dong was acutely aware that it would be exceedingly difficult for her to completely extricate herself from Qian Daolia's influence. To achieve a total liberation from Qian Douluo and the other high-ranking officials monopolizing the Spirit Hall, it was imperative to cultivate someone stronger than Qian Douluo. It was evident that Bibi Dong had placed her hopes upon Zhao Su. Indeed, Zhao Su nodded slightly. Ding. The task is completed, and rewards are granted. First soul ring, Zhu Yin, 60,000 years, soul skill, law of heaven and earth. After Bibi Dong departed, the system interface reappeared, notifying him of the successful completion of his mission to join the Spirit Hall, along with the rewards obtained. 60,000 years and the law of heaven and earth. Quite commendable indeed. As Zhao Su spoke, he closed the door and summoned forth the fused entity of half black and half gold, the divine and the mortal intertwined. The 12-winged holy angel martial spirit. Subsequently, with a mere thought from Zhao Su, the system's reward, the 6,000-year black soul ring of Zhu Yin, materialized before him. It gradually ascended towards the crown of the 12-winged holy angel behind Zhao Su. At the moment when the black soul ring encircled the luminous orb of amalgamation, time seemed to stand still. Zhao Su felt the soul power within him ignite in an instant, swirling rapidly through his meridians before settling into his dantian. Simultaneously, the method for utilizing the first soul ring's accompanying soul skill, celestial phenomenon, materialized in his mind. As he willed it, the 12-winged holy angel behind him began to expand rapidly, ultimately bursting through the roof. The colossal figure of the 12-winged holy angel stood majestically, one hand wielding a sword and the other grasping a spear of death. Yet, this was not the most pivotal aspect. The first soul ring, radiating a dark luminescence, was truly dazzling. Chapter 4. Worthless is worthless. Everyone in the Spirit Hall was awestruck by the towering presence of the 12-winged holy angel. The fusion of its divine essence and the aura of death engendered a conflicting sensation of reverence and fear within the hearts of all present. A black soul ring? Qian Daolu, standing atop the Douluo Hall, cast a venomous glance towards the direction of the Pope's chamber where the 12-winged holy angel resided. He harbored thoughts of eliminating Zhao Su before he fully matured, pondering the young man's origins. What exactly is this boy's background? The second elder, Golden Crocodile, appeared beside Qian Daolu, inquiring about the 12-winged holy angel. As far as I know, there is not a single family on the continent with a martial soul of this caliber. Moreover, he has awakened a soul ring that surpasses 10,000 years on the very day of his awakening. We must test him, Qian Daolu casually uttered, then leaped away with agility. At that moment, Zhao Su was also standing atop the roof, absorbing the transformations bestowed upon him by the 12-winged holy angel and the soul skill celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, he sensed a trace of murderous intent, just as he had hoped. An opportunity to test his newfound abilities had arrived. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed in a particular direction. A shadow, as elusive as a specter, emerged behind him. Humph! Zhao Su let out a soft hum, as the death spear in the hands of his martial spirit swung towards the shadowy figure. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of death had locked onto him, and the black silhouette was swiftly decapitated, deprived of even a moment to resist. In an instant, it was obliterated. How could a mere level 10 soul master effortlessly annihilate an 82-level agility-type soul Douluo? What manner of individual are you? Standing by the window of her chamber, Bibi Dong had already sensed the presence of the soul Douluo, initially intending to intervene and protect Zhao Su. She was taken aback when he dispatched the foe with such swiftness. Nevertheless, this occurrence reignited her hopes for her grand ambitions. Resolutely, she vowed that even if Qian Daolu himself were to confront Zhao Su, she would risk everything to safeguard him. At that moment, a system notification appeared, detecting the dissipating soul power. Host, would you like to absorb? It focused on the headless corpse lying on the ground as a white light encircled it, absorbing the soul energy from the lifeless body. Such a possibility was indeed an unexpected delight for Zhao Su. Absorb. As Zhao Su's thoughts stirred, the soul power absorbed by the radiant white light flowed into his being. With a chime, the absorption was complete, converting the soul power of an 82nd level soul Douluo into 1,000 points of energy value. Accompanied by the system's voice, a page materialized before Zhao Su once more. a page visible solely to him. At that moment, detailed information about Zhao Su appeared on the system interface. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel. Soul Skill, First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon. Level, 19th level Battle Soul Master, Assault Type. Spiritual Power, 23,200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Value, 1,000 points. Fortune Value, 19 points. System, what is the purpose of energy value and fortune value? Zhao Su gazed at the two lines at the bottom of the system interface, feeling a sense of perplexity. The energy value could be exchanged for luck value, and the luck value could enhance mental strength. Once the luck value reached 100, the host could ascend to divinity. Understanding this, Zhao Su nodded. He then inquired, aside from absorbing the soul power of deceased soul masters, what other means existed to acquire energy values? Completing the tasks issued by the system would not only yield martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones as exceptions, but also reward energy values. Alright, let me exchange 1,000 energy points for luck value. However, the response was a disheartening notification, insufficient energy value for exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's expression darkened, yet he dismissed it. After all, he was currently an invincible being, and the urgency of becoming a deity was not pressing. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Throughout these 10 years, Zhao Su had not remained idle within the Spirit Hall, as Douluo had made several covert attempts to eliminate him. Had it not been for Zhao Su's formidable strength, coupled with Douluo's reluctance to confront Bibi Dong directly, the situation might have unfolded differently. Zhao Su may have been killed by Douluo long ago. For his safety, he left the Spirit Hall many years prior, not only to guard against Douluo's assassination attempts, but also to attend to other pressing matters. Nonetheless, Zhao Su silently vowed that he would return to the Spirit Hall only when it had undergone a complete transformation. In the Barak Kingdom, within Soto City. At the Rose Hotel, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from within, drawing the attention of many passers-by who gathered at the entrance. Dressed in a flowing black robe with a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, Zhao Su blended into the crowd. 5 years ago, the system had issued a mission. Ding. A new task has been released to encounter Tang San and embark on your journey as a villain. Task reward. Mutated Martial Soul 7 Killing Sword X1. Unlock the system store. At that time, Tang San had just awakened his martial soul and was on his way to Nodding Academy. He was too young then, and tormenting him held no interest for Zhao Su, who chose to wait for 5 years. Inside the hotel, the clash between Tang San and Dai Mubai had reached a fever pitch. Tang San had forced Dai Mubai to unleash his third soul skill. How formidable! Was this truly the apex of the White Tiger Beast martial soul, known as the King of the Forest? That young man was exceptionally strong. Despite his martial soul resembling blue-silver grass, he could stand against the powerful White Tiger Beast martial soul. Remarkably, he was only in his early 20s, with merely 2 soul rings. In an instant, the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance erupted in discussion. The admiration from those around him greatly satisfied Tang San's vanity, making his attacks increasingly fierce. Tang San was inherently a person of great vanity, coupled with an extreme double standard. He was wholly self-serving, regardless of how one viewed Master Yu Shaojing. He had shown Tang San immense kindness, yet after Tang San ascended to divinity, he left the master to live and die alone on Douluo continent. In contrast to the narrative of Douluo, in the other stories of the Douluo world, Tang San's hypocrisy and selfishness were taken to the extreme. He was, in essence, a person who feigned benevolence while harboring darkness within. Just a discarded martial soul and a mediocre soul master. Indeed, the weak often find it easier to form friendships. Observing the camaraderie between the two within the hotel, Zhao Su could not help but mock them. All eyes turned toward him. Hey kid, you're impressive. Why don't you step up? Another chimed in. Yeah, it's easy to talk big when you're just standing there. I bet you don't even have a martial soul. Zhao Su paid them no heed, merely entering the hotel, indifferent to Tang San and Dai Mubai. His gaze, however, was drawn to a pair of strikingly identical twins nearby. Their figures were exquisite, and particularly their captivating eyes stirred something deep within him. The allure of the two seemed to elevate one's spirits and ignite fanciful thoughts. What are you staring at, boy? Keep that up, and I'll have your eyes. Dai Mubai's irritation simmered from Zhao Su's earlier mockery. And as he watched Zhao Su enter the hotel lobby, his gaze fixated on the enchanting women accompanying him, his anger flared even more. A worthless fool should remain silent and not embarrass himself. Finally, Zhao Su shifted his attention from the twins to Dai Mubai, remarking, "Such beautiful women. What a pity they are with you." Seeking death, Dai Mubai bellowed, his malevolent eyes merging with his white tiger martial soul, instantly activating his third soul skill, the white tiger's diamond transformation. He raised his fist and swung it towards Zhao Su. Bang! Everyone present was momentarily blinded, as Dai Mubai, his enhanced form towering and robust, was sent flying by a single punch from Zhao Su. A fool is indeed a fool. Zhao Su gently blew on his fist, and without even summoning his martial soul, he effortlessly propelled the 37th level battle soul master Dai Mubai away with nothing but his physical strength. He could not resist the urge to mock once more. Chapter 5. The initial encounter with Tang San. At that moment, the crowd gathered in the hotel fell utterly silent, stunned by Zhao Su's formidable punch. Among the onlookers were not only ordinary people, but also numerous soul masters. While the laypeople may not fully comprehend the might of a soul master, those endowed with martial souls were acutely aware of its significance. To send a 36th level soul master flying solely through sheer physical prowess, could this truly be reality? What an astonishing physique this must be. What kind of extraordinary martial soul could possibly accompany such a remarkable constitution? In an instant, the entire crowd began to speculate fervently. Zhao Su, however, paid them no heed and turned his gaze towards Tang San, asking, "Are you not inclined to lend a hand for your friend?" "We are not friends. We are merely acquaintances who have crossed paths," Tang San replied. His demeanor and words indeed did not disappoint Zhao Su, revealing him to be a consummate egoist. Simultaneously, this showcased Tang San's hypocritical and selfish nature in vivid detail. Just moments ago, he had sung praises of Dai Mubai and harbored thoughts of befriending him. Yet now he dismissed their connection as mere happenstance. Nevertheless, this was precisely what Zhao Su wished to witness. Sowing discord among the Shrek 7 monsters was among his objectives. Ah, you are quite astute to recognize the shifting tides. Zhao Su did not wish to simply crush Tang San outright. He intended to engage in a slow and deliberate game. After all, he possessed an abundance of time. Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating Tang San, primarily because Tang San possessed the fated destiny of a protagonist under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Throughout his journey, he would encounter numerous fortuitous events. This can be regarded as a privilege bestowed upon him by the heavens, a boon granted to those who hold the mantle of the protagonist. On the other hand, the formidable antagonist, Zhao Su, was not afforded such luxuries. Nonetheless, it mattered little. What one lacks can often be appropriated from others. Perhaps a peculiar entitlement of a great villain. As Zhao Su pondered these thoughts, a sudden blur before his eyes revealed two long, slender legs entwined around his neck. The smooth, delicate touch, akin to jade, left Zhao Su momentarily dazed, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. It was evident that Xiao Wu had taken action. At the moment of her martial spirit fusion, her body's flexibility, speed, and strength had significantly increased. With her legs wrapped around Zhao Su's neck, she exerted force, attempting to throw him off. However, such an endeavor was far from simple. Zhao Su had allowed her to ensnare him due to a moment of distraction. Now, having regained his focus, Xiao Wu was destined to be at his mercy. At the instant Xiao Wu exerted her strength, Zhao Su also sprang into action. Rooted to the ground as if anchored, her efforts could barely budge him. Simultaneously, he seized her slender calf, effortlessly tossing her aside. Yet, as she was flung through the air, she executed a deft somersault and charged back towards Zhao Su. At that moment, Dai Mubai rose once more, his powerful white tiger martial spirit merging anew. With a roar that resonated through the heavens and the earth, he launched himself at Zhao Su once again. Such ambition. Zhao Suyi remained remarkably composed, yet she could not help but regard Dai Mubai with newfound respect. He was undeniably more ambitious than Tang San. While Tang San incessantly claimed that Xiao Wu was his beloved sister and forbade anyone from causing her harm, he merely stood by as she faced adversity, paralyzed by the overwhelming soul power emanating from Zhao Suyi, which rendered him too intimidated to intervene. Zhao Su showed mercy towards Xiao Wu, yet he spared none for Dai Mubai. With another powerful strike, he shattered Dai Mubai's martial spirit once more, this time with far greater finality. Blood gushed from Dai Mubai's mouth, rendering him incapable of merging his martial spirit for at least a week. Return to your Shrek Academy and recuperate properly. Do not embarrass yourself further. At this moment, Tang San finally made his move, albeit not in a straightforward manner, opting instead for underhanded tactics. A flurry of poisoned silver needles was launched towards Zhao Su. Is this all you can resort to? Zhao Su effortlessly caught the needles and sent them back, forcing Tang San to refrain from merging his martial spirit. Vines resembling ghostly tendrils began to entwine around Zhao Su, each carrying a narcotic poison that could prove troublesome if ensnared. However, for Zhao Su, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Zhao Su, relying solely on his bare hands, grasped the ghostly vine and effortlessly pulled Tang San closer. The blue-silver grass was far too feeble, just as Zhao Su prepared to strike. Intending to nullify Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul and extract the Haotian hammer martial soul, a line of text appeared from the system. Ding. This individual possesses the fate of a protagonist, encountering ceaseless adventures. It is advised that the host refrain from direct annihilation. Ding. The encounter with Tang San has completed its task, rewarding the host with a mutated martial soul, the 7 killing sword 1, and unlocking the system's marketplace. With the system's announcement, Zhao Su retracted his raised hand and cast Tang San aside. What do you mean? It holds no significance. You are presently far too weak, and engaging you would be uninteresting. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su turned and departed, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of his true intentions. Are you all right, Brother Dai? After Zhao Su's departure, Tang San gazed at the pale-faced Dai Mubai, whose lips were stained with blood, and feigned concern. I am unscathed. Who exactly is this person? How can they possess such formidable power? Could they be from the Spirit Hall? It seems likely. Dai Mubai, I must take my leave. I trust we shall meet again soon. I am a student of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai needed to return swiftly to tend to his injuries, in order to prevent any latent affliction from the Spirit Hall. With that, he departed the Rose Hotel, supported by the twins. As Zhao Su and Dai Mubai exited, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Sir, may I assist you in securing a room? Though Tang San had just suffered a thorough defeat at Zhao Su's hands, the hotel manager, being astute, recognized that even someone like Tang San was not to be trifled with. Thus, he remained courteous towards both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San's countenance was grim, although his martial soul was the blue silver grass, a seemingly inferior martial soul. His own Xian Tiangong was formidable enough to rival those of greater martial souls, coupled with the memories of his past life. The various hidden weapons he crafted were immensely powerful. He had been a prodigy since childhood. Master Yu Xiaojiang regarded him highly, seeing him as the hope to achieve his ambitions. Though he appeared polite on the surface, he harbored a sense of pride within. However, Zhao Su's emergence had shattered that pride, leaving him quite unsettled. It must be said that there was one commendable aspect of Tang San. Despite experiencing setbacks and feeling anger, he did not lose his resolve to grow stronger. This, perhaps, is a reflection of the tenacity characteristic of a protagonist. In Soto City, within a quaint courtyard, Zhao Su was awakening his newly acquired mutated martial soul, the 7 killing sword. In the world of Douluo, it is widely acknowledged that only one Douluo possesses the 7 killing sword, none other than the sword Douluo Chenxian, one of the titled Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, known as the most potent martial soul of the assault type. It is even said to rival the Haotian hammer of the Haotian clan. However, the 7 killing sword that Zhao Su was awakening bore resemblance to Chenxian's, yet also exhibited distinct differences. Without even considering its appearance, the aura emanating from Zhao Su's 7 killing sword surpassed that of Chenxian's by unfathomable magnitudes. Chapter 6. The 9 divine dragons of Guardian Realm. The seemingly ancient longsword floated quietly behind Zhao Su. Waves of terrifying sword intent radiated outward, sending chills down the spines of those nearby, even in its nascent form. Once the 7 killing sword martial soul had fully awakened, Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes. He turned to behold the floating sword. It was clear to see that on one side of the 7 killing sword, mountains and rivers were intricately carved, while the other side depicted birds and beasts. The sword's hilt, measuring over a foot in length, was inscribed with 5 characters, Imperial 7 killing sword. These 5 characters do not belong to the current era, but rather to the ancient script of the Douluo's inception. The formidable pressure emanating from these characters surpasses all sword martial spirits, including the 7 killing sword of the sword Douluo, who bears the title of sword. Congratulations, Master, on once again awakening a powerful martial spirit. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind Zhao Su, bowing slightly and speaking with an unusually respectful tone. Have you found anything? I have uncovered some clues, but nothing is yet confirmed. This individual is known as Shadow. a formidable warrior personally cultivated by Zhao Su over the past few years, entirely devoted to his command. The members of the Shadow team are distinguished by their peculiar abilities and prowess in concealment. Particularly, the leader of this team possesses a martial spirit that manifests as a shadow. Upon merging with his martial spirit, even a titled Douluo would be unable to detect him. Moreover, he himself is a level 97 titled Douluo, though he is not officially recognized anywhere. Even the Spirit Hall remains unaware of his existence. Following Zhao Su's orders, he has infiltrated various sects, families, and the two great empires. This serves a dual purpose: to monitor the forthcoming plans of these sects and families, and to fulfill a hidden mission assigned by the system. The hidden mission entails locating the 9 guardian divine dragons lost in the Douluo continent. This task not only offers no rewards, but also comes with special stipulations. Until the 9 guardian divine dragons are found, one must not surpass the 100-level threshold to attain divinity. In other words, without gathering all 9 guardian divine dragons, Zhao Su shall never ascend to godhood. Speak, just as you suspected. It is highly likely that the martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is one of the 9 guardian divine dragons, the Golden Sacred Dragon. However, this clan's constitution is far too weak to withstand the arrival of the Golden Sacred Dragon. Furthermore, the martial spirit of Gu Rong, the titled Douluo protecting the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, is the Bone Dragon, and these are the only 2 leads we currently possess. Cloaked in shadow, the figure's voice sounded somewhat raspy, and he seemed to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. I understand. Continue the search, and remember, do not take action against these 2 families without my command. Yes, Shadow replied respectfully, though he appeared to harbor unspoken concerns. Speak freely, do not hesitate. Today, the young girl you encountered, I sensed a trace of soul beast aura from her, likely that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Carrying a sprayer to water the flowers he tended to during his leisure, Zhao Su suddenly felt a powerful, divine aura intertwined with a sense of death enveloping him. Under this immense pressure of soul power, even his esteemed status as a 97th level titled Douluo could not suppress the fear that surged within him. The black robe cloaking his entire being fell away, revealing the true form of the shadow, a woman of strikingly voluptuous proportions. At first glance, she might not have appeared exceptionally beautiful, yet her physique was nearly invincible, with every curve perfectly proportioned and devoid of any excess. Who could have imagined that beneath that dark robe lay such a near-perfect form, igniting a primal excitement in those who beheld it? The subordinate had not intended to spy on her master. He merely wished to report the findings of his investigation and had stumbled upon this revelation inadvertently. The shadow lowered her head in silence, trembling slightly under the weight of the formidable soul power. Remember, do not attempt to challenge my boundaries, Zhao Su commanded. Yes, I shall remember, the shadow replied, sensing the powerful aura recede and allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she swiftly shifted the conversation. Master, I have uncovered another piece of information. Oh, what news? Zhao Su inquired. It appears that Gu Rong may not belong to this world. This revelation took Zhao Su by surprise. He pondered silently. Could there be another traveler besides himself? Gu Rong's background was shrouded in mystery. Before he ascended to the rank of titled Douluo, no one had ever heard of him, not even within the 7 treasures glazed sect, which remained unaware of his true origins. The shadow continued. It is somewhat implausible that no one had ever heard of him before he became a titled Douluo. While there are many soul masters on Douluo continent, they are certainly not abundant. Especially rare are those who surpass the rank of 60th level soul emperor. If low-key behavior is understandable, the lack of any traceable past raises suspicion. Investigate thoroughly. Trace his roots back to his birthplace. Yes, I understand. Zhao Su waved his hand, signaling for Ying to withdraw. Ying bowed once more, and the black robe that had fallen to the ground effortlessly enveloped her flawless figure before gradually vanishing. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Then, shall I venture to Shrek Academy for some amusement? After Ying departed, Zhao Su settled into a lounge chair beneath a ginkgo tree in the courtyard, gently swaying as thoughts filled his mind. His reason for visiting Shrek Academy was clear. He was aware that the most gifted and cherished young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong, would also be present. Gu Rong's favoritism was most pronounced towards Ning Rongrong. Perhaps she might reveal some insights regarding Gu Rong. System, where's the shop? Having clarified his next course of action, Zhao Su resumed his examination of the rewards provided by the system. The attributes panel could be summoned with ease. With the system's voice guiding him, All of Zhao Su's attribute data appeared before him. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor's 7-kill sword. Soul skills. First soul skill of the 12-winged Holy Angel, Celestial Phenomenon. Second soul skill, Annihilation Palm. Third soul skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. Fourth soul skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Emperor's 7-kill sword, None. Level 42 Soul Master, Assault Type. Spirit Power, 23, 200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Value, 95,000 points. Fortune Value, 23 points. Guardian Divine Dragon, None. System Shop, shall it be activated? Activate the System Shop. Zhao Su felt a stir of intention, and the System Mall vanished from the attribute description page, only to reappear in the upper left corner of the System homepage. Subsequently, the System Mall opened automatically. Before her lay a dazzling array of soul rings in various hues, alongside an assortment of soul-guiding devices. Zhao Su cast a cursory glance. Noting the presence of silent projectiles, dragon whisker needles, and other formidable weapons such as the stormy pear blossom needle and the tearful guanine, as well as the wrath of Buddha's Tang lotus. However, he found little interest in these concealed armaments. Instead, he was captivated by the 6 soul bones radiating a resplendent golden hue within the soul bone rack. These 6 soul bones, known as the 12-winged Holy Angel set, encompassed all conceivable parts that could be absorbed. Each soul bone possessed attributes that made Zhao Su's eyes gleam with the fervor of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Yet, upon observing the energy values required for each soul bone, his excitement was abruptly doused, as if cold water had been thrown upon a fire. Even the bones of the left and right legs demanded an energy value of 100,000. As for the most powerful torso bone, the requirement was undoubtedly far greater. In his disappointment, Zhao Su contemplated examining the soul rings, seeking 4 suitable rings for his recently awakened Emperor's 7-kill sword. By chance, his gaze fell upon the final soul bone. It was an external soul bone, not part of the Holy Angel set, and it lay solitary in the last slot of the soul bone page. It requires only 10,000 energy value? Zhao Su first glanced at the required energy value, confirming that he could afford it before delving into the details of the introduction. The external soul bone, obtained from slaying the sky-cleaving demon butterfly, grants the host the ability to sprout a pair of wings from their back, enabling them to soar through the winds. Upon reading this, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile. This could be seen as a remedy for his inability to fly. It is worth noting that aside from flight-type martial souls, no other martial souls possess the ability to take to the skies, and even flight-type martial souls cannot sustain prolonged flight. However, the soul bone dropped by the sky-cleaving demon butterfly allows for unlimited flight without time constraints. Furthermore, external soul bones are capable of evolution, rendering quality a moot point. With this thought in mind, Zhao Su decided to forego further contemplation and directly exchange for the external soul bone of the sky-cleaving demon butterfly. Upon beginning the fusion, a pair of wings resembling those of a butterfly emerged from Zhao Su's back. With a gentle flap, a formidable force lifted him into the air. Subsequently, Zhao Su selected 4 10,000-year soul rings for his Emperor's 7-kill sword, each requiring 2,000 energy points. Coupled with the recently exchanged external soul bone, his energy points dwindled to a mere 5,000. This situation could be likened to returning to a state of liberation. However, this was of little concern, for energy points could always be replenished. Just as Zhao Su was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed through his mind. Ding! New task unlocked. Devise a method to approach Ning Rongrong and extract information regarding the bone Douluo Guyong. Task reward: 100,000-year soul ring and 10,000 energy points. 100,000-year soul ring? Splendid. Upon seeing the pop-up task rewards, Zhao Su couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He then exited the courtyard, with his energy value dwindling to a mere 5,000 points. He needed to devise a means to accrue more energy. His method for earning energy was quite straightforward: to eliminate individuals, albeit only those of ill repute. He targeted malevolent souls who preyed on innocent civilians, as well as nefarious individuals who had committed numerous atrocities, those who truly deserved their fate. However, just as Zhao Su stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Tang San and the exuberant Xiao Wu approaching not far away. A smirk crept onto Zhao Su's lips, and a flicker of wicked thoughts emerged in his mind. He silently trailed behind them. Soon, Zhao Su witnessed Tang San and Xiao Wu enter a shop adorned with the emblem of the spirit hall. What is the price of this crystal? Tang San inquired as he stepped inside, his gaze fixated on a rather murky and inconspicuous piece of crystal placed in a corner. He directed his question at the elderly man reclining in a chair. 100 gold soul coins, the old man replied, opening his eyes to glance at Tang San. At that moment, Zhao Su also feigned passing by and entered the shop. The elderly man, none other than Flinder, one of the founders of Shrek Academy and a member of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, narrowed his hawk-like eyes upon noticing Zhao Su. I'll offer 200 gold soul coins. I shall take this crystal, Zhao Su declared. Zhao Su tossed 2 bags of golden soul coins to Flander and reached out to seize the crystal ball from Tang San's grasp. Do you understand the principle of precedence? Why should those who arrived first yield to you? Tang San remained silent as Xiao Wu stepped forward, forcefully retracting Zhao Su's hand. With her hands on her hips and a glimmer of fierce determination in her eyes, she rebuked. Is it not a simple truth that the one who contributes more should be rewarded? Do you truly fail to comprehend such an elementary concept? Zhao Su chuckled disdainfully. In his perception, the antagonists in typical novels, who are humiliated by the protagonist, often begin with an air of arrogance, having either snatched something from the protagonist or flirted with the beautiful companions surrounding him. Subsequently, the protagonist retaliates, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the antagonist, thus achieving a moment of triumph. Therefore, Zhao Su, as the antagonist, believed he ought to emulate this pattern. However, he intended to engage in both scenarios. What a pity it was for such an adorable little rabbit to be by the side of a good-for-nothing. With a hint of profound amusement, Zhao Su scrutinized Xiao Wu from head to toe and remarked with a tinge of regret. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words and perceiving the significant gaze directed at her, Xiao Wu instinctively took a step back in a flurry of anxiety. What do you intend to do? Tang San, provoked multiple times by Zhao Su, could no longer contain his composure and cast a frigid glare in Zhao Su's direction. Simultaneously, his right hand rested upon the waistband of his 24-bridge moonlit knight, poised to unleash a concealed weapon at any moment. At that juncture, Flinder also took note of the belt at Tang San's waist. Naturally familiar with it, Flinder contemplated whether to intervene. The formidable aura that Zhao Su emanated upon entering the shop had even sent a shiver of apprehension through Flinder, who had already attained the formidable rank of 78th level Soul Sage, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Zhao Su was not afraid of his anger. Rather, he feared his indifference. It was only when he was enraged that things became amusing. Otherwise, what was the point of merely posturing alone? Are you angry? Are you prepared to unleash your silent daggers upon me? Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to oppose us? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang San was not only taken aback, but also displayed a hint of fear in his gaze as he looked at Zhao Su. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no intention of opposing you. I merely came here to purchase something. It's simply that we both desire the same item, Zhao Su remarked nonchalantly, yet inwardly mused. It is because you are the protagonist and I am the antagonist. An antagonist exists merely to provide opportunities for the protagonist to shine. However, if your own strength is lacking, you cannot blame others. Xiao Wu, let us depart. Ultimately, Tang San restrained himself, hastily leading the concealed Xiao Wu behind him as they left. In Tang San's understanding, when a concealed weapon is perceived, it ceases to be a hidden tool and instead becomes an overt one. Such a weapon has undoubtedly lost its original purpose. Tang San realized he was not Zhao Su's match, thus he could only endure for the time being. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold, even if it takes a decade. As he watched Tang San and Xiao Wu depart, Zhao Su couldn't help but display an evil grin, one that only an antagonist would wear. Indeed, it would be even more perfect when you grow stronger. Zhao Su murmured softly, turning to face Flander. At the moment he was scrutinized by Zhao Su, a sense of dread deepened within Flander. Sir, this crystal does not require such an exorbitant sum of gold soul coins. 100 gold soul coins would suffice. Flander returned one of the 2 pouches of gold soul coins that Zhao Su had just thrown him. No need for that. Consider this additional 100 as my contribution to Shrek Academy. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Su departed without allowing Flander a moment to respond. In his haste, he remembered to take with him the seemingly murky crystal ball. Could it be that a prodigy from a prominent clan or sect was venturing into the world? Flander's keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, followed the retreating figure of Zhao Su, brimming with perplexity. Chapter 8. the battle soul sect with 4 10,000-year soul rings. After Zhao Su departed, Flander pondered for a moment before exiting the shop and locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, Zhao Su continued to wander through the streets of Soto City, in search of that wretched individual. The young lady possesses an appealing physique, doesn't she? Perhaps she could entertain me for a while. At that moment, a boisterous and domineering voice pierced the air, capturing Zhao Su's attention. Zhao Su turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and there he beheld a stall selling trinkets and handicrafts. Before him stood a young woman, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her complexion fair, and her figure striking yet still retaining a touch of youthful innocence. Her expression was markedly indifferent, as she paid no heed to the provocations of the 4 or 5 ruffians surrounding her. "Hey girl, I'm talking to you. Are you disregarding my presence? Do you even know who I am?" One of the ruffians, a burly man with a brutish visage, said as he reached out towards the delicate features of the young woman. "Ah, so this is what a villain looks like, brash and unyielding, quite admirable." However, just as Zhao Su had begun to regard these ruffians with a measure of respect, the cold-faced beauty sprang into action. Her martial spirit resembled that of a cat, and upon merging with it, her speed was significantly enhanced. "Is that Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters?" Upon sighting the ethereal spirit cat, Zhao Su discerned her identity. She too possessed the aura of a protagonist. In this world of the great villain system set within the realm of Douluo, it was evident that there was more than one bearer of a protagonist's destiny, aside from Tang San himself. By conventional logic, although Zhao Su was cast as the antagonist, he was, in truth, the genuine protagonist. "I find this young lady rather appealing." Zhao Su observed the merciless and swift actions of Zhu Zhuqing, who effortlessly dispatched several individuals, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Zhu Zhuqing's frigid demeanor was, one could say, quite to his taste. "Spare us, please. We shall never dare again," pleaded the strongest among the 5 ruffians, who was merely at level 18 and wielded nothing more formidable than a common canine martial soul. They primarily picked on ordinary people. Before the imposing figure of Zhu Zhuqing, who had already reached level 26, and possessed 200-year-old martial souls, they were naturally reduced to their knees, begging for mercy. "Get lost." Zhu Zhuqing sheathed his martial soul, uttering but a single word, as if to elaborate further would be an affront to his dignity. Zhao Su observed the few individuals fleeing in a frantic manner and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, these insignificant lackeys and bullies existed solely to serve as a foil for those destined for greatness. "Do you like it? I shall bestow it upon you." Zhao Su approached the stall selling handicrafts and selected an adorable little cat figurine, which he subsequently presented to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained as aloof as ever. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Su, whose face was adorned with a smile. Without acknowledging him, she turned and briskly walked away. Zhu Zhuqing, indeed. Zhao Su extracted a golden soul coin from the jade pendant at his waist and presented it to the proprietor. "Sir, this amount is excessive. I only require 10 copper soul coins, and I cannot provide change for this." "It matters not. Keep the change." Zhao Su placed a gold soul coin upon the stall and pursued the direction in which Zhu Zhuqing had departed. However, as he observed Zhu Zhuqing turn into an alleyway, by the time he caught up, she had vanished from sight. Yet, this mattered little to Zhao Su, for he was aware that Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly make her way to Shrek Academy. Thus, he resolved to head directly to Shrek Academy. 2 days later, at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, Zhao Su arrived just as an elderly man responsible for admissions was intimidating a father and son duo who sought to reclaim their 10 gold soul coins as a registration fee. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already arrived and were waiting in line. Upon noticing Zhao Su, Dai Mubai, seated beside the admissions officer, became visibly anxious and leaned in to whisper something into the elder's ear. The elder, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze and, following Dai Mubai's pointed direction, locked eyes with Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su wore an innocuous smile, it still caused a momentary disturbance in the heart of the elderly man. "Hasten to inform the dean of this matter. This individual is far from ordinary." The elder, known as Li Yusong, quickly urged Dai Mubai beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Mubai nodded and turned to enter the academy. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you once more, those who are over 13 years of age and have not attained the rank of a spirit master above level 20 should not squander their time here." Li Yusong, a formidable spirit master of rank 62 with the dragon pattern staff as his martial spirit, summoned forth his dragon spirit. with a gentle strike upon the ground. A tremendous surge of spiritual power emanated forth. The appearance of his 6 spirit rings, marking him as a spirit emperor of level 62, served to intimidate the parents who had brought their children to register. Yet, Zhao Su remained unfazed. Observing the first white spirit ring, he merely shook his head in disdain. Zhao Su's performance was unmistakably noted by Li Yusong, who could clearly see Zhao Su's disdain. The purpose of summoning his martial soul was not to intimidate the students and their parents, but rather aimed directly at Zhao Su. Although a flicker of fear unconsciously arose within him as he gazed at Zhao Su, he perceived that the young man's appearance suggested he was merely around 16 or 17 years of age. In Li Yusong's estimation, even if such a youth were a prodigy or an extraordinary talent from a prominent family, he could not possibly surpass Li Yusong, a formidable soul emperor at level 62. This served as a subtle warning for Zhao Su to withdraw. However, Zhao Su disregarded the formidable pressure emanating from the ground as Li Yusong's dragon-patterned staff struck the earth. He boldly bypassed the queue of waiting individuals and approached Li Yusong directly. "I wish to join your academy." Zhao Su refrained from superfluous chatter and directly addressed Li Yusong. Li Yusong scrutinized Zhao Su from head to toe, a hint of a smile emerging on his aged visage. "I believe you misunderstood my earlier words. Even if you comprehend, you cannot become a student. However, you may still aspire to be a teacher. Our institution's faculty is already at full capacity, and we have no need for additional instructors. Moreover, your age disqualifies you from being a student, and I fear you may lack the qualifications to teach as well." "Is that so? What are the qualifications required to become a teacher?" Zhao Su inquired. "At the very least, one must attain the realm of a 60-level soul emperor, and one's martial soul cannot be too inferior," Li Yusong began, but before he could finish, Zhao Su unveiled his martial soul. A time-worn longsword materialized behind him, emanating an aura far more potent than the dragon-patterned staff wielded by Li Yusong. "For black soul rings? Am I dreaming? The first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? Is this the 7-killing sword?" At that moment, Flander, accompanied by Dai Mubai, arrived at the academy's entrance. Witnessing Zhao Su's manifestation of the Imperial 7-killing sword, they too were taken aback by the 4 10,000-year soul rings radiating black light. In the Douluo continent, the 7-killing sword was renowned as the martial soul with the most formidable offensive capability, surpassing even the Haotian hammer. The 7-killing sword was inherently a mutated martial soul, and Zhao Su's Imperial 7-killing sword could be described as a mutation among mutations. Although Zhao Su's level was only 42, the overwhelming aura he exuded compelled even Li Yusong, a 78-level battle soul saint, to instinctively step back. The 7-killing sword? Could this individual be related to the sword grandfather? A young girl in a white long dress murmured softly as she gazed at the Imperial 7-killing sword hovering behind Zhao Su. "Well then, do I possess the qualifications to become a teacher at your esteemed academy?" Zhao Su stood there, gazing at Flender, who was staring in a daze at the Emperor's 7-killing sword martial soul behind Zhao Su, along with the 4 10,000-year spirit rings. Zhao Su had already devised a plan. Should the 7-kill sword prove ineffective, he would unveil his 12-winged holy angel. After all, he must enter Shrek at all costs. "Enough, enough," Flanders said, his face adorned with a broad smile, gesturing for Zhao Su to withdraw his martial soul. "May I inquire, young brother, how old are you this year?" 16. "Ah." As Zhao Su's words echoed through the air, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. The Soul Battle sect, at merely 16 years of age, was not only unheard of but also unprecedented, particularly one possessing for millennia-old soul rings. Chapter 9. The Haotian Hammer. Is it truly so ordinary? It is noteworthy that Dai Mubai, at the tender age of 16, is merely at the 33rd rank. And even this is considered an extraordinary achievement. "Young brother, please enter the academy for a discussion," Flanders said respectfully, gesturing for Zhao Su to enter the institution. Flanders was determined to ensure that Zhao Su remained at Shrek Academy. As Zhao Su stepped into the academy, he turned to gaze at the queue, his eyes landing on the young girl Ning Rongrong, who had just let out an astonished exclamation. The system task required him to approach Ning Rongrong and glean information about Gu Yong from her. Zhao Su understood that since the system had issued such a task, it undoubtedly indicated that Ning Rongrong was privy to some information. Although his arrival at Shrek Academy was not solely for her, he still needed to ensure that Ning Rongrong, as depicted in the narrative, made her appearance at the academy. Upon witnessing her indeed present, Zhao Su felt a sense of relief and followed Flander into the heart of the institution. After Zhao Su entered the academy alongside Flander, the enrollment process continued. Just as depicted in the book, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing successfully advanced to the second round of testing. With Dai Mubai's recommendation and the assessment of their soul power, they directly progressed to the fourth round, ultimately securing their places at Shrek Academy. Likewise, Zhao Su also became a teacher at Shrek Academy. One night, within the chamber of the formidable king of invincibility, Zhao Wujin, a towering figure clad in tattered garments, exuding a powerful aura, made his entrance. This individual was none other than Tang Hao. It was evident that Tang Hao had been lurking in the shadows, observing everything during the fourth round of testing earlier that day. There was no need to flaunt a broken hammer. The moment Tang Hao appeared, Zhao Su sensed the presence of the Haotian hammer, and together with Flander, they made their way to Zhao Wujin's room. Zhao Su, do not be disrespectful towards His Excellency Haotian, Flander cautioned. Although he recognized Zhao Su as a genius with an extraordinary soul ring configuration, he could hardly believe that Zhao Su, at level 42, could withstand the assault of a titled Douluo, particularly one as formidable as Tang Hao. The Haotian Douluo wielding the most potent weapon soul, the Haotian hammer. Do you truly believe that possessing the 7 killing sword weapon soul along with 10,000-year soul rings renders you invincible? Zhao Su initially wished to disregard Tang Hao, but upon hearing the condescension laced in Tang Hao's tone, his temper flared. Zhao Su had long been irked by Tang Hao's daily display of arrogance. As if he were the epitome of invincibility, a mere fool incapable of protecting his own wife. If you dare, give it a try. I won't even use my weapon soul. You may proceed at your leisure. This was the very statement Tang Hao had directed towards Zhao Wujin. Yet Zhao Su's audacity surpassed even that. After all, Zhao Wujin was inherently weaker than Tang Hao, and here was Zhao Su, at a mere level 42, addressing one of the most renowned and youngest titled Douluos in the Douluo continent. Though their words bore semblance, their nature was entirely dissimilar. Haha, young man. You are exceedingly arrogant, Tang Hao scoffed, directing a derisive glance at Zhao Su before launching his attack. However, he refrained from revealing his Haotian hammer, deeming it unnecessary to unleash his full power against a brash young lad like Zhao Su. If a young man is not arrogant, then what is youth? Zhao Su casually evaded Tang Hao's strike. If you do not reveal your Haotian hammer, you will miss your chance. At this moment, Flandra and Zhao Wujia, who stood by watching the battle, dared not utter a word. On one hand, they were apprehensive of Tang Hao's formidable prowess. On the other, they were eager to discern whether Zhao Su had truly departed or was merely feigning his departure. When they witnessed Zhao Su effortlessly evade Tang Hao's assault, a glimmer of incredulity flickered in their eyes. It is worth noting that Tang Hao had ascended to the terrifying realm of a 95-level super Douluo. Even without employing his martial spirit, his physical speed and strength were exceptionally formidable. Yet, he was effortlessly sidestepped by a mere 42-level soul master. Most remarkably, Zhao Su also refrained from utilizing his martial spirit, relying solely on the swiftness of his unadulterated physique. Moreover, he maintained such composure that he did not even refrain from mocking Tang Hao. HM? This prompted even Tang Hao to feel a twinge of astonishment. Subsequently, Tang Hao ceased any pretense of concealment, yet still withheld his martial spirit, instead channeling his formidable physicality towards Zhao Su. I have told you, without revealing your martial spirit, you stand no chance. Observing Tang Hao's fist, which resembled a sandbag, hurtling towards him, Zhao Su remained unfazed, casually uttering a single phrase while simultaneously grasping Tang Hao's fist. I shall grant you another opportunity. Zhao Su exerted a sudden force, grasping Tang Hao's fist and forcefully pushing him away. Impossible, how could this be? Tang Hao, feeling the overwhelming strength that had just propelled him, gazed incredulously at the still composed Zhao Su. Be careful, now it is my turn. As Zhao Su spoke, he forcefully propelled himself forward towards Tang Hao, relying once again on the might of his own fists. Tang Hao, in turn, became serious, no longer holding back. A radiant light emanated from his right hand, followed by an overwhelming surge of soul power that coursed through him. The 9 soul rings belonging to Tang Hao manifested in succession. Upon witnessing the dazzling red soul rings, a smile curled at the corners of Zhao Su's mouth. Zhao Su was aware that this crimson 100,000-year soul ring was a sacrificial offering from Tang San's mother, Ain, to Tang Hao. He had already devised a plan in his mind. this soul ring would inevitably become his. However, it was not intended for his own use, but rather for his enchanting mentor, Bibi Dong. In fact, one could say that both the ring and Zhao Wu were prepared for Bibi Dong. Furthermore, he harbored another intention, which could also be regarded as an experiment. After Zhao Wu's sacrifice, she was resurrected by Tang San, who intended to return the soul ring to her. Yet, the 100,000-year soul ring that Ain had offered to Tang Hao did not vanish upon her revival. Zhao Su pondered whether it might be possible to resurrect Ain through Tang Hao, only to slay her once more in order to procure her century-old soul ring. Such a strategy would effectively yield 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. However, this notion remained merely a preliminary concept, lacking maturity. At that moment, the Haotian hammer was gripped firmly by Tang Hao, who hurled it toward Zhao Su with great force. Was this truly the most formidable weapon spirit? It appeared rather ordinary. With a nonchalant remark, Zhao Su similarly seized the Emperor's 7 kills sword. The first black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, as the Emperor's 7 kills sword intercepted the Haotian hammer, which bore down upon Zhao Su with overwhelming power. Simultaneously, a surge of sword intent pierced through the hammer, aimed directly at Tang Hao. Within this sword intent, Tang Hao sensed a hint of divine presence, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Was this the sword of the god of slaughter, endowed with its own domain? At this juncture, Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably. He had previously considered himself a prodigy, possessing remarkable cultivation speed alongside the unparalleled might of the Haotian hammer. He had deemed no one worthy of his regard, not even the Pope of the martial soul hall, Chen Xuanji, whom he had nearly vanquished. Yet, before Zhao Su, he felt a burgeoning sense of impotence. The indomitable spirit of the invincible warrior within Tang Hao began to shatter under Zhao Su's relentless pressure. You do possess some discernment, but this is merely a trivial skill. Zhao Su, as he spoke, retracted his martial soul, enveloped in a radiance of black and gold. He gazed at Tang Hao and continued, "Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes the pinnacle of physical power." As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, before Tang Hao could react, he felt himself being forcefully propelled away by an overwhelming impact. Chapter 10. Could it be that you are the offspring of Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa? In truth, Zhao Su merely intended to intimidate Tang Hao and was not speaking the whole truth. The black golden radiance enveloping him was not a manifestation of pure physical strength, but rather the 4th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true body of the holy angel. This was something Zhao Su had recently discovered. His twin martial souls, the 12-winged holy angel and the Emperor's 7-killing sword, were not akin to those of Tang San or Bibi Dong. While they possessed dual martial souls, they were required to be used separately, thus imposing considerable limitations during combat. In contrast, Zhao Su's twin martial souls could be utilized independently or fused together. He could even employ soul skills without the need to manifest his martial soul. At that moment, Zhao Su resembled a war deity descended from the heavens. After sending Tang Hao flying, he approached and raised his fist, cloaked in black golden light, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. It was as if all of Tang Hao's soul power had been sealed by an immense aura, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Zhao Wujia and Flender, who stood not far off, were left completely stunned by the scene before them, feeling an uncanny sense of unreality. You are too weak. Focus on enhancing your strength. I shall take it upon myself to guide your son, Tang San. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Su ceased his actions and addressed the prostrate Tang Hao, who had surrendered any pretense of resistance. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang Hao managed to rise from the ground. Acutely aware that the long-standing affliction within him was beginning to dissipate due to Zhao Su's earlier onslaught. Thank you, Senior. No need for thanks. Your talent is the strongest I have ever witnessed. Cultivate diligently, and perhaps when you grow stronger, you may be able to resurrect your wife. The mention of his wife caused Tang Hao's eyes to widen in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Su. He had preserved a seed of Ain, hoping for the day he could revive her. This was a secret known only to him, yet Zhao Su had spoken of it directly. You need not concern yourself with how I know, Zhao Su interjected, halting Tang Hao's thoughts. This is a soul-nourishing pill. It may be of assistance to you. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. Tang Hao reverently accepted the soul-nourishing pill with both hands, and, without hesitation, knelt before Zhao Su. I shall devote my life to repaying the kindness you have shown, Senior. As for repayment, that is unnecessary. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's actions, Zhao Su could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. It is important to note that his efforts to heal Tang Hao's injuries and provide him with the soul-nourishing pill were not born from a genuine desire to assist, but rather from his ulterior motive to resurrect Ain in exchange for her century-old soul ring. However, Zhao Su quickly reminded himself that he was, after all, a formidable antagonist, and these actions were indeed characteristic of one playing the role of a villain. Moreover, the love between human and beast has always been deemed intolerable by the heavens. This holds true in any realm. From now on, you shall be my idol, Tang Hao. Whatever you ask of me, Zhao Wuji shall comply without hesitation. Zhao Wuji declared with admiration in his eyes as he approached Zhao Su shortly after Tang Hao's departure. Teacher Zhao, you overestimate me. I am merely an ordinary individual, Zhao Su humbly replied. Zhao Su humbly remarked. However, in the eyes of Flander and Zhao Wujia, Zhao Su's modesty seemed somewhat pretentious. Subsequently, Zhao Su gestured towards Zhao Wujia. In his previous life, while watching Douluo, Zhao Su found himself rather fond of Zhao Wujia. Yet, due to Zhao Wujia's grievances with the Spirit Hall and his profound friendship with Flander, along with Flander's connections to the Master and Xiao Gang, the dynamics were complex. Zhao Su was uncertain whether he could ever make use of Zhao Wujia in the future. Thus, he merely provided him with a few simple pointers, without genuinely aiding him in elevating his soul power level. Nevertheless, even the slightest guidance from Zhao Su instilled profound insights within Zhao Wujia. After expressing his gratitude once more to Zhao Su, he retreated to his chamber to cultivate. Meanwhile, Flinder lingered closely by Zhao Su's side, seemingly torn between the desire to speak and an unspoken hesitation. Flinder, the dean, surely had something to convey. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose for coming to Shrek Academy? Flinder regarded Zhao Su with a wary gaze, his eyes reflecting not only vigilance, but also a hint of curiosity. He had pondered every conceivable possibility, only to dismiss them all. Quite simply, I am not a person of significance. I have come to Shrek merely out of boredom. Is it truly as simple as that? Indeed, it is that simple. Very well, since you prefer to remain reticent, I shall refrain from probing further. But I must implore you, do not lay a hand on those children. Rest assured, I can guarantee that, and I will personally guide them. I hope you will not go back on your word, Flinder remarked before taking his leave. Zhao Su gazed at the departing figure of Flander, a sinister smile gracing his lips. For the time being, he would refrain from taking action against them, yet when the moment arrives, circumstances may very well change. After all, Zhao Su is a villain affiliated with the Spirit Hall. As long as Tang San and his companions diligently pursue their cultivation, he would not intervene. However, should they dare to oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, he would have no choice but to express his regrets. He has never regarded words that are detrimental to his interests as binding. In the early morning, having just risen from his slumber, Zhao Su stepped out of his room. He soon noticed a young girl standing not far away, her gaze directed towards his quarters. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Have you come to seek me? Zhao Su stretched leisurely and cast a glance at the seemingly well-behaved and charming Ning Rongrong. If it were not for Zhao Su's awareness that Ning Rongrong's current demeanor was merely a fade, one could easily consider her the epitome of an ideal daughter. Indeed, is your martial spirit the seven-killing sword? Ning Rongrong inquired, approaching Zhao Su with a light jog. Are you familiar with the seven-killing sword? Zhao Su feigned astonishment as he turned to Ning Rongrong and inquired, Of course, but as far as I know, the seven-killing sword is a mutated martial soul and cannot be inherited. How could you possibly possess the seven-killing sword martial soul? Are you a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? You have yet to answer my question. Ning Rongrong's delicate visage appeared somewhat aloof as she assertively addressed Zhao Su. I was born with it. I cannot explain why I possess the seven-killing sword martial soul. Does that answer satisfy you? That cannot be right. You must have some connection to Grandfather Jian. Are you his illegitimate child? As she continued, her previously indifferent expression gradually morphed into one of eager curiosity, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of uncovering a secret. Zhao Su, witnessing this, felt a sense of resignation. It turned out that this little girl had sought him out so early to discern the nature of his relationship with Xian. However, this mattered little to Zhao Su. He held no interest in Xian. His curiosity was piqued instead by Gu Rong, who possessed the Bone Dragon martial soul. I have no ties to Xian, but I do have some connection with Gu Rong. Zhao Su shifted the conversation towards the enigmatic figure of Bone Douluo Gu Rong, Grandfather Bone. Ning Rongrong's eyes flickered with confusion. before she boldly proclaimed a rather audacious statement that left Zhao Su momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that you are the offspring of Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Jian? Yet how could two elderly gentlemen conceive a child? Chapter 11. Indeed, there is something peculiar. Is it not solely men and women who can bear children? At this juncture, Ning Rongrong appeared to ponder a revelation. Could it be that Grandfather Bone is a woman? Her words not only rendered Zhao Su speechless, but also led him to contemplate. Truly, the Douluo continent is a realm where one is deemed an adult at the tender age of 12. Nevertheless, within Ning Rongrong's utterance, he discerned a glimmer of insight. Zhao Su inquired hastily, "Why do you say that?" "I cannot divulge the details. It is a secret of Grandpa Gu." Ning Rongrong replied before swiftly turning away. Indeed, there was something amiss. Zhao Su cast a knowing glance at Ning Rongrong, embodying an expression of realization. Understanding that Ning Rongrong possessed valuable information, Zhao Su felt no urgency. After all, he had ample time and was not concerned about the passing days. Ding. Approaching Ning Rongrong, he successfully extracted information regarding Gu Rong, thus completing the task. Reward received: 100,000 your spirit ring and 10,000 energy points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Zhao Su's face as he turned and entered the room. Due to the absence of a suitable spirit ring, he had been suppressing the power level of his 12-winged holy angel. With the acquisition of this 100,000-year spirit ring, there was no longer any reason to delay. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhao Su summoned forth his 12-winged holy angel martial soul without a moment's hesitation. This ethereal manifestation was adorned with 4 soul rings, 2 of which were black and 2 red. As his thoughts surged, the repressed soul power rapidly escalated, swiftly reaching level 50, allowing him to absorb a 5th soul ring. At this juncture, Zhao Su's detailed attributes were as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial soul, 12-winged holy angel, Emperor's 7-killing sword. Soul skills, 12-winged holy angel. First soul skill, celestial manifestation. Second soul skill, annihilation palm. Third soul skill, 9-fold sword technique. Fourth soul skill, true form of the holy angel. Fifth soul skill, indomitable titan. Emperor's 7-killing sword. First soul skill, supreme sword intent. Second soul skill, sword name, annihilation. Third soul skill, sword name, slaughter. Fourth soul skill, sword name, a sword across time. Level 51 battle soul master. Offensive type, mental power, 23,200 points, spirit domain realm. Energy value, 15,000 points. Fortune value, 23 points. Guardian dragon, none. As Zhao Su completely fused with his 5th soul ring, a dominating aura emanated from him. This overwhelming presence instantaneously roused Zhao Wujin, who resided in the adjacent chamber. Filling his eyes with trepidation as he cast a fearful glance towards Zhao Su's room, his mind swirling with unsettling thoughts. Zhao Wujia was born in a modest city within the territory of the Heavenly Dou Empire, a lineage that could be deemed noble. Tragically, his parents fell victim to treachery, leaving him as the sole survivor. Determined to avenge their untimely demise, he devoted himself to arduous training. However, the strength of one individual proved insufficient, and he ultimately suffered grave injuries while being besieged by the forces of the Spirit Hall, forcing him to flee. Initially, he believed that the hope for vengeance had eluded him for a lifetime. Yet, the emergence of Zhao Su reignited a flicker of hope within his heart. After absorbing the soul ring, Zhao Su conducted a brief test of the 5th soul skill he had just acquired, and he found himself thoroughly pleased. The fusion of the soul ring and the testing of the 5th soul skill had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Sensing a slight pang of hunger, he rose from his room, ready to procure some sustenance. The cafeteria of Shrek Academy was situated within the village, and upon Zhao Su's arrival, he discovered that Tang San and the others were already present. In addition to Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, whom Zhao Su had met the previous day, Zhu Shiqing was indeed also in attendance. There was also a portly individual and a man with a face adorned with a beard and charming peach blossom eyes. Zhao Su recognized that these 2 individuals were Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Greetings to you both. Zhao Su casually approached and seated himself beside a few individuals, greeting them with a smile. Have you truly become a teacher at Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai inquired incredulously, glancing at Zhao Su, who was only slightly older than himself. While Dai Mubai was aware that he could not best Zhao Su in a contest of strength, he found it hard to believe that Zhao Su could persuade Flander to accept him as a teacher. It is important to note that Shrek Academy not only admits exceptional students, but also imposes stringent requirements for its faculty. Of course, is there any doubt? Zhao Su lifted the bowl of rice porridge before him and took a sip, offering a casual response. Thereafter, he fell into silence. Everyone occasionally cast glances towards Zhao Su, who maintained a gentle smile throughout. The teaching methodology at Shrek is rather unique, eschewing any rigid curriculum in favor of a tailored approach that adapts to each individual student. That evening, under the guidance of Flanders, the Shrek 7 were escorted to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, with Zhao Su accompanying them as well. Although Zhao Su is a teacher, he is merely 16 years old and is eligible to participate in the soul fighting. Flinder, however, refrains from commenting on Zhao Su. He understands that, given his own capabilities, he is incapable of instructing Zhao Su. As long as Zhao Su does not cause trouble, that suffices. Nevertheless, Zhao Su has no intention of engaging in the soul fighting. He is here solely to witness the spectacle. Master. As Zhao Su settled into his seat in the spectator area of the Soul Duel Arena, a shadow materialized beside him. This shadow seamlessly overlapped with Zhao Su's own, effectively concealing its presence. Furthermore, with only a handful of spectators present in the arena, the shadow felt no hesitation in speaking up. What have you discovered? It appears that Gu Rong harbors some secrets. His identity is likely linked to a certain family from the divine realm. He encountered misfortune during his descent to the mortal realm and was rescued by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, where he subsequently remained. A being from the divine realm? Zhao Su furrowed his brow slightly, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him for reasons he could not quite decipher. He had always felt that his transmigration was anything but ordinary. The emergence of the system seemed far more complex than he had initially imagined. To his astonishment, it appeared to be entangled with a family from the divine realm. Currently, his prowess rendered him virtually invincible across the entirety of Douluo continent. However, should he encounter someone from the divine realm, the outcome would be uncertain. He bore an aura of divinity that instilled a sense of trepidation in me, compelling me to refrain from approaching for closer inspection. Yes, I understand. I must remain vigilant while concealing my identity. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words of concern, a flicker of fervor ignited in Ying's gaze as she looked at him. Thank you for your concern, Master. There is another matter. What is it? The Pope has arrived in Soto City, currently residing at the Soto Grand Hotel. Oh, she is in Soto City? What is her purpose? On the surface, she is here for the upcoming Intermediate Soul Master competition. However, her true intention is to hunt the 10,000-year soul beasts within the Douluo forest. She seeks to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts? It appears so. Very well, I understand. You may withdraw. Zhao Su waved his hand. Having lost interest in the battles within the arena, his mind adrift in contemplation. As he understood, the Douluo forest housed a total of 600,000-year soul beasts, including Xiao Wu. However, only 4 remained alive: the formidable sky blue bull python, the titan giant ape, Xiao Wu, and an unnamed fawn. Both Tang San's mother, Ain, and Xiao Wu's mother had met their demise. Chapter 12. If you desire a 100,000-year soul ring, await my assistance. Among the living 100,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest, only the option of Xiao Wu, who had chosen to transform into a humanoid form, seemed manageable. The other 3 soul beasts would pose an insurmountable challenge for Bibi Dong at present. With this thought, Zhao Su hesitated no longer and quietly exited the arena. In the luxurious suite of the Soto City Grand Hotel, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in her cultivation. Do not venture into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. The time is not yet ripe. With her eyes closed, Bibi Dong heard that familiar yet distant voice of Zhao Su and slowly opened her eyes to gaze upon him. Though only 16, Zhao Su had already reached a height of 1.80 meters, and despite his youthful features, there was an undeniable air of determination about him. It seems you truly have left eyes upon me. Bibi Dong's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. I did not place eyes upon you to surveil, but rather to safeguard you. I, Bibi Dong, require no one's protection. Alas, your stubbornness is detrimental to your cultivation. I believe you should attempt to forget some of the unpleasant past. What do you mean? At Zhao Su's words, a flicker of disarray crossed Bibi Dong's gaze, her composure faltering. Do you not understand my meaning? How could I? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, her eyes reflecting a hint of turmoil laced with pain, as if recalling memories she wished to bury. In that dark, damp chamber, that night not only stripped her of her most treasured possession, but also shattered her pride and kindness into fragments. One should not dwell solely in the past. One must learn to forget, for the future holds boundless beauty. After all, Qian Xuanji is dead, and your vengeance is avenged. Silence. Zhao Su's words utterly provoked Bibi Dong, enveloping Zhao Su in a formidable surge of soul power. She was perplexed by how Zhao Su had come to know all of this. Yet, it was a secret she needed to conceal forever, an indelible pain that could never be erased. Zhao Su has also taken action, sealing the somewhat tyrannical soul power emanating from Bibi Dong. Simultaneously, a surge of vibrant life force flowed into her being. Within this formidable vitality lay a restorative power capable of reviving all things. Under the influence of this warm current, Bibi Dong gradually regained her composure. Her previously domineering and indifferent gaze softened, and tears began to stream down her face. The life-affirming warmth stirred memories of her childhood. She remembered being born in an ordinary village, which was later annihilated by evil soul masters. Fortunately, she was discovered by Qian Xuanji, who brought her to the spirit hall and personally took her as a disciple, guiding her with care. In the beginning, Qian Xuanji was the person she held in the highest regard and admiration. However, it was also he who shattered her love and her life. Enough of the tears. He reassured her. Forget the past. I shall help you attain all that you desire. You need only to safeguard yourself. Zhao Su stepped forward and softly offered comfort to Bai Bai Dong. Why do you wish to help me? Bai Bai Dong inquired, gazing up at Zhao Su's youthful yet resolute visage. There is no particular reason. I simply wish to do so, he replied. A smile graced Bai Bai Dong's lips, her stunning beauty radiating an enchanting allure as she leaned toward Zhao Su. While a woman who consistently exudes charm may evoke a sense of visual fatigue, the sudden display of allure from a strikingly aloof beauty like Bai Bai Dong can leave one utterly mesmerized. Zhao Su unconsciously took a step back. Bai Bai Dong followed closely, her entire being nearly pressing against him, as she reached out to caress his cheek. This intimate gesture sent Zhao Su's heart racing uncontrollably. Or do you desire my body as well? Her captivating gaze, coupled with her straightforward yet suggestively ambiguous words, along with her alluring form and enchanting fragrance, struck deep into Zhao Su's soul, nearly overwhelming him. He found himself on the verge of succumbing to the urge to seize Bai Bai Dong and express his affection in a passionate embrace. Ultimately, however, Zhao Su restrained himself, acknowledging his lack of interest in the young girl and his utter vulnerability to a woman as mature as Bai Bai Dong. Yet, he understood that even if he wished to claim Bai Bai Dong for himself, now was not the appropriate time. At this moment, while he could easily obtain what he desired, it would only cast a deeper shadow over Bai Bai Dong's heart, reminiscent of her painful past she wished to forget. Most importantly, he was acutely aware of the distinctions between fleeting pleasure and enduring joy, as well as the differences between passive and active experiences. Zhao Su knew precisely how to navigate these choices. Do not act foolishly. You desire a soul ring of 100,000 years, and I shall assist you in that endeavor. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su swiftly departed. He dared not linger any longer, fearing that if he did, he might not be able to suppress the turmoil within his restless soul. As she watched Zhao Su leave, Bai Bai Dong's once enchanting gaze gradually hardened into indifference. She had not anticipated that Zhao Su would be able to withstand her allure. Bai Bai Dong possessed considerable confidence in her beauty and physique. Although she believed her prowess did not necessitate the exchange of her body, Zhao Su's rejection led her to view him in a light distinct from that of others. Of course, to Zhao Su, Bai Bai Dong merely represented a stepping stone on his path to greatness. In fact, she had never truly regarded him as her disciple. Rather, she was captivated solely by his formidable martial spirit and strength. Zhao Su had embedded spies not only within Bibi Dong, but throughout the entire spirit hall. Similarly, Bibi Dong had set her own watchful eyes upon Zhao Su. Over the past decade, Zhao Su's actions were well within her comprehension. However, what remained unknown to Bibi Dong was that the information she possessed was merely what Zhao Su allowed her to know. This, in a sense, could be regarded as one of Zhao Su's tactics. He aspired to conquer Bibi Dong, yet did not wish to be dominated by her. In other words, he refused to become a sycophant. Upon exiting the hotel, Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous fire within his heart. Turning to gaze at the room where Bibi Dong resided, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Little enchantress. Master. At that moment, the presence of shadow emerged around Zhao Su. due to the lessons learned from their previous encounter. She would always emit a trace of her aura to alert Zhao Su of her arrival. Accompanying her, I permit you to take action against her if necessary, but remember, do not truly injure her. As Zhao Su walked towards the grand duel arena, he spoke to the shadow lurking in the darkness. Yes, the shadow replied, understanding implicitly. Instead of following Zhao Su further, the shadow lingered, and once Zhao Su's figure vanished around the corner, her form gradually materialized from the shadows. Her eyes reflected a hint of resentment and an unwillingness to accept the situation. She could not comprehend why Zhao Su was so attentive to Bibi Dong, yet had never cast a meaningful glance in her direction. Chapter 13. The Six Oddities of Soto City. The shadow's true name was Zhang Yang. 3 years prior, she had been pursued by enemies and was rescued by Zhao Su. Zhao Su not only avenged her, but also elevated her once ordinary shadow martial soul to the unparalleled shadow martial soul. Moreover, within the span of a year, he assisted her in raising her soul power to the formidable level of a 97th rank super Douluo. During the years spent by Zhao Su's side, it can be said that she subtly hinted at her feelings for him on multiple occasions, even going so far as to offer herself to him, only to be rebuffed by Zhao Su. One day you shall realize, in this world, I am the only one who truly loves you and wishes you well. Ying murmured softly before vanishing once more, becoming a true shadow. Upon Zhao Su's return to the Grand Soul Arena, he discovered Tang San and his companions surrounded by 5 individuals, as if a conflict had arisen. What happened? Zhao Su inquired. Teacher Zhao, these individuals claim that this place is under their protection and demand a fee for it, Dai Mubai replied. Protection fee? Teach them a lesson. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Zhao Su cast a glance at the 5 brazen individuals before him, one of whom bore a gruesome scar across his face. His robust physique replete with bulging muscles, towering over 2 meters in height. The remaining 4 were similarly imposing, each a formidable figure. Observing that Tang San and his companions were merely children of 12 or 13 years, without a teacher by their side, they conspired to extort a sum from them. Particularly given that Tang San's group had recently triumphed in the Soul Arena and possessed a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the scarred man could not help but chuckle. Boy, do you truly wish for your demise? Have you not heard of the infamous 6 monsters of Soto City? The 6 monsters? Are they truly formidable? Teacher Zhao, these 6 possess mutated beast martial souls, notorious throughout Soto City and the nearby Star Do Forest, committing misdeeds without restraint. Even the Spirit Hall has attempted to subdue them multiple times, yet to no avail. The leader, the scar-faced one, boasts a soul power of level 59, with a martial soul resembling a mutated wild boar. So, what will it be? Will you pay up, or will you stake your life? As the scarred man listened to Dai Mubai's introduction, his arrogance only intensified, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Su. It is but a wild boar. Eliminating him would merely serve to rid society of a menace. Zhao Su gestured dismissively to Dai Mubai, encouraging him to take action. Although Dai Mubai was a prodigy, having reached the formidable rank of 32 as a soul master at the tender age of 15, he felt a flicker of trepidation when faced with a 60-level soul king. Nevertheless, having witnessed Zhao Su's prowess, he decided to heed his words without hesitation, fueled by his inherent pride and unwillingness to be intimidated. With a fierce roar akin to that of a tiger, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit began to merge, unleashing his most powerful 3rd soul skill. The White Tiger King transformation, as he charged towards the scar-faced man, oblivious to the danger. The scar-faced man did not engage directly. Instead, one of his subordinates, also wielding a white tiger martial spirit, sprang into action. However, this particular white tiger bore an unsettlingly sinister appearance, its form entirely enveloped in dense fur, oozing with repugnant pus. Like the scar-faced man, this subordinate was also a soul king, surpassing the 50-level mark. The first white soul ring among his 5 rings ignited, propelling him fiercely towards Dai Mubai. The disparity between their levels was palpable. After only a few exchanges, Dai Mubai found himself struggling to maintain his ground, forced to retreat repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing joined the fray, merging with her nether cat martial spirit, her form moving with such swiftness that it was almost imperceptible. As she rushed to assist Dai Mubai, Tang San and Xiao Wu also sprang into action, the 4 of them launching a coordinated assault. Tang San unleashed his most formidable concealed weapon at that moment, the Zhuge Divine crossbow. With a swift whoosh, 3 arrows shot forth without warning, piercing through the chest of the individual with the mutated white tiger martial spirit. The man looked down in disbelief at the transparent hole in his chest, a mix of shock and resentment in his eyes before he collapsed to the ground. The power of concealed weapons was astonishing. Witnessing Tang San's successful strike against the 50-level Soul King revealed the formidable strength of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Though the attack had taken the enemy by surprise, the weapon's might was undeniable. At that moment, Zhao Su found himself intrigued by these concealed weapons. He mused that if a single Zhuge crossbow possessed such devastating power, then Tang Min's ultimate concealed weapons, such as the Rain of Pear Blossoms and the Avalokitesphera's Tears, must wield unimaginable force. A sense of urgency to eliminate Tang San began to brew within him, for who could predict the potential threat posed by someone capable of crafting such deadly instruments? However, there was no time for further contemplation. The scar-faced man, enraged by the sudden loss of his brother, rallied his remaining comrades, all of whom were now consumed by fury. They merged their martial spirits, intent on avenging their fallen ally by annihilating Zhao Su and his companions. Mere monsters, they thought, could dare to rob them. Rather than standing idly by, Zhao Su took decisive action. The moment the Emperor's 7-kill sword manifested behind him, an overwhelming aura emanated forth, rendering the 5 individuals led by the scar-faced man utterly immobilized. The sight of the 4 black eternal soul rings left them dumbfounded. However, Zhao Su afforded them little time for astonishment. A surge of sword intent erupted, piercing through the chests of the 5 with unerring precision, devoid of any hesitation. As they fell to the ground, the system simultaneously activated, absorbing their soul power entirely. Yet, their soul power was exceedingly feeble, yielding a mere 5,000 energy points. Nevertheless, Zhao Su held no disdain for such a meager sum. Even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. After all, every little bit counts. Tang San, please check if they possess any golden soul coins or other treasures. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and his companions, who were momentarily lost in thought. Oh, splendid. Tang San responded and stepped forward to inspect the pockets of the 6 individuals for soul coins and treasures. Teacher Zhao, there are merely fewer than 10 gold soul coins and some silver soul coins. There is nothing else of value, Tang San remarked, presenting a handful of soul coins to Zhao Su. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar arrived as well. Ning Rongrong appeared quite unwell, her expression reflecting considerable discontent. Zhao Su was well aware that Ning Rongrong was unable to suppress her temper, often displaying the capriciousness typical of a young lady, which had led to her reprimand by Flender. Consequently, she still wore a rather discontented expression. What could possibly be the matter? Observing the lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, Oscar inquired with a hint of confusion towards Dai Mubai and the others. It's nothing of consequence, merely a handful of robbers who attempted to block our path. Consider the money as an unexpected boon. There is still ample time before we must return. You are welcome to indulge yourselves with these newfound riches. Is that truly the case? How splendid. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's interest was piqued. A thought seemed to flicker across his mind, and a glimmer of mischief danced in his dual-colored eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, that hint of mischief was swiftly concealed. Humph! The composed Zhu Zhuqing, noticing this, couldn't help but emit a cold snort. She chose not to utter another word, and promptly turned to leave with quickened steps. Zhuqing, it's not what you think, Dai Mubai called out as he hurried after her. Teacher Zhao, are you not joining us? Oscar asked Zhao Su. I have some other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you. You all go ahead. Zhao Su gazed down at the lifeless body of the scarred face sprawled on the ground, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Without lifting his head, he addressed Oscar, saying, I see, then we shall proceed on our own. Oscar made no further insistence, and together with Tang San and the others, they made their way towards the vibrant district of Soto City. It was precisely the hour when nightlife began to flourish. In the Douluo continent, where the civil system and various regulations remained underdeveloped, the nocturnal escapades were indeed abundant. After Tang San and the others departed, Zhao Su approached the corpse of the scar-faced man and knelt down beside it. Just moments ago, while absorbing the soul energy from the scar-faced individual, Zhao Su sensed a peculiar aura emanating from him. This prompted Tang San to examine the corpses of several individuals for any valuable items. However, upon inspection, they found only a handful of soul coins on these bodies. This indicated that the enigmatic aura did not originate from their exterior, but rather resided within their being. Ding! The presence of the 9-winged dragon was detected, It appeared to be a fragment of its bone. At that moment, a notification from the system emerged, displaying a line of text. It was the first instance of the system employing an uncertain tone. A bone? The soul bone of the nine-winged dragon? As is widely known, soul bones only manifest when a soul beast is slain or sacrificed. If it were truly the soul bone of the nine-winged dragon, it would imply that the majestic creature had been killed. This was far from favorable news for Zhao Su, as he sought a living guardian dragon, not mere remnants of its essence. It seemed instead to be merely a fragment of the nine-winged dragon's true form. The system proceeded to conjure a bone-removing knife and directly began to dissect the scar-faced man. Goodness, system, could you not choose a more secluded location? This is exceedingly gruesome. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Su could not help but feel somewhat speechless. At the entrance of the grand soul fighting arena, individuals would occasionally emerge. Upon observing this spectacle, they could not help but perceive Zhao Su as a peculiar figure. Someone is coming, let's leave. Yet, the system paid no heed to Zhao Su's words, continuing steadfastly with its task. After approximately 3 minutes, a bloodied bone was grasped by the ethereal hand conjured by the system, accompanied by a reminder for Zhao Su. Zhao Su, with little time for contemplation, leaped gracefully into the air, swiftly departing from the scene. He arrived at a tranquil abode he had acquired on the outskirts of Soto City. Thereafter, Zhao Su cast the bloodied bone into the water tank situated to the east of the courtyard, where lotus flowers thrived. He proceeded to cleanse the bone thoroughly. It was remarkably light. Even when tossed into the tank, it did not sink, but rather floated upon the surface. Once the blood was washed away, it emitted a glimmer of golden light, accompanied by a potent surge of spiritual energy. It was evident that the scarred man had stumbled upon this bone, mistakenly believing it to be a soul bone, and had absorbed its essence. Zhao Su extended his hand and retrieved a bone from the water tank. The moment he made contact with it, he sensed a flicker of vitality, as if the bone possessed a life of its own. Could this truly be the bone of the Yinglong? Indeed, if my conjecture holds true, it must be that the nine-winged Yinglong sustained grievous injuries and, in a desperate bid for survival, fragmented into numerous bones. Once these bones are gathered and placed into the fire, the nine-winged Yinglong shall resurrect. Is it truly possible? Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Su was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. This is an inherent talent of the nine-winged Yinglong clan, rebirth through flames. But is it possible to ascertain how many bones constitute the nine-winged Yinglong and their locations? Such knowledge remains elusive. I must engage in careful calculations. With that, the system fell silent. Zhao Su settled down at the stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the fragment of bone in his hand that radiated a faint golden glow. It could be said that he was increasingly enamored with the world of Douluo, a realm far more vibrant and intriguing than his own. Early the next morning, upon returning to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, Zhao Su found several others present, though the atmosphere among them felt somewhat delicate. The aloof Zhu Zhuqing had grown even more distant, deliberately choosing a seat far removed from the others. Observing this, Zhao Su naturally took a place beside Zhu Zixing. Reflecting on the fact that her presence was likely motivated by her connection to Dai Mubai, Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Zhuqing's otherwise impassive face. Just yesterday, she had found Zhao Su somewhat familiar. Now, as she gazed at him, the memory finally dawned on her. Zhao Su was indeed the individual she had encountered a few days prior in Suatua City. Furthermore, Zhao Su's subsequent actions served to affirm Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. This is specially purchased for you, a gift just for you. Zhao Su presented the small cat figurine, purchased that day from the craft stall, to Zhu Zhuqing. What do you truly mean by this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, gazing at the delicate trinket before her. Then raising her eyes to meet Zhao Su's amused expression, she found herself perplexed by Zhao Su's intentions. Furthermore, it was evident from Zhao Su's words that she possessed a profound understanding of Zhu Zhuqing's entire situation. There's no hidden meaning. I simply thought you would appreciate it. So I decided to give it to you. Zhu Zhuqing, not wishing to decline, accepted the crafted cat and continued her inquiry. What exactly are you? How do you know so much? I know far more than you can possibly imagine. Avoid entangling yourself with Tang San and the others. It will not bode well for you in the future. Zhao Su harbored intentions to eliminate Xiao Wu to obtain her soul ring. But her current restraint was merely to allow Xiao Wu to mature. A fully grown, 10,000-year-old spirit beast is significantly stronger than its juvenile counterpart. Once she eliminates Xiao Wu, Tang San will undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall, whether through direct confrontation or by leveraging them for powerful resources. The outcome would undoubtedly be grim. Moreover, Dai, as the prince of the Douluo Empire, could not idly witness the downfall of his nation at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Thus, he would inevitably become an adversary. Zhao Su's decision to spare Dai for the time being, while secretly nurturing him, was a strategic move to eventually use him against his brother, Davis, in her quest for true control over the Douluo Empire. It would be implausible for Zhao Su, no matter how formidable, to confront the entire might of the Douluo Empire single-handedly. Manipulating Dai was the most expedient approach. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they posed little threat. She could dispose of them whenever she deemed fit. Lastly, she needed to devise a plan to approach the protector Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gurong, through Ning Rongrong. Dai, I sense you are in peril. Nearby, while dining, Dai had been observing the interaction between Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing accept the small cat from Zhao Su, Ma Hongjun wore an expression of intrigue and remarked to Dai, "Buddy, are you feeling a bit restless? If so, I wouldn't mind helping you relieve some tension." Dai dual pupils glimmered with anger as he directed his ire towards Ma Hongjun. Upon witnessing Dai's genuine fury, Ma Hongjun immediately retreated into silence. Dai then cast a fiery gaze upon Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing, who were seated closely yet rendered speechless, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chapter 15. Who loses must bow 3 times after nearly 10 minutes. Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing finished their breakfast and rose to leave the cafeteria. Observing their departure, Dai lost his appetite and followed suit. Soon, Oscar's soul power reached the 30th level. To find a suitable spirit ring for Oscar and to further train the 7 of them, Flinder instructed Zhao Wujin to lead them into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. At Zhao Su's insistence, he joined the expedition. Flinder pondered for a moment and concluded that Zhao Su's presence would ensure a foolproof venture, thus he acquiesced. The atmosphere among the Shrek's 7 monsters was rather delicate. Dai continually sought to draw closer to Zhu Zhuqing, yet she consistently evaded him, denying him any opportunity. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing had been in Soto City for some time and had followed Dai for several days. She had often witnessed him accompanied by various women to the Rose Hotel, which explained her aloofness despite her initial intentions to be with him at Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing could be described as possessing an emotional fastidiousness. She desired a partner who would not be unfaithful. Before long, the group arrived at a city situated about 100 miles from the Douluo forest, where they planned to rest temporarily before continuing their journey the following day. That night, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujin were in their hotel room, enjoying some drinks. This venture into the Douluo forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his spirit ring had invigorated Zhao Wujin's spirits. "Teacher Zhao," Zhao Su began. "Oh, just call me Zhao Su. There's no need for formalities." As Zhao Wuji raised his wine glass and was about to speak, Zhao Su interrupted him, simultaneously lifting his own glass. "Brother Zhao, I would like to propose a toast to you." "Well then, I shall not be courteous," Zhao Wuji replied. "I also raise my glass in your honor." Zhao Su drained his cup in one swift motion, then picked up his chopsticks, deftly selecting dishes while seemingly casually inquiring of Zhao Wuji. "Brother Zhao, I have heard whispers of a feud between you and the Spirit Hall." Although the original narrative of Douluo Continent does not explicitly depict this, many enthusiasts of the series speculate that Zhao Wuji might be an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy, supported by various pieces of circumstantial evidence. However, such assertions remain uncertain. Thus, Zhao Su deliberately posed the question to Zhao Wuji. "It is not so much a personal vendetta against the Spirit Hall," Zhao Wuji replied, "but rather a grudge against Jiang Hong, the lord of Jiangyan City. Jiang Hong orchestrated the demise of my parents and conspired with Charles, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, to silence me." As Zhao Wuji spoke, his right hand, which clutched the wine glass, involuntarily turned pale. His gaze was filled with boundless resentment. "So it was, what were Brother Zhao's thoughts on the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Su continued to inquire. "It is quite commendable that not only are subsidies provided to soul masters, but the awakening of martial souls is also offered free of charge to the common folk, thereby transforming the lives of many. However, the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall are excessively shadowy." Zhao Wuji raised his wine cup and downed it in one go, shaking his head in disappointment as he spoke. "If the Spirit Hall had the opportunity to help you seek vengeance and offered you a place within their ranks, would you accept?" Surely not. I caused quite a bit of trouble for the Spirit Hall back in the day. They would be more inclined to eliminate me rather than extend an invitation for me to join them. Zhao Wuji shook his head in rejection of Zhao Su's hypothesis. Zhao Su chose not to pursue the matter further, yet he harbored his own thoughts. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, when the opportunity arises, we shall venture to Jiangyun City together. And I shall aid you in avenging your grievances, even vanquishing the high-ranking clergy of the Spirit Hall. Really? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with hope. If Brother Zhao can truly assist me in exacting my revenge, I, Zhao Wujia, shall undoubtedly hold Brother Zhao in the highest esteem henceforth. Brother Zhao, you are being too serious. Zhao Su personally filled Zhao Wuji's cup with wine, and the two of them drank it down in one gulp. Zhao Wujin, indeed, is a clever individual. From Zhao Su's earlier remarks, he has nearly deduced Zhao Su's true identity. However, for Zhao Wujin, the singular desire for vengeance overshadows all else. As the two engaged in a convivial exchange of drinks, the sounds of a scuffle erupted from the lobby of the hotel outside their room, accompanied by the furious roar of Daimubai. Exchanging a glance, the two rose and exited their quarters. They encountered Tang San and his companions, along with a group of 8 from Tsanghui Academy. At the forefront was the instructor Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king boasting a level exceeding 50, who was mercilessly bullying Tang San and his friends. It is indeed a disgrace for a soul king of such caliber to prey upon mere children. At that moment, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujin descended the stairs, and Zhao Su mockingly addressed Yi Zhiqiu, who had revealed his martial spirit to intimidate Tang San and his companions. Who are you? Another student from Shrek Academy? Yi Zhiqiu scrutinized Zhao Su, observing that he appeared merely 15 or 16 years old, thus presuming him to be a fellow student. Perhaps. Aren't you eager for a contest? How about a match between the two of us? Zhao Su proposed. With you? Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Zhao Su, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. After all, given Zhao Su's youthful age, it was inconceivable that he could rival a soul king of his stature at level 53. Just me. Speak. What are the stakes if you lose? I will not lose. Enough with the trivialities. Should you be defeated, you will kneel and offer 3 kowtows, then vanish without a trace. Only if you agree to my terms first. Yi Zhiqiu, incensed by Zhao Su's apparent indifference, charged at him. The 5 soul rings encircling him flared to life, indicating that his intentions had escalated beyond merely teaching Zhao Su a lesson. Zhao Su beheld a peculiar sight as a green-shelled tortoise charged towards him in an odd manner. Without revealing his martial spirit, a colossal hand materialized and effortlessly sent the tortoise flying away. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu brimmed with confidence. However, just as he approached Zhao Su, an overwhelming surge of soul power suddenly enveloped him, seemingly sealing his own spiritual energy. In an instant, he felt as though he were propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing violently to the ground. A conspicuous crack appeared on the shell of his back, and turmoil surged within him, prompting him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of fresh blood. Struggling to rise, Yi Zhiqiu cast another glance at the composed Zhao Su, his face betraying a profound sense of terror. I grant you one more chance, come forth. Zhao Su casually spoke to Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was utterly terrified, hardly daring to take any action. Accompanied by the students, he was about to depart. Wait a moment. Is there anything else you need to attend to? Zhao Su intercepted Yi Zhiqiu, who was intent on departing. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed her. Yi Zhiqiu's countenance was far from pleasant, her face shifting between hues of green and purple. However, she ultimately chose to relent, acutely aware that Zhao Su had effortlessly dispatched her without even revealing his martial soul. She comprehended that, regardless of her desperate resistance, victory was unattainable. With a thud, she bent her legs and knelt on the ground, offering 3 earnest bows to Zhao Su. Swiftly rising, she dared not linger for even a moment, retreating with her fellow students in a rather dejected manner. Chapter 16. Farewell to Qian Ruxiu. Not far behind Zhao Su, Zhu Zhuqing cast her gaze upon his retreating figure, a flicker of bewilderment dancing in her eyes. It was not merely Zhao Su's eloquence that captivated her, but also the kitten he had gifted her, alongside his formidable prowess, which stirred within her heart a peculiar sensation. Despite being born into a noble family, Zhu Zhuqing felt that her life had been predetermined from the moment of her birth, shackled by the expectations of her elders. From a young age, she had been betrothed to Daimubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, binding her fate irrevocably to his. She found this predetermined life deeply unsatisfactory. Initially, under the persuasion of her parents and family elders, she had gradually come to accept this orchestrated existence. Otherwise, she would not have ventured to Shrek Academy in Soto City to seek Dai Mubai. However, upon encountering him again and witnessing his hedonistic lifestyle, her hopes for a promising future waned significantly. This was the underlying reason for her daily expression of indifference and her cold demeanor. Zhao Su, however, imparted to her a distinctly different sensation. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be returning to your slumber? At that moment, Zhao Wujing's penetrating voice resonated, jolting Zhu Zhuqing from her reverie as she gazed at Zhao Su, taking a deep breath to steady her thoughts. She followed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong back to their quarters. With the conclusion of this brief interlude, the hour grew late. Tomorrow, they would rise early to venture into the Star-Do forest in pursuit of soul beasts. Zhao Su and Zhao Wuji concluded their drinking session and returned to their respective rooms to rest. In the early morning, as dawn began to break, Zhao Wuji summoned everyone to embark on a journey to the Star-Do forest. The distance to the Star-Do forest was over 100 miles, and they needed to hasten their pace to arrive swiftly, so they could secure a suitable soul beast for Oscar and depart before nightfall. Although the formidable support of Zhao Su alleviated some of Zhao Wuji's concerns, it remained prudent to exit the forest before darkness fell. The Star-Do forest contrasted starkly with the imperial breeding grounds for soul beasts. Within its depths lay a plethora of soul beasts, including those of extraordinary power, some reaching the formidable age of tens of thousands of years. Although Zhao Su and his companions traveled on foot, they were supported by the Oscar's restorative sausages, allowing them to maintain a remarkable pace. Before long, they arrived at the Star-Do forest. The forest appeared boundless, with towering ancient trees casting a vast shadow over the ground. Just before truly entering the Star-Do forest, Zhao Wujing offered a few final words of caution to Tang San and the others. Zhao Wuji led the way, followed by Tang San and his companions in the middle, while Zhao Su brought up the rear. In truth, with Zhao Su present, there was no need for such complexities. They could have simply sought out a suitable spirit beast. However, Zhao Su chose to remain silent, quietly trailing behind. Zhao Su was aware that he might encounter the Titan giant ape, Air Ming, in this location. He pondered whether to hunt Air Ming immediately or to wait and pursue him alongside the celestial blue bull python. He also contemplated the elusive 10,000-year plum blossom deer, which had only a brief appearance in the original narrative. Shortly thereafter, with Zhao Wuji's assistance, Oscar successfully captured a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Please, take your time. Just as Zhao Wuji urged Oscar to swiftly conclude the capture of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake and absorb the soul ring, a voice interjected, interrupting Oscar. Following the sound, Zhao Su beheld an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s, accompanied by a youth whose delicate features rendered him more akin to a maiden than a boy. Zhao Su recognized the elder. He had encountered him during his time at the Spirit Hall. He was none other than Xilong, one of the titled Douluos and a member of Qian Rinshue's entourage. Zhao Su cast his gaze toward the youth before him, who was none other than Qian Rinshue. May I inquire what wisdom you possess, esteemed elder? Those who venture into the Star-Do forest are not to be trifled with. Thus, even the formidable Zhao Wujia, a soul sage of over 70 levels, displayed an air of humility. Moreover, he sensed an overwhelming soul power emanating from Xilong, far surpassing his own. We were the first to discover this soul beast. I implore you to return it to us. Xilong regarded Zhao Wujia and Zhao Su, comprehending that they were likely representatives from a certain academy, come to hunt soul beasts for their students. He dismissed their presence entirely, asserting that possession determined ownership. Whoever slayed the beast claimed it, and he scoffed at their audacity to lay claim to it. Zhao Wujia remained silent, while Zhao Su stepped forward and presented a dagger to Oscar, indicating that he should eliminate the ancient phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake that had absorbed the soul ring. Oscar glanced at Zhao Wujia, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he accepted the dagger and aimed for the snake's vital point. What audacity! I shall see just how capable you truly are. Xilong sneered, feeling infuriated by Zhao Su and his companion's apparent disregard for him. Instantly, a vibrant azure light illuminated the area as a serpentine spear of deep violet hue materialized in his grasp, aimed menacingly at Oscar, intent on thwarting his attempt to slay the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Is this all they can muster? Zhao Su swiftly positioned himself before Oscar, casually extending his hand to catch the azure violet spear. You are too weak. It would be better to wait for your companion to arrive. and then the two of you may join forces to confront me. Shilong and the porcupine Douluo were tasked with safeguarding Qianrenxue. Since Qianrenxue and Shilong had appeared here, it was certain that the porcupine Douluo was nearby as well. Do you know my identity? The nonchalant manner in which Zhao Su had caught his spear, coupled with his words, sent a jolt through Shilong's heart, prompting him to refrain from further action. Since I have stated this, it is evident that I am aware. Given that you know my identity, why do you oppose me? And what of it? Moreover, the soul beasts within this Douluo forest are ownerless. Whoever claims them possesses them. If you insist on seizing what is not yours, do not blame me for being ungracious. Very well, very well. No one in the realm of soul masters dares to speak to us in such a manner. As Oscar concluded the defeat of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and began absorbing its soul ring, he realized that he could not claim the beast today. The disdainful expression on Zhao Su's face further incensed Shilong, compelling him to send a specialized signal to summon the porcupine Douluo to his side. Among Shrek's group, aside from the seemingly older Zhao Wujing, who was over level 70, the rest were quite young, even a few years younger than Qianrenxue. Yet, Shilong did not dare to be careless. After all, Zhao Su had effortlessly intercepted his spear with but a single strike. Most importantly, he had to protect Qianrenxue and ensure her safety. A murderous intent had already taken root in Shilong's heart. He desired to eliminate Zhao Su and his companions entirely. In this Douluo forest, one need not fear retaliation from opposing sects or students when it came to taking lives. This fact underscored the perilous nature of the Douluo forest, where one must remain vigilant not only against the various soul beasts lurking about, but also against potential ambushes by fellow humans. Not all soul masters who entered this forest sought to hunt soul rings. Some were specifically engaged in acts of murder and plunder. The 6 monsters of Soto City were among the more notorious. I shall grant you this opportunity. Await your companion's arrival, and together we shall engage. Allowing you both a final farewell. Zhao Su cast a glance at Oscar, who sat cross-legged on the ground, harmonizing with his spirit rings. Realizing that everything was in order and the spirit rings had completely merged, he now awaited the adaptation of the spirit power and its full absorption for his own use. Chapter 17. An astonishing configuration of spirit rings, what grandiose words. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, this audacious young one, so you may comprehend the essence of respecting your elders. Shilong sensed the approach of the stingray Douluo, and with a cold snort, he activated all 7 of his spirit rings simultaneously, the azure-purple spear in his grasp shimmering with energy as he charged towards Zhao Su. You ought to show me respect, rather than demanding it from one who is weak. Zhao Su gazed at the approaching Shilong, his eyes brimming with disdain. In Zhao Su's perspective, Shilong appeared exceedingly feeble. Not only would he struggle against him, but even if the formidable were to join forces with Shilong, they would still likely falter against Tang Hao, let alone Zhao Su, who could effortlessly overpower Tang Hao. Zhao Su, unarmed, effortlessly seized the violet spear thrust at him by Shilong. It is inconceivable. How could it be possible? Without a martial soul, how could one possibly capture the true form of my martial soul with bare hands? As he beheld the spear's true form firmly grasped by Zhao Su, Shilong's face was etched with horror. Zhao Su casually snapped the azure and violet serpent spear. Upon this act, the weapon's connection to its wielder became painfully evident. As the spirit weapon endured damage, its host, Shilong, felt an excruciating blow to his chest, coupled with the rapid dissipation of his soul power. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him. Uncle Serpent Spear, are you all right? Qianrenxue exclaimed, witnessing Shilong's injury and the blood he had coughed up. Rushing forward to shield him. Little girl, you have become far more beautiful than you were a decade ago. Zhao Su gazed at Qianrenxue, and a thought quietly crossed his mind. Though Qianrenxue was clad in youthful attire, she did not attempt to disguise herself. Her exquisite beauty was still discernible. Consider this a warning. Remember that without formidable strength, one must conduct oneself with humility. Zhao Su refrained from taking further action, merely issuing a warning to Shilong. Grateful for the mercy shown, Shilong's demeanor towards Zhao Su underwent a complete transformation, revealing a newfound respect. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed sir? Zhao Su of Shrek Academy, came the response. Zhao Su casually mentioned his name. Upon hearing Zhao Su, Shilong's eyes widened with recognition, as if recalling something significant. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I hope you will not take offense, he said, adopting a humble demeanor. He understood that he was no match for Zhao Su, and he had also contemplated Zhao Su's esteemed identity. It was indeed Zhao Su who awakened the martial spirit all those years ago, a fact he could not forget. He had merely failed to recognize Zhao Su earlier. His submission to Zhao Su was not solely a means of self-preservation. More importantly, it was to ensure the safety of Qianrenxue. After speaking, Xilong departed with Qianrenxue. Once they had left, Oscar completed the absorption of his soul ring and soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Oscar enthusiastically shared with everyone the details of his third soul skill acquired from absorbing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Zhao Su had long asserted that, within the realm of soul masters on the Douluo continent, the ability to fly is of paramount importance. Possessing the gift of flight can be equated to having an additional safeguard for one's life. This is particularly crucial for food-type soul masters like Oscar. Food-type soul masters, especially those whose martial spirits are purely culinary, such as Oscar's sausage, inherently lack offensive capabilities. If targeted, even those of a lower rank could easily extinguish his life. Naturally, food-type soul masters typically have protectors by their side. However, one can never be certain of the loyalty of these guardians. Thus, it is imperative to possess one's own means of self-preservation. Although Oscar's flight soul skill only allows him to soar for a mere minute, it provides a crucial lifeline in dire situations. Everyone, be vigilant. There are movements. Just as Oscar was exuberantly demonstrating the effects of his third soul skill, the flight ability, a sudden tension filled the air. Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke, beckoning Tang San and the others to come to his side. Following the direction indicated by Zhao Wuji, the group beheld a colossal titan beast not far away, gazing intently in their direction. Indeed, it had arrived. Upon encountering the king of the forest, the titan ape, Zhao Su felt not fear but a surge of exhilaration. He yearned to test his prowess against this terrifying sovereign of the woods. Brother Zhao, you safeguard the students. Leave this formidable foe to me. As Zhao Su spoke, the Emperor's 7 kills sword materialized behind him, its radiant 4 black soul rings illuminating the surroundings. I possess a sword, its name, a sword across time. With his voice resonating, Zhao Su grasped the Emperor's 7 kills sword, unleashing a terrifying intent capable of annihilating all, directed towards the approaching Titan Great Ape. Roaring, under the influence of Zhao Su's sword intent, even the Titan Great Ape, renowned for its formidable defense, momentarily suffered a significant setback. This provocation incited an overwhelming fury within the Titan Great Ape, which let out a thunderous roar. Its towering 20-meter frame rose to its full height, extending its colossal hand toward Zhao Su in an attempt to strike. At that moment, Zhao Su felt an unprecedented pressure. A surge of immense energy caused his blood to boil within him. Is this the might of a 100,000-year soul beast? Moreover, the Titan Great Ape was no ordinary creature of that age. It was an ancient beast. In human terms, it could be classified as an unparalleled genius, further amplified by the formidable lineage and invincible physique of the Titan Great Ape clan. Even 2 titled Douluos might not stand a chance against it. However, this only ignited the fighting spirit within Zhao Su. He retracted the Emperor's 7 kills sword and unveiled his 12-winged, holy angel spirit, black and gold intertwined. Radiating a powerful vitality tinged with an aura of destruction, it hovered behind Zhao Su. As the 12-winged holy angel opened its eyes, its presence grew ever more formidable. Upon witnessing the 12-winged holy angel, Zhao Wujie and the others were utterly transfixed, particularly when they discerned the 5 soul rings adorning Zhao Su. Their astonishment was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. 2 black 10,000-year soul rings and 3 red 100,000-year soul rings evoked an almost surreal sensation within them. A dual martial soul? What manner of martial soul could exude such a formidable aura? Teacher Zhao, are those truly 100,000-year soul rings? Indeed, starting from the 3rd soul ring. They are all 100,000-year rings. This is inconceivable. One must possess an extraordinarily powerful physique and martial soul to withstand the immense soul power of 100,000-year soul rings from the outset of the 3rd ring. It is utterly fantastical. Not only has one never witnessed such a phenomenon, but even hearing of it is a rarity. As Zhao Wuji and the others beheld Zhao Su, who appeared as both a divine and dark angel descending upon the earth, they were utterly stunned. Chapter 18. Truly a person of destiny simultaneously, Xilong and Qianrenxue, who had just suffered a setback at Zhao Su's hands, had reunited with the porcupine Douluo. Upon hearing Xilong recount his recent experiences, the porcupine Douluo's expression turned grave. Xilong, you have been recklessly bold. How could Zhao Su possibly be here? I never anticipated he would be Zhao Su. It has been nearly a decade since we last met, and I am astonished at how powerful he has become. With a sigh of resignation, she long felt a sense of helplessness. Both he and Qian Renxue belonged to the Qian Dalu faction of title Douluo and had always followed Qian Daoliu's commands. Never truly recognizing Bibi Dong as the legitimate pope, they were acutely aware of Zhao Su's relationship with Bibi Dong. Exchanging glances, they formulated a plan and followed the trail left by Zhao Su and his companions. When they finally located Zhao Su, they witnessed him summoning the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit, along with the 5 astonishing soul rings that seemed almost unimaginable. Old Snake, are those 300,000-year soul rings? Am I dreaming? Is this even human? Even though both had reached the level of title Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of this world, they had never encountered such a scene. Especially the 12-winged holy angel behind Zhao Su, radiating an overwhelming vitality and aura of destruction, was far more powerful than it had been a decade ago. Unyielding Titan body, activate. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit gradually merged with his being. At this moment, endowed with the power of the 12-winged holy angel and the 5th soul skill, unyielding Titan body, Zhao Su's physical strength surpassed even that of the Titan giant ape. His might was significantly greater than that of the Titan giant ape. Faced with the Titan giant ape, Zhao Su engaged directly without evasion, landing solid blows. In the end, Zhao Su held the upper hand, delivering a punch that sent the Titan giant ape flying. It crashed to the ground, skidding nearly 10 meters before coming to a halt right beside Zhao Wuji and the others. Roaring, the Titan giant ape rose to its feet. Glancing at the terrifyingly powerful Zhao Su not far away, realizing it was no match for him, with a furious roar directed at Zhao Wuji and the others, it nevertheless retained a flicker of rationality amidst its rage. Instead of attacking them, it charged directly at Xiao Wu, seizing her in its colossal grasp before swiftly retreating from the scene. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu being seized by the Titan giant ape, Tang San was immediately filled with anxiety. He requested a mushroom sausage from Oscar and swiftly pursued the direction in which the Titan giant ape had fled. Zhao Su, however, refrained from taking further action, nor did he obstruct Tang San. Ultimately, he decided to first nurture the Titan great ape, believing that this was not the opportune moment to eliminate them for their soul rings. At present, his soul power level was insufficient to absorb a 6th soul ring. Unlike soul bones, which could be preserved for future assimilation, soul rings were bound to their slayers. Furthermore, he had the advantage of a system that rendered the soul rings of Titan great apes unnecessary. The 10,000-year soul rings available for exchange through the system were undoubtedly more suited to him. Old serpent, let us depart. Upon noticing Zhao Su, who had summoned the 12-winged holy angel, the porcupine hastily called out to Shi Long. The two swiftly escorted Qian Renxue away without a moment's hesitation. Initially, they had contemplated trailing Zhao Su to await an opportunity to eliminate him. However, after witnessing his battle against the Titan great ape, their prior intentions vanished completely. Brother Zhao, do you know those 2 individuals and that young lady from before? Upon encountering the snake spear and the stinging porcupine Douluo, who were hastily departing with Qian Renxue, Zhao Wuji approached Zhao Su and inquired, I have seen them, but I am not well acquainted. Are both of them titled Douluo? Zhao Wuji's eyes shimmered with disbelief as he inquired of Zhao Su. Indeed, they are elders of the Spirit Hall. And that girl disguised as a boy is highly likely to be the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong. Elders of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's daughter? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji cast a peculiar glance towards Zhao Su and tentatively inquired, Who exactly are you? I am simply Zhao Su, nothing more, Zhao Su replied with a smile. He continued to say to Zhao Wuji, Brother Zhao, Tang San has gone after the Titan giant ape. We must hasten our pursuit to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Very well. Let us set off at once to chase after him. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji displayed a somewhat peculiar expression, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he merely nodded and spoke. Zhao Su and his companions, following the traces left by the Titan giant ape, soon discovered the soul ring infused with the human-faced demon pearl, where Tang San was in the process of recuperation. Upon Tang San's awakening, Zhao Su observed the emergence of 8 arachnid legs from behind him, a clear indication of an external spirit bone. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, such is the fate of one destined to be a protagonist. Typically, the chances of obtaining a spirit bone, even from soul beasts thousands of years old, are exceedingly rare. let alone an external spirit bone. Yet, here was Tang San, who had manifested an external spirit bone from a mere soul beast of a few thousand years. The human-faced demon pearl. Teacher Zhao, what do these 8 spider legs behind me signify? Could it be a mutation of the soul ring? He inquired, genuinely perplexed, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Zhao Wujie turned his gaze towards Zhao Su. Although he was still unclear about Zhao Su's true identity, it did not hinder the profound admiration he felt for him deep within his heart. In fact, he regarded Zhao Su as the very embodiment of his aspirations. The regard and admiration he garnered from others were not solely attributed to Zhao Su's formidable strength, but also to his remarkable mental prowess, which subtly influenced the thoughts of those around him. This was merely a passive emanation of his mental energy. If he were to intentionally direct it towards an individual, he could compel them to heed his every word. Yet, Zhao Su was disinclined to wield such power. Observing the attentiveness of Zhao Wujie and the others, Zhao Su feigned contemplation before stating, "If my conjecture holds true, this is not a mutation of the soul ring, but rather an external soul bone." An external soul bone? Indeed, given the characteristics of the spider leg demonstrated by Tang San and its subsequent attachment to the 8 ribs, it seemed indisputable. How could a 1,000-year soul beast shed a soul bone, especially one that is external? Upon hearing that Tang San had acquired an external soul bone from the human-faced demon spider, even Zhao Wujie's eyes betrayed a flicker of intense envy, and inadvertently revealed a hint of greed, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. It is only natural for one to feel a twinge of greed upon encountering that which they have long desired. However, some individuals can master this greed, while others cannot. Chapter 19. Collective enhancement of strength. Though soul bones are exceedingly rare, their emergence is not beyond possibility. After all, luck favored Tang San in this instance. Zhao Su nonchalantly remarked, "A third party, Teacher Zhao." At that moment, a melodious voice pierced through the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld Xiao Wu, who had been seized by the Titan giant ape. Remarkably, she returned unscathed, her stature and physique having undergone considerable transformation, embodying a newfound maturity. In response to Zhao Wujie's inquiry, Xiao Wu maintained the premeditated narrative from the original tale, claiming that upon hearing a mighty bellow, the Titan giant ape had relinquished her and hastened toward the heart of the Douluo forest. Furthermore, under the immense pressure exerted by the Titan giant ape, she had ascended to the 30th level. Fortuitously, she encountered a dying soul beast that was perfectly suited to her, thus acquiring her 3rd soul ring. Upon hearing these fortuitous coincidences, Zhao Wujie and the others harbored no suspicion. Instead, they marveled at Xiao Wu's fortuitousness, not only for surviving the clutches of the Titan giant ape, but also for achieving the rank of Soul Master. This journey into the Douluo forest, initially intended solely for Oscar to seek a suitable soul ring, unexpectedly led both Tang San and Xiao Wu to reach the 30th level. Most astonishingly, Tang San had even acquired an external soul bone. Thus, this expedition proved to be far from a fruitless endeavor. Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling quite pleased with the results of his leadership during this expedition to the Douluo forest. "Since we are here, let us also seek suitable soul rings for Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and the fatty, thus sparing ourselves the trouble of another trip in the future. However, this seems imprudent. Although the fatty has already reached the 20th level and might shortly attain the 30th, Zhu Qing and Rong Rong are merely at the 26th level, making their haste rather unwarranted." At this moment, despite Zhao Wujie's deep trust in Zhao Su, he found the latter's suggestion somewhat implausible. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, necessitating a gradual approach rather than a reckless rush. Otherwise, it could prove detrimental rather than beneficial. "It is quite evident, Zhao, that you too should consider elevating your own level." As Zhao Su spoke, he summoned his 12-winged holy angel, this time without merging it with the dark angel, resulting in a pure manifestation of the 12-winged angel. An immense divine power radiated forth, permeating the bodies of several individuals, who began to feel their soul energy stirring within them. All of them settled into a cross-legged position, prepared to immerse themselves in profound contemplation. Zhao Wujie was the first to react. Although he had already achieved the remarkable level of 76, which could be deemed prodigious at his age, he had not experienced any advancement for many years. However, under the radiant light of Zhao Su, a glimmer of enlightenment unexpectedly emerged in his mind, accompanied by signs of loosening within his soul power. What are you still hesitating for? Quickly take a seat in meditation and absorb this moment. Miss this opportunity, and you shall have cause for lamentation, he urged. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's call, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun promptly settled into a meditative position. Tang San, along with Oscar and the other four, kept a vigilant watch around them, ensuring no surprise attacks or formidable soul beasts would emerge. Zhao, you should also sit in meditation, one suggested. I will first safeguard you, he replied. No need to worry, there is no danger. Very well. Zhao Su's words left Zhao Wujia with no further remarks. This moment could be deemed pivotal for his potential ascension to the rank of Soul de Law. He promptly settled into a meditative position. Subsequently, Zhao Su amplified the divine energy, particularly a fraction of it, which permeated the bodies of the four individuals. Instantly, their martial spirits seemed to respond to an ancient call, autonomously detaching from their physical forms, levitating above their heads or behind them. Notably, Ning Rongrong's seven-treasure, glazed tile martial spirit radiated a formidable aura of support, embodying the essence of the most powerful auxiliary spirit. Under the influence of Zhao Su's divine energy, the martial spirits of the group began to undergo a gradual transformation. Zhu Zhuqing sensed subtle shifts within her nether cat martial spirit. Although its external appearance bore little alteration, she could distinctly feel that the essence of her spirit had experienced a profound metamorphosis. Particularly, her oil-green eyes began to shift in hue. One eye turned entirely black, while the other transformed into a pristine white. It was evident that the original nether cat had evolved into the yin-yang cat. With this harmonious balance, there was no longer a necessity to merge with the evil eye white tiger of the Star Luo Empire's royal family to unleash her full potential. She had already attained the formidable strength of the yin-yang white tiger fusion technique. Reflecting on this, thoughts began to stir within her. The Zhu family's allegiance to the Star Luo Empire's royalty was merely a means to compensate for their martial spirit's deficiencies. Now that her spirit's shortcomings had been rectified, the rationale for their dependency on the royal family dissipated, allowing her to reconsider her engagement to Dai Mubai. For practitioners, indulging in errant thoughts during meditation is highly discouraged. Zhu Zhuqing's wandering mind led to a backlash, causing the potent soul power generated by her spirit's evolution to spiral uncontrollably. With a violent cough, she expelled a mouthful of blood, her visage paling in an instant. The recently evolved yin-yang cat began to exhibit erratic emotions. Little wild cat, now is not the time for frivolous thoughts. Maintain your focus and let nothing distract you. At that moment, Zhao Su moved closer to Zhu Zhuqing, leaning in to whisper gently in her ear with a magnetic softness. His hand rested on her back, and a wave of warmth flowed into her, swiftly calming her restless heart. With the enhancement of Zhao Su's innate soul power, the yin-yang spirit cat quickly stabilized, its martial spirit appearing increasingly majestic and extraordinary. Zhu Zhuqing's own soul power was also growing rapidly, soon reaching the 30th level. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix underwent a transformation as well, the impurities within it being expelled. This not only fortified the martial spirit, but also gradually diminished its flaws. In contrast to the changes experienced by Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong's martial spirit exhibited even greater evolution. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, originally an auxiliary martial spirit, began to resonate with the divine essence emitted by the 12-winged angel. Under the influence of this sacred energy, the initially 7-layered tower visibly expanded, ultimately reaching 8 layers. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is renowned as the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit in the Douluo continent, it harbors a critical flaw that was progressively being rectified alongside its growth. In comparison to these young individuals, Zhao Wujia's mighty golden bear martial spirit showed little significant change. It merely appeared more robust, its explosive muscles swelling, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Chapter 20. Rules are established for the weak soon. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong all attained the 30th level, with their martial spirits upgraded and fully stabilized. Zhao Su subsequently acquired the 12-winged seraphim soul, allowing them to comprehend and familiarize themselves with the enhanced essence of their martial spirits autonomously. Although the sacred aura emanating from the 12-winged seraphim facilitates their rapid growth, personal cultivation remains the most dependable path. Thus, Zhao Su focused primarily on upgrading their martial spirits, rather than hastily elevating their soul power levels. The level of Zhao Wujia is exceedingly high. To elevate him to the status of a soul Douluo in one fell swoop would require Zhao Su to expend nearly half of his soul power. Living alongside 10,000-year soul beasts, and having just witnessed the formidable strength of such creatures, Zhao Su would naturally refrain from undertaking such an endeavor. Even if he were to assist Zhao Wujia in the future, the time is not now. He must prioritize his own safety, ensuring he does not find himself in perilous circumstances. After all, survival is the foundation of all existence. Brother Zhao, how do you feel? Zhao Su inquired with a faint smile as he observed the first to awaken, Zhao Wujia. In the future, should Brother Zhao ever call upon me, I, Zhao Wujia, shall spare no effort. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji promptly rose and grasped one of Zhao Su's hands, his gaze filled with admiration. It was evident that he had been thoroughly captivated by Zhao Su from the depths of his heart, in pursuit of revenge and for the sake of his future achievements. Zhao Wuji had resolutely made up his mind. No matter when or what circumstances may arise, he would steadfastly stand in Zhao Su's camp. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. Zhao Su acknowledged, fully understanding that Zhao Wuji was expressing his loyalty. He retrieved a beautifully crafted porcelain vial from the storage space pendant and handed it to Zhao Wuji. This is a soul-gathering pill. When consumed during meditation, it will greatly enhance your cultivation efficiency and even alter your constitution. Thank you, my brother. Zhao Wuji took the porcelain vase, feeling the faint, elusive scent of medicine emanating from within, which heightened his excitement. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others gradually awakened. How wonderful! The 8 Treasures Glazed Tower. Upon awakening, Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed with uncontainable joy upon seeing her martial soul had evolved into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower. Since her family first received the inheritance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, each generation had tirelessly sought to transform it into the 8 or even 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Yet none had succeeded. Even her father, Ning Fengji, renowned as a once-in-a-century genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, had tried countless methods without success. Who would have thought that she, a mere 12-year-old girl, would achieve it? How could she not be ecstatic? I will train diligently, and in due time, I shall find a way to upgrade your 8 Treasures Glazed Tower to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Truly, Brother Su, you are simply the best. I adore you. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaping towards Zhao Su in her excitement, her address changing in her exuberance. Zhu Zhuqing observed this with a hint of unusual depth in her gaze. The magnetic, gentle voice of Zhao Su whispering in her ear during the moment of peril lingered in her heart, impossible to forget. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, Ma Hongjun interjected, though his excitement was more subdued than Ning Rongrong's. Although this evolution did not completely remedy the flaws within his martial soul, he could sense that they were no longer as pronounced. While he still needed to occasionally find ways to alleviate his inner turmoil, it was no longer a daily struggle. This was undoubtedly a significant aid to his cultivation. No need to thank me. It is my duty. Now it is getting late. Let us find a place to rest for the night, and tomorrow we shall assist you in seeking a suitable 3rd soul ring. At that moment, Zhao Su was undoubtedly their pillar of support. The words spoken by Zhao Su will not be questioned. A group of several individuals ventured forth, traversing nearly 5 miles. As the sky had thoroughly darkened, Zhao Su remarked, there is a flicker of light ahead. Likely the gathering place of soul masters entering the Star-Do forest to hunt soul beasts. Shall we rest there? Zhao Wujia, who was leading the way, halted his steps and gestured toward the distant glow and the faint sounds of commotion that wafted through the air, inquiring of Zhao Su. In the realm of soul masters, in order to facilitate their endeavors in the Star-Do forest for hunting soul beasts and acquiring suitable soul rings, many formidable soul masters have united to establish numerous sanctuaries within the forest. These havens provide a place for soul masters to rest during the night as they venture into the Star-Do forest. Furthermore, there exists an unwritten rule in these sanctuaries. Even if rivalries exist, conflict is strictly prohibited within their confines. To breach this rule would incur the wrath and pursuit of the entire soul master community. Several powerful sects and families have even pledged their protection to these sanctuaries. Thus, it is customary for soul masters hunting soul beasts in the Star-Do forest to seek refuge in a sanctuary as night falls. Very well, let us seek shelter for the night. With this decision made, they hesitated no longer and swiftly made their way toward the sanctuary illuminated by the distant lights. Zhao Su and his party of 7 moved swiftly, reaching the so-called sanctuary in less than 5 minutes. although referred to as a sanctuary. It was merely a makeshift gathering area enclosed by a rudimentary fence. There were unwritten rules prohibiting any form of violence within its confines. Even long-standing grudges had to be resolved outside its boundaries. Nevertheless, vigilance remained paramount, as every group occupied positions advantageous to themselves. Even during moments of respite, two individuals were always stationed on guard, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Brother Zhao, it seems we have arrived too late. There may be no place for us here. Zhao Wuji cast a glance at the more than 10 teams within the enclosure, observing that they had effectively occupied all available space. If they were to remain, it would only be at the entrance, serving merely as gatekeepers. It would be far more prudent for them to seek out a relatively secure location elsewhere. It would suffice to drive them away. Zhao Su casually remarked. Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, there are regulations in place that prohibit any form of violence within the shelter. Rules are established for the weak. We possess the strength to occupy the finest positions. Zhao Su had yet to voice a particular thought. Rules are not only established for the weak, but also delineated by those who embody justice. However, he is a villain and thus has no obligation to concern himself with such conventions. Zhao Su, with determination, stepped into the enclosure and made his way directly towards the group of over 10 individuals who were drinking and laughing at the innermost part. I have taken a liking to this place. You all should reside at the entrance, he declared. Zhao Su interrupted a group of over a dozen individuals who were indulging in food and drink. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated throughout the entire shelter. Initially taken aback, everyone soon erupted into unabashed laughter. Do you even comprehend what you are saying, kid? Among those provoked by Zhao Su, the burly man at the center, evidently the leader, not only joined in the laughter but also cast a fleeting glance of menace in Zhao Su's direction as he inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhao Su replied with clarity, "I shall reiterate. I am offering you one final opportunity. Vacate this place immediately." Zhao Su spoke casually. Chapter 21. Practical experience is the finest training. Young man, it seems you have a death wish, do you not? A robust man among the group stood up and approached Zhao Su, his gaze laced with disdain. Who is this brat? The other members of the team began to gather around, murmuring among themselves. I don't know. He must be from some academy. Look at his group, aside from the leader. The rest are merely 12 or 13 years old. Are the academy students so brazen nowadays? Perhaps he hails from a prominent family, unscathed by the harsh realities of life. What a pity at such a tender age. As the murmurs of the crowd echoed around him, the man intending to teach Zhao Su a lesson had already made his move. Without revealing his martial spirit, he extended his hand and struck directly at Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su stood there, utterly unmoving, emanating a formidable soul force that sent his assailant hurtling through the air. The unfortunate individual crashed violently to the ground and scrambled to his feet, only to be met with the mocking gazes of those around him, which filled him with a sense of humiliation. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, a colossal blade radiating an intense chill. 5 soul rings began to illuminate from beneath his feet, and notably, his first soul ring was over a century old, while the fourth began at the millennium level. This alone indicated the extraordinary nature of his team. Clutching the great sword in his right hand, all 5 soul rings glowed simultaneously, transforming his intent from merely teaching Zhao Su a lesson to a fervent desire to obliterate him, thereby avenging the earlier disgrace. Powerful waves of blade energy surged forth from the sword, coalescing into a tempest of cutting wind that swept menacingly towards Zhao Su. Any unfortunate soul caught within this onslaught would surely be reduced to mere bones. At that moment, Zhao Wujie intervened. His martial spirit, the mighty diamond bear, endowed him with a towering stature of over 2 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. In Zhao Wujie's mind, these adversaries were not worthy of Zhao Su's direct engagement. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions entered the sanctuary, casting their gaze upon the team of over a dozen individuals, poised and ready to act at a moment's notice. Zhao Wujie positioned himself before Zhao Su, and without the need for him to intervene, the 7 soul rings adorning his form served as undeniable proof of his prowess. After all, in the Douluo continent, one's strength speaks volumes. Upon witnessing that Zhao Wujie was a soul saint of over 70 levels, the leader of the opposing party exhibited a flicker of caution in his gaze and rose to his feet. As a soul saint of such formidable rank, do you intend to flout the rules of this sanctuary? I have no desire to disrupt the established order. However, This individual has spoken disrespectfully and offended my brother, and thus deserves to be taught a lesson. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wuji suddenly struck, seizing the wielder of the greatsword spirit and forcefully slamming him to the ground, shattering his weapon spirit with a barrage of blows. He then lifted the defeated opponent and cast him out of the sanctuary. Turning his gaze toward the leader, he declared, "Come on, let you all come at me together." In his youth, Zhao Wuji was indeed a chaotic force, unafraid of conflict. However, after becoming a teacher, his demeanor had softened considerably. Yet, upon encountering Zhao Su, the indomitable spirit within him was rekindled. Most crucially, Zhao Su stood right behind him, instilling a sense of invulnerability. "Esteemed Elder Qiancheng of the Wuhuan Temple in Qianhong City, may I inquire your name?" Despite being ranked above Zhao Wuji, Qiancheng felt an involuntary apprehension in the face of Zhao Wuji's formidable aura emanating from his spirit. Reluctantly, he revealed his identity. In the Douluo continent, the reputation of Wuhuan Temple elders often held significant weight. Enough of this nonsense. Either take action or vacate the premises. Spare us the trivialities. Zhao Wuji stood there, arms crossed, addressing Qiancheng with an air of dominance. "If that is the case, then I welcome your guidance." Qiancheng, too, had a temper, and was immediately incensed by Zhao Wuji's demeanor. Swiftly, he unveiled his martial soul. The vibrant, fierce bull manifested, its form merging to sprout a pair of formidable horns. With his limbs undergoing notable transformations, 8 soul rings, emblematic of the soul Douluo level, illuminated from top to bottom. With a resounding bellow akin to that of a wild bull, he charged fiercely towards Zhao Wuji. The mighty bull charge. Zhao Wuji exhibited remarkable bravery, refusing to yield even a single step. He resolutely grasped the charging bull's horn. With a fierce roar, he effortlessly lifted Qiancheng and flung him aside. At the same moment, he propelled himself forward, his hand striking towards Qiancheng like a bear's paw. However, the inherent disparity in their levels, with Zhao Wuji being 7 or 8 ranks beneath Qiancheng, rendered him somewhat outmatched. Moreover, the formidable strength of the wild bull diminished the advantage of his powerful golden bear martial spirit. "Brothers, let us unite and take them down," one of the onlookers shouted. Undeterred by the notion of overwhelming their opponents with numbers, a dozen individuals simultaneously unveiled their martial spirits, intent on decisively dealing with Zhao Wuji and his companions. Among them, 4 soul kings, each over level 50, charged towards Tang San and his group, clearly aiming to eliminate any future threats. Dai Mubai and Tang San took the lead, launching the first attacks, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing safeguarded Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Xiao Wu operated as a free combatant, ready to provide support at any moment. The 7-member team had begun to develop a semblance of synergy, coordinating their efforts to confront the adversaries. Zhao Su glanced towards Tang San and his companions, a slight smile gracing his lips. He refrained from intervening, wishing instead to allow them the opportunity to hone their skills against the 4 adversaries. Indeed, practical combat serves as the finest form of training. However, Zhao Wuji found himself in peril. Naturally weaker than Qiancheng, he was now besieged by a dozen individuals, gradually becoming overwhelmed. Which academy possesses such formidable strength? No wonder they exude such arrogance. It appears not to be an academy, but rather the offspring of a prominent family venturing forth to gain experience. Did you not notice that the most boisterous individual has yet to engage in combat? Which illustrious family can boast so many prodigies? The eldest among those youths seems scarcely over 15, yet they have already attained level 30. Although some possess only 2 spirit rings, it is astonishing. Look, that individual has made a move. The other teams, previously sheltered within the confines of the sanctuary, retreated outside the enclosure as Zhao Wuji and Qiancheng clashed. Someone shouted, drawing the attention of all towards the inner arena, where Zhao Su stood like a deity of war. Though he did not reveal his martial soul, his entire being radiated with a white luminescence, exhibiting immense strength as he dispatched each of the soul kings, who had fused their martial souls at a minimum level of 50, with a single punch, sending them crashing to the ground. The seemingly light blow shattered their martial souls, rendering them incapable of further combat. Soon, apart from the 4 still engaged with Zhao Wuji and entangled with Tang San and his group, the remaining 10 were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Su. Chapter 22. The need for synergy and the presence of gaps U7 are woefully inadequate. Your coordination is virtually non-existent. At this moment, Zhao Su truly assumed the role of a mentor. Ma Hongjun, is your fire merely for warmth? Zhu Zhuqing, leverage your speed to your advantage. Dai Mubai, you are the king of the forest, not a mere kitten. Cease your wandering. Ning Rongrong, tailor your enhancements to each individual's unique attributes. Xiao Wu, charge in and strike. Are you merely frolicking about like a cheerleader? Tang San, are your spider legs merely for show? Oscar, recite your incantation with conviction. As Zhao Su's voice rang out, the synergy among the seven grew increasingly harmonious. Despite each possessing only level 30, they posed a significant threat to the four Soul Kings, each exceeding level 50. As the battle progressed, the four gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, rendered helpless and forced into a defensive stance. Observing this, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction before shifting his gaze to the struggle between Zhao Wujia and Qiancheng. Although Qiancheng was slightly stronger than Zhao Wujia, witnessing his companions being overwhelmed only intensified his anxiety. Zhao Wuji, growing ever more formidable, found the gap between himself and his opponent narrowing with each passing moment. Brother Zhao, I believe we've reached a suitable point. You handle those four, and I shall take care of this. After approximately half an hour, although Tang San and his companions had thoroughly confined the four adversaries, overcoming them still required considerable effort. Moreover, this practical training session was nearing its end, prompting Zhao Su to call out to Zhao Wuji. Very well. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. Exerting all his strength to repel Qiancheng, and seizing this opportunity, he turned to charge towards the four individuals besieged by Tang San and his companions. Your adversary is me. As Qiancheng attempted to persist in his entanglement with Zhao Wuji, Zhao Su intervened to obstruct him. Who are you? And why do you oppose the Spirit Hall? At this moment, Qiancheng's heart was filled not only with fury but also a trace of confusion. As he pondered where he had inadvertently provoked Zhao Su and his allies, Zhao Su took a decisive step forward, arriving directly before Qiancheng. He reached out and seized the vibrant horns of Qiancheng's soul beast, the colorful barbarian bull. With a sharp crack, he forcefully wrenched the resilient horns from their place. Simultaneously, he sealed the soul power within Qiancheng's body. Leaning close to Qiancheng's ear, Zhao Su softly murmured, as an outer elder of the Qian family in the Spirit Hall, do you not recall the relentless pursuit you subjected me to all those years ago? It was you. Carry this secret with you on your eternal journey. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he decisively dealt with Qiancheng. Shortly after Zhao Su departed from the Spirit Hall, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the outer disciples of the Qian family, among whom was Qiancheng. Over the years, Zhao Su had undergone significant transformations, and to evade his pursuers, he seldom resorted to utilizing his 12-winged holy angel martial soul. It was not out of fear, but rather the inconvenience it entailed. Had Qian Douluo personally intervened, he would have welcomed the opportunity to engage in a contest of strength. However, these relentless pursuers, coming in waves, were merely a drain on his time and offered no substantial challenge to Zhao Su. Even before reaching the sanctuary, Zhao Su had already sensed the aura emanating from Qiancheng, which was precisely why he chose this location. Otherwise, given his strength, he could rest anywhere within the Stardo forest without encountering any danger. At that moment, Zhao Wujin had also dealt with the four adversaries and approached Zhao Su's side. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a private matter between our Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall, and it does not concern you. I kindly ask that you refrain from disseminating the events that transpired here. Zhao Su cast a glance at the onlookers gathered beyond the fence. Although it appeared he was cautioning them against meddling, he inadvertently revealed at the outset that he was affiliated with Shrek Academy. Zhao Su's intentions were, in essence, rather straightforward. He sought to position the Shrek Academy in opposition to the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering it impossible for the two great empires and the seven major sects to confront it openly. Even though the two empires and the seven sects harbored discontent towards the Spirit Hall, they chose to endure in silence. Zhao Su aimed to cultivate a formidable adversary for the Spirit Hall, not only to facilitate its unification of the entire Douluo continent, but also to eliminate the faction led by Qian Douluo, thereby consolidating power entirely in the hands of the Pope. This would lay a solid foundation for the future establishment of a Spirit Hall empire. Concurrently, Zhao Su endeavored to enhance the combat synergy among the members of Shrek while occasionally sowing discord among them. The most effective means of instigating such discord was through the influence of women. Zhao Su could be said to have already charted the course for his future endeavors. That night, the entire shelter was occupied solely by Zhao Su and his companions, while the remaining occupants chose to venture into the darkness, seeking to avoid any potential troubles. Although these individuals were unaware of the specific identity of Shrek Academy, they were acutely aware of the Spirit Hall in their minds. Any institution bold enough to oppose the Spirit Hall could not possibly be weak. After all, the prowess demonstrated by Zhao Su and his companions had already attested to this fact. The night that followed was tranquil, devoid of any further incidents. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, the Douluo forest came alive once more. A beautiful day had begun. Zhao Su rose and stretched languidly, softly murmuring, "Brother Su, drink some water." Upon Zhao Su's awakening, Ning Rongrong was the first to approach him, offering the clear water she carried. Ever since Zhao Su assisted her in upgrading the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower the previous day, Ning Rongrong began affectionately addressing Zhao Su as Brother Su. Zhao Su naturally comprehended Ning Rongrong's subtle intentions. She merely wished to gain Zhao Su's favor, hoping to invite him to return with her to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if it were impossible to persuade Zhao Su to join their esteemed sect. Securing his assistance in elevating her father, Ning Fengji, and her several brothers' martial souls to the 8 Treasure Glazed Pagoda would still fulfill her aspirations. "Thank you, but I am not thirsty. Do enjoy your drink." Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, embodying a naturally cheerful demeanor. Though not strikingly handsome, his visage exuded a comforting aura. Not far away, Oscar observed Ning Rongrong as she nestled beside Zhao Su early in the morning, a flicker of disappointment evident in his gaze. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to contemplate relinquishing his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, recognizing that his chances paled in comparison to Zhao Su's. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance towards Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Throughout the night, Zhao Su's melodious, gentle voice lingered in her mind, depriving her of restful slumber as bloodshot veins appeared in her eyes. Dai Mubai, too, regarded Zhu Zhuqing with his own private thoughts, underscoring the intricate dynamics among the group. This subtle tension was, in fact, part of Zhao Su's design. The reason for his voice echoing persistently in Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts lay in his formidable mental prowess. Chapter 23, The Ethereal White Fox. Zhao Su, having experienced 2 lifetimes, naturally comprehends the ways to captivate a naive young girl. The first step is to etch oneself into her memory, ensuring that she frequently recalls your image or voice. Gradually, through subtle influence, she will come to believe that this individual is her destined soulmate. Although this approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, judging by Zhu Zhuqing's behavior over the past couple of days, it appears to be the most effective and straightforward method. Now, let us partake in some refreshments and prepare ourselves as we embark on a quest to seek suitable soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Zhao Wujia's voice disrupted the delicate dynamics among the group, prompting everyone to retract their gazes and begin gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. The party had meandered through the Douluo forest until nearly noon, yet they had failed to locate suitable spirit beasts for Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. The prolonged strain on their minds had left them all feeling somewhat fatigued. "Zhao Su, I believe it would be prudent for us to exit the Douluo forest and retreat to the nearest city for a few days of respite before returning to seek out appropriate spirit beasts," one suggested. Zhao Wuji leaned closer to Zhao Su, seeking his counsel. Very well. If we cannot find a suitable soul beast before nightfall, let us temporarily depart and take a few days to recuperate before we reassess our situation." As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, a commotion of combat echoed from a distance. It seemed we had spoken too soon. Beyond the sounds of fighting, Zhao Su sensed a formidable surge of soul power. This energy did not emanate from a soul master, but rather from a powerful soul beast. Judging by the intensity of this soul power, it was evident that this beast was at least 2 millennia old. "Let us proceed with caution and maintain our formation," Zhao Su commanded, leading the way, followed by Tang San and the others in the middle, with Zhao Wujin bringing up the rear as they hastened towards the source of the tumult. Before long, the combatants came into view. The human soul masters consisted of 7 individuals, appearing to be quite young, around the age of 15 or 16, 6 males and 1 female. Each had already reached the 30th rank, with 2 of them attaining the 38th rank, and the sole female having reached the 40th rank. It was evident that this hunt for the soul beast was primarily aimed at securing a soul ring for her. The creature under siege was a pure white fox, its lithe body and sharp claws enabling it to maneuver gracefully, even amidst the onslaught of the 7 assailants. It was unmistakably members of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji leaned closer to Zhao Su, discreetly pointing to the insignias emblazoned on the garments of the 7 individuals. Furthermore, the 6 distinct emblems adorning their attire indicated their affiliation with the Spirit Hall. They were likely core members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and the leading woman among them might very well be a disciple of Bibi Dong. Zhao Su undoubtedly recognized that these individuals were indeed the core members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, led by Hulaina. However, his words did not convey absolute certainty. What shall we do? Zhao Wuji could sense that, aside from the 7 individuals, there were 2 more concealed in the shadows. They were sent by the Spirit Hall to protect these 7, particularly the titled Douluo, Hulaina. The spectral white fox not only possesses remarkable speed but also wields formidable offensive power, making it exceptionally suited for Zhu Qing. Zhao Su spoke while casting a glance at Zhu Qing, deliberately displaying a hint of difficulty on his face. However, there are at least 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows, and we may not stand a chance against them. The words of Zhao Wuji served as a divine assist for Zhao Su. Fear not. For the sake of Zhu Qing, I am willing to take a desperate chance, Zhao Su declared, casting a glance at the impassive face of Zhu Qing. It was evident that Zhu Qing's cold demeanor grew increasingly complex as she regarded Zhao Su upon hearing his declaration. Brother Zhao, I will hold off those 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows while you confront those 7 individuals. Zhu Qing, you and your companions should seize this opportunity to hunt the white fox. Be cautious. Zhu Qing, who seldom spoke, softly urged Zhao Su. Rest assured, those 2 titled Douluos cannot harm me. However, you must act swiftly. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su stepped forward, the Emperor's 7-kill sword materializing in his grasp. 4 soul rings simultaneously illuminated, and 2 streams of sword intent sliced through the air in a singular direction, compelling the concealed ghost leopard and demon bear, both Douluo, to reveal themselves. You 7 must exercise caution. After hunting the white tiger, merge swiftly. Before Zhao Wuji took action, he once again advised Zhu Qing and the others. Then, he merged with the formidable golden bear and charged towards Hulaina and her companions, who were encircling the spectral white fox. Seizing this opportunity, the spectral white fox attempted to flee rapidly. However, Tang San and his comrades would not allow it to escape. They swiftly formed ranks and advanced towards the already weakened white fox. Who are you to dare oppose the Spirit Hall? The ghost leopard and the demon bear were somewhat astonished that Zhao Su, despite being only at level 42, could withstand their combined assault. One of them cast a cold glance at the Emperor's 7-kill sword in Zhao Su's hand and inquired icily. Enough with the pleasantries. Unleash your utmost prowess, or you shall find no further chances. Although Zhao Su verbally expressed such sentiments, he secretly downplayed his own capabilities. He aimed to create an illusion for Zhu Qing that he had risked his life to fend off the spirit Douluos, the ghost leopard, and the demon bear, in order to procure soul rings for her. Zhao Su's actions can undoubtedly be classified as the tactics of a scoundrel in modern times. Though utterly despicable, they prove remarkably effective in deceiving naive young maidens. Humph, while we may not discern the methods you employed to thwart our combined attacks, it is evident that your mere level in the 40s renders your demise a trivial pursuit. The demon bear glanced at Zhao Wuji, who had completely immobilized Hulaina and her 6 companions, while Tang San and his group commenced their assault to hunt down the white fox. With a disdainful snort and without a moment's hesitation, the 4th, 5th, and 6th spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, summoning the true form of the blood demon frenzied bear spirit. This form dwarfed Zhao Wuji's mighty golden bear, with the frenzied bear's eyes glowing a fierce red, exuding an aura of brutal savagery as it lunged towards Zhao Su with relentless force. At that moment, the ghost leopard Douluo also sprang into action, his movements uncanny and speed astonishing, intent on breaching Zhao Su's defenses to assist Hulaina and her companions. Do you think you can escape? Upon encountering the ghost leopard Douluo, Zhao Su sought to depart, swiftly transforming his Emperor's 7 killing sword into 36 long swords, each imbued with a distinct sword intent. These blades ensnared the 2 adversaries. Roaring with all his might, even the demon bear Douluo found himself unable to breach Zhao Su's sword formation. Each assault seemed poised to shatter the encircling array, yet each time fell just short. With every failed attempt, the agitation within the hearts of the demon bear and ghost leopard Douluo intensified. Furthermore, upon witnessing Zhu Qing successfully hunt down the white fox, a violet soul ring materialized within the creature, gradually merging with Zhu Qing's essence. Their fury grew ever more potent, as both recognized that even if they were to eliminate Zhao Su and his companions today, the humiliation they would endure could never be erased. As Zhao Su skillfully employed the sword formation to ensnare the two titled Douluos, the demon bear and the ghost leopard, he remained acutely aware of Zhu Xing, who was in the process of merging her soul rings. Chapter 24. The Art of Capture and Release. Boom. Crash. At the very moment Zhu Xuqing completed the fusion of her soul rings, the ghost leopard and the demon bear simultaneously managed to break through Zhao Su's sword formation, forcefully propelling him outward. Zhao Su found himself not far from Zhu Xuqing and the others. Upon seeing him, Zhu Xuqing hurried forward, helping Zhao Su to his feet while inspecting him closely, eager to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" she inquired, her face etched with concern and her eyes tinged with redness. "I'm fine," Zhao Su replied, seizing the opportunity to seemingly casually grasp Zhu Xuqing's hand. In that instant, a jolt surged through Zhu Xuqing's heart, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she gazed at Zhao Su with a complex expression. Zhu Xuqing's hand was petite and incredibly soft, almost devoid of bone, and exceptionally smooth, akin to holding a piece of delicate jade. Though it felt slightly cool to the touch, it was undeniably comforting. At that moment, Zhao Wujia also noticed the unfolding situation. He shook off Hulaina and her companions and approached Zhao Su's side. Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, along with Hulaina's group, began to converge towards Zhao Su and the others. For Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, today's events would remain a source of profound humiliation, even if they were to slay Zhao Su. The fact that two titled Douluo guardians allowed someone to seize a soul beast that was so close at hand would surely become a laughingstock among those who knew them, haunting them for a lifetime. "Brother Zhao, take them and leave first. I will cover you." Zhao Su reluctantly released the soft little hand and then addressed Zhao Wujia, saying, "No, let them go. I will stay and confront them alongside you." At this moment, Zhao Wujia's heart regarded Zhao Su as the person he admired most, and naturally, he could not allow Zhao Su to face danger alone. Even if death awaited, he wished to fight side by side with Zhao Su. Moreover, he was inherently unafraid of death. "Rest assured, as long as you are safe, they will not be able to detain me." Zhao Su naturally could not allow Zhao Wujia to remain. The demon bear and ghost leopard were undoubtedly affiliates of Bibi Dong's faction, or else she would not have entrusted them to protect Hulaina. Moreover, nurturing a titled Douluo is no simple task. Thus Zhao Su would not resort to eliminating them. Will there truly be no repercussions? There will be none, trust me. "Very well, but do exercise caution. We shall await you ahead." Upon hearing Zhao Su's assurance, Zhao Wujia ceased to persist and hurriedly urged Tang San and the others to depart. Before leaving, Zhu Xuqing cast a worried glance at Zhao Su, who met her gaze with a gentle smile. "Do you truly believe that you alone can impede us?" The ghost leopard and demon bear observed Zhao Wujia escorting Tang San and his companions away without haste, for they understood that as long as Zhao Su was eliminated, the others could be dealt with at any moment. Zhao Su remained silent, waiting until Zhao Wujia and the others had completely vanished from sight before tossing a token to the demon bear. Upon catching the token, the demon bear observed that, in addition to the 6 emblems representing the spirit hall, there was another distinct insignia engraved on the back of the papal order: 6 pairs of angelic wings. Although Zhao Su had only spent less than a year at the Spirit Hall, most of which was dedicated to solitary cultivation, the elders of the Spirit Hall were well aware of Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged holy angel. Thus, upon encountering this unique papal order, they immediately recognized Zhao Su's identity. "Is it you?" Hulaina, upon seeing the angelic wings on the back of the token, also recalled Zhao Su's identity, exclaiming, "No wonder you look so familiar. It's you, Zhao Su. Xiao Nana, after all these years, have you missed me?" Zhao Su turned to Hulaina with a playful grin and inquired, "Why do you assist others in seizing my soul beast?" Hulaina, however, disregarded Zhao Su's question and instead confronted him with a piercing gaze, asserting, "I am doing this for your own good. This soul beast is far too weak for you." Zhao Su nonchalantly dismissed her concerns, stating, "It matters little." Observing the predatory glint in Hulaina's eyes, Zhao Su chose not to linger any longer. He retrieved the token from the grasp of the magic bear and swiftly departed. "No worries. After all, the Stardow Forest is teeming with soul beasts. We shall find another," Ghost Leopard reassured Hulaina after Zhao Su's departure. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and his companions, having distanced themselves, gradually slowed their pace. Zhu Zhuqing occasionally glanced back, and upon spotting Zhao Su's figure, she couldn't help but smile. In truth, when Zhu Zhuqing allowed herself to smile, her beauty shone through. At last, we've managed to shake them off. Are you unscathed? Upon the appearance of Zhao swooping in, Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and approached him, inquiring. Those two foes are not a threat to me. However, to prevent them from pursuing us, we must hasten our departure and find a place to take refuge. After confirming that the ghost leopard and the demon bear had not followed, they sought a sanctuary for temporary respite before ultimately leaving the Douluo forest. Brother Su, allow me to offer you something to eat, murmured Zhu Zhuqing as she approached Zhao Su, who was seated in meditation upon a stone, holding a piece of roasted golden soul beast meat. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhuqing's manner of addressing Zhao Su had transformed. While it lacked the affectionate tone of Brother Su that Ning Rongrong often used to forge a connection in hopes of drawing him into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it bore a weightier significance. Ning Rongrong's intentions were not rooted in affection, but rather in a desire to foster a bond that might lead Zhao Su to assist her family's 7-treasure glazed tower in its ascension to an 8-treasure glazed tower. Even if she ultimately failed to recruit Zhao Su into their ranks, her goal would still be achieved. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's address of Brother Su signified a profound and qualitative shift in her feelings toward him. Brother Su, I am deeply grateful for your willingness to risk so much to help me acquire a soul ring, she said, sitting beside Zhao Su on the stone, her head bowed. Her fingers entwined nervously. You need not thank me. It is my duty, Zhao Su replied. For anyone in need. Be it you, or even if I encounter a suitable soul beast for Rongrong and Fatty, I would act the same. Zhao Su, while indulging in the succulent roasted wild boar, casually remarked. Zhao Su can be said to have employed a strategy of feigned retreat. For he understands that the moment to seize Zhu Zhuqing has not yet arrived. He intends to utilize her to sow discord among the Shrek 7 monsters. Moreover, given their youth, he is not in a hurry. Time is plentiful. So it is. I had thought your kindness was solely directed towards me. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhu Zhuqing displayed a hint of disappointment, her eyes welling with tears, as she murmured softly, What did you say? Zhao Su not only genuinely failed to hear what Zhu Zhuqing had said, but also feigned ignorance, casually inquiring with a remark. It's nothing, regardless. I ought to express my gratitude to you. With these words, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly rose and departed. Zhao Su's words extinguished the flickering hope that had just ignited in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, plunging her emotions into despair. Chapter 25, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong's agreement. After resting for nearly an hour, they set off once more, departing from the Douluo forest. They arrived in a city situated about 100 miles away, intending to recuperate for a few days and indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. The recent battles and the heightened tension within the Douluo forest had left everyone utterly fatigued. That night, in a hotel room, Zhu Zhuqing sat by the window, cradling the small cat gifted to her by Zhao Su. With her left hand propping up her chin, her gaze drifted, lost in thought. Zhuqing, what are you pondering? Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared behind her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively tucked the cat away. She ran her fingers through her hair, feigning composure as she replied, Oh, nothing much, just a bit bored. Teacher Zhao and Tang San are downstairs drinking. Why aren't you joining them? I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I prefer to stay here, Zhu Zhuqing confessed. You aren't actually developing feelings for Brother Su, are you? Ning Rongrong inquired, her gaze laden with significance. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced at Ning Rongrong's words, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Of course not. She finally uttered a casual denial before retreating under the covers. Oh, come on, we're grown women. There's no need to feel shy about it. Liking someone is perfectly normal, Ning Rongrong teased, following her to the bed and pulling the covers away from Zhu Zhuqing's face. Rongrong, do you like Zhao Su? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly sat up, fixing Ning Rongrong with a serious gaze. Who wouldn't he be fond of someone as exceptional as Brother Su? Ning Rongrong replied, then continued. But if you like him, I want to compete with you. After all, we're good sisters. Really? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened momentarily. But then a shadow crossed her face as she recalled something, her expression dimming once more. However, I cannot allow myself to like him. Why not? Ning Rongrong pressed. Because I am already betrothed. It is a promise made since childhood. Perhaps it was the deep desire within Zhu Zhuqing to confide in someone that compelled her to share this secret, for keeping it bottled up would inevitably lead to turmoil. So you ran away because of your engagement? Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued. Sort of. Zhu Zhuqing initially shook her head, but then nodded in agreement. The person you are betrothed to must be among our group, right? Ning Rongrong, perceptive as ever, quickly guessed, is it Dai Lao? How did you know? You are a member of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. Could it be that Dai Mubai belongs to the imperial family? This is not a difficult deduction, especially since Ning Rongrong seems to possess some knowledge about it. Although she is a little witch, she hails from one of the three great sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She is cherished by both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, receiving their utmost affection. Moreover, her innate talent is the highest among her generation, prompting Ning Fengji to consider her as a potential successor from an early age. Thus, understanding the various forces within the Douluo continent is undoubtedly one of her essential subjects. It seems you are already aware. Zhu Zhuqing is not particularly surprised that Ning Rongrong knows such things. Alas, this truly complicates matters. Ning Rongrong sighed, tilting her little head, lost in thought. The Zhu family did not rise to nobility in the Star Luo Empire simply due to the strength of their martial souls. Nor did they have prodigies like Tang Chun or Tang Hao from the Haotian sect in their lineage. Instead, it was through marriage alliances with the Dai family of the imperial family that they secured their status. Historically, the empresses of the Star Luo Empire have predominantly been from the Zhu family. If Dai Mubai cannot become the crown prince, then it would not matter if she were to break off the engagement. However, should Dai Mubai ascend to the position of crown prince and be recognized as the heir to the throne, her decision to annul the engagement would effectively spell the downfall of the entire Zhu family, endangering her parents, siblings, and all. This predicament places her in a most challenging position. I know what I must do. Ning Rongrong leaned towards Zhu Zhuqing and whispered something that caused Zhu Zhuqing's expression to change dramatically, shaking her head in refusal. No. That is the best plan I can conceive. What you choose to do is entirely your affair. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, Ning Rongrong refrained from further discussion. She hopped down from the bed and reiterated, one must choose their own future and seize opportunities when they arise. As Ning Rongrong exited the room, Zhu Zhuqing sat in contemplation. Little did she expect that after leaving the room, Ning Rongrong would head straight to the rooftop of the hotel, where Zhao Su was seated. A jar of wine was placed beside him as he gazed at the moon in the sky. What do you think? Upon Ning Rongrong's arrival, Zhao Su withdrew his gaze from the moon and took a sip from the jar of wine. It has become clear, Zhuqing harbors feelings for you. Yet she is bound by a betrothal. Is she truly from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Indeed, Dai Mubai is of the imperial lineage. And it is for him that Zhuqing has come to Shrek Academy. So it is true. I have fulfilled my promise to you. When shall you honor your commitment to me? Rest assured, my words will not be in vain. When the opportunity arises, I shall accompany you to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to assist your family in the evolution of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. As Zhao Su spoke, he turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, his mind swirling with ulterior motives. I will aid you in evolving the 8 Treasure Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. In exchange for your assistance in winning over Zhu Zhuqing, it is a deal. Without much contemplation, Ning Rongrong extended her hand to Zhao Su. Zhao Su also extended his hand, signifying the establishment of an accord. After a 2-day respite, Zhao Su and his companions ventured once more into the starry forest on the 3rd day. Following the revelation of Zhu Zhuqing's secret by Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing adopted a demeanor of indifference, intentionally avoiding Zhao Su's presence. Zhao Su remained unfazed, for they were still young, and he felt no urgency. After all, time was abundant. 5 days later, delving deep into the Star Do forest, they finally discovered suitable spirit beasts for Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. After obtaining the spirit rings, they wasted no time and returned directly to Shrek Academy outside Soto City. When Flanders saw that Tang San and the others had all reached level 30, astonishment washed over his countenance. He hurriedly pulled Zhao Wujie aside to inquire about all the events that had transpired during their time in the Stardo Forest. No wonder you were gone for so many days. It appears so much had happened. After listening to Zhao Wujie's account, Flander felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had accompanied them. Perhaps, with Zhao Su's assistance, he might have broken through the stagnation of his spirit power at level 78, ascending to the realm of an 80-level spirit Douluo. Should he achieve this breakthrough, Flander was confident that he could eventually attain the esteemed rank of title Douluo. Chapter 26. The inquiry from Master Yu Shaojing Boss. Should we both go find Zhao to discuss with him about helping you break through to the level of spirit Douluo? Zhao Wuji discerned Flander's despondency and tentatively inquired, "Is this truly feasible?" Flander, too, felt a flicker of temptation. After all, who could resist the allure of becoming stronger? "Shall we give it a try? Regardless of the outcome, we stand to lose nothing." Conventional methods are unlikely to aid soul masters in enhancing their soul power levels. You must exercise caution. Just as Flander pondered his course of action, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Zhao Wuji had long sensed the sound of footsteps, assuming it to be that of a teacher from the school, and thus paid it no mind. To his surprise, it was a voice he did not recognize at all. Instantly, he grew wary. "Fear not, for an old friend has arrived. Allow me to introduce you," Flander proclaimed as he rose from his seat and approached the figure standing at the door, who was none other than Master Yu Xiaojing, a member of the renowned Golden Triangle. "Xiaojing, I would like to introduce you to Zhao Wuji. This is my old friend, Master Yu Xiaojing, also known as the Master of the Golden Triangle." "Master, it is an honor to finally meet you," Zhao Wuji greeted. Though the Master's countenance appeared aged and devoid of expression, exuding an air of aloofness. In response to Zhao Wuji's salutation, he merely nodded in a nonchalant manner. "Xiaojing, what did you mean by your earlier statement?" Flander quickly interjected, seeking to divert the conversation. Yu Xiaojing maintained his impassive demeanor and replied at a measured pace. "According to my investigations and the data I have gathered, aside from the possibility of rapidly enhancing one's level at the cost of burning one's own life force, there are no other means to utilize external forces to elevate soul power levels." "Are you suggesting that Zhao Su is assisting those children in elevating their soul power by sacrificing their own lives?" Flander's heart sank with concern. He was acutely aware that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were remarkable talents. If what Yu Xiaojing suggested were true, it would effectively extinguish the potential of these gifted individuals. "This cannot be, Master. Your research, after all, reflects probabilities rather than certainties. How can you be so certain that no one possesses such an ability?" Without further contemplation, Zhao Wuji directly retorted to Yu Xiaojing. He simultaneously unleashed his formidable bear spirit, the mightiest golden bear, gesturing towards the creature, which appeared even more majestic and imbued with an overwhelming sense of strength. Does this seem like a manifestation born of a life sacrificed for enhancement? Upon witnessing the powerful aura emanating from Zhao Wuji's mightiest golden bear, Yu Xiaojing's brows furrowed in apprehension. As Zhao Wuji had articulated, should soul power be augmented at the cost of one's vitality, it could indeed facilitate a rapid elevation of levels in the short term. However, it would be utterly impossible for the martial spirit to attain greater potency. "Bring those children forth. I wish to observe them personally." It is conceivable that your own robust soul power and foundation account for your prowess, yet the children are a different matter altogether. "Very well. Since you are resolute in your beliefs, I shall disabuse you of them. Assemble on the playground in 15 minutes. Zhao Wuji uttered this remark and turned to leave. It was evident that the initial encounter between the two was far from pleasant. At this moment, Zhao Wuji harbored an immense admiration for Zhao Su. He had witnessed firsthand how, while enhancing their soul power levels, each person's martial soul underwent some degree of transformation. It could not possibly be, as Yu Xiaojing had claimed, that their soul power was elevated at the cost of burning their own life force. However, Yu Xiaojing maintained an unwavering confidence in his own research. They each possessed their own perspectives on the matter. "Xiaojing, are you certain of your assertions?" Flander expressed uncertainty, particularly since he had witnessed Zhao Su exhibiting strength that could rival Tang Hao. Yet, he held immense respect for the theories of his former partner and dearest friend. "Do you doubt my theory?" The master, with a face akin to a zombie, directed a gaze at Flandre, prompting him to hastily retract his statement. "Let us set that aside for now. Just a reminder. Even if Zhao Su did elevate those children's soul powers using the method you described, do not act impulsively. Why? If he truly employed the method of burning life force to enhance their powers, then he is indeed a soul master of malevolent intent and cannot be spared. Alas, how can I convey this to you?" Flander found himself in a quandary, yet ultimately, to prevent Yu Xiaojing from acting rashly, he revealed the incident concerning Zhao Su's overwhelming strength against Tang Hao. "What? Impossible. Did you not say he was merely 16? This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. How could it be fabricated? Are you certain that individual was Tang Hao?" "Of course. I am familiar with the Haotian hammer, and the aura emanating from that person was undoubtedly Tang Hao's. Could it be that such a person truly exists in this world?" Upon hearing Flandre's account, a flicker of doubt appeared on Yu Xiaojing's typically impassive face for the first time. Now, let us not dwell on these thoughts. We should proceed to the training grounds to seek resolution for our queries. My intent in sharing all this with you is merely to urge caution, Flandre said as he and Yu Xiaojiang exited the room, heading toward the training grounds. Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded, refraining from further conversation. His heart was in a state of turmoil. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, Tang San and his companions awaited them. Zhao Su has also arrived, and Zhao Wuji is quietly conversing with Zhao Su. They have come. Zhao Wuji, upon encountering the master, offered a reminder to Zhao Su. Zhao Su also turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang, who was approaching them. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared quite aged, his face resembling that of a zombie, evoking an unsettling feeling. Particularly striking were his bloodshot eyes. For a moment, Zhao Su found himself perplexed, questioning what extraordinary abilities Yu Xiaojiang possessed to remain so deeply etched in the minds of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. This contemplation stirred a hint of jealousy within Zhao Su. "Teacher, you have arrived," Tang San exclaimed upon spotting Yu Xiaojiang, hurrying to greet him with a smile and a respectful tone. Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from speech, as he directed his attention towards Zhao Su, who stood not far away alongside Zhao Wuji. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang's gaze directed towards him, Zhao Su took a deep breath to steady his thoughts and, alongside Zhao Wuji, approached Yu Xiaojiang and Flandre. The other instructors of Shrek Academy, hearing that the master had arrived and was immediately at odds with Zhao Su, hastened to join them. "The master?" Zhao Su cast a contemptuous glance at Yu Xiaojiang and exclaimed, "I am curious to know what enables you to assist others in transforming their martial spirits and enhancing their soul power. In my studies, aside from the consumption of life force, I have encountered no other methods." Yu Xiaojiang, being remarkably forthright, spared no pleasantries and directly posed his inquiry to Zhao Su. "Your research is utterly insignificant, and your so-called 10 theories are nothing but a farce," Zhao Su retorted without hesitation. Chapter 27. The Master's mentality has crumbled, requesting continued updates. A joke? Due to the mutation of his martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang was unable to surpass the 30th level of soul power, which compelled him to focus solely on theoretical knowledge. He would not permit others to belittle his theories. "Is that not the case?" Zhao Su retorted. "I can elevate Tang San to the youngest title Douluo, find the perfect soul ring that complements him, and maximize his combat prowess. All of this can only be achieved based on my theoretical foundation." He scoffed. "Do not flatter yourself. If Tang San possessed merely a blue silver grass, what could it matter even if he had innate full soul power? Do you understand?" Upon hearing Zhao Su's assertion regarding Tang San's sole possession of a blue silver grass, Yu Xiaojiang was not only taken aback. Having been at Shrek Academy for 3 days, he had inquired about Tang San's details from Flandre. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that Flandre and the others were oblivious to Tang San's second martial soul. "I am well aware, not just you can discern it. I do not need to examine any of his records. Simply by his presence here, I can ascertain it." "Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Furthermore, your repeated claims of being able to make Tang San the youngest title Douluo are not rooted in your theory, but rather in his innate talent. How can you nurture someone of mediocre talent? What merit is there in cultivating an individual of poor endowment? Then what of your assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? Are you not, master, a waste yourself?" Zhao Su let out a cold laugh, effectively rendering Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. The expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face was a tumult of colors, shifting from green to purple, as he grappled with how to counter Zhao Su's assertions. "Indeed, what you say may hold some truth. However, I remain unconvinced that one can elevate their soul power without the aid of elixirs. Even a deity would find such a feat impossible. Deities, in my eyes, are merely individuals of higher rank, hardly worthy of mention." Zhao Su turned to gaze at the Shrek's 7 monsters standing in a row beside him. He gestured towards Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, showcase your martial soul for our esteemed master to behold." "All right," Ning Rongrong replied, stepping out of the formation to stand before the master, revealing her martial soul, the 8-treasure glazed pagoda. With her right hand, she delicately held the resplendent pagoda. However, to Yu Xiaojiang, it was merely the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. He cast a casual glance. For while the 7-treasure glazed pagoda might be considered the preeminent auxiliary martial soul in the eyes of others, to him, it was simply a relatively strong martial soul. Yet, before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated intently on the 8 treasure-glazed pagoda that Ning Rongrong cradled in her hand. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 8 layers? The 8 treasure-glazed pagoda? Yu Xiaojiang meticulously counted each layer twice, his expression one of disbelief. It is well known that for the 7 treasure-glazed pagoda to evolve into the 8 or even 9 treasure-glazed pagoda, an absolute enhancement of one's physique is requisite. Throughout history, many prodigies of the 7 treasure-glazed sect have attempted this feat. Yet none have succeeded in evolving the 7 treasure-glazed pagoda into the 8 treasure-glazed pagoda. It is not due to a lack of talent, but rather that their physical constitution was too weak to endure the immense soul power of the 8 or 9 treasure-glazed pagoda. However, the fact that Ning Rongrong's martial soul had indeed evolved into the 8 treasure-glazed pagoda indicated that she had not only refrained from burning her life force, but, in fact, experienced a significant enhancement of vitality and constitution. This is impossible. Could their martial souls have undergone such transformations? Even with the evidence laid before him, the master remained skeptical, shaking his head and stepping back, pointing towards Zhu Zhuqing and others. If you do not believe, then let facts speak for themselves. Zhao Su once again beckoned Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun to approach, urging them to reveal their martial souls to the master. Yes. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the two wasted no time in unleashing their martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized their martial souls closely. Although the transformations were not as pronounced as Ning Rongrong's 8 treasure-glazed pagoda, subtle changes were discernible, particularly in the aura of their martial souls. When he observed Ma Hongjun's evil phoenix martial soul, it began to lose its malevolence, exuding a faint essence reminiscent of the ancient phoenix's true blood. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing's original nether spirit cat's eyes had evolved into a black and white yin-yang spirit cat, no longer harboring any doubts. The master realized that the enhancement in their soul power levels was not a result of burning their life forces, but rather derived from the evolution of their respective martial souls, thus granting them an augmentation of soul power. Master, what do you think? I am not a master. You are the true master, Yu Xiaojiang replied, lowering his head in a rare moment of complete submission to another. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie displayed a hint of prideful amusement upon his countenance. Master, did I not say so? How could my dear brother Zhao resort to such nefarious arts to enhance his student's spiritual prowess? Now you are convinced. Indeed, Fland remarked, observing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, and promptly interjected to smooth over the situation. This is merely a misunderstanding. It is quite commonplace for educators to have differing perspectives on pedagogical matters concerning their students. Is it not? Absolutely. It is perfectly normal. Let us not dwell on it. What is past, echoed the other instructors in agreement with Fland's sentiments. I do not deserve to remain here, Fland. I shall take my leave, Yu Xiaojiang declared, his demeanor tinged with melancholy as he cast a glance at Zhao Su. Then turned to Fland, preparing to depart. The blow delivered by Zhao Su today had been monumental. It rendered his previously cherished tenets regarding core competitive theories and the configuration of spirit rings utterly futile. The famed adage, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, had been reduced to mere folly in his own heart. What a mere waste, he thought. Zhao Su gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Xiaojiang, a sense of cold indifference washing over him. Xiaojiang, what are you doing? Did you not promise to stay? Fran hurriedly pursued, grasping Yu Xiaojiang's arm in an attempt to persuade him to remain. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The remnants of the golden sacred dragon's soul were detected within Yu Xiaojiang. A new mission was issued. Retain Yu Xiaojiang and uncover the connection between his mutated martial soul and the golden sacred dragon. Mission rewards: 100,000 years of soul rings, 20,000 points of energy, and the dual cultivation technique, ancient freedom art. Zhao Su gazed at the 3 lines of text that appeared on the system interface before him. His attention was immediately drawn to the dual cultivation technique. The ancient free-flowing art, nestled within the task rewards, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. It was evident that upon encountering the phrase dual cultivation, his thoughts began to wander. However, until the rewards were acquired, the specifics of the technique and the intricacies of this so-called dual cultivation remained elusive. Chapter 28. Retaining the master under the pretense of evolving martial spirits. As Zhao Su pondered, a myriad of bizarre images flooded his mind, and the smile that once danced on his lips took on a different hue. Ding! The system interjected, please refrain from such lewd thoughts. You must not let Yu Xiaojiang escape. The system, Unable to bear the scene unfolding where Flander was unable to stop Yu Xiaojiang, hastily admonished Zhao Su. Ahem. Zhao Su promptly reined in his inappropriate thoughts, clearing his throat as he approached Yu Xiaojiang. Master, I sincerely hope you will choose to remain. Although your theories may occasionally seem rather superfluous, your ability to train students undoubtedly surpasses that of us mere mortals. Zhao Su approached Yu Xiaojiang with a solemn demeanor and said, I apologize. I am but a failure, incapable of imparting knowledge to my students. A single remark from Zhao Su ignited an ever-growing fury within Yu Xiaojiang, who, suppressing his inner rage, forcefully shook off Flander's grasp from his arm and hastily strode towards the exit of the academy. Are you truly leaving like this? Zhao Su, in a moment of desperation, unleashed his ultimate remark. Do you wish to remain a perpetual failure, a worthless being despised even by your own kin? What do you mean? Do not presume that your formidable strength grants you the license to act with impunity. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer contain himself. He turned and charged towards Zhao Su, his bloodshot eyes glaring with fury. Zhao Su, however, did not succumb to anger. Instead, he began to laugh. Master, you have misunderstood my intention. Although you are inherently inept, Zhao Su paused momentarily, observing the murderous glint in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. I possess the means to transform your martial soul, liberating you from your status as a waste. Initially, Yu Xiaojiang was on the verge of a complete eruption, prepared to risk his very life to confront Zhao Su. Yet, upon hearing the latter's subsequent words, his fury dissipated, gradually morphing into a yearning. Though Yu Xiaojiang vocally claimed to be indifferent to others' opinions, asserting that he could cultivate formidable talents through his own theories to validate himself, he was acutely aware that even if he succeeded in nurturing powerful individuals, skeptics would argue that these geniuses were inherently gifted and could thrive regardless. The only way to silence the naysayers was through his own strength. Choosing the path of theory was, in truth, a manifestation of his own helplessness. Do you truly possess the ability to alter my martial soul? He inquired. Indeed, you have witnessed Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower and Zhuqing's spectral cat. You should comprehend that I possess such prowess. But I am unlike them. They are born with top-tier martial souls, while I am burdened with a wasteful one. Although Yu Xiaojiang remained somewhat skeptical, the tone of his speech had softened considerably. Helping a waste ascend to greatness offers a far greater sense of fulfillment than aiding a prodigy in their ascent. Although Zhao Su's words were rather unpalatable, they rang true. This time, even Yu Xiaojiang refrained from retorting. What is it that you wish to gain from me? Stay and assist Shrek Academy in training. Is that all? Indeed. That is all. In his quest to transform his seemingly useless martial spirit, Yu Xiaojiang willingly set aside his pride. When compared to the prospect of becoming a formidable force, what are pride and dignity worth? Excellent. With the assistance of Brother Zhao, once your martial spirit successfully evolves, we shall seek her out. And our golden iron triangle will undoubtedly carve out an even greater renown. When Flandre mentioned her, it was apparent that a flicker of something unusual crossed Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Yet he chose not to contest it. The golden iron triangle is renowned far and wide. I must certainly have the opportunity to meet the other member in due time. Zhao Wuji approached Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang with a smile and reassured them. Do not worry, you will have the chance to meet. Flinder patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder and continued, Xiaojiang, the training of these children is entrusted to you. Yu Xiaojiang responded earnestly, rest assured, I will train them diligently. With Yu Xiaojiang's commitment to remain, the evening's small episode came to a temporary conclusion. In the ensuing month, the Shrek's 7 devils encountered a grueling training regimen akin to a hellish experience. During this month, Zhao Su personally investigated Yu Xiaojiang's mutated martial soul. The 3 cannons of Luo, noting its peculiar appearance and lamentably feeble spirit power. Zhao Su devoted an entire day to investigating the enigmatic connection between the gassy Luo Sanpao and the Golden Saint Dragon. Even though he concealed his 12-winged holy angel spirit, it merely emanated a sacred aura capable of altering one's constitution, akin to that of the spirit itself. Yet, this did not facilitate the evolution of Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao. How curious. Under the influence of this divine essence, Yu Xiaojiang felt the soul power within him becoming increasingly refined, and his strength somewhat augmented. However, he remained unable to transcend the limitations of the 30th level. Alas, this approach proved futile. It seems he must devise another strategy. Zhao Su let out a sigh, noticing a hint of regret in Yu Xiaojiang's expression. He continued, however, rest assured, even if we cannot evolve your martial spirit, the 3 cannons of Luo I possess a method to help you transcend the limitations of level 30. Really? Indeed, but not at this moment. The time is not yet ripe. After Yu Xiaojing departed, a peculiar black figure materialized in Zhao Su's chamber. Master, I have uncovered the truth. To evolve Yu Xiaojing's 3 cannons of Luo into the true golden sacred dragon, it is essential to assemble the golden iron triangle and also acquire the dragon seal, which has been passed down through generations of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, along with the dragon transformation soulbone. It seems my deductions were accurate. Yu Xiaojing's physique is too frail to bear the arrival of the golden sacred dragon. A true summoning requires the unity of 3. Indeed, you must not return to the Star Luo Empire. Instead, proceed to a prestigious Soul Master Academy in Heavendo City, known as the Blue Tyrant Academy, and strive to earn Lu Erlong's trust. Understood, the shadow affirmed. Gradually fading from sight, Lu Erlong, Zhao Su murmured softly to himself, contemplating how to guide all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to follow the narrative trajectory of the original story towards the city of Tiando. Their destination was Lamba Academy, where the Iron Triangle was to convene. Only then would there be a chance to unravel the mysteries surrounding the golden sacred dragon. System. How is the calculation of the remaining bones of the 9-winged dragon progressing? It is still under analysis. It appears that a formidable force is obstructing my calculations. The system's voice resonated within Zhao Su's mind. Given this, let us first focus on the golden sacred dragon and the bone dragon. Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to proceed without arousing suspicion as he naturally made his way to the 7 Treasures Glaze sect. After all, the sect was conveniently located near Heavendo City, allowing him to resolve this matter simultaneously. Perhaps he could glean further information regarding the guardian dragon from Guro. It was imperative for him to hasten his pace, as he was eager to discover the transformative potential the guardian dragon could bestow upon him. Zhao Su comprehended that his current strength remained insufficient, as he could only contend with a maximum of 2 tidal Douluos simultaneously. This was evidently inadequate. Chapter 29. The Devouring Celestial Cat and the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat. A month later, Zhao Su's Emperor's 7-kill sword's soul power ascended to level 50, enabling him to exchange for a 10,000-year soul ring in the marketplace. At this juncture, Zhao Su's overall attributes were as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel. Emperor's 7-kill sword. Soul skills, 12-winged Holy Angel. First soul skill, Celestial Manifestation. Second soul skill, Annihilating Palm. Third soul skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. Fourth soul skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Fifth soul skill, Immortal Dominance. Emperor's 7-kill sword. First soul skill, Supreme Sword Intent. Second soul skill, Sword Name, Destruction. Third soul skill, Sword Name, Slaughter. Fourth soul skill, Sword Name, A Sword Across Time. Fifth soul skill, True Form of the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Level, 51 Battle Soul Master, Assault Type. Mental Strength, 25,200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Value, 23,000 points. Fortune Value, 23 points. Guardian Dragon, Remnant Bone of the 9-winged Inglong X1. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Su once again opened the marketplace, where, in addition to rows of soul rings and the 6-piece Holy Angel Soul Bone set, a plethora of martial souls had re-emerged. Could it be possible to awaken a martial soul? Zhao Su casually flipped through the pages, yet he felt little enthusiasm for awakening a martial spirit. After all, he believed that his 12-winged Holy Angel and the Emperor's 7-kill sword were more than sufficient. Just as he was about to close the shopping interface, a notification appeared. Simultaneously, a detailed introduction of the Devouring Sky links materialized before his eyes. The Devouring Sky links could trigger a martial spirit fusion technique with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat, allowing for unparalleled mastery and an enhancement of all attributes by 70%. Could it truly activate a fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit? After careful consideration, Zhao Su ultimately chose to awaken the Devouring Celestial Cat, viewing it as a further opportunity to draw closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Ever since his return from the Star Do Forest 2 months ago, Zhu Zhuqing had been avoiding him, dedicating herself daily to rigorous training until she could scarcely rise. Initially, Zhao Su intended to employ a strategy of emotional manipulation, hoping Zhu Zhuqing would seek him out on her own. However, he found himself somewhat miscalculated, perhaps underestimating her unwavering resolve. Upon awakening the Devouring Celestial Cat, Zhao Su refrained from immediately acquiring a Millennium Soul Ring. Instead, He opted for the standard configuration of soul rings, selecting 2 yellow and 1 purple to complement Zhu Zhuqing's abilities. On this particular morning, when Zhao Su arrived at the dining hall, Tang San and the others were already present, enjoying a breakfast specially prepared by their master. Zhao Su, however, was not afforded such privileges, as he continued to subsist on plain congee and a modest side of pickles. Upon his arrival, a few individuals greeted him with cordiality. Ning Rongrong, in particular, approached Zhao Su with her bowl in hand, positioning herself beside him. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, merely lowered her head, engrossed in her own meal, seemingly treating Zhao Su as if he were invisible. Although Zhuqing appeared aloof on the surface, she often called his name during the evening hours. As Ning Rongrong had been placed by Zhao Su as an informant next to Zhu Zhuqing, she dutifully reported the situation to him each day. Is that so? Zhao Su mused. There can be no doubt, for I slumber beside her, and thus cannot be mistaken. However, Ning Rongrong continued, shifting her tone. It seems she is prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of her family and continue the alliance with Dai Mubai. What could have prompted such a decision? Has someone influenced her? Zhao Su inquired. I cannot say for certain, but I do know that she clandestinely visited Soto City yesterday. I see, well done. Zhao Su finished the congee in his bowl and spoke a few words to Ning Rongrong before rising to depart. On this day, Master S' first phase of specialized training had nearly concluded. Furthermore, due to the financial strain on Shrek Academy, Master decided it was prudent to expedite the Shrek 7's transition into practical combat training. They were to venture to the Soul Arena in Soto City to engage in soul battles. This experience would not only facilitate their rapid adaptation to the rhythm of actual combat, but also allow them to earn gold soul coins to subsidize the Academy's expenses. To ensure they approached the soul battles in optimal condition, Master granted them a 3-day respite, with a gathering scheduled for the evening of the 3rd day at the training ground to head to the Soul Arena. Although Master was predominantly theoretical in his approach, he possessed a remarkable ability to instruct his students. After 2 months of intensive training, the Shrek 7 had developed an increasingly harmonious synergy, and their physical prowess had significantly improved. Even the support-type students, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, appeared to have made substantial progress. Before long, the 3 days had elapsed. On the evening of this day, just as the sun was about to set, the Shrek 7 gathered at the training ground. This time, it was not just Master who accompanied them. Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and Zhao Su were also present, all set to journey to Soto City together. Zhao Su would also participate in the soul battles. Brother Zhao, your 50-level Soul King status may prove challenging in finding suitable opponents within the Soul Arena of Soto City. I can be either 50 or 30 levels. Zhao Su smiled at Zhao Wujie and casually remarked, isn't your other martial soul of a higher rank? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujie, somewhat perplexed, leaned closer and lowered his voice to inquire. At that time, when Zhao Su had unleashed his 12-winged seraph to assist them in evolving their martial souls within the Stardow Forest, he had instructed them to keep the secret of his 12-winged seraph martial soul confidential. Thus, aside from Flander, none were privy to this knowledge. Brother Zhao, can one only possess dual martial souls as a soul master? With a hint of playful amusement, Zhao Su inquired of Zhao Wujie, do you possess another martial soul? Zhao Wujie's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, capturing the attention of Master Flander and the Shrek 7 devils who walked ahead. In particular, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's exclamation, the Master immediately became intrigued. Who do you say possesses another martial soul? Zhao Wujie did not respond to the Master. He merely cast a glance at Zhao Su. You too possess a dual martial soul? The Master employed the word too, yet no one paid it any heed. Flinder and the Shrek 7 monsters were aware of Zhao Su's possession of 2 martial souls, thus they did not exhibit excessive astonishment. Indeed, Zhao Su refrained from unnecessary words and directly summoned his formidable, celestial, chinchilla martial soul, a pure white chinchilla, as diminutive as a kitten and devoid of any blemish, proudly perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder. Its eyes, vast and enigmatic like the night sky, instilled an involuntary tremor of fear in the hearts of onlookers. Yet one individual remained unfazed, Zhu Zhuqing. When she beheld the chinchilla on Zhao Su's shoulder, rather than fear, she experienced an oddly familiar sensation, reminiscent of her own yin-yang spirit cat. Chinchilla martial soul? 3 lives martial soul? Flinder exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the celestial chinchilla, unable to contain his astonishment. Are there other martial souls aside from the chinchilla and the 7 killing sword? The master echoed Flinder's incredulity, staring at Zhao Su in disbelief. Having revealed the truth, Zhao Su unveiled his 12-winged seraph martial soul, accompanied by an unprecedented configuration of 5 soul rings, 2 black and 3 red. Chapter 30. Do not worry. Let it repel, as it will. This is impossible. The master had often uttered this phrase since encountering Zhao Su. It could be said that Zhao Su's appearance had completely overturned the theories he had spent 2 decades developing. The existence of the world itself was a miracle. Thus, anything could transpire within this miraculous realm. How did you resolve the repulsion between each martial soul? The master inquired, urgency evident in his tone. He had previously advised Tang San against recklessly adding soul rings to the Houghton and hammer, as he had yet to discover a safe method to counteract repulsion. Wishing to prevent Tang San from taking unnecessary risks, do not concern yourself, let it repel as it may. Zhao Su had acquired the 12-winged seraphim, uttering a phrase that once again caused the master to feel a profound sense of vexation, almost as if he were about to spew blood. Let it repel? Let it repel? Ha ha. The master's thoughts were now utterly chaotic, incessantly murmuring Zhao Su's words, punctuated by unsettling laughter. Xiao Gang, are you all right? Flander hurriedly supported the somewhat unsteady master, concern etched upon his face. I am fine. This world is vast and intricate. It is entirely conceivable for 1 or 2 aberrant beings to emerge. Your theory still applies to the majority of soul masters. Flander continued to reassure the master. Alas, you need not comfort me. I comprehend all of these principles, the master replied, appearing as though he had aged several years in that moment, looking quite haggard. However, Zhao Su remained indifferent to all of this. As long as he lived and could complete the Trinity fusion technique with Flander and Lu Erlong, that was all that mattered. Zhao Su's assistance towards his formidable objective merely aimed to enhance the probability of manifesting the golden sacred dragon. Well then, time is of the essence. We must hasten to the Soul Arena in Soto City. The master took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions, and continued onward in the direction of the Soul Arena. To avoid unnecessary complications, the Shrek 7 monsters donned matching attire and war masks. Before engaging in the soul battles, it was imperative to establish pairs. Each individual required a partner to participate in the duo battles. The soul battles could be categorized as individual, duo, or team events. A team comprised a minimum of 7 members and could not exceed 10. The number of participants in a team battle was dictated by the smaller group. Individual battles were straightforward, requiring only registration for participation. Their current discussion revolved around the composition of the duo teams. Dai Mubai expressed a desire to team up with Zhu Zhuqing, only to be met with her refusal. At this juncture, the master interjected, stating, I have already devised your pairings. Mubai, you shall team with Oscar. Your level has reached 36, making you a formidable opponent among those at the 30-level tier. Take Oscar under your wing. Though Dai Mubai felt a twinge of displeasure, he refrained from arguing and accepted the arrangement. Tang San would partner with Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun with Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Su with Zhu Zhuqing. Master, I wish to team with Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing quickly exclaimed upon hearing the master's allocations. Your strength is inferior to Ma Hongjuan's. He can better protect Ning Rongrong. Alternatively, you may team with Ma Hongjun, allowing Rongrong to pair with Zhao Su. The choice is yours. Before Zhao Su could voice his thoughts regarding Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong interrupted, declaring, I will team with my fatty. I adore my fatty. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Ma Hongjun. I, too, will partner with Rongrong. Ma Hongjun chimed in eagerly. With such affirmations, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to press further, tacitly accepting the team arrangements. Why are you unwilling to team with me? Zhao Su inquired, leaning closer to Zhu Zhuqing while awaiting their turn on the soul battle platform, whispering softly into her ear. The warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, and his rich, gentle voice sent a shiver through her. Her heart began to race. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Zhao Su's eyes, and quietly replied, No? Is that truly the case? Zhao Su continued to press for answers. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to Zhao Su's voice, her heart was in turmoil, and she leaned slightly to the side, wishing to minimize her interaction with Zhao Su. Do not be anxious. Relax. I shall protect you shortly. With a faint smile, Zhao Su leaned in once more and whispered softly. Little did anyone know that Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety stemmed not from the impending battle, but from Zhao Su himself. A few days prior, Zhu Zhuqing had received a missive from her family elders, summoning her to meet in Soto City. The elders had explicitly instructed her to swiftly cultivate a rapport with Dai Mubai and to master the fusion technique, the spectral white tiger. Within the Douluo Empire, there existed two factions vying for the position of the crown prince, one supporting Davis and the other favoring Dai Mubai. Likewise, the Zhu family was divided into two opposing camps. They needed to ensure the survival of their lineage amidst these rival factions, preserving their influence within the Douluo Empire. This urgency prompted the family elders to hasten Zhu Zhuqing's fusion training with Dai Mubai, preparing for the inevitable contest for the ultimate title of crown prince. From a young age, Zhu Zhuqing had often heard that marital alliances were paramount, with the Zhu family's status and power taking precedence above all. Thus, she dared not defy the counsel of her elders. Additionally, her parents, due to the Zhu family's unique standing within the Douluo Empire, had been exceptionally stringent with their daughter. This sternness was not born of affection or a desire for her to achieve greatness. Rather, it was a matter of maintaining the family's prestige. It could be said that their daughters were destined for the imperial family of the Douluo Empire. Regardless of their personal feelings or willingness, they could not resist, as the prevailing ethos of their upbringing was obedience to the family and obedience to the royal house. They had arranged for both daughters to be betrothed to two princes of the empire, setting the stage for a rivalry that could lead to their mutual destruction. In the eyes of Zhu Zhuqing's parents, it mattered little which daughter ascended to the role of empress, as long as it was their own. This internal conflict and anguish arose within Zhu Zhuqing when she developed feelings for Zhao Su. Had she not encountered Zhao Su, she might have executed her family's orders without hesitation, approaching Dai Mubai and perfecting the synergy of their martial souls. Regardless of whether he would ascend to the throne or whether she would become empress, that would have been her life's course. However, after meeting Zhao Su, a sense of rebellion blossomed within her, yet she felt too fearful to act upon it. Soon, the duo's soul battle commenced. With Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing facing off against a male and female opponent, the male appeared to be around 18 or 19, while the female seemed slightly younger. "Let us go." Zhao Su extended his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing, who hesitated for a moment, gazing at the outstretched hand. Ultimately, she refrained from reciprocating and made her way directly to the Battle Soul platform. Observing this, Zhao Su could only shrug in resignation before following closely behind Zhu Zhuqing, also heading towards the platform. Chapter 31. A battle of wits. As both parties arrived on the Battle Soul platform, a voice from above proclaimed the commencement of the duel, prompting the male opponent to make the first move, while the female counterpart took on the role of support. In order to conceal his true capabilities and avoid premature exposure, Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating the two adversaries. Subsequently, he revealed his formidable soul of the devouring sky dragon cat. As the second soul ring illuminated, the dragon cat perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder leaped into the air, transforming in an instant into a colossal creature reminiscent of a tiger. With its enormous jaws agape, it emitted a ferocious roar and lunged towards the support-type woman concealed behind the man. "Yao Yao, be careful." The man, Zhang Yuan, hastily called out a warning. He hurled his curved blade soul towards the devouring sky dragon cat, attempting to intercept its advance towards Yao Yao. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action, moving with remarkable speed as her hands morphed into razor-sharp claws, aiming directly for Zhang Yuan, who had thrown his weapon. Zhu Zhuqing's assault was ruthless, devoid of mercy, as if she intended to unleash the turmoil within her heart through the crucible of battle. Observing this, Zhang Yuan acted decisively, without a trace of hesitation, and chose to surrender. However, Zhu Zhuqing's attack had already reached its zenith, targeting his throat, making it too late for her to withdraw. Just as Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, resigned to his fate beneath Zhu Zhuqing's claws, he felt a sudden embrace around his waist, halting her advance. It was Zhao Su who intervened. "Your mind is too chaotic. Such turmoil can easily lead to grave mistakes." Zhao Su held tightly onto Zhu Zhuqing's delicate waist, a warm current reminiscent of the awakening of all things coursing through her being, gradually soothing her turmoil. Enveloped in Zhao Su's comforting embrace, the weight of her frustrations and grievances became unbearable, and she leaned against his shoulder, disregarding the gazes of those around her, and wept sorrowfully. "Enough of the tears now," he reassured her gently. "I am here for you. No matter the challenge, I will help you overcome it." Zhao Su gently wiped away Zhu Zhuqing's tears and softly whispered in her ear. At that moment, she found herself utterly captivated, unable to extricate herself from the spell he had cast. Thank you for saving me, my brother. We have lost. Zhang Yuren understood well that it was Zhao Su who had just saved his life. Were it not for Zhao Su's intervention, he might now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Thus, he bowed respectfully in gratitude towards Zhao Su. We were merely competing, not adversaries. There is no need for lives to be lost. Thank you. Zhang Yuren expressed his thanks once more before turning to descend the battle arena with the supportive female spirit master, Yao Yao. Let us depart as well. Cease your tears. For should you continue, your beauty shall fade. Zhao Su grasped the delicate and smooth hand of Zhu Zhuqing, leading her down from the soul battle platform. From the audience, Daimubai observed this scene. His eyes, imbued with a hint of wickedness, glimmered with a trace of menace. Daimubai, it appears your chances are dwindling, remarked Oscar, who was beside him, savoring a large sausage to replenish his soul power, casting a wistful glance at Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing as they descended hand in hand. Daimubai, I truly believe it is time for you to concede, Ning Rongrong chimed in, addressing him as well. Yet, throughout the exchange, Daimubai remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Upon Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing's return to their companions at Shrek Academy, all but Daimubai surged forward to greet them. Soon, the individual and dual battles of Tang San and his comrades concluded, each emerging victorious, significantly boosting the morale of the Shrek team. The next challenge was the team battle. This time, Zhao Su refrained from participating, allowing the Shrek 7 to form a collective unit. During the skirmish, Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing initially intended to employ their martial soul fusion technique. However, for reasons unbeknownst, whether due to Zhu Zhuqing's personal circumstances or the evolution of her martial soul from the phantom spirit cat to the yin-yang spirit cat, the fusion did not succeed. Following this failure, Daimubai turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, a semblance of relief flickering in his enchanting eyes before he redirected his focus to the impending foes. Brother Zhao, you must have known about Zhu Zhuqing and Daimubai's origins all along, haven't you? What makes you say that? Just a guess. Zhao Wuji cast a meaningful smile towards Zhao Su, then patted her shoulder gently. The master is in a foul mood. So Flandra and I will accompany him for a drink. This place is entrusted to you. All right, understood. After Zhao Wuji's departure, only Zhao Su remained, leaning back against the spectator platform, gazing at Tang San and his companions on the soul fighting stage. The smile on his face gradually faded as he contemplated his next course of action. In the ensuing days, the achievements of the Shrek Academy members were nothing short of remarkable. The name of the Shrek 7 monsters began to resonate throughout the Grand Soul Arena. Curiosity abounded as onlookers sought to discern the identity of the masked Shrek 7 monsters and the faction they represented. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda, speculation arose that they were affiliated with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. In the minds of many, only a formidable sect like the 7 treasure glazed tile sect could cultivate such extraordinary individuals. On this day, Zhao Su was awaiting the final team battle of this phase alongside the Shrek 7 monsters. Following this match, there would be a month-long ceasefire. Is it that your mask conceals an unsightly face, preventing you from showing yourself? At that moment, an arrogant voice pierced the air, accompanied by an outstretched hand aiming to remove Zhu Zhuqing's mask. Although Zhu Zhuqing was young, her physique was undoubtedly the most impressive among the 3 girls, far exceeding her actual age. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, remove your filthy hands and depart at once. Just as the hand was about to touch Zhu Zhuqing's mask, Zhao Su, seated beside her, seized the assailant's wrist. Are you seeking death, boy? The brazen figure, Guangxi, forcefully shook off Zhao Su's grip, his eyes glinting with menace. It is exceedingly difficult to impart a lesson. No sooner had Zhao Su spoken than Guangxi was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the railing of the spectator platform nearby. Steadying himself, Guangxi was initially taken aback, but fury quickly replaced his surprise as he charged toward Zhao Su. Stop! At that moment, a voice intervened, and a man in his 40s approached, halting Guangxi. Whatever grievances you have, settle them on the soul fighting stage. Be cautious. He is Guangxi, your next opponent. Supervisor Ao reminded Zhao Su and his companions before turning to leave. Rongrong, do not engage. I will take your place shortly. Zhao Su had firmly resolved to teach that reckless team a lesson, and thus spoke to Ning Rongrong. The points earned in team battles would be attributed to the collective, and whether she participated or not would not affect her score, so she readily agreed. I'll take care of that reckless beast. The rest will be handled by you all. Let us conclude this swiftly and celebrate with drinks tonight. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and the others. If we do not return, the dean shall not punish us, correct? Today, I lead the team, and my word is final. Chapter 32. The Annihilation Squad. Then it is settled. It has been quite some time since we last indulged in wine. Today, we shall feast heartily. Upon hearing the plan to celebrate with drinks, Ma Hongjun could scarcely contain his excitement. The onlookers were taken aback at Zhao Su and his companions, who, at such a juncture, were still deliberating over a celebration. Many shook their heads, deeming them as naive as newborn calves, unafraid of tigers. The Annihilation Squad was renowned as the most formidable team within the soul arena of Soto City, with each member possessing a soul power exceeding 35 levels. Their team composition was impeccable, and they worked in perfect harmony. However, their remarkable achievements in individual battles were unfamiliar to the audience, who preferred the spectacle of team fights. Zhao Su and his companions paid no heed to the discussions of those around them. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. Zhao Su, unmasked and standing at the rear, was joined by the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, arranged by age. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce both teams. Here we have the star team from Soto City, the Frenzied Warriors. Frenzied Warriors. Frenzied Warriors. In an instant, the fans in the audience erupted in a frenzy of cheers. And on this side, we have the rising stars of Soto City, the Shrek 7 monsters. After the host finished presenting the Shrek team, there was no applause or welcoming cheers, only the curious gazes of onlookers. Very well, let our match commence. As those words were spoken, the frenzied rhino had already merged with his rhino spirit, sprouting a horn from his forehead as he charged towards Zhao Su and his team. Humph. Zhao Su exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San and the others, then took the initiative to strike, refraining from revealing his martial soul. Instead, he stepped forward and seized the rhinoceros horn atop the head of the raging rhinoceros. Crack! The entire arena resonated with the crisp sound of a fracture, immediately followed by the resounding thud of the beast crashing onto the fighting stage. The audience, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them, widened their eyes in astonishment. Some even rose from their seats to better witness the scene. With unyielding strength, Zhao Su not only snapped the sharp horn, but also hoisted the towering beast, over 2 meters tall, and slammed it down onto the arena floor. Remember, in the future, restrain your hands and refrain from touching everything within reach. As Zhao Su spoke, he raised the arm of the ferocious Xie and, with a sudden force, snapped it in two. A piercing scream of agony echoed throughout the arena. The remaining team members had already been restrained by Tang San and his companions, rendering any attempt to rescue Xie utterly futile. After dealing with Xie, Zhao Su's silhouette darted across the stage. When the onlookers finally glimpsed Zhao Su's form once more, they realized that all 7 members of the Mad Battle team lay defeated upon the arena floor, clearly devoid of any further fighting capability. Had the Mad Battle team truly lost in such a manner? A voice from the audience broke the silence, voicing a question that stirred the spectators from their stupor. They gazed at the fallen members of the Mad Battle team and at the victorious poses struck by the members of the Shrek team in the center of the arena. From the moment the host had declared the commencement of battle to its abrupt conclusion, scarcely a minute had passed. Instantly, discussions erupted throughout the crowd, interspersed with shouts of anger from those who had wagered on the Mad Battle team's victory. The downfall of the Mad Battle team had resulted in significant losses for these individuals. However, the Shrek 7 had emerged without a shadow of doubt regarding their prowess. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Su and his companions departed from the soul fighting platform and proceeded directly to redeem their points. Without lingering excessively, they were soon to embark on their revelry. Within a tavern, the 8 of them ordered a lavish feast accompanied by 2 barrels of pure wheat beer. It seemed that this evening was destined for indulgence. Zhu Qing, I wish to have a word with you. Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had been silent until then, addressed Zhu Qing, rising to make his way outside the tavern. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected scene. Even Ma Hongjun set down his chopsticks in surprise. Zhu Qing's expression darkened as she glanced at Zhao Su, only to find him silent. Thus, she followed Dai Mubai out of the tavern. Brother Su, aren't you going out to sea? Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhao Su, nudging him gently, and spoke directly towards the tavern's entrance. What is there to see? We are here to drink. Zhao Su's countenance remained adorned with a smile as he filled his glass to the brim, calling out to the assembled guests before consuming the entire drink in one swift motion. However, beneath this jovial facade, Zhao Su's heart was far from indifferent. He understood that this moment marked a pivotal decision for Zhu Qing. Should she choose Dai Mubai, he would no longer pursue her. If she opted for him, he would cease to leverage her affections. "Drink up, Brother Su. I shall drink with you," Ning Rongrong declared, pouring herself a glass and clinking it with Zhao Su's before tipping her head back to down the contents. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai returned. Dai Mubai's expression appeared considerably more relaxed as he raised his glass and addressed Zhao Su. "Brother Su, I toast to you." Zhu Zhuqing seated herself beside Ning Rongrong, her gaze towards Zhao Su imbued with a hint of shyness. "Cheers." Observing that everyone seemed aware of Zhu Zhuqing's choice and recognizing Dai Mubai's acceptance of the outcome, Ma Hongjun took the opportunity to enliven the atmosphere. In an instant, the tavern was filled with the sounds of clinking glasses. They drank late into the night. And when Flender noticed that Zhao Su and the others had not yet returned, concern creased his brow. He instructed Zhao Wujie to locate them. After searching the city of Soto, he finally found the 8 of them thoroughly intoxicated within the tavern. "Brother Zhao, why are you indulging in their revelry?" Zhao Wujie inquired, supporting the bowed Zhao Su who was retching. "Brother Zhao, perhaps this is the true me." Zhao Su gazed at Zhao Wujie and uttered a perplexing statement. Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to oppose the Shrek 7 monsters. However, he yearned to return home to his true home. Thus, he felt compelled to undertake the tasks assigned by the malevolent system. Though he harbored no desire to embody the role of a villain, circumstances dictated otherwise. For his own sake, and for the sake of those he wished to protect, he had no choice but to proceed down this path. "You are one of the Spirit Hall, are you not?" Zhao Wujie watched as Tang San and his companions disappeared into the distance. Only then did he gently inquire of Zhao Su. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Zhao Su's previously dazed expression gradually brightened. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wujie, affirming, "Indeed. This time, I do not deny it but rather acknowledge it directly. Our Shrek Academy is merely an obscure institution, hardly worthy of someone of your stature to infiltrate. The Spirit Hall is not entirely united. I aspire to truly unify the Spirit Hall and subsequently the entire continent." Zhao Su did not speak the complete truth, yet neither did he utter a total falsehood. The interplay of reality and deception constitutes the pinnacle of lies. Chapter 33. Zhao Wujie has completely embarked on the pirate ship. "Are you aligned with Qian Douluo or Bibidong?" Zhao Wujie continued to inquire. "Is your purpose for coming here related to those 7? I am a disciple of Pope Bibidong, in addition to nurturing a few prodigies. There is something you ought to know regarding the identities of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Have you come for the Star Luo Empire? I wonder if Brother Zhao has any interest in joining me to witness the unification of the entire continent?" Zhao Su had articulated his thoughts with sufficient clarity. Thus he refrained from responding to Zhao Wujie's words and instead posed a counter-question. "If I refuse, will you take my life?" Zhao Wujie replied confidently, "Of course not. Your consent or lack thereof does not conflict with my plans." Zhao Su retorted, "Are you not fearful that I might divulge your scheme?" To which Zhao Wujie ominously responded, "In that eventuality, I would eliminate you, along with every individual at Shrek Academy." Zhao Su turned to gaze at Zhao Wujie, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, Zhao Wujie felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable soul beast. Even when confronting the Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Forest, he had never experienced such a sensation. "Ha ha, how refreshingly honest you are." Upon hearing Zhao Su's candid words, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment, he gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. "I am willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Very well, in the future, you will come to understand that your choice today is indeed the right one." Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space within the jade pendant at his waist, presenting it to Zhao Wujie. "This elixir is known as the Gathering Soul Pill. It has the power to transform your physique and accelerate your cultivation speed. Rest assured, this pill will only bring you benefits without any side effects, but it must be consumed judiciously, 1 pill every 7 days." After delivering this message, Zhao Su hastily made his way towards the Shrek Academy. Observing Zhao Su's departing figure, Zhao Wujie's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He had never been a man of indecision. Once he resolved upon a course of action, he would not waver. The following morning, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, basking in the warmth of the first rays of sunlight, gazing skyward with an expression devoid of emotion. To be candid, Zhao Su felt a pang of homesickness. Whenever this feeling arose, he would lift his eyes to the heavens. What was he doing here? At that moment, a cool voice emerged from behind Zhao Su. Zhao Su did not need to glance back to recognize Zhu Zhuqing. "It's nothing. Basking in the first rays of sunlight each day is beneficial for the body, Zhao Su remarked as he shifted slightly to the side, offering Zhu Zhuqing a seat beside him. After drinking so much yesterday, do you feel unwell? Zhu Zhuqing responded as she settled next to Zhao Su, her gaze filled with tenderness. However, when I think of someone, discomfort fades away. Known for her aloof demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing's words carried an alluring charm, stirring the hearts of men even more. And who is this person you think of? Zhao Su edged closer to Zhu Zhuqing, as if intending to draw near. The slightly teasing tone rendered Zhu Zhuqing's handsome visage flushed with a rosy hue. Who do you think I am thinking of? Don't you know? How could I possibly know? I am not in your mind, but you reside in my heart. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaned toward Zhao Su, uttering these words, her face becoming even more crimson, resembling an alluring red apple. Then allow me to touch your heart, to ascertain if what you profess is indeed true. As Zhao Su spoke, he gazed toward a certain direction, his right hand mischievously reaching out. Annoyed, Zhu Zhuqing swatted away Zhao Su's outstretched hand and softly remarked, there are no good men, and you are no exception. With that, she swiftly rose and leaped off the rooftop. Witnessing this, a broader smile spread across Zhao Su's face. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Zhao Su was now 21, and the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, had also turned 18. Under the rigorous theoretical training from their master and Zhao Su's practical assistance, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters grew increasingly formidable. Each member's soul power had surpassed level 50. The evil eye white tiger, Dai Mubai, was 20 years old with a soul power of 57. Uncle Oscar, the big sausage, was 19 and possessed a soul power of 54. Tang San, the thousand-handed Azura, was 18 and also at 54. The evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, was 19 with a soul power of 53. The soft-bone charm rabbit, Xiao Wu, was 18 and had a soul power of 53. Ning Rongrong, the 8 treasure glaze tile, was 18 with a soul power of 53. Zhu Xing, the yin-yang spirit cat, was 18 and at 53 as well. Meanwhile, Zhao Su deliberately suppressed his own soul power, which remained at just over level 50. Zhao Su's actions can be regarded as a seamless integration into the Shrek 7 monsters. The students of Shrek Academy, who should have graduated long ago, could easily secure positions as instructors in any prestigious Soul Master Academy. However, it is evident that this is not their desire. In the dining hall, Zhao Su and his companions were partaking in their meal, although Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained aloof. Her gaze towards Zhao Su bore an unmistakable tenderness. 5 years ago, after Zhu Zhuqing clarified her feelings with Dai Mubai, he ceased to invest time in her and returned to his former life of indulgence. His escapades with twin sisters and pure yet enchanting companions had never waned. Over these 5 years, Zhu Zhuqing's already stunning figure had become even more captivating, evoking involuntary admiration from onlookers. Her fiery physique, juxtaposed with her usual cold demeanor, transformed into a blend of allure and softness when she looked at Zhao Su, making it increasingly difficult for him to restrain certain impulses. In addition to Zhu Zhuqing, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had blossomed into even more striking beauties. Tang San and Xiao Wu had always shared a deep connection, while Oscar intensified his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, only to be met with repeated rejections. Zhao, my brother, just now the head of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Supervisor Ao, came by. He wishes for our Shrek team to participate in a team soul fight. The Master and the Dean have sent me to inquire about your opinions. A team soul fight? Who are we up against? They call themselves the Royal Battle Team. They have effortlessly triumphed over more than a dozen teams in the past month. The Royal Battle? Indeed. What do you think? Upon hearing the name Emperor Do, Zhao Su realized that the opportunity he had been awaiting to unite the Golden Triangle had finally arrived. Nevertheless, he still inquired with Dai Mubai and the others. Let's heed the leader's arrangements. Ma Hongjun was the first to express his agreement. Over the past 5 years, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had completely expelled any impurities, transforming into a pure-blood phoenix imbued with the true blood of an ancient phoenix. It can be said that he was utterly devoted to Zhao Su, making him the most trusted among the Shrek 7 monsters, second only to Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhao Su had also emerged as the core of the Shrek team, taking on the role previously held by Dai Mubai. We are a team. We shall follow your arrangements. Both Tang San and Dai Mubai chimed in. Then let us accept them. It is fortuitous that the Shrek team has been devoid of opponents, and a worthy adversary has finally appeared. providing us with an opportunity to sharpen our skills. Very well, in that case, I shall inform Master and Flender. Zhao Wuji nodded upon hearing the words of the crowd and rose to leave the cafeteria. Chapter 34. Journey to the Royal Academy of Tiendo within a VIP lounge at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Master and Flandre entered and presented detailed information about their opponents to Zhao Su and the others. As Zhao Su and the Shrek team advanced in rank within the Soul Arena, the Soto City Great Soul Arena had graciously reserved a VIP room for them. During competitions, this would serve as their waiting area, and in the absence of matches, they could observe the contest from this vantage point. Although their opponents were weaker than they were, caution was warranted. I believe Zhao Su should take the lead, Master suggested, casting a glance at Zhao Su. They are merely in their 40s. Perhaps it's unnecessary for the captain to engage? Ma Hongjun queried, slightly puzzled as he scanned the details of the opposing team. Despite their soul power being in their 40s, their team configuration was formidable, particularly their martial souls, each one a premier entity on the continent. Master continued, extracting 2 sheets from the dossier detailing their adversaries. The leader, Yu Tianheng, wielded the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, renowned as the most potent beast martial soul, warranting particular attention. Most notably, their support soul master, Yi Lingling, possessed the 9 Hearts Begonia, which was truly extraordinary. Is it truly more formidable than the 7 Treasure Glaze tile? Though it may not rival the 7 Treasure Glaze tile in fame, its uniqueness and unparalleled support soul skill render it superior. Ningrongrong, as a direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, inherently possessed a deeper understanding of other support martial souls. The 9 Hearts Begonia was distinctive both in its inheritance method and its soul skills, particularly with its singular ability, comprehensive healing. As long as her soul power remained intact, each member of her team effectively had a healer to bolster their vitality. No matter, I have faith in their abilities, Zhao Su finally spoke, having remained silent until now. If you, as Soul Kings at level 50, cannot prevail over a team of Soul Ancestors at level 40, then perhaps it is best to disband sooner rather than later. At this moment, Zhao Su preferred to remain concealed, wishing to avoid any unforeseen alterations to the original storyline due to his intervention. He aimed to expedite Shrek Academy's departure from Soto City and journey towards Heavendo City. This urgency stemmed from his desire to facilitate the reunion of the Golden Iron Triangle and to unravel the mysteries surrounding the Golden Sacred Dragon. Additionally, it was only upon reaching Heavendo City that he could seize greater opportunities to approach the formidable Bone Douluo, Gurong, of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity to hasten his progress, for lingering in the small confines of Soto City was not an option. Within Heavendo City, he would be able to engage with various factions. Since you have articulated it thus, let us proceed accordingly, he resolved. The master, having ceased his debate with Zhao Su, acquiesced. For reasons unknown, today the master appeared to be burdened with heavy thoughts. Soon, as both combat teams entered the arena, the battle commenced. Due to the suppression of spirit power levels, the outcome of this confrontation was devoid of any suspense. The Shrek 7 monsters emerged victorious. Following the triumph, Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial fighting team, approached the resting quarters of the Shrek team and, upon entering, knelt before Flender and Zhao Wuji. Xiao Ming, what brings you here? Zhao Wuji hastily approached and helped Qin Ming to his feet. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Flander also expressed great excitement, and the 3 of them began to reminisce. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, the following day, Flander summoned all the students and teachers, preparing to relocate the entire faculty and student body to the Royal Academy of the Tiendo Empire in Tiendo City. After a thorough discussion, everyone unanimously agreed to proceed to the Royal Academy of the Tiendo Empire. Among them, Zhao Su was undoubtedly the most elated. Once a consensus was reached, everyone returned to their quarters to pack their belongings, planning to depart in 3 days. That night, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, gazing up at the half-moon in the sky, contemplating the path that lay ahead. At that moment, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing rushing in with an unusual expression, heading straight to her room. Observing this, Zhao Su promptly leaped down from the roof and made his way toward Zhu Zhuqing's chamber. Zhuqing. Zhao Su gently tapped on the door and softly called out to the interior of the room. Although he stood outside, he could distinctly hear the sound of Zhu Zhuqing weeping within. After nearly a minute, Zhu Zhuqing opened the door, her eyes slightly swollen. Upon seeing Zhao Su, she felt a wave of grievance and threw herself into his embrace. What is the matter? Has someone been unkind to you? Zhao Su gazed down at Zhu Qing, who was weeping in his embrace, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his eyes. Brother Su, if one day you discover that I have deceived you, committing a grievous wrong, would you forgive me? After several minutes of tears, Zhu Qing took a deep breath, composed herself, and earnestly asked Zhao Su. I am aware that you hail from the Zhu family of the Xinglua Empire, and I also know that Dai Mubai is a prince of the Xinglua Empire. You know? Indeed. From the very first moment you laid eyes on me, you were already aware, weren't you? Yes. Zhao Su did not conceal anything further and responded with remarkable candor. So, your kindness towards me and your desire to be close are also driven by ulterior motives? With Zhao Su's confession, Zhu Qing's heart sank deeper into despair. From a young age, her life had been manipulated by others. She had hoped that encountering Zhao Su would alter her fate, only to discover that he too had been deceiving her. Your interpretation is not entirely erroneous. However, my affection for you is genuine. Humph. I detest you. Zhu Qing fixed Zhao Su with a cold, unyielding gaze, let out a disdainful snort, and swiftly shut the door. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Su took a deep breath before turning and departing. Zhao Su's actions are driven by intention. He aims to have Zhu Qing return to the Douluo Empire. Initially, his pursuit of her was merely a strategy to sow discord between Dai Mubai and the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters, thereby perpetuating a rift among them. However, as events unfolded, he was taken aback to find that Dai Mubai had relinquished his pursuit of Zhu Qing, causing the situation to spiral beyond his control. Thus, Zhao Su felt compelled to steer matters back on course. Although he harbors affection for Zhu Qing, he cannot forsake his path home for her sake, nor for the entirety of the forest. 3 days later, the cohort from Shrek Academy set forth on their journey to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Ever since Zhao Su laid bare his feelings to Zhu Qing, her demeanor has grown increasingly aloof. She seems to be deliberately avoiding him. Have you two had a quarrel? Ning Rongrong inquired quietly, drawing closer to Zhao Su as they walked behind Zhu Qing. Not at all. Not yet, he replied. In fact, Zhu Qing's attitude has undergone a dramatic transformation these past few days. You must have noticed that. He then redirected the conversation. Let us not dwell on this. You have yet to fulfill the promise you made to me. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, subtly shifting the topic, and revealed a hint of profound expression. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 35. If you adore poison, then I shall indulge you. 10 days later, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at the majestic Tiando Royal Academy. Before them lay an expansive campus adorned with breathtaking scenery, prompting a collective sense of awe among the group. Truly, it was deserving of its royal title. Such grandeur and scale were beyond the reach of any ordinary institution. Upon entering the academy, a minor incident occurred. A heedless student, lacking in discernment, spoke disrespectfully to their party, only to be promptly reprimanded by Dai Mubai. Zhao Su recognized that the individual before him was none other than the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. It was precisely due to his presence that the faculty and students of Shrek Academy had refrained from lingering at the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, this was fortuitous for Zhao Su. Otherwise, if the Shrek group had remained, they would have been unable to journey to Lanba Academy, thus preventing the reunion of Master Flander and Lu Erlong, the golden triangle of their trio. Following this minor interlude, Qin Ming had arranged accommodations for them, an isolated courtyard, which far surpassed the original Shrek Academy in grandeur. Early the next morning, Qin Ming escorted them to meet the 3 committee members of the Royal Academy of Tiando. As expected, an unforeseen complication arose. The protagonist of the previous day's incident, Shui Bong, had summoned his uncle, Prince Shui Xing, who in turn had invited the formidable poison Douluo Dugubo. They arrived with the intent to assert their dominance over Shrek Academy. Despite the pressure exerted by Dugubo, Tang San, blessed with the fate of a protagonist, managed to navigate through the meridians. Such extraordinary encounters and the privileges of a protagonist inspired a wave of envy within Zhao Su. In the original narrative, even with the assistance of the 3 committee members, Shrek Academy had stood no chance against Dugubo's overwhelming might. Yet, this time, the circumstances were altered, for Zhao Su had joined the ranks of Shrek Academy. After all, what could a mere little snake accomplish in the face of such might? Zhao Su stood among the students of Shrek Academy, not to mention the formidable Dugubo. Even the 3 committee members who had just expressed their admiration for Shrek had not noticed him. At that moment, A seemingly casual remark from Zhao Su captured the attention of everyone present. The expressions of the dream god machine trio shifted, their countenances darkening as they cast displeased glances toward Zhao Su, their eyes silently reproaching him for his apparent lack of awareness. They were not facing an avalanche, but rather a tidal Douluo. Originally, the three of them had been engaged in a delicate dance with Prince Xuexing, attempting to secure the retention of the Shrek students. Zhao Su's audacious remark rendered their efforts utterly futile. However, in contrast to the admonishments from the three instructors of the Dream Machine and the derision from Prince Xuexing and Douluo, the members of Shrek retreated a step, revealing expressions of amusement. "Are you addressing me?" Douluo scrutinized Zhao Su, noticing that he was merely in his 20s, which made him dismissive. He then approached with the intention of teaching Zhao Su a lesson. "Senior Douluo, why bother quarreling with a mere child?" Although Ming Xinji felt a twinge of displeasure at Zhao Su's arrogance, he considered the situation from multiple angles and stepped forward to intercede. They were acutely aware of Douluo's ruthless disposition. In their minds, they believed that should Douluo take action, Zhao Su would inevitably meet his demise. "Of course I am speaking to you. Who else here could be likened to a mere snake? Or is it that your age has dulled your hearing?" Zhao Su, with his arms crossed and a faint smile gracing his lips, casually addressed Douluo. "Humph, ignorant child, today I shall enlighten you. One must not speak recklessly." With that, Douluo struck without mercy, unleashing a drop of poison potent enough to be lethal. Sighing, Ming Xinji and his companions shook their heads, opting not to intervene, believing it would be beneficial for Zhao Su to learn a lesson. Is this merely a trivial skill? Can a dignified title Douluo rely solely on poison? Zhao Su stood there motionless, allowing the venom of Douluo to seep into his body. Impossible. Douluo initially displayed a triumphant smile upon witnessing the venom enter Zhao Su, but his expression swiftly transformed into one of disbelief. The venom had no effect on Zhao Su whatsoever. "Since you favor poison, I shall employ it against you as well." At that moment, Zhao Su suddenly sprang into action, moving with such swiftness that even the trio of Dream God Machine, who had reached the Soul Douluo level, could not discern his movements. In an instant, Zhao Su appeared beside Douluo, seizing him by the throat while producing a small porcelain vial in his other hand. A few drops of a foul-smelling liquid oozed from the vial and were poured into Douluo's mouth. The instant Zhao Su grasped Douluo's neck, the latter felt his entire soul power sealed, rendering him utterly powerless. He realized that his body was immobilized, leaving him incapable of resistance. "Are you not a venomous serpent? I find your poison lacking. Allow me to administer a bit more snake venom." After Zhao Su forcibly administered snake venom to Douluo, he casually tossed the small porcelain vial aside. Once Zhao Su released Douluo, the latter's soul power swiftly returned to normal, rapidly circulating in an attempt to suppress the tumultuous venom within. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself rendered speechless. How does it feel to wield poison? At that moment, both Xuexing and Xuebang were utterly astonished by the recent spectacle. The three committee members of the Dream God Machine were equally taken aback. The disdain that once resided in their eyes had entirely vanished, leaving only disbelief in its wake. Yet Zhao Su paid them no heed. Instead, he turned to Flanders and the Master, saying, "Director, ultimately, such an academy belongs to the royal family. Even if we were to remain, it would be difficult for us to achieve prominence. I believe we should seek new opportunities." "Agreed," Flanders replied succinctly. "Indeed, it is best not to linger in such an academy." Zhao Wuji voiced his agreement. As the crowd spoke, they began to exit, and Ming Xinji quickly interjected, "Esteemed guests, this is merely a misunderstanding. I shall provide you with an explanation. Please take your leave." The three members of the Education Committee, observing the situation, felt there was no need for them to remain any longer. Qin Ming, watching Flander and the others depart the room, uttered a few words to Ming Xinji and then hurried after them. Trailing behind, Zhao Su passed by the meditative Douluo, who was engrossed in detoxification. Leaning down, Zhao Su whispered into Douluo's ear, "If you wish to completely rid yourself of the toxins lingering within, you must go to the Blue Wind Academy." With that, Zhao Su departed with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Su's recent words did not escape the keen ears of Douluo. Although the snake venom that Zhao Su had compelled him to drink had seemingly inflicted great humiliation, it paradoxically alleviated a lingering affliction that had plagued him for many years. At that moment, Douluo found himself perplexed by Zhao Su's intentions behind such actions. "Are you all right, Senior Douluo?" Prince Xuexing, noticing that the crowd had dispersed, cautiously approached Douluo to inquire softly. Humph. If anyone dares to speak of today's events, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Douluo, still reeling from the recent indignity and the unexpected easing of his long-standing ailment, was in a tumultuous state of mind and naturally did not regard Prince Xuexing with favor. As a titled Douluo, he warranted respect not only from Prince Xuexing, but even from the formidable Emperor Shui Yi of the Tiando Empire. Chapter 36. The selfish and hypocritical Yu Shaojiang. After the group from Shrek Academy departed from the Tiando Royal Academy, a blanket of despondency enveloped each member. Dean, what shall we do next? Qin Ming stepped forward to inquire of Flander and the other instructors. Sigh, if all else fails, we can always return and re-establish Shrek Academy. Even if we were to return and recreate Shrek Academy, that would be exceedingly troublesome. Perhaps it would be more prudent to seek out a new academy within the city of Tiando. Zhao Su swiftly spoke to guide the crowd. Esteemed teachers, observe here a recruitment notice from Blue Bada Academy. Just as the group found themselves indecisive, Ma Hongjun pointed to a job advertisement on the notice board at the city gate and exclaimed. Flander and the others hurried forward to examine it closely. Although the benefits were not as lavish as those offered by the Royal Academy of Tiando, the disparity was minimal. Blue Bada Academy? Xiaoming, are you familiar with this institution? Flander inquired of Qin Ming, clearly having formed his own intentions. It is a rather unique academy in Tiando City, admitting only commoners. But beyond that, I am not well informed. Only commoners? Flander nodded. Excellent. We shall utilize Blue Bada Academy to compete with the aristocrat-exclusive Royal Academy of Tiando. Under Qin Ming's guidance, the group was making their way towards Blue Bada Academy when a gentle female voice called out, Zhao Su. Upon hearing the call, everyone turned in the direction of the sound. There stood a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her long hair cascading freely. Her stunning visage adorned with a smile directed at Zhao Su. In comparison to her beauty, her figure was even more impeccable, radiating a fiery allure that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Zhu Zhuqing. Most notably, while she possessed a captivating charm, she also exuded a certain enchanting grace that Zhu Zhuqing lacked, making her even more enticing. Is it truly you? After so many years, what brings you to Tiando City? This woman was none other than Ying, whom Zhao Su had sent to Tiando City 5 years prior to approach Lu Erlong. Zhao Su was taken aback as Ying removed the dark cloak that had shrouded her daily existence, donning her usual attire, which was equally captivating. We have come here to beg for alms, yet unexpectedly, we encounter you. As she spoke, Ying casually looped her arm through Zhao Su's, her gaze brimming with unreserved affection for him. This serendipitous meeting was not orchestrated by Zhao Su. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. Begging for alms? A flicker of confusion crossed Ying's eyes, yet she refrained from probing further. Since we have not seen one another for years, allow me to treat you to your first meal. Ying then turned her attention to Flander and the others, continuing, Are these your friends? Shall we invite them as well? My treat. Who would care for your generosity? Before Flander could interject, Zhu Zhuqing, observing the intimate rapport between Ying and Zhao Su, spoke up first. With that, she swiftly turned and dashed away. Since you are reunited with an old friend, we shall not intrude. Flander expressed his concern for Zhu Zhuqing's safety, casting a glance at Tang San and the others, signaling them to follow Zhu Zhuqing. He then turned back to Zhao Su, adding, Zhao Su, we shall await you at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Certainly. Zhao Su chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After observing Flander and his companions depart, he turned to Ying beside him and inquired, Was that intentional? What do you mean by intentional? Did you not instruct me to conceal my aura when I see you? Ying averted her gaze, a hint of guilt flickering across her expression. Zhao Su couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, recognizing the irony in her words. With a resigned shake of his head, he asked, Are you currently at the Blue Tyrant Academy? Indeed, I am at Blue Tyrant Academy, and I must say, I am now the closest confidant of Lu Erlong. Ying replied, a trace of pride illuminating her features. After 5 years apart, it seemed her demeanor had brightened considerably. One cannot dwell in solitude and darkness indefinitely. From Lu Erlong, I learned that when the three of them fuse their martial spirits, they summon a golden sacred dragon. According to her description, it is precisely the golden sacred dragon you seek. Within a private room of a restaurant, Ying resumed her usual icy demeanor, recounting everything she had discovered to Zhao Su. I cannot merely take your word for it. I must witness it with my own eyes to ascertain whether it truly is the golden sacred dragon. This may prove challenging, Ying replied. a hint of concern crossing her features. It appears there is some estrangement between Lu Erlong and Master Yu Xiaojing. Whenever I broach the subject with Lu Erlong, she deftly sidesteps the matter. It is not merely estrangement. Are you aware of the nature of their relationship? Of course, they are teammates, forming the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle. Incorrect. Lu Erlong is not only Yu Xiaojing's spouse, but also his cousin, which explains their 20 years of separation. Spouse, cousin, these terms ought never to coexist. They defy ethics and societal norms. This was one of Zhao Su's reasons for disliking Yu Xiaojing. Although he had only learned that Lu Erlong was the daughter of his uncle after developing feelings for her, Yu Xiaojing had initially fled, leaving Lu Erlong to endure the scorn of her family and society alone. Upon their eventual reunion, he continued to entangle himself with her, ultimately claiming some notion of a soul bond. His selfishness and hypocrisy were laid bare, all while he adorned it with the pretense of disregarding societal judgment. What kind of relationship is that? Ying murmured, perplexity evident in her voice as she turned to Zhao Su. Enough of this. Have you showcased your title Douluo strength in front of Lu Erlong? I have indeed. Otherwise, how could I have become a distinguished guest elder at Blue Tyrant Academy? Well then, upon your return to Blue Tyrant Academy, do not reveal the true nature of our relationship. Simply state that we became acquainted during our trials. Can we not devise some other excuse? The shadow seated opposite Zhao Su rose and approached, taking a seat beside her. It continued, for instance, what transpired between us. Feel free to express yourself, but please refrain from being overly excessive. Zhao Su rose to his feet, preparing to depart with urgency towards the heart of the Sunset Forest. A delay could mean missing the opportunity to witness the Golden Iron Triangle perform their fusion technique and summon the Golden Sacred Dragon. Yet, Zhao Su found himself uncertain whether Douluo would follow the original narrative and abduct Tang San, or if Master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong would come to his rescue. After all, the unfolding events had gradually deviated from the original storyline. During the day, Tang San had failed to capture Douluo's interest. Moreover, Zhao Su's intervention had made it clear to Douluo that he was no match for him, leaving the question of whether he would dare to approach the Blue Tyrant Academy an open one. Reflecting on this, Zhao Su felt a twinge of regret for not restraining himself earlier. However, upon arriving at the Sunset Forest, he beheld a radiant golden light soaring into the sky not far from where he stood. Chapter 37. Tang San's Forbearance. Upon encountering the radiant golden light, Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, realizing he had arrived at the right place. Without any hesitation or concealment, he revealed his external soul bone, a pair of wings resembling those of a butterfly, which manifested upon his back. With remarkable speed, he surged toward the source of the golden glow. Ding! Detection of the Golden Sacred Dragon has occurred. Clarification of his relationship with the Golden Sacred Dragon regarding Yu Xiaojing has been completed. Rewards obtained: 100,000 years of soul rings, 20,000 energy points, and the dual cultivation technique, the ancient free and unfettered skill. Ding! This Golden Sacred Dragon is a pseudo-Golden Sacred Dragon and is not available for capture. 3 notifications appeared before Zhao Su. Although he was greatly intrigued by the dual cultivation technique, the ancient free and unfettered skill, he understood that this was not the appropriate moment for such inquiries. System. What does pseudo-Golden Sacred Dragon mean? As Zhao Su hurried towards the source of the golden radiance, he inquired of the system. The soul power of the 3 individuals was currently insufficient to bear the full manifestation of the Golden Sacred Dragon, necessitating their elevation in rank to summon the complete entity. How, then, do we capture the Golden Sacred Dragon? Fear not. I shall devise a method when the time comes. Your immediate task is to assist Lu Erlong and Flinder in elevating their soul power to the level of a title Douluo. And what of Yu Xiaojing? He need only reach the rank of Soul King to withstand the Golden Sacred Dragon's arrival. Very well, I comprehend. At that moment, Zhao Su arrived at the battleground where the Golden Iron Triangle confronted Douluo. Enough of this quarrel. Our demise is not imminent, for our ally has arrived. Flinder sensed Zhao Su's presence and intervened, halting the Master and Lu Erlong from their self-sacrificial intentions towards Douluo. Lu Erlong, who was originally stronger than Flinder, had succumbed to confusion and turmoil, allowing Flinder to perceive Zhao Su's approach first. If Flinder could feel it, then Douluo undoubtedly sensed it as well, promptly adopting a defensive stance. Have you not yet learned your lesson for today? At that moment, Zhao Su seemingly materialized from thin air, standing before Flinder and the others, adorned in a white robe that accentuated his stature and valor. He gazed at the fully alert Douluo, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I implore you. Esteemed elder, do not hold it against me, and please, rescue me. Suddenly, Douluo stepped forward, kneeling before Zhao Su. Upon seeing Zhao Su, a flicker of hesitation crossed Douluo's eyes, yet he ultimately cast aside his pride. If Zhao Su could aid him in expelling the lingering afflictions from his body caused by accumulated toxins, not only would he advance further, but his granddaughter, Douluo, would also be spared from suffering, leading to unbounded potential in her future. Such an outcome was sufficient to compel him to relinquish his dignity. Witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong, who had never encountered Zhao Su before, was filled with bewilderment as she glanced at Flinder and the master beside her. Flinder gestured for her to remain silent. If you desire my assistance, it is not beyond possibility. However, you must agree to one condition. Please, esteemed elder, state your terms. Anything within my capabilities. I would never dare to refuse. Zhao Su gestured for Douluo to approach him. Obediently, Douluo leaned closer, placing his ear next to Zhao Su's lips. Whatever Zhao Su whispered caused a visible shift in Douluo's expression. What? Is there an issue? Very well, I shall comply. With a resolute nod. Douluo understood that Zhao Su sought his assistance at a critical moment, particularly concerning the formidable emperor of the Heavenly Dou Empire. However, the specifics of the timing and circumstances were left ambiguous, which naturally led to Douluo's hesitation. Yet, it is worth noting that Douluo was not inherently loyal, rather, he was a man driven by self-interest. Furthermore, his relationship with the imperial family of the Heavenly Dou Empire was more akin to that of employer and employee than master and servant. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Zhao Su's request without much contemplation. Very well, you may leave now. Come to the Lamba Academy tomorrow, Zhao Su instructed. Yes, I shall take my leave, Douluo replied respectfully, bowing deeply before retreating and swiftly departing the scene. Once Douluo had left, the master inquired, what terms did you propose to him for aiding in the expulsion of the toxins within his body? As an expert in theoretical studies, the master had indeed researched the rare beast spirit of the phosphorescent serpent. While possessing such a spirit granted its bearer a unique advantage through its venom, it also posed a grave peril. Nearly every soul master endowed with the phosphorescent serpent spirit ultimately succumbed to the very poison it harbored. True to his expertise, the master quickly discerned the inherent flaw within Douluo's phosphorescent serpent emperor spirit. Zhao Su first praised the master for his insight, then clarified that there were no elaborate conditions. He simply requested the celestial herbs that lay ahead on the mountain. After Zhao Su concluded his words, he set forth towards the mountain summit. Who is he? Is he also a teacher at your Shrek Academy? Lu Erlong inquired of Flander. Indeed, and do temper your temper. Whatever she does or says, just go along with it. Flander advised Lu Erlong, as the three of them followed Zhao Su's lead up the mountain. He appears to be nearly in his 20s. How formidable could he possibly be? Lu Erlong remarked. Do not underestimate him. Even the heavenly Douluo has found himself at his mercy. Flander animatedly conveyed to Lu Erlong, revealing everything without reservation. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang well, they chanced upon Tang San emerging from the spring. Thanks to the effects of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang San's physique had ascended to unprecedented heights. Teacher, Dean, what brings you here? He asked. Isn't it to rescue you? The master cast a mildly reproachful glance at Tang San. Though it sounded like rebuke, it was, in truth, a manifestation of his concern. Once assured that Tang San had sustained no injuries and had indeed enhanced his physical prowess through the spring's waters, he felt relieved. At this moment, Zhao Su had already gathered all the celestial herbs. Although Tang San wished to express his thoughts, he ultimately restrained himself. He, too, desired the celestial herbs flourishing here, but understood that he could not compete with Zhao Su. Thus he chose to endure. This reticent nature had been ingrained in him since his previous life, for otherwise, he could not have endured for 20 years within the Tang sect, secretly studying the Xiantian skill and creating the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Well then, since Tang San is safe, let us depart. Zhao Su discerned the subtle shift in Tang San's gaze, yet he remained unperturbed. Upon returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhao Wuji was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Su alongside Master Flander and the others, the anxiety that had weighed upon his heart finally lifted. Zhao, why are you with the master and the others? Zhao Wuji inquired. At his words, Master Lu Erlong and Flander turned their attention to Zhao Su. Initially, they assumed that Zhao Su had only learned of Tang San's abduction upon arriving at the Blue Tyrant Academy and had ventured out to rescue him. But it was now evident that this was not the case. Chapter 38. The terrifying augmentation of the holy angel set soul bones observing the expressions of those present. Zhao Wuji realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly redirected his gaze to Tang San, attempting to shift the conversation. Tang San, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhao. That's good to hear. It's getting late. You should return and rest. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wuji turned and led the way into the academy. Flander and the others surely harbored suspicions. I believe we must exercise greater caution in the future. After everyone had retired for the night, Zhao Wuji made his way to Zhao Su's chamber. There is no need for concern. What does it matter if they are aware? My focus does not lie upon them. The golden holy dragon summoned by Flander and his two companions, does it truly pose no threat to them? Zhao Wuji gazed earnestly at Zhao Su and inquired. Flander and Zhao Wuji could be considered close friends. It was Flander who sheltered him when he was pursued by Titan, the patriarch of the Li family. Without Flander's refuge, he might have perished back then, although he had pledged to assist Zhao Su. He was concerned about the potential harm that might befall Flander as a consequence. Rest assured, the most I will be unable to utilize the Trinity fusion technique. Yet I shall aid him in reaching the rank of title Douluo, which serves as a form of compensation. But what if they were to oppose the Spirit Hall? You must understand that in this world, rife with peril, one is either a friend or an enemy. Zhao Su's intention is quite evident. This is a matter of two distinct realms. He has appropriated the golden divine dragon summoned through their fusion to aid him in ascending to the rank of title Douluo as compensation. However, should one choose to oppose him, the relationship transforms from that of friends to adversaries. Very well, I comprehend. Brother Zhao, at times, it is imperative to be ruthless. You may regard them as friends, yet they may not reciprocate that sentiment. Indeed, Zhao Wuji, without uttering a word, rose and opened the door, returning to his chamber. The master had just received intelligence that Qianren Xue was currently in Heavendo City, disguised as Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Heavendo Empire. After Zhao Wuji departed, as the candlelight flickered, a shadow emerged and spoke to Zhao Su. Xue Qinghe? Indeed. And according to the reports from our concealed agents within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe is likely to take action against Xue Yi in the near future. I understand, Zhao Su replied, suddenly pondering. What recent movements have there been from Bibi Dong? Based on the reports from the agents, Bibi Dong has been in the city of slaughter for 2 years and has yet to return. As the shadow spoke, it gradually materialized, donning a black robe once more, and continued, it seems Qian Dalu has also been making moves, likely targeting the master. Oh, targeting me? Qian Dalu has likely discovered the master's concealed identity within the Shrek Academy. The second offering of the offering hall, Qing Luan, departed from the Spirit Hall a month ago, and we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts, thus the master must exercise caution. However, a mere bird poses little threat. We need only keep an eye on Qian Dalu. Understood, the shadow acknowledged, nodding as its form gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a mere shadow and vanishing completely. Once the shadow departed, Zhao Su summoned the system interface. Gazing at the rewards he had obtained today, particularly the dual cultivation technique, the ancient freedom technique. Yet, upon examining the description of the ancient freedom technique, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The so-called dual cultivation technique was not as Zhao Su had envisioned, a mutual cultivation between man and woman, but rather consisted of 2 chapters, the 9 Nether Mysterious Law and the 9 Heavens Yang Law. The term dual cultivation actually referred to the harmony of yin and yang. However, Zhao Su's interpretation of dual cultivation was not entirely erroneous. If one person were to cultivate both the 9 Nether Mysterious Law and the 9 Heavens Yang Law, they could achieve a balance of yin and yang and refine themselves. Yet, if a man and a woman were to practice the 9 Heavens Yang Law and the 9 Nether Mysterious Law separately, the effects would be even more pronounced. The male embodies yang, while the female embodies yin, truly representing the fundamental duality of heaven and earth, culminating in the most perfect form of dual cultivation, in accordance with the principles of the universe. Unfortunately, at present, Zhao Su did not have anyone with whom to accomplish this ideal dual cultivation, and thus could only practice alone for the time being. After fully comprehending the 2 aspects of the ancient freedom technique, Zhao Su then placed the coveted reward of 100,000 years of soul rings upon the 12-winged sacred angel. At that moment, Zhao Su's level ascended to the esteemed rank of 61st Soul Emperor, thereby acquiring the 6th soul skill of the 12-winged sacred angel. The detailed attributes of Zhao Su are as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial soul, 12-winged sacred angel, Emperor's 7-killing sword. Soul skills, 12-winged sacred angel, 1st soul skill, celestial phenomenon, 2nd soul skill, annihilating palm, 3rd soul skill, ninefold sword art, 4th soul skill, true form of the sacred angel. 5th soul skill, indomitable body, 6th soul skill, spear of death, Emperor's 7-killing sword. 1st soul skill, supreme sword intent, 2nd soul skill, sword name, annihilation. 3rd soul skill, sword name, slaughter. 4th soul skill, sword name, a sword across time. 5th soul skill, true form of the Emperor's 7-killing sword. 6th soul skill, sword name, 36 celestial polarities, devouring sky dragon cat, martial soul fusion skill, dominance of the 7 absolutes. Level, 61st battle soul master, assault type. Mental power, 28,200 points, spirit domain realm. Energy value, 136,800 points. Fortune value, 43 points. Guardian dragon, remains of the 9-winged Yinglong one. Zhao Su gazed at the astonishing total of 136,800 energy points. After a moment's contemplation, he accessed the system's marketplace and exchanged 100,000 energy points for the right arm bone from the Saint Angel Soul Bone set, which comprises 6 pieces. As Zhao Su held the right arm soul bone, radiating a mesmerizing blend of black and gold luminescence, he could sense an overwhelming surge of soul power. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had never encountered such a formidable wave of soul energy emanating from anyone. Even the esteemed Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, who had reached the pinnacle of 99 levels as a peerless Douluo, paled in comparison. It is noteworthy that this was merely a single soul bone. Zhao Su was not only eager to witness the complete 6-piece Holy Angel set, but also curious about its immense power. Suddenly, when the right arm soul bone of the Holy Angel set fused with his own right arm, an explosive sensation resonated in Zhao Su's mind. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, prompting an involuntary cry of agony. At that moment, as his mind felt as though it was shattering, Zhao Su's mental prowess experienced a remarkable surge, ultimately materializing into a tangible golden liquid. Subsequently, his head and spirit became intertwined, allowing the golden liquid to flow into his body, coursing through his meridians and converging in his right arm. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Zhao Su unconsciously murmured softly, transitioning from the intense agony he had just experienced to a state of complete ease throughout his body. It was as if he had ascended directly from hell to heaven. This sensation could be described as even more pleasurable than the mere act of entering paradise itself. Zhao Su was entirely engulfed in this overwhelming sensation, oblivious to the fact that the rapid surge of his immense spiritual power had been felt by all the instructors within Shrek Academy. Most notably, the formidable Lu Erlong sensed this terrifying force, causing her heart to race. Chapter 39. The doubts of Shrek's inhabitants knock, knock, knock. The door to Lu Erlong's chamber was rapped upon, and soon thereafter, the voice of Flander echoed, "Erlong, are you awake?" Creak. The door was swiftly opened from within by Lu Erlong, allowing Flander and the master to enter her room. "Did you also perceive that tremendous spiritual force just now?" "Indeed. It is beyond imagination to contemplate what kind of individual possesses such formidable spiritual power." Flander's countenance bore a troubled expression, yet, while he voiced his concerns, he had already formed an answer in his mind. In Shrek Academy, aside from the enigmatic Zhao Su, there could be no other. Who exactly is Zhao Su? I do not know. Over the past 5 years, I have employed numerous methods to investigate, yet I have found no leads. He appears to have materialized out of thin air. What could his intentions possibly be? Who can say? Perhaps he has ties to the Spirit Hall. Flander sighed deeply. In truth, Zhao Su had concealed himself exceptionally well over these 5 years, leaving little room for suspicion. Nonetheless, Zhao Wujia had repeatedly shared many inexplicable remarks with Flander, often alluding to the Spirit Hall. This had spurred Flander's desire to uncover Zhao Su's identity, yet he had come up empty-handed. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's expression shifted as she glanced at the master, who remained expressionless. Could it be for Xiaogang's sake? For me? I am but a worthless individual. Why would such a grand endeavor be warranted on my behalf? The master, hearing this, could not help but chuckle bitterly. If it were not for Xiaogang, who else in Shrek Academy could compel the Spirit Hall to dispatch such a person? All of this remains mere conjecture. We shall wait and see. He will inevitably reveal his true colors. Alas, I fear that when he does, it may coincide with the end of our lives. Each day we survive is a blessing, even if we discern his intent to kill us. Who among us could possibly stand in his way? The master still bore an impassive demeanor, as if he had grown indifferent to life and death. After speaking, he rose and departed from Lu Erlong's chamber. Lu Erlong and Flander exchanged a glance, sharing a resigned smile. Though the master's words were harsh, they resonated with truth. Enough of such thoughts. Rest well. With the departure of the master, Flander also took his leave. At this moment, Zhao Su had thoroughly completed the integration of the soul bone in his right arm, and he could distinctly sense the formidable soul power emanating from it. Simultaneously, Zhao Su discovered that within his mind existed a golden pool, akin to a warm spring. Flowing within it was a golden liquid, and at the bottom of the pool, a small orifice allowed this liquid to escape, circulating throughout his body before returning to the golden pool. It could be said that this golden liquid was incessantly transforming Zhao Su's very being. Is this the true might of the holy angel set? Zhao Su retracted her consciousness and murmured softly. The following morning, Lu Erlong convened a meeting for all the faculty and students of Lamba Academy, announcing the institution's renaming to Shrek Academy. She appointed Flanders as the new principal, with herself and Zhao Wujia as vice principals. Initially, Lu Erlong intended to appoint the master as a vice principal as well, but he declined, preferring to remain a teacher. The Shrek's 7 monsters were assigned to various classes based on their respective martial spirits. In truth, given their current levels, they could have graduated long ago. However, they chose to wait until the conclusion of the High Elite Soul Master Tournament before graduating. This decision marked their last contribution to the newly established Shrek Academy. However, from the commencement of the meeting, Zhao Su was notably absent. After the meeting concluded, Lu Erlong introduced Zhang Ying, the former high-ranking guest elder of Lamba Academy, to the master and Flanders. It's you? Upon seeing Zhang Ying, Flanders furrowed his brow, surprised. You are a titled Douluo? Titled Douluos are exceedingly rare across the continent, and each one is undoubtedly distinguished. Greetings, Principal Flanders. I am Zhang Ying, a level 95 agility attack type titled Douluo. Such humility, senior. In my experience, it is uncommon for a titled Douluo to be as modest as you. Flanders' words hinted at deeper meanings, yet he remained respectful. After all, Zhang Ying was a titled Douluo, and a formidable one at that. Titled Douluos are categorized by tiers, and the difference between those below and above level 95 is vast. Do you know each other? Lu Erlong was taken aback to discover the acquaintance between Flanders and Zhang Ying. Lu Erlong had met Zhang Ying 5 years prior when she had reached level 70 and ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable spirit ring. After being ambushed and gravely injured, it was Zhang Ying who had come to her rescue. Since then, Zhang Ying had become a high-ranking guest elder at Lamba Academy, and the two had developed a close friendship. I had the fortune to meet her yesterday, but did not anticipate that senior title Douluo Ying is also a teacher at our Lamba Academy. What? Didn't Zhao Su mention it to you? It's like this. There was an incident yesterday, and by the time I returned, it was quite late. I have yet to see Teacher Zhao today. Ah, I see. Very well. You two converse. I shall seek out Zhao Su. After speaking, Zhang Ying stepped forward, and when she reappeared, she was already outside the conference room. Seeing this, Flanders exchanged a glance with the master and followed suit. Meanwhile, in Zhao Su's chamber, she was in the process of distributing celestial herbs to the Shrek 7 monsters. This herb is named Heartbreak Red, and it has been specifically prepared for you. Zhao Su extended a seemingly ordinary white flower to Zhu Zhuqing, the flower adorned with a hint of dazzling red, which lent an air of enchantment to its otherwise simple appearance. Simultaneously, this white blossom emitted a refreshing and subtle fragrance that was truly delightful. Zhao Su then proceeded to narrate the legend of the bittersweet love associated with the flower. I don't want it. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, coldly uttering those 3 words. If you don't want it, then perhaps you should give it to me. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse female voice broke in from outside the door, and soon after, Zhang Ying, clad in a black gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, appeared by Zhao Su's side, linking her arm with his. Shortly thereafter, Master Flandra and Lu Erlong entered the room. Observing the closeness between Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew increasingly frigid. Zhuqing, this is not the time for a tantrum. Zhao Lao has given you the best, Ning Rongrong remarked to Zhu Zhuqing. She approached and whispered in her ear, "Look at the woman beside Zhao Su. Her figure rivals yours, and her looks are no less impressive. If you don't seize this opportunity, Zhao Lao may be taken from you. Do you truly wish to part ways with him? Really don't want it?" Zhao Su glanced at Zhu Zhuqing once more and then addressed Zhang Ying. "Then I shall give it to you. I want it," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Watching as Zhao Su offered the bittersweet flower to Zhang Ying, hastily interjecting. Chapter 40. The master breaks through the 30th level limit without a moment's hesitation. After Zhu Zhuqing's words, she expelled a mouthful of blood, splattering it upon the bittersweet flower. Instantly, the white blossom, stained with Zhu Zhuqing's blood, became even more alluring. The main body of the white flower exuded a graceful tranquility, while the touch of red infused it with a hint of fervor. As Zhu Zhuqing's blood adorned it, the flower trembled violently, ceasing its quivering intermittently before ultimately succumbing to the ground. With the fall of the white flower, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards Zhao Su transformed once again. She reached out to catch the descending blossom, bringing it close to her nose to inhale its fragrance gently. Upon being caught by Zhu Zhuqing, the flower, with its white petals tinged with red, radiated even more brilliance. "Consume it. It will greatly aid your cultivation. I'll eat it later," Zhu Zhuqing remarked casually, eyeing the flower. "Very well then." Zhao Su did not compel Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, subsequently presenting her with another type of celestial herb. "I promised you that I would assist in the evolution of the 8 treasure glazed tower. Consume this Qilua tulip, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tower." "Really?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the Qilua tulip in Zhao Su's hand. "You will only know after consuming it. Take the time to contemplate and appreciate the process of evolution. It will benefit you as well." "Thank you, Brother Su." Ning Rongrong suddenly stepped forward and placed a kiss on Zhao Su's cheek, simultaneously accepting the Qilua tulip. "Ah, you." Zhao Su could only feel a sense of helplessness at Ning Rongrong's unexpected gesture. However, he did not dwell on it and turned his attention back to the master. "I have stated that even if I cannot facilitate the evolution of your 3rd spirit skill, I will ensure that you surpass the threshold of level 30. This pearl herb may indeed fulfill my promise." Zhao Su presented another celestial herb to the master. "Can this truly enable me to transcend level 30? Upon hearing this, the master felt a surge of excitement. He had always been unable to surpass the threshold of level 30 due to the inherent flaws in his martial soul. However, if there existed a means to breach this boundary, he might not need to rectify the deficiencies of his martial soul and could still ascend to greatness. This, indeed, was the original intent behind the master's exploration of martial soul theory. Yet, after exhausting numerous methods without success, he had shifted his focus to the study of theory itself. As the saying goes, this remains merely a conjecture. Only by consuming it can one ascertain the possibility of success. With trembling hands, the master accepted the orb of celestial herb, eagerly sitting cross-legged before ingesting it. Lu Erlong, positioned beside the master, beheld the scene with a face full of excitement, albeit tinged with a hint of concern. "Erlong, this is prepared for you." Zhao Su promptly handed a mystical herb to Lu Erlong. This herb was not harvested near the Eye of Ice and Fire, but rather acquired through an exchange of energy points in the system's marketplace. His intention was to expedite Lu Erlong's ascension in soul power, enabling her to attain the rank of a title Douluo. "I suppose I shall refrain from taking it?" Lu Erlong glanced at Flandra, her hesitation evident. "Do accept it. It is a sincere gesture from Teacher Zhao." Flandra encouraged Lu Erlong. After all, in Flandra's heart, Lu Erlong's growing strength would ultimately serve as a better means of protection for herself. "Then I shall express my gratitude to Teacher Zhao," Lu Erlong said, accepting the mystical herb. "Dean Flandra, this is for you." "Thank you." Flandra did not decline and graciously accepted it. At this moment, it could be said that everyone had received a mystical herb, save for Zhu Zhuqing, who had not consumed the heart-wrenching red flower. The others had already entered a state of comprehension. "Are you truly not going to consume it? Not only will it enhance your physical constitution, but it will also significantly elevate your soul power." "No, I wish to keep it," Zhu Zhuqing replied firmly, shaking her head while holding the white flower. "Very well. Then this mystical herb shall be for you." Zhao Su once again produced a mystical herb and continued. "Although this herb lacks the formidable powers of the heartbreak flower, it is nonetheless better than nothing. No, I can become strong through my own cultivation." Zhu Zhuqing did not accept the mystical herb that Zhao Su offered once more. "Well then, I suppose I shall let you have it. Zhao Su nodded and then turned to Zhang Ying beside her, saying, if she does not desire it, then neither shall I. Zhang Ying cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and, with a hint of pride, replied, alas, I truly cannot fathom what goes on in your minds. Zhao Su shook his head with a sense of resignation before partaking in the meal, though he knew that the celestial herb held little efficacy for him at this stage. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, something is better than nothing. After approximately an hour had passed, everyone gradually awoke, with the most notable transformations observed in Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, had officially evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, no longer constrained by the limitation of absorbing merely 7 soul rings. Meanwhile, the impurities within Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had been entirely expelled, resulting in flames that were purer and a phoenix form that was more distinctly defined. Xiao Gang, have you broken through? At that moment, a voice of astonishment captured everyone's attention. There stood Yu Xiaojiang, appearing somewhat younger, his previously expressionless visage now softened with the warmth of human emotion. Indeed, I have made a breakthrough, the master proclaimed, summoning his martial spirit, the 3-headed cannon, which had undergone significant changes, while its external appearance remained largely the same. It no longer bore the foolish demeanor it once had, now exuding a sense of heightened intelligence. Most notably, the aura surrounding it had transformed dramatically. Wonderful, Lu Erlong exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She understood that the mutation of a martial spirit and the inability to surpass the 30th level had been his greatest mental burden. Congratulations, Master. After breaking through the 30th level, you are no longer bound by the limitations of your martial spirit. Ultimately, the level you can achieve will depend solely on your own efforts. Thank you. The Master's expression, once rigid, now bore a hint of emotion. The soul power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters far surpassed that of ordinary students, thus there was no concern regarding falling behind in their studies. Consequently, they were granted a few days of leave to pursue their own desires, as long as they returned before the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. On that day, the Master, along with Lu Erlong and Flander, departed from the Academy to search for a suitable 3rd soul ring for the Master. Both Lu Erlong and Flander had reached level 79, and it was possible that during their quest for the soul ring, they might even attain the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. Thus, they entrusted the entire academy to the vice principal, Zhao Wujia, and left the city of Tiandou. With the shadow Douluo, Zhang Ying, and Zhao Su present in the academy, everything would be well managed. Chapter 41. The Medusa Soul Bone. Set shortly after the departure of the Master and his companions, Douluo arrived at Shrek Academy, specifically requesting to see Zhao Su. The guards at the academy gate, upon recognizing the title Douluo, displayed exceptional respect and escorted Douluo to the conference room. They promptly informed the acting head of the academy, Zhao Wujia, of Douluo's arrival. Not long after, Zhao Wujia, accompanied by Zhao Su, arrived at the conference room. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Douluo, who was typically proud, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Senior, I wonder if you have devised a method to completely eradicate the affliction within me. Douluo spoke softly, bowing his head. It is quite simple, since it is poison. It can be drawn out. Zhao Su replied. Senior, I have attempted such a method before, but it is utterly impossible. After drawing it out, I would only suffer the torment of even more potent toxins the following day, Douluo lamented. What I mean by drawing it out is to transfer it to an external soul bone. This way, not only can you avoid the daily agony inflicted by the toxins, but it can also serve as one of your trump cards. Transfer it to an external soul bone? Douluo pondered, recalling that he had also tried this approach. However, while external soul bones fuse with the body, they are not inherently part of it, making it impossible to guide the toxins produced by the martial soul to them. What external soul bone do you currently possess? Zhao Su inquired. I do not have any external soul bones at the moment, Douluo admitted, his face reddening slightly. Yet this was understandable. It is not uncommon for even titled Douluos of higher rank than Douluo to lack external soul bones. How many soul bones do you have? Zhao Su pressed on. I possess only one, a skull obtained from the 1,000-year-old Medusa Snake King that I have meticulously nurtured. After careful consideration, Douluo ultimately confided in Zhao Su without reservation, for at that moment, he had come to regard Zhao Su as his last glimmer of hope. The most crucial aspect was that if Zhao Su could devise a method to cure his chronic ailment, then the toxins plaguing his granddaughter, Douluo, would become a trivial matter. Thus, he would be able to gather all 6 pieces of Medusa's soul bones. Elder, how could this possibly be achieved? There is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Zhao Su quietly opened the system marketplace, discovering within it 6 soul bones, including the additional serpent tail soul bone that dropped from Medusa, aside from the skull soul bone. In this system marketplace, apart from those 6 soul bones of the Holy Angel set, the remaining soul bones held little value. Presently, Zhao Su possessed over 50,000 energy points, ample for the exchange. These were the additional 5 soul bones dropped from Medusa, along with the supplementary serpent tail soul bone. You may proceed to fuse them at your discretion. Zhao Su casually tossed 6 soul bones onto the table beside Douluo. Could it be that these are the soul bones dropped by Medusa? Upon witnessing Zhao Su's nonchalance in presenting the complete set of soul bones from Medusa, including an external soul bone also derived from her, Douluo found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished. During the fusion process, I shall assist you in purging the toxins from your body, guiding them into the channel of the external soul bone of the serpent's tail, allowing you to achieve a profound integration with all the soul bones. In stark contrast to Douluo's astonishment, Zhao Su remained remarkably composed, as if these soul bones were nothing extraordinary, merely commonplace fragments of bone. From this day forth, I, Douluo, shall look to you, my esteemed senior, as a guiding star. All members of the Bailin serpent family are willing to lay down their lives for you, esteemed sir. The excitement surging within Douluo was beyond the capacity of mere words to express, leading him to kneel before Zhao Su in utter reverence, prostrating himself fully. Enough with this superfluous chatter. I have matters to attend to. Let us hasten the fusion. Zhao Su spoke lightly indeed. Douluo rose to his feet, his hands trembling as they reached for the soul bone that lay quietly on the table. Upon making contact with the soul bone, a fleeting sense of unreality washed over him. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. He sat cross-legged on the ground and commenced the fusion with the soul bone. As he integrated the external soul bone, the serpent's tail, Zhao Su also intervened, channeling a powerful divine essence into Douluo's body. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within Zhao Su's mind, now transformed into a tangible force, revealed its formidable nature. At the moment the external serpent's tail fused with Douluo's martial spirit, the emerald phosphor serpent, he felt a warm current flow into the external soul bone. The toxins that had accumulated within him over the years gradually began to migrate into the external serpent tail soul bone. Once the toxins were completely expelled, a powerful soul force surged back into Douluo's body from the external serpent tail soul bone. This soul bone had transformed the toxins into soul power, which was then returned to Douluo. Thus, the venom originally produced by the emerald phosphor serpent ceased to be a tormenting poison and instead became a beneficial elixir for his cultivation. Thank you, sir. After the fusion was complete, Douluo distinctly sensed the transformation of the toxins within him and knelt once more. That will suffice, as long as you remember your promise. Of course. Douluo rose and looked at Zhao Su, wanting to say something more, yet the words remained unspoken. Your granddaughter is still young, and her toxins are not profound. You simply need to seek an external soul bone for her and guide it into her soul bone. Zhao Su, speaking, once again handed a small porcelain vial to Douluo. When integrating the external spirit bones, have her consume this elixir. The rest will follow in due course. Thank you, sir. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us depart. You have just fused with the spirit bones and must engage in further acclimatization, which will be beneficial for you. Indeed, I shall take my leave. Douluo first bowed respectfully to Zhao Su, then nodded to Zhao Wujie, before gradually making his exit. With Douluo's assistance, the demise of the Tiando Empire seems all but inevitable. After Douluo's departure, Zhao Wujie finally addressed Zhao Su. Although Zhao Wujie's spirit power level had not significantly increased over the years, he had still fused all 6 spirit bones dropped by the Titan Great Ape, much like Douluo. While there may be a disparity in spirit power levels compared to a title Douluo, in actual combat, he might not be inferior to Zhao Wujie. This is the extraordinary nature of spirit bones. The reason for not hastening the elevation of Zhao Wujie's spirit power level is to avoid premature exposure. It is uncertain at this moment. We are not the only ones keeping a watchful eye on the Tiando Empire. Zhao Su mused, then continued. I believe I should seek assistance from another individual. Who? Someone who is said to have a special connection with the Snow Knight Emperor. Zhao Su did not reveal the name of this individual, and upon this, Zhao Wujie chose not to inquire further. I reiterate my sentiment. I hope that when the time comes, you can spare Flander's life. as long as he does not oppose me. I shall not take his life, for his demise would yield no benefit to me. I take my leave." Zhao Wujia nodded slightly before turning to exit the conference room. At this moment, he held the esteemed position of vice dean at the newly established Shrek Academy, which boasted several hundred students, necessitating his attention to numerous pressing matters. Chapter 42. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. After Zhao Wuji's departure, Zhao Su rose and stretched lazily, preparing to take a stroll and casually explore a certain place. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered Zhang Ying, who was approaching the conference room. It was evident that Zhang Ying had come specifically to seek him out. "Are you headed out for a walk?" "I'm quite free. I shall accompany you." "I will join as well." At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind, belonging to Zhu Shiqing. Without any unnecessary words, she simply uttered 3 syllables and bypassed Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, making her way towards the exit of the academy. "Zhu Qing, must you walk so briskly? We are merely out for a leisurely stroll, not engaging in a physical workout." On the bustling street, Zhu Zhuqing moved swiftly, nearly breaking into a run. Zhao Su chased after Zhu Zhuqing, calling out to her. Zhu Zhuqing halted her steps and glanced at Zhang Ying, who had been following Zhao Su closely, before turning her gaze back to Zhao Su. "Do you really need to run to keep fit? Isn't your evening exercise sufficient?" Zhu Zhuqing's words momentarily left Zhao Su at a loss. "Where do I even go to exercise in the evening?" Zhao Su, rarely displaying any semblance of embarrassment, stepped forward and grasped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, mischievously suggesting, "If you would be so inclined, we could train together for a couple of evenings." "Get lost. Who would want to train with you?" Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Zhao Su a glare before hastily retreating. Yet, Zhu Shiqing soon slowed her pace, deliberately maintaining a distance from Zhao Su. "Master, Ning Fengji and Qin Xian." The group meandered through the bustling streets of Tiando City for a while. Zhang Ying soon spotted a middle-aged gentleman of exceptional bearing, whose attire and demeanor spoke of refined elegance, accompanied by a tall, silver-haired elder with immaculate grooming. As they entered an auction house, "Let us follow them." Zhao Su glanced at the front-running Zhu Zhuqing, contemplated briefly, and then silently departed with Zhang Ying. When Zhu Zhuqing turned to look back at the spot where Zhao Su had been trailing her, she found both Zhao Su and Zhang Ying had vanished without a trace. Anxiously, she scanned her surroundings, yet Zhao Su's figure remained elusive. "Humph, Zhao Su, you shall never receive my attention again." Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot, indignantly huffing in response. At that moment, Zhao Su and Zhang Ying had arrived at the entrance of the auction house, only to be barred from entry due to the absence of an invitation. Recalling the plot from the original narrative, Zhao Su rummaged through his storage jade pendant and produced the Zhuge crossbow he had been toying with. As anticipated, the attendant at the entrance displayed significant curiosity upon seeing the crossbow, leading them to an evaluator. Before long, they acquired the privilege to enter. Once inside the auction hall, Zhao Su casually surveyed the surroundings, easily discerning the duo of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Qin Xian amidst the crowd. Zhao Su cast a glance at Zhang Ying and then took a seat beside Ning Fengji and Qin Xian. As Zhang Ying settled down, the meditative Qin Xian sensed the presence of a title Douluo, gradually opening his eyes to first gaze upon Zhang Ying and then turn his attention to Zhao Su. However, he found himself unable to discern Zhao Su's soul power level. "Fengji, that girl is a title Douluo, and she might even have reached the extraordinary rank of 95. Qin Xian whispered into Ning Fengji's ear, deliberately lowering his voice and using his soul power to seal the area around them. What? Ning Fengji had faith in Qin Xian's discerning abilities, and this only heightened the astonishment within him. Zhang Ying appeared to be merely in his early 20s, yet he had already attained the esteemed level of a super title Douluo. However, it was Zhao Su who captured Ning Fengji's attention even more. Zhao Su, clad in white attire, bore a gentle smile at the corners of his lips, his tall and slender figure emanating an extraordinary presence. Notably, there was an absence of any soul power fluctuations surrounding him. Amidst Ning Fengji's astonishment, the auction commenced. The first item was a cat girl, a being who had undergone a transformation during her martial soul awakening, merging her body with her soul in a peculiar manner. The cat girl was confined within a cage, bearing several bloodstains upon her body, her eyes filled with panic as she cowered in fear. How shameless to auction off a person as if they were mere pets. Upon seeing the cat girl, Zhang Ying let out a cold snort, her aura uncontrollably radiating outward. Had it not been for Zhao Su's intervention, she too might have been doomed to a life shrouded in darkness. Witnessing this cat girl being auctioned due to her martial soul's mutation, destined to become a plaything for others, perhaps stirred memories of her own past. Although Zhang Ying's martial soul did not exhibit the same feline features as the cat girl, she had yet to cultivate any potential. However, due to the peculiar nature of her shadow martial soul, she had been fused with shadows since childhood, unable to live as a normal person. It was Zhao Su who had assisted her in evolving her shadow martial soul into a more advanced form, enabling her to escape the shortcomings associated with it and live a life akin to that of an ordinary individual. Soon, the bidding for the cat girl exceeded 10,000 gold soul coins. The bidders, adorned in lavish noble attire, were indifferent to the cost, merely seeking to acquire the cat girl for a unique amusement. 20,000. Ning Fengji entered the fray, doubling the previous bid. The auctioneer and the noble who had bid earlier turned their attention to Ning Fengji, all of whom recognized him, leading to an abrupt cessation of further bids. Should we place a bid? Observing the silence, Ning inquired of Zhao Su. No need. Zhao Su shook his head, for he understood that Ning Fengji sought to accomplish something distinct from the intentions of Catwoman and those aristocrats. In truth, Zhao Su held a profound admiration for Ning Fengji. Initially, he had contemplated directly allying with him, yet Zhao Su was acutely aware that the three upper sects had always been interconnected, and given Ning Fengji's temperament, he would undoubtedly refrain from joining the Spirit Hall. Thus, Zhao Su resolved to shift his focus toward Ning Rongrong. When the moment called for it, he would assist Ning Rongrong in ascending as the new leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was an agreement forged between Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Young brother, may I know your name? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words to Zhang Ying, Ning Fengji found himself increasingly intrigued by Zhao Su and thus decided to lower his stature to greet him. I am Zhao Su. Observing the exceptional demeanor of the young brother, Ning Fengji continued his inquiries, sensing that he hailed from a prestigious lineage. He was formulating additional plans in his mind. For due to the unique nature of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower's martial soul, without the protection of formidable guest elders, not only was the status of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at stake, but even the safety of the direct descendants of the family could not be assured. Although Sword Douluo Chun Xian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong were immensely powerful, they were not invincible. Should the day arrive when the two guest elders passed away, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, he was determined to aid the next generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader in achieving a seamless transition during his lifetime. Chapter 43. With me here, I will protect you, Lord Ning. You worry too much. I am merely a student of Shrek Academy, not a scion of any prestigious family. Zhao Su directly called out to the Master Ning and boldly uttered the words Shrek Academy. Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong had clandestinely ventured out, yet her whereabouts had long been known to Ning Fengji, who naturally was familiar with the academy she belonged to. Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? As Zhao Su had surmised. When Ning Fengji heard Zhao Su address him as the Master Ning, he displayed no signs of surprise. After all, his identity was hardly a secret, and given his frequent travels, it was not unusual for people to recognize him. However, upon hearing Zhao Su utter the name Shrek Academy, a clear flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Indeed, how could a student from Shrek Academy possibly be in Heaven-Do City? Master Ning was likely unaware that our Shrek Academy has relocated to Heaven-Do City and merged with Blue Tyrant Academy, which has now been renamed Shrek Academy. So it was. Ning Fengji paused for a moment, glancing at the Sword Douluo and Xian beside him, realizing that since this young man recognized him, he must also be aware of his relation to Rongrong. Naturally, Zhao Su did not deny it. Instead, he simply nodded and remarked, so Rongrong is also in Chengdu City? If I am not mistaken, she must have returned home early this morning. Young brother, since we are not far from my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, might you be inclined to visit? Upon hearing Zhao Su's earlier comment about not hailing from any prominent lineage, Ning Fengji had already conceived a plan to entice Zhao Su to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, not to mention the presence of a formidable title Douluo by Zhao Su's side. Even he could not discern the level of soul power emanating from Zhao Su, which undoubtedly indicated that he was a rare talent. In fact, at that very moment, Ning Fengji had entertained the notion of inviting Zhao Su to become a son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he thought better of it. With Rongrong returning home today, it was certain that the sect leader and his daughter, having been apart for many years, would have much to discuss. Hence, he decided not to intrude upon their reunion. Zhao Su rose to depart, but paused, recalling something. He continued, By the way, the next item for auction is mine. If you fancy it, feel free to bid. With that, he made no further delay and swiftly exited. Zhang Ying followed closely behind. Master, given such a splendid opportunity to approach the ancient banyan, why should we not seize it? Patience, came the reply. We must maintain our composure and not appear overly eager. Zhao Su turned to glance into the auction house, revealing a look laden with significance, and continued to speak to Zhang Ying. Follow closely behind those two. Understood. Zhang Ying responded, gradually becoming ethereal until he completely vanished. At this moment, Zhao Su lost all desire to linger and returned to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of the academy, he discovered a throng of people gathered there. Zhao Su stepped forward to take a glance and discovered a conflict had erupted between Tang San and the third generation of the Li family. It was a classic scenario of son confronting father and father confronting grandfather. Under the immense pressure of the Titan's formidable soul power from the Li family, Tang San was compelled to unleash his Haotian hammer martial soul. Upon witnessing the Haotian hammer, the Titan immediately knelt before Tang San. Zhao Su shook his head, finding it rather dull, and turned to walk back into the academy. How did you return alone? Where is your beautiful sister? As Zhao Su stepped into the academy, a cold voice echoed behind him. What beauty, sister? We are merely friends. Noticing the frigid and unfriendly gaze of Zhu Qing fixed upon him, Zhao Su managed to muster a faint smile. He reached into his storage jade pendant and retrieved a small cat he had procured in advance. Approaching Zhu Qing, he presented it to her. This is for you, Zhao Su whispered into her ear. It pairs with the other little cat. One for you and one for me. How insufferable. Always with your sweet talk, Zhu Qing retorted, snatching the small cat from Zhao Su's hands before turning and striding into the academy. Zhao Su hurriedly caught up, grasping Zhu Qing's hand. Zhu Qing, please don't ignore me. Without you, I can't eat or sleep. Just look at how much I've lost weight these past few days. He huffed. You have your beautiful sister accompanying you, and you seem quite content. No other beauty compares to you. At that moment, they arrived at a secluded spot. Zhu Qing halted, gazing at Zhao Su, and suddenly feeling a wave of grievance. She collapsed into his embrace, weeping. All right, please don't cry. It's my fault, Zhao Su said softly, his heart tightening at the sight of her tears. It's not your fault. It's my own issue. Wiping her tears away, Zhu Qing looked at Zhao Su and continued. Since you are aware of my identity and also of Dai Mubai's, you must understand the special connection between the Zhu family and the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. I understand, but what does that matter? I only wish to ask you, do you like me, or do you have feelings for Dai Mubai? What do you think? She replied, I want to hear you say it. Zhao Su gently cupped Zhu Qing's delicate face, compelling her to gaze into his eyes. With an air of possessiveness, he declared, I cherish you deeply. However, my birth ties me to the Zhu family, which is beyond my control. As long as you hold affection for me, all else is inconsequential. You need not concern yourself with the Zhu family's elders or the imperial lineage of Xinglua. I shall safeguard you for eternity. Zhao Su interrupted Zhu Qing's words, gazing intently into her eyes with utmost seriousness. Zhu Qing returned his gaze, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly ambiguous. Gradually, Zhao Su leaned in closer, pressing his lips against Zhu Qing's. At the moment of contact, an electrifying sensation coursed through his entire being, making it increasingly difficult for Zhao Su to withdraw. Gradually, Zhu Qing began to reciprocate his feelings, just as they were becoming fully immersed in the moment. A sudden cough pierced the air, causing Zhu Qing to startle as if struck by lightning, and she instinctively pushed Zhao Su away, turning towards the source of the cough. They saw Ma Hongjun standing not far off, a lewd grin plastered across his face as he observed them. Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully slapped Zhao Su before turning to flee. I must say, Zhao, can't you be a little more mindful of your surroundings? Ma Hongjun remarked, approaching Zhao Su, who still wore a satisfied expression as he relished the moment. Enough of your nonsense. What brings you here? Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within him, and turned to the portly figure beside him, inquiring, Ning Rongrong has returned, and with her comes her father, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He wishes to see you and is currently awaiting you in the conference room. Ning Fingji? What could he possibly want from me? Who can say? Perhaps he seeks your assistance in evolving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul. As they conversed, the two made their way towards the conference room. At this moment, Zhao Su composed himself, replacing the earlier excitement with a serious demeanor. Chapter 44, The Unparalleled Tang Weiwa. Soon, Zhao Su and Ma Hongjun arrived at the conference room. where Ning Fengji was seated with an air of composure. Besides the obedient Ning Rongrong, who sat beside him, there was another individual of formidable stature. However, the muscles on his face and body appeared rather emaciated, making his towering frame seemingly a mere consequence of his vast skeletal structure. Zhao Su realized that this individual was indeed connected to the Bone Douluo Gu Rong, one of the 9 divine dragons guarding the realm. Upon entering the conference room, the system's voice resonated within Zhao Su's mind, detecting the presence of a formidable bone dragon aura. At that moment, Zhao Su could ascertain the connection between Gu Rong and the bone dragon, a notion that had previously resided solely in his conjectures. With this revelation, Zhao Su's thoughts began to revolve around how to compel Gu Rong to manifest the true form of his 7th soul skill and the 9th soul skill, the bone transformation divine dragon. Once he could determine which of these was the bone dragon among the 9 divine dragons, the task would become considerably more manageable. If Zhao Su were to take action himself, he could undoubtedly compel Gu Rong to unleash those 2 soul techniques. However, such a course of action would disrupt the plans he had meticulously devised. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is rare for anyone to force him to exert his full strength unless they are engaged in a concerted effort against him. This would deviate from Zhao Su's strategy. Thus he chose to bide his time. "Ah, little brother, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon," Ning Fengji remarked as he spotted Zhao Su entering the conference room. He rose to his feet, his face adorned with a casual smile, clearly indicating the esteem in which he held Zhao Su. Gu Rong remained seated, his eyes gently closed, a few sparse strands of hair resting atop his head, showing no signs of movement. "Ning Zongxiu, you are being overly courteous. I wonder what brings you to seek my presence?" Zhao Su addressed Ning Fengji directly, stating, "Since you are so forthcoming, I shall be candid as well." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Fengji set aside pleasantries and inquired, "I wish to know if you possess the Kirin tulip that can evolve the 7-treasure glazed pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, as mentioned by Rongrong. Such a celestial herb is rare and elusive. Thus far, I have only acquired one, which has already been given to Rongrong." A flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Fengji's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. "Where might one obtain it?" he asked. "I do not know," came the reply. "I see. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in helping Rongrong evolve the 7-treasure glazed pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Rongrong is not merely my classmate. She is akin to a sister to me, so there is no need for further thanks." Subsequently, Ning Fengji placed an order with Zhao Su for a batch of concealed weapons to protect the 7-treasure glazed sect. Zhao Su did not need to assemble the components himself. Instead, he sold the complete and detailed blueprints to Ning Fengji for the sum of 5 million gold soul coins. He further promised that if the artisans of the 7-treasure glazed tile school encountered any difficulties, he would provide them with free instruction on the assembly process. This was, in fact, part of Zhao Su's intricate scheme, as he was well aware that the craftsman would inevitably face challenges during assembly. At that juncture, he would be able to visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school, thereby getting closer to Gu Rong while also gauging Ning Fengji's intentions to see if he might be of use to him. The following morning, Zhao Su departed from Shrek Academy and arrived at a grand edifice situated on one of the most bustling streets of Heavendo City. The structure boasted 5 floors, and its exterior alone revealed a sense of opulence. Above the main entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the 2 characters Yuxian. Those familiar with the original narrative would recognize that the proprietress of Yuxian was none other than Tang Hao's younger sister, Tang Yuehua, who was also Tang San's aunt. However, Zhao Su's purpose for visiting was not to meet her, but rather to encounter the 4th prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xuebeng. From his discussions with Douluo, Zhao Su learned that Xuebeng was not merely the debauched prince he appeared to be. Under the oppressive shadow of the crown prince, Xueqinghe, he had been biding his time. The earlier incident at the Heavendo Royal Academy, where he and his uncle, Prince Xuexing, expelled the group from Shrek, was not driven by a conflict with Daimubai. That was merely a pretext. The true motivation lay in the fact that the Heavendo Royal Academy was entirely under Xueqinghe's control, with the 3 members of the teaching committee being his affiliates. Should the Shrek Academy remain within the confines of the Heavendo Royal Academy, they would likely become his adversaries. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you possess an invitation or a reservation?" Upon entering Yuxian, Zhao Su was halted by the guard stationed at the entrance. "I do not. I'm here to see someone," he replied. "I apologize, sir, but entry without an invitation or reservation is not permitted. I am seeking Prince Xuebeng. I'm afraid. Without a reservation, you cannot enter." Zhao Su had initially intended to keep a low profile, as he was clandestinely visiting Shuebong and wished to avoid drawing attention. However, upon encountering the guard's obstinacy, his temper flared. "Let me reiterate, I am here to see Prince Shuebong." As Zhao Su spoke, he strode inside. But after only a few steps, he was once again halted. With this, Zhao Su hesitated no longer. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, sending all those who obstructed him flying backwards. However, he refrained from taking their lives, for they were all under the command of Tang San, whose significance to him remained substantial. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to show her some respect. "Stop. What is the meaning of this? Are you unaware that the lady is resting?" At that moment, a slender middle-aged man, resembling a steward, approached and barked an admonition. "Steward Ao. This individual has neither an invitation nor a reservation, yet seeks to force his way in. Who are you?" Ao Da inquired, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Su. Though his tone remained relatively mild. "I have come to seek the Avalanche Prince. I have made my intentions abundantly clear." Today marked the day when Zhao Su's temperament was most restrained. In previous encounters, he would have effortlessly overturned this so-called Yuexian. "What is happening?" Before Aoda could respond, another voice echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a gentle aura that enveloped Zhao Su. This soothing presence gradually quelled the anger that had begun to stir within him. Zhao Su turned his gaze toward the direction of the sound and beheld a graceful woman descending the staircase. She was adorned in a shimmering silver gown, and each of her movements exuded an exquisite elegance and natural poise. Zhao Su recognized the individual before him as Tang Yuehua. The moment he laid eyes on her, his expression brightened with admiration. Her grace and beauty were undeniably comparable to Bibi Dong, albeit devoid of the latter's imposing aura. While her figure was not particularly outstanding, it possessed the requisite curves in all the right places. Most notably, she exuded an air of noble gentleness that was unparalleled by others. Her visage appeared to belong to one merely in her mid-20s, yet the serenity she carried, forged through life's trials, was a perfect amalgamation of youthful charm and mature composure, leaving Zhao Su somewhat entranced. "Madam, there seems to be a disturbance. My sincerest apologies for interrupting your rest." Odell hastily approached, bowing in deference to Tang Yuehua. "Odell, who is causing the ruckus?" Before Tang Yuehua could respond, a frigid voice, laced with lethal intent, enveloped Odell. Under the weight of such overwhelming malice, Odell nearly succumbed to the ground, but Tang Yuehua once again wielded her domain, dissipating the menacing aura that threatened him. "Sir, I apologize. It was my failure to make proper arrangements." The speaker was none other than the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. It was no surprise to those present, all of noble lineage, that Douluo would speak on Zhao Su's behalf. However, his subsequent actions left all in attendance in a state of astonishment. Douluo leapt from the third floor, landing before Zhao Su, bowing his head in utmost respect. It is worth noting that Douluo was a titled Douluo, the only guest elder hired at great expense by the entire Tiando Empire. Even the princes of the Tiando Empire and the Snow Knight Emperor treated him with the utmost courtesy, wary of offending him. Yet today, he lowered himself to apologize to a youth who appeared to be no older than 20. "Very well, I shall not dwell on this further. Please, sir." Douluo gestured for Zhao Su to ascend the stairs. "Master Tang, kindly take the time to properly instruct your servants. If one cannot even manage their own attendance, how can they teach the royal family the decorum they require?" Although Zhao Su expressed a desire to let things go, he could not help but offer a word of caution to Tang Yuehua as Douluo passed by. After that, he fell silent and caught up with Zhao Su, who was ascending the stairs. "Madam, it is imperative to remember not to act so recklessly in the future." Since he claimed to be searching for someone, a simple notification would suffice. Indeed, it was the foolishness of this old servant, and I shall be more mindful henceforth. Tang Yuehua nodded, refraining from reprimanding Aoda, and instead turned her gaze toward Zhao Su, who had just entered the room. Strangely, upon seeing Zhao Su, she felt a profound curiosity welling up within her. It was as if a voice in her mind urged her, "Approach him. He possesses the power to transform your martial spirit." This was, in truth, the influence of Zhao Su's immense spiritual prowess. Zhao Su had lost the inclination to approach Tang Yuehua in the gradual manner he had employed with Zhu Zhuqing. This was partly due to the fact that Tang Yuehua was not an inexperienced young girl like Zhu Zhuqing. She had long been entrenched in the aristocratic and official circles, possessing a wealth of experience and insight that even men might find difficult to rival. The strategies effective with Zhu Zhuqin would be utterly futile in her case. Given this, Zhao Su resolved to adopt a more direct approach. Having integrated the holy angel set with his right arm soul bone, his mental prowess had undergone a tremendous enhancement, surpassing the realm of the spirit domain and reaching an astonishing 53,000 points in the divine origin realm. Furthermore, his mental energy had achieved a substantial manifestation. Even in the aftermath of breaking through to the title Douluo and attaining divinity, such mental power would be considered formidable. Confronting someone like Tang Yuehua, who was only at the 9th rank, would pose no challenge, even with her inherent domain. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door of the room where Zhao Su and his companions were situated. "Your Excellency, I apologize for my earlier rudeness towards Mr. Zhao. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion," Ode said, motioning for those behind him to bring in exquisite gifts as a gesture of contrition. "Enough, you may leave," Douluo replied with a frigid gaze. Ode slightly bowed, saying nothing further, and respectfully exited. He had done all he could. The outcome was now beyond his control, leaving him to resign to fate. "Are you implying that the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, is an impersonator from the Spirit Hall?" After Ode's departure, the puzzled Xue Beng inquired of Zhao Su for confirmation. Indeed, Zhao Su leaned back against the chair, casually yet decisively stating, "So that is the case. No wonder there has been such a significant change in Xue Qinghe's style of conduct over the years." Xue Beng, upon hearing this, rose and knelt before Zhao Su, pleading, "Please, sir, save me." At first glance, Xue Beng appeared to be a flamboyant prince, but in truth, he had been disguising himself all these years, living in constant fear of assassination by Xue Qinghe. Moreover, Xue Beng had witnessed Zhao Su's merciless treatment of Douluo at the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, Douluo displayed an unprecedented level of respect towards Zhao Su, which offered Xue Beng a glimmer of hope. "Rise," Zhao Su commanded. "If you wish for my assistance, you must adhere to my plans. I can assure you that you will undoubtedly become the next emperor of the Tiando Empire." Xue Beng, eager to follow the guidance of his mentor, vowed to comply with every instruction. "The first step is to continue your faade as the frivolous prince. Do not arouse any suspicion in Xue Qinghe. Instead, bide your time for the opportune moment." "What exactly do you mean by opportune moment?" Xue Beng inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face. "It will come soon. It shall not be long now," Zhao Su replied, gesturing for Xue Beng to come closer. "Remember, until I instruct you to take action, remain utterly still, regardless of what transpires. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Xue Beng nodded solemnly. "Very well, that is sufficient. I shall take my leave now." "Allow me to escort you, sir," Douluo exclaimed, hastily rising. However, Zhao Su halted him, saying, "No need for that." With those words, Zhao Su exited the room. Just as he turned to descend the stairs, a voice called out to him, "Mr. Zhao, might you be interested in joining me for a moment?" It was Tang Yuehua, standing there, clearly having waited for Zhao Su's arrival. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he turned to face Tang Yuehua. It is indeed a privilege to receive a personal invitation from the esteemed Moon Sovereign. As Zhao Su spoke, he proceeded towards the uppermost floor, which served as Tang Yuehua's private sanctuary. Entry to this space was strictly forbidden without her consent, even for the esteemed Chief Steward Auda. Upon stepping into the room, a gentle and refreshing fragrance enveloped him, imbued with invigorating properties. While the scent was indeed delightful, one might ponder whether Master Yu was concerned that excessive inhalation might disrupt her slumber at night. Zhao Su casually settled onto the sofa, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Tang Yuehua. In the gaze directed towards Zhao Su, Tang Yuehua inexplicably felt her heart begin to quicken. A seasoned individual accustomed to the tempests of life, Tang Yuehua was not one to succumb to such disconcerting emotions, especially in the presence of someone merely in their 20s. Sleeping is arguably the most extravagant waste of time. I wish I could remain awake forever. As she uttered these words, a flicker of complex emotion danced in her eyes, as though she were recollecting something significant. After all, time is abundant. Why should one fear its squandering? As Zhao Su spoke, he reached out and grasped Tang Yuehua's hand. Surprised by the sudden contact, Tang Yuehua first trembled, only to soon feel a gentle warmth flowing into her being. Once this warmth entered her, it swiftly dispersed, coursing through her meridians, bestowing upon her an indescribable sense of comfort. Her previously pale complexion gradually took on a rosy hue. Although Tang Yuehua's Haotian hammer martial soul had undergone a mutation and possessed the noble ring of innate domains, it was, to be frank, of little value against true powerhouses. Moreover, with her soul power only at level 9, she was incapable of preserving her youthful appearance like other formidable soul masters. The timelessness of her visage came at a significant cost. Chapter 46. The Elite Soul Master competition commences. It can be said that Tang Yuehua's ageless beauty was merely a fade, a combination of the noble ring domain and external influences. In truth, the internal state of her body had long begun to deteriorate, a torment she endured daily. The warm current that Zhao Su infused into her body was none other than the nine-nether mysterious method from the ancient dual cultivation technique, the Taiguzi Zigong. Mysterious also symbolizes the yin, which perfectly aligns with the feminine essence. The harmonious blend of the two, even for an ordinary individual, can significantly alter one's state. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yuehua gradually emerged from the comforting embrace of this warm flow. She could sense a slight loosening in her 9th-level soul power, which had been permanently stunted due to the deficiencies of her martial spirit. Simultaneously, she observed her body becoming increasingly youthful. Her skin grew smoother and more delicate, as if it had been rejuvenated. Truly, her mentor was a remarkable figure, effortlessly resolving the affliction that had troubled Yuehua for many years. Tang Yuehua turned her gaze towards Zhao Su, who had once again reclined on the sofa. Her tone shifted, and she began to refer to herself as Yuehua. "You flatter me, master. This is merely a simple matter, hardly worthy of mention. You are indeed too modest, master." Tang Yuehua stepped forward. Bending down to pour tea for Zhao Su, her eyes tinged with hesitation as she inquired, "Might I ask if you could share the method that transformed my constitution? I would be willing to offer you 100,000 gold soul coins as a reward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's smile became even more radiant. Indeed, all women, whether ordinary or endowed with extraordinary abilities, hold a particular regard for their appearance. There is no need for any reward. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved an ancient tome from the jade pendant secured at his waist. The cover of the book was crafted from an enigmatic hide, inscribed with 4 archaic characters, 9 nether underworld techniques. As long as the Moon Pavilion Master could remember, that would suffice. Zhao Su placed the ancient text upon the table before him, uttering no further words as he rose and departed. Tang Yuehua stood there, casting a glance at the ancient tome, then shifting her gaze to the retreating figure of Zhao Su, her emotions intensifying within her. Born into the Haotian sect, although her Haotian hammer martial soul had mutated into a Rui ring, preventing her from ever surpassing rank 9 in soul power, she still possessed an innate noble aura, marking her as a daughter of destiny. The pivotal factor, however, lay in the remarkable achievements of her 2 elder brothers, particularly Tang Hao, whose excellence overshadowed all else in her heart, leaving her to believe that no one could surpass her brothers, and certainly no man was worthy of her. Yet, after encountering Zhao Su today, such convictions began to waver. Standing over 1.80 meters, Zhao Su, though not excessively tall, exuded an air of poise, while not strikingly handsome. His ever-present smile rendered him irresistibly charming, embodying a perfect balance that captivated her. It is undeniable that Tang Yuehua's burgeoning feelings stemmed not only from Zhao Su's inherent excellence, but also from the profound influence of his formidable spiritual strength upon her. Regardless, Zhao Su's image had etched itself indelibly in her heart. "I hope we may meet again." Tang Yuehua mused softly as she seated herself and reached for the Jiuyou Mingfa that Zhao Su had placed on the table, her thoughts lingering on his countenance. Half a year swiftly passed, and the elite competition of the prestigious Soul Master Academies across the continent was on the verge of commencement. Not long ago, the Master and his 2 companions had returned, just as Zhao Su had anticipated, having found suitable soul rings for the Master. Lu Erlong and Flinder had also broken through to rank 80, achieving the status of rank 81 Soul Douluo. Among the trio, the most striking transformation was that of Lu Erlong, whose figure had become increasingly alluring, her skin as tender as that of a young maiden, stirring Zhao Su's heart unexpectedly. However, Zhao Su had no intention of provoking Lu Erlong. 3 days hence would mark the day of the preliminary selection for the elite competition of the Soul Master Academies across the continent. "I hope you can showcase your utmost strength and advance to the finals." Inside the training room of Shrek Academy, Flinder and several other teachers were conducting a pre-battle mobilization. Aside from the Shrek 7 monsters, 3 additional teams were also present, poised to represent Shrek Academy in the preliminary selection. The extent of their advancement would depend on the capabilities of each respective team. After the mobilization concluded and the other 3 teams departed, the Master addressed the Shrek 7 monsters. "The highest level among the members of the other Academy teams is merely 48, whereas you have surpassed 50. I believe reaching the finals should be well within your grasp. Rest assured, with Zhao leading us, clinching the championship will be a piece of cake." Upon hearing the master's words, Ma Hongjun promptly interjected. In his heart, he had long regarded his team as the champions of the elite Soul Master competition. This time, only the 7 of you will participate. Teacher Zhao will not compete. Why? This serves as a test for you all, should Teacher Zhao take the stage. The purpose of the trial would be lost, thus he will not compete. The master's stance was resolute, yet he turned to Zhao Su, inquiring, "What is your opinion?" Teacher Zhao? The master's reasoning held merit, considering that all of you are soul kings above level 50. If you cannot triumph over those who are merely in their 40s, then there is no need to partake in this competition. Coincidentally, Zhao Su also had other matters to attend to, and the master effectively alleviated his dilemma. Once confirmed, no further words were exchanged, and preparations commenced for the preliminary selection tournament set for 3 days hence. During the selection tournament, the other 3 teams from Shrek Academy were swiftly eliminated, yet the Shrek 7 monsters surged forward with unwavering momentum. Each time they revealed their 5 resplendent soul rings, the opposing teams found their confidence to fight dissipating. According to the master's projections, the only team capable of contending with the Shrek squad might be the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. However, based on available data, the highest level among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was merely 48, which still placed them at a disadvantage against the fully leveled Shrek 7 monsters. Nonetheless, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall might be concealing their true prowess. In this round, the Shrek 7 monsters faced the royal fighting team of the Tiando Royal Academy. This duel would determine their fate regarding participation in the finals at Spirit City. Following the emergence of the Tiando Royal Academy for the battle, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, who also served as the Academy's president, appeared alongside 3 members of the Academy S-Board. Beside the Emperor stood the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. Zhao Su comprehended that the present Xue Qinghe was not the true Xue Qinghe, but rather Qianren Xue, as she cast her gaze towards Shrek Academy. Her brow instinctively furrowed upon resting her eyes upon Zhao Su. Being one of the witnesses to Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged sacred angel martial soul, she was well aware of his formidable power. She understood that once Zhao Su took to the stage, the royal fighting team of the Tiando Royal Academy stood no chance whatsoever. Among the members of the royal fighting team, save for the Captain Yu Tianhing and Vice Captain Du Guyan, all were her trusted confidants whom she had secretly nurtured and supported. Beyond maintaining her grip on the Tiando Royal Academy, she harbored another ambition, to compel the royal fighting team to confront the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, thereby conveying to Bibi Dong that she was not to be underestimated. Chapter 47. Entering the Finals, Journey to Spirit City. This endeavor to prove herself to Bibi Dong was a deeply rooted obsession within Qianren Xue. Otherwise, she would not have risked everything to disguise herself as Xue Qinghe and remain undercover in the Tiando Empire for so many years. In addition to Qianren Xue's scrutiny of Zhao Su, another individual also beheld Zhao Su from the Shrek Academy side. Unlike Qianren Xue's vigilant demeanor, this person's eyes sparkled with an undeniable fervor. She was Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuxian, responsible for instructing the royal aristocracy of the Tiando Empire in etiquette. It had been nearly half a year since her last encounter with Zhao Su, and during this time, whenever she practiced the 9 nether mystical art imparted to her by Zhao Su, her thoughts invariably drifted to him. The figure and visage of Zhao Su would manifest within her mind. What she remained oblivious to was that the 9 nether dark arts and the 9 heavens yang arts were intrinsically complementary, possessing the harmonious effects of dual cultivation of yin and yang. Those who practiced the 9 nether dark arts were inherently drawn to those who embraced the 9 heavens yang arts. Furthermore, under the influence of Zhao Su's mental prowess, Tang Yuehua found herself increasingly ensnared. Zhao Su seemed to have noticed that someone was observing him, and he raised his gaze towards the elevated platform where the aristocrats of the Tiandu Empire were seated, to the east of the competition arena. First, he directed his attention to Qianren Xue, offering her a glance laden with significance. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Tang Yuehua, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Over the past 6 months, due to Tang Yuehua's deep understanding of the 9 nether demonic arts, she not only appeared increasingly youthful but also exuded an elevated aura. Adorned in a perfectly tailored gown, she radiated opulence and became even more enchanting. Zhao Su felt an involuntary stir within him. Over the past 6 months, despite the frequent intimate encounters with Zhu Zhuqing, she would always withdraw at the critical moment, preventing Zhao Su from advancing further. A pent-up desire had long been simmering within him, and now, upon encountering the alluring Tang Yuehua, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Zhao Su averted his gaze from Tang Yuehua and turned towards the snowy Night Emperor, who occupied the central seat. Despite his resplendent attire and the crown adorning his head, a pallor lingered on his face, betraying an air of fatigue. Soon, the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Imperial battle team commenced. This time, the defeat of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy was utterly decisive, while the previous loss could be attributed to a stroke of luck for the Shrek 7 monsters. This defeat was indisputable. Seated behind the Snowy Night Emperor were 3 committee members from the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. Witnessing the effortless victory of the Shrek 7 monsters over the Imperial battle team, their expressions flickered with a mix of helplessness and resentment as they glanced at Prince Xuexing. Originally, such prodigious talents as the Shrek 7 monsters rightfully belonged to the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. Now, they had become the conquerors of the Academy's strongest battle team, inciting their ire. Yet, they were powerless to act, for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy was part of the Imperial family, and ultimately, they were merely subordinates. The Shrek 7 monsters triumphed over the Imperial battle team, securing their opportunity to advance to the finals in Seoul City. With the finals scheduled in just 10 days, their time for preparation was limited. They needed to depart for Seoul City promptly. Any delay would mean forfeiting the competition. At this moment, within the Pope's Hall in Seoul City, Bibi Dong sat imperiously in the Pope's chair, listening to reports regarding the teams from the 2 empires that had advanced to the finals. Upon learning that each member of the Shrek 7 monsters was merely 18 or 19 years old, yet had reached the Soul King realm, a flicker of astonishment passed through her typically indifferent gaze. Such prodigious talent and rapid progression in cultivation were unmatched, even by the most gifted Tang Hao. Moreover, this was not a singular achievement. All 7 individuals exhibited the same remarkable prowess. Provide me with the detailed profiles of all members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Bibi Dong's voice was devoid of emotion, almost cold. Upon her command, the attendants hastily retrieved the detailed information on the 7 members and respectfully presented it to her. As she perused the documents, her initial nonchalance transformed into increasing astonishment. While the rapid cultivation speed of top-tier martial souls was expected, even Oscar, with his food-type sausage martial soul, had surprisingly reached the Soul King level at such a young age. Particularly, when she discovered Tang San's twin martial souls and learned that his teacher was Yu Xiaojiang, her aura intensified significantly. Dismissed, Bibi Dong handed the profiles back to her subordinates, then restrained her imposing presence, gesturing them away. Yes, the attendant responded promptly, bowing respectfully as he retreated. Yu Xiaojiang, I shall not allow your wishes to come to fruition. Once the grand hall was left in solitude, her imposing presence no longer held back. An aura of deathly solemnity enveloped the entire chamber. On this day, a group led by Master Flander, Lu Erlong, prepared to embark towards the Spirit City with great ease. Upon their arrival at the city gates, a figure stepped forward to halt their progress. Greetings, esteemed guests. May I inquire if Mr. Zhao Su is among your company? The speaker was none other than the esteemed steward, Ode, of the Moon Pavilion. Upon hearing Ode's voice, Zhao Su emerged from the carriage, inquiring, Is there something you wish to discuss, Steward Ode? My lady has requested a brief audience with Mr. Zhao, Ode replied, adding, She assured me it would not take up too much of your time. And who, may I ask, is this lady? In the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened at the mention of the lady, as she directed her question towards Zhao Su. A former acquaintance, do not dwell upon it. Zhao Su reached out to gently caress the pouting cheek of Zhu Zhuqing, then exited the vehicle. Addressing Flander, he remarked, Director Flander, you may proceed without me. I shall catch up shortly. Time is of the essence, so let us be on our way. With a final admonition to travel carefully, Zhao Su whispered a caution to Flander. Flander paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation as he cracked the whip against the horse's flank. By the time Zhao Su arrived at the Moon Pavilion with Ode, the sky had darkened. Tang Yuehua stood at the entrance, awaiting his arrival with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Zhao Su, her expression brightened even further. I wonder what business the mistress of the Moon Pavilion has with me. Could it be that she has encountered difficulties in her comprehension of the 9 nether mystical arts? Zhao Su intentionally posed a question to Tang Yuehua. Let us ascend and discuss further. I have already prepared tea and pastries for our enjoyment while we converse. Tang Yuehua casually approached and linked her arm with Zhao Su's before proceeding upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhao Su was indeed greeted by the meticulously arranged tea and delicacies. In the grand hall, there also stood an ancient guqin. I wonder if Mr. Zhao would be interested in listening to me play a piece? Tang Yuehua inquired as she gracefully settled herself in front of the guqin, her long fingers delicately poised above its strings. It is often said that the melodies produced by the Moon Pavilion's master on the guqin are the most exquisite and enchanting sounds on this continent. It seems today, I, Zhao, am fortunate to have the pleasure of such an auditory delight. Zhao Su settled onto the sofa, casting a tender gaze upon Tang Yuehua. Chapter 48. The True Harmony of Yin and Yang with Tang Yuehua. Sensing Zhao Su's gentle eyes, Tang Yuehua remained silent, simply offering a serene smile. Her fingers danced lightly over the strings of the guqin, and a melodious, soothing sound began to resonate throughout the room. Simultaneously, Tang Yuehua's innate domain unfurled, enveloping the space with soft waves that seemed capable of soothing all worldly sorrows. Even Zhao Su, amidst this gentle ambience, felt his heart gradually unwind. Intertwined with the melodious notes, it seemed as if he could cast aside all worldly intrigues, returning to the carefree days of his childhood. Slowly, Zhao Su closed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After nearly 10 minutes, he remained immersed in this blissful state. How do you feel? Are you more relaxed? Tang Yuehua's gentle voice roused Zhao Su from his enchanting reverie. At that moment, she had moved closer, resting beside him. Her exquisite visage bore a smile, each subtle expression tugging at Zhao Su's heartstrings. It's nice, but I wonder if there's a deeper relaxation to be found, dear sister? Zhao Su's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he spoke. The soft sensation of her presence against his arm, along with the delicate fragrance emanating from her, stirred something primal within him that had long remained dormant. His tone took on an alluring quality. Sister, I am willing to assist you in any way I can. Tang Yuehua, hearing the subtle undertone in Zhao Su's words, noticed the shift in his demeanor as well. Her gaze grew increasingly dreamy, becoming more enticing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the beast within Zhao Su fully awakened. To hold back any further would be to descend into a state worse than that of a beast. Really? Zhao Su inquired once more. As long as you desire it, came Tang Yuehua's response, her voice laced with temptation, captivating Zhao Su completely. With a mischievous smile, Zhao Su no longer hesitated and leaned in for a kiss. Tang Yuehua initially offered a token resistance, but soon began to reciprocate. Zhao Su's movements became increasingly bold, and his hands began to stray from their previous restraint. After a few minutes, as Zhao Su finally breached the last barrier, Tang Yuehua beneath him let out a soft grunt, her brow furrowing gradually, revealing a hint of anguish. Zhao Su was taken aback. He never anticipated that Tang Yuehua, the lord of the Moon Pavilion, who had long been entrenched among the nobility of the Tiando Empire and was rumored to have a unique relationship with the Snowy Night Emperor, would still be a paragon of virtue. Zhao Su cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, whose expression had grown increasingly enchanting, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. His movements gradually became more tender. What began as a sense of discomfort slowly transformed into exquisite pleasure. Amidst this profound ecstasy, Tang Yuehua, hindered by the limitations of her mutated martial soul that prevented her from surpassing the 9th level of soul power, inadvertently transcended her boundaries. Half an hour later, still blushing, Tang Yuehua nestled shyly against Zhao Su's embrace, savoring the tranquil moments that followed their shared delight. Sister Yu, he remarked, you must diligently comprehend the 9 nether mysterious art. It will not only transform your physique, but also accelerate your cultivation speed. Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua's cheek, his words imbued with tenderness. Tang Yuehua merely nodded softly, refraining from speech. Observing this, Zhao Su felt a renewed sense of affection, rising to lift Tang Yuehua in his arms and making his way toward the bedroom. The following day, while still enveloped in slumber, Zhao Su sensed something brushing against his cheek. Blinking awake in a daze, he discovered that Tang Yuehua had already risen, her gaze tenderly fixed upon him as she playfully teased him with her flowing hair. Little rascal, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside. After their harmonious union the previous night, Tang Yuehua appeared even more enchanting, her eyes directed at Zhao Su radiating an increased warmth. Yet, such a gaze left Zhao Su somewhat overwhelmed. I don't wish to rise. How about we indulge in a little more slumber? Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua with eyes that sparkled with brilliance, reaching out to draw her into his embrace. Was last night not enough? Do you desire more? Tang Yuehua gasped as Zhao Su pulled her close, surprised by the suddenness of his actions. This time, however, he merely held her in his arms, refraining from any further advances. After all, the balance of yin and yang requires moderation, and considering that Tang Yuehua had just lost her innocence the night before, overindulgence could prove detrimental to her well-being. Although Zhao Su is a beast, he is nonetheless a good one. After indulging in each other's warmth for a while longer, Zhao Su finally rose from bed. Tang Yuehua had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Su prepared to depart. Though the tender embrace was enticing, he had other obligations to attend to and could not linger indefinitely. Is it possible to delay my departure for a few days? I will return to find you once the Soul Master tournament concludes. He had no choice. If he did not leave soon, he would not reach Wuhuan City in time. Very well, but do remember to come back to me. Tang Yuehua, though somewhat disheartened, acquiesced to Zhao Su's departure, offering him a gentle reminder. Rest assured, once my matters are resolved, I shall certainly return. Zhao Su, speaking, retrieved a spherical object from the storage space of the jade pendant at his waist and handed it to Tang Yuehua. Wear this at all times, wherever you go. In the face of danger, channel your soul force through it. Even a title Douluo would be powerless against you. At the same time, Zhao Su imparted the specific methods for utilizing the Buddha's wrath of the Tang Lotus directly into Tang Yuehua's mind, ensuring she would remember it vividly, never to forget. I will await your return, Tang Yuehua said, firmly grasping the sphere Zhao Su had given her. Take care of yourself. Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua on the cheek, and without any further hesitation, swiftly turned and departed. Upon exiting the moon pavilion, Zhao Su glanced back, taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within. He then hastened towards the city gates. Meanwhile, his master, Yu Shaojiang, had already parted ways with Flanders and was heading alone to the Spirit Hall to meet Bibi Dong, who had dispatched the titled Douluos, Zhu, and Gui to eliminate Tang San and his companions. Zhao Su had barely taken a few steps when he appeared by his side. Go and covertly protect Tang San and his companions. They must not perish at this moment. Understood, Zhang Ying replied, his form gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing completely. Zhao Su did not delay any further and hastened towards the direction of Wuhuan City with unwavering determination. After 7 days, he finally arrived at Wuhuan City, coincidentally catching sight of Yu Shaojiang as he headed to the Wuhuan Palace in search of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Within the grand hall of the Pope's palace, concealed in the shadows, Zhao Su observed Bibi Dong, who, in the presence of Yu Shaojiang, had shed her usual regality and was overtaken by a surge of emotion. Zhao Su felt a tinge of disappointment. He understood that in Bai Dong's heart, the memory of Yu Shaojiang was ever present. As the saying goes, where there is no love, there can be no hatred. Yet, observing Bai Dong's animosity towards Yu Shaojiang reveals the significant place he occupies in her heart. Chapter 49. A grapefruit that is forced to ripen may quench thirst, but it lacks sweetness. Currently, Tang San must not perish. After Yu Shaojiang departed, he gazed at Bai Dong, who remained seated, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. Zhao Su no longer concealed himself, directly appearing before Bai Dong, softly uttering, "Is it you?" Upon seeing Zhao Su, a realization seemed to dawn on Bai Dong. She abruptly rose, coldly fixing her gaze upon him, continuing, "Were you the one who secretly rescued Tang San?" "Indeed, it was I," Zhao Su affirmed. Why? Why would you betray me as well?" Bai Dong's eyes glinted with malice as she regarded Zhao Su, her voice icy and devoid of compassion. In contrast to Zhao Su, she embodied the essence of a true antagonist. At times, Zhao Su pondered whether he had truly embraced the role of the villain with sufficient fervor. "I have not betrayed you. I am merely assisting you in realizing your dreams, guiding you beyond the confines of your own heart. I require no assistance from you, nor from anyone else. I am fully capable of achieving this on my own. Perhaps I have misjudged the situation. Take care of yourself." Zhao Su, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head and, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, turned to leave the grand hall. Zhao Su could be described as utterly disillusioned with Bai Dong. He had never anticipated that Yu Shaojiang would hold such significant weight in her heart. He was reluctant to become a mere pawn and did not wish to resort to forceful measures against Bai Dong. Although it is said that a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness, it can still quench one's thirst. However, he preferred a fruit that was both sweet and refreshing. 3 days later, at the venue of the Soul Master competition finals, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned notably grim as they faced the Star Luo Empire's Royal Academy team. Her demeanor soured particularly upon catching sight of a woman on the opposing team who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Besides Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai's countenance was equally troubled. Zhu Zhuqing anxiously scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhao Su, yet as the competition was about to commence, he remained absent. Do not indulge in unfounded worries. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly triumph over them and emerge as the ultimate victor. Just at the final moment, as she was about to ascend the battle platform, Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill run through her, and a hand, damp with beads of perspiration, was enveloped by a warm palm. The gentle voice of Zhao Su resonated in Zhu Zhuqing's ears. Zhuqing, have you truly betrayed the family's oath? At that moment, within the Douluo Empire's battle team, Zhu Zhuyun, who had been observing Zhu Zhuqing, inquired. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Beside Zhu Zhuyun, Davis cast a smirk filled with a hint of schadenfreude towards Dai Mubai, saying, Mubai, the other half that could merge with your martial soul has already betrayed you. What do you have left to contend with me? Humph. Even without the martial soul fusion technique, I can still defeat you. My Douluo Empire does not require such techniques to be invincible. Dai Mubai's enchanting eyes gleamed ominously as he coldly replied to Davis. Very well. I shall see what you will use to vanquish me, Davis sneered, choosing to remain silent as he awaited the commencement of the match. Soon, both sides ascended the battle arena, revealing their respective martial souls. Upon witnessing Tang San and the others, all exceeding level 50, adorned with their resplendent 5-soul rings, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan displayed expressions of disbelief. They were 3 to 4 years older than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, yet in less than 5 years, they had been surpassed by them. An unprecedented sense of crisis arose within their hearts, and they resolved that, regardless of the outcome of this match, they must swiftly devise a plan to eliminate Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, upon their return to the Douluo Empire, the threat they posed would be immense. However, even if Davis and Zhu Zhuyan were reluctant, they could only be crushed in this battle. The nearly 10-level disparity was an insurmountable chasm for them. Davis, you have already lost. I offer you a chance. Never return to the Douluo Empire, and I shall not make things difficult for you. After defeating the royal battle team of the Douluo Empire, Dai Mubai's aura grew ever more formidable, subtly exuding the majesty of a forest king. This is merely a match. The victor remains to be determined. Davis's gaze was frigid. Had his stare possessed the power to slay, Dai Mubai would have undoubtedly met a fate of 1,000 cuts. Though Davis uttered such words, his body remained steadfastly honest, as he did not linger any longer at the Spirit Hall, promptly rising to return to the Douluo Empire alongside the other members of the Royal Academy. He was determined to ensure that everything was arranged before Dai Mubai's return, leaving no opportunity for him. Following the defeat of the Douluo Empire's royal team, only the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall Academy team remained, marking the pivotal battle that captured everyone's attention. Pope Bibidong, accompanied by the formidable Zhu Douluo Yueguan, the ghost Douluo Guemei, and the 7 treasured glazed tile sects Qinshin and Ningfengji, emerged to witness this decisive clash for the championship. At that moment, Bibidong regained her former majesty, her perfectly tailored attire accentuating her flawless figure, crowned and wielding a scepter adorned with gemstones that towered over 2 meters. The aura radiating from her was so overwhelming that many dared not meet her gaze, as all but the Shrek representatives knelt in reverence before her. Bibidong glanced toward Shrek Academy but did not linger, instead gesturing for everyone to rise. She then announced the ultimate prize for the champions, 3 soul bones. The sight of these soul bones astonished everyone present, with many gazing at them with covetous eyes, yet none dared to make a move. As the battle commenced, Master S' suspicions proved correct. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy had indeed concealed their true prowess. Each member, akin to the Shrek 7, had surpassed level 50. Throughout the earlier selection and subsequent advancement rounds, the Spirit Hall Academy had not showcased their golden generation. Although this was against the regulations of the competition, the final clause stipulated that the Spirit Hall held the ultimate authority in interpretation. Raising an objection would be futile, only revealing their own trepidation. Thus, Shrek Academy had no choice but to face them head-on, as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was not necessarily superior. The battle was fierce, with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall proving worthy of Pope Bibidong's selection and esteem. Moreover, the fusion skill of Hulaina and Xiaoyu was exceptionally formidable. However, the outcome was ultimately unalterable, as they fell to the Shrek 7, with Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and the others succumbing to a deadly poison. Although Tang San assisted in neutralizing the toxin, it had already penetrated their meridians, significantly impacting their future cultivation. Yet, for Tang San, the implications of this poison on their future training were of no concern. His sole focus was on victory. Following the competition's regulations, Pope Bibidong awarded the 3 soul bones to the Shrek 7. After declaring the successful conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, her gaze shifted to the petite figure of Zhao Wu, concealed behind Tang San. Chapter 50. The True Form of the Haotian Hammer. Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo. Seize that little girl. Pope Bibidong raised her scepter, pointing it menacingly at Zhao Wu, and addressed Yuguan and Gui Mei behind her with a voice that resonated with authority. They, too, had discerned Zhao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast and, upon hearing Bibidong's command, showed no hesitation as they soared towards her. Stop! Your Holiness, is it truly necessary to harbor such fury towards a mere child? What offense has she committed against you? Ningfengji interjected, attempting to halt Yuguan and Gui Mei. Before Bibidong could respond, the sword Douluo Chen Xin, who had been closely following Ningfengji, leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Ningfengji furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Zhao Wu. Ning Zhongzhu, will you continue to obstruct me? Bibidong inquired with a calm demeanor that belied her underlying menace. Should Ningfengji persist in his interference, she would show no mercy towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school, including him. Yuguan and Gui Mei advanced a step, their intent to intimidate clear. With a resigned sigh, Ningfengji ultimately chose to stand aside, retreating a step. The members of Shrek Academy immediately grew vigilant, with the master rushing forward to shield them, brandishing the papal decree bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. Bibidong, I too am an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, and I possess the right to understand your motives for this course of action. Since you seek answers, why not inquire of your pupil? Bibidong retorted, prompting the master to look towards Zhao Wu, who was concealed behind Tang San. Zhao Wu is not human. She is a 100,000-year soul beast in her transformation stage. The truth was unavoidable, and Tang San had no choice but to speak candidly. Nevertheless, the master, Flander, and Lu Erlong resolved to protect Zhao Wu, for she was undeniably their student. Lu Erlong, in particular, was not only her teacher but also her godmother. The 3 positioned themselves firmly, raising their right hands, and their Trinity fusion technique was instantly activated. At this moment, Lu Erlong and Flander had ascended to the rank of 82-level soul Douluos, while the master had surpassed the 30th level threshold. The golden sacred dragon summoned now radiated an even more resplendent golden hue, exuding an overwhelming presence, capable of standing against any title Douluo. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of Zhao Su, who had vanished amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing chose to stand with Shrek Academy. What are you two waiting for? Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be mercilessly dealt with. With Bibidong's command echoing, Yuguan and Gui Mei wasted no time, charging towards the master and the others, while one directed their assault at Zhao Wu. How dare you touch my child? At that moment, a domineering voice echoed, accompanied by a colossal hammer. The figure was none other than Tang Hao, who, despite his tattered attire, emanated an increasingly potent aura. The immense soul power radiating from the Haotian hammer sent both Yuguan and Gui Mei flying. At this juncture, Bibidong sprang into action, intervening to shield Yuguan and Gui Mei from Tang Hao's impending strike. Just then, a formidable presence surged from within the papal hall behind Bibidong, swiftly approaching their location. It was the 4 other elders of the Spirit Hall. Truly, the Spirit Hall was remarkable, boasting 7 titled Douluo. Suspended in midair, Tang Hao held the Haotian hammer aloft, his gaze coldly fixed upon Bibidong and the 6 titled Douluo behind her. Do you truly believe that your solitary strength can withstand the combined might of the 7 of us? I am willing to test that. As he spoke, Tang Hao had already moved, grasping the Haotian hammer and unleashing his ultimate move, the 7th soul skill, true body of the Haotian hammer. However, at that moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall, save for the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, hesitated and retreated back to the papal hall. Clearly, they had never truly regarded Bibidong as the legitimate pope of the Spirit Hall. It was likely at the behest of Qian Douluo. Now that Qian Renshua had matured, Bibidong's demise would pave the way for her to inherit the papacy. This plan had evidently been laid long before, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Tang Hao's appearance had presented them with the chance to eliminate Bibidong. Boom. At this moment, there was no time for Bibi Dong to reflect. She exerted all her strength to counter Tang Hao's full-force strike of the true body of the Haotian hammer. Bang! Tang Hao and the Haotian hammer became one, delivering successive blows. His overwhelming assault was indeed befitting the youngest title Douluo on the continent. A series of strikes sent both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo flying. Before focusing solely on Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, years ago, Qian Xuanji withstood 3 of my strikes. I wonder how many you can endure? Though Tang Hao's voice bore a hint of weariness, it resonated with an undeniable dominance. As his words faded, the Haotian hammer descended upon Bibi Dong. In that instant, her heart was thrown into turmoil. The crushing pressure coupled with the betrayal of the 4 elders and Tang Hao's mention of Qian Xuanji ignited an uncontrollable fury within her, laced with a twinge of fear. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive strike, Bibi Dong, though managing to block them, sustained injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is that all you have? What does it matter if you possess dual martial souls? Boom. Tang Hao swung his hammer once more. Bang. Just when everyone believed that Bibi Dong would either perish or sustain grave injuries under Tang Hao's formidable strike, a figure cloaked in black robes emerged. One hand encircled Bibi Dong's waist, while the other effortlessly blocked the imposing reality of the Haotian hammer. With a sudden surge of strength, the hammer, along with Tang Hao, was forcefully propelled away. Let us depart. After sending Tang Hao flying, Zhao Su refrained from further aggression, merely casting a cold glance in Tang Hao's direction. Tang Hao stood there, gazing at the figure shrouded in black, his eyes widening as memories of Zhao Su from their days at Shrek Academy flooded back, when Zhao Su had valiantly helped him dispel the old injuries within his body. We cannot leave, eliminate them. Bibi Dong, in a desperate attempt to break free from Zhao Su's embrace, found herself bereft of her usual composure, her voice rising in fury. Clear the way, allow them to pass. The powerful soul force emanating from Zhao Su sent a tremor through the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, who had obstructed Tang Hao and the members of Shrek Academy, compelling them to retreat in fear. Although Zhao Su was cloaked in a black robe that shrouded his entire form, Zhu Zhuqing, who was well acquainted with him, immediately recognized him. Her gaze towards Zhao Su was tinged with a hint of confusion. Zhu Zhuqing started to leave, but it was Ning Rongrong who reached out and gently pulled her back, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to finally snap out of her reverie and follow the others, glancing back with hesitation. Why must they depart? You promised to assist me. After witnessing Tang Hao and the members of Shrek Academy leave, Bibi fixed Zhao Su with a frigid stare, exclaiming loudly, "Look at yourself now. You have lost your sanity. You ought to calm down and regain your composure." As Zhao Su spoke, he extended his hand and placed it gently upon Bibi Dong's back, allowing a divine essence capable of purifying the soul to flow into her being. Gradually, she began to calm, resting her head softly against Zhao Su's shoulder. Chapter 51. The utter madness of Bibi Dong. Once Bibi Dong had settled, Zhao Su lifted her and carried her back to the bedroom within the papal palace. Laying her gently upon the bed, he then retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space of the jade pendant at his waist, pouring forth a medicinal pill to administer to Bibi Dong. At that moment, Zhu Douluo Yuiguan and Gue Doge Mei entered the room. Zhu Douluo's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Although Gue Douluo's features remained obscured, Zhao Su could discern that both had evidently sustained injuries beneath Tang Hao's formidable Haotian hammer. Take the medicine and rest well. Your injuries will heal swiftly, Zhao Su assured them. Is your holiness unharmed? Zhu Douluo inquired, stepping forward to gaze at Bibi Dong, who lay on the bed with her brow furrowed in concern. I am fine. A brief slumber will quell the inner demons within, Zhao Su replied. Hearing this, Zhu Douluo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his attention to Zhao Su, who had shed his dark robe, and asked, What shall we do with the 4 captives? What purpose does it serve to keep the traitors alive? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhao Su's eyes as he continued, You need not concern yourselves. I shall handle this matter. The specter of the ghost Douluo, whose features remained obscured, cautiously inquired, My lord, should we await the awakening of His Holiness the Pope before making a decision? Indeed, everything rests upon His Holiness's judgment, replied the chrysanthemum Douluo, who respectfully ushered the ghost Douluo out. After Yuguan and Gue Mei departed, Zhao Su settled beside Bibi Dong's bedside. Soon thereafter, another ethereal figure materialized behind Zhao Su, announcing, Master, the 4 traitors have been executed. Is there any news from Douluo? Zhao Su inquired. Not at present. A day ago, the 3rd elder, the Qinghuan Douluo, returned to the Douluo Palace after an unexplained absence to meet with Qian Daolu. But there has been no further development since. Summon Guangdao Hongfeng back. He will remain at the Wuhuan Palace to keep a watchful eye on Qian Daolu. Master, why complicate matters? Simply eliminate Qian Daolu, and the problem would be resolved without further ado. Qian Daolu cannot be disposed of just yet. He still serves a purpose. We need only to monitor him closely. Understood, the figure acknowledged, though lacking full comprehension of Zhao Su's motives, chose not to inquire further. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing approached me, inquiring about your whereabouts. She intends to return to the Star Luo Empire with Dai Mubai. A few days prior, Bibi Dong had dispatched Yu Guan and Gui Mei to ambush Shrek's group. It was Shadow who intervened at a critical moment, successfully repelling Yu Guan and Gui Mei, thereafter remaining within Shrek's entourage. Very well, I am aware. Zhao Su nodded in acknowledgement and softly replied, please don't go. Would you stay with me? Just as Zhao Su was about to rise and depart, Bibi Dong unexpectedly grasped Zhao Su's arm. He glanced down to find Bibi Dong still ensconced in slumber, her eyes remaining closed. Perhaps she was lost in a dream at that moment. I have nothing left now. Everyone has betrayed me. You are all that I have. Zhao Su gazed at Bai Dong, who was frowning in her slumber with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability in this petite woman, stirring a sense of tenderness within him. Yet, throughout it all, Bai Dong never uttered the words, I have only you, leaving the identity of the one she spoke of shrouded in ambiguity. Zhao Su carefully extricated himself from Bibi Dong's grasp and gently covered her with a blanket. At the entrance of the spirit hall, the Shrek's 7 monsters faced the moment of separation, each destined to embark on their own paths. Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken away by Tang Hao, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar followed Ning Fengji back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. The master and his 2 companions returned to Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun set off alone to explore the continent. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained, with Zhu Zhuqing holding a flower that was predominantly white, accented by a vibrant red hue, gazing longingly at the spirit hall, reluctant to depart. Zhuqing, we must go. I wish to wait for him before I leave. Zhu Zhuqing replied, her gaze fixed on the flower in her hand, her expression tinged with melancholy. He will not come. If he intended to arrive, he would have done so by now. Not true. He will surely come, Zhu Zhuqing insisted, shaking her head. Upon witnessing her determination, Dai Mubai sighed and chose not to press the matter further. However, as dawn approached, Zhao Su had still not appeared, and Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards the spirit city grew increasingly indifferent, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Let us depart. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was devoid of emotion as she addressed Dai Mubai, who sat on the steps nearby. As she turned to leave, the delicate white flower slipped from her grasp, cascading gently to the ground. Just as Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhao Su arrived, yet he found no trace of her presence. Zhao Su lowered his head and beheld a white flower adorned with a hint of vibrant red, quietly resting upon the ground. As a gentle breeze swept by, a delicate fragrance wafted from the blossom. Zhao Su bent down to retrieve the flower, which now appeared somewhat withered. Bamboo green, I am truly sorry. Zhao Su gently kissed the flower in his hand, gazing in a particular direction, and softly spoke. Upon Zhao Su's return to the spirit hall, he found Bibi Dong already awakened, seated regally upon the opulent papal throne, having regained her former composure and aloofness. I thought you would not return, Bibi Dong remarked coldly, her icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Su. I shall depart soon. In your current state, even if you were to ascend to divinity, you would stand no chance against Tang Hao. Impossible. As long as I can attain divinity, not just Tang Hao, but everyone shall perish. I hope you achieve your wish. Zhao Su gazed at the utterly deranged Bai Dong, choosing not to utter another word as he turned to depart. Do not leave. I am aware that Tang Hao is no match for you, nor are the 100,000-year-soul beasts. Please assist me. Bai Dong, sensing Zhao Su's intent to walk away, swiftly rose and stepped in front of him. A glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes as she suddenly embraced Zhao Su, exclaiming, if you can aid me, I can offer you anything you desire, including myself. As she spoke, Bai Dong discarded her scepter and began to shed her garments. Witnessing her frenzied actions, Zhao Su's earlier observations rang true. At this moment, Bai Dong had indeed succumbed to madness. Her psyche had become twisted, convinced that everyone was malevolent and intent on exacting revenge upon the entire continent. In her heart, her ambitions had transcended the mere unification of the spirit hall over the land, She sought the destruction of the two great empires, the annihilation of all sects, and the obliteration of the Spirit Hall itself. For the Spirit Hall belonged to the Qian family, the very entity she loathed most and cherished above all. If you continue down this path, I shudder to think of what you might become. Zhao Su grasped the hand of Bibi Dong, who was in the process of shedding her long robe, and continued, "The aura of death from the killing fields has already seeped into you. Heed my counsel, destroy the domain of the god of death." Humph, Zhao Su, your words are sweet. If I possessed your talent, your martial soul, your opportunities, would I have become what I am today? Bibi Dong retorted with a cold laugh, withdrawing her hand and ceasing her disrobing. She picked up the staff from the ground and turned, reclaiming her place upon the grand papal throne. With an icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Su, she declared, "You may leave. While your assistance is unwelcome, I trust you will not impede my path." Chapter 52. The supreme unity of both entities. These elixirs can suppress your murderous instincts and prevent the deathly aura of the god of death's domain from further corroding your soul. Take heed of this warning. Zhao Su stepped forward and pressed a small jade vial into Bibi Dong's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed from the papal hall. With a resounding crash, Bibi Dong, watching Zhao Su's retreating figure, forcefully hurled the jade vial to the ground. It shattered into pieces, scattering white elixirs across the floor. No one can impede my ambitions. Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. My master, you must remain in the papal hall, by her side, and prevent her from succumbing to her madness. My master, I am somewhat perplexed. Are you asking me why I should hinder Bibi Dong? Indeed, allowing Bibi Dong to lead the charge benefits us without detriment. Once they are mutually weakened, we can reap the rewards. However, the time is not ripe. We have yet to locate any of the 9 divine dragons of protection. We cannot permit them to ascend to divinity prematurely, for it would spell our annihilation. Though Zhao Su did not possess Bibi Dong's fervor, he was the true mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The villain system had once stated that until he had acquired the 9 divine dragons of protection, he could not attain divinity. While he was invincible within the rank of title Douluo, no one could assure his supremacy against deities who had transformed their soul power into divine strength. Thus, he must hasten to find the 9 divine dragons of protection while simultaneously enhancing his own prowess to swiftly attain the title Douluo level. Only then could he secure his position as invincible. My subordinate understands. I know what must be done. You must also safeguard yourself. Always prioritize your life in times of peril. Can I interpret this as your concern for me? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhang Ying smiled, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at him. I have always been deeply concerned for you. Zhao Su also chuckled before not lingering any longer and swiftly departing from the spirit hall. In Zhang Ying's heart, Zhao Su's words could be said to inspire a devotion so profound that she would willingly lay down her life for him. After Zhao Su departed from the spirit hall, he did not hesitate for a moment and promptly returned to Heavendoe City, intent on entering the city of slaughter. There, he sought to acquire the domain of the god of slaughter. Only by mastering this domain could he devise a method to control its deathly aura and mitigate its detrimental effects upon himself. The reason Tang San was able to withstand the lethal onslaught of the god of slaughter's domain was, on one hand, due to the assistance of Tang Yuehua, but more significantly, it was the balancing effect of the blue-silver emperor's domain. One must acknowledge that Tang San's fortune is truly extraordinary. Everything interconnects harmoniously. Under the protective balance of the blue-silver emperor's domain, he not only remained unharmed by the deadly aura emanating from the god of slaughter, but could also unleash its full potential. Even the so-called foremost genius, the youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao, could not achieve such feats. Conversely, Bibi Dong's heart was increasingly consumed by hatred, exacerbated by the corrosive influence of the god of slaughter's deathly aura, driving her into a state of madness. Yet, before venturing into the city of slaughter, he felt compelled to pay a visit to Tang Yuehua. Little beauty, what are you pondering? In her private chamber atop the moon pavilion, Tang Yuehua sat by the window, her chin resting on her hands, gazing dreamily at the waning moon, lost in thought. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the reverie, drawing her back to reality. Su, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with joy. Forgetting all decorum, she sprang to her feet and leapt into Zhao Su's embrace. At that moment, she bore no semblance of the dignified etiquette teacher of the Heavendoe Empire, but rather resembled a joyous young woman who had just reunited with her beloved. I have missed you as well. Zhao Su gently embraced Tang Yuehua, his gaze towards her brimming with tenderness. He subsequently lifted her into his arms and carried her into the room, nestled within Zhao Su's embrace. Tang Yuehua's slightly flushed visage evoked an even deeper affection within him. An hour later, Tang Yuehua, breathing softly, leaned against Zhao Su's broad chest, her face reflecting utter contentment. "This time, you won't leave, will you?" she asked. "If I must go, it is to the city of carnage," Zhao Su replied. Upon hearing the name of the city of carnage, Tang Yuehua immediately grew tense, her face etched with concern. "That place is akin to hell, once you enter. There is no escape without traversing the path of the damned. What purpose do you have there?" "I seek to attain the realm of the God of Slaughter," Zhao Su declared. "Is becoming stronger truly so vital to you?" Tang Yuehua inquired, a hint of melancholy shadowing her expression. Zhao Su gently pressed his lips to Tang Yuehua's forehead before continuing. "This is my mission, an irrevocable destiny. Su, may I inquire about something? But you must promise not to be angry. Are you curious about my identity? It's perfectly fine if you choose not to disclose it, yet you mustn't take offense." Tang Yuehua rested her chin against Zhao Su's chest as she spoke. "I am a member of the Spirit Hall, and my master is Bibi Dong." "Spirit Hall?" "Indeed. Although Bibi Dong has attained the domain of the God of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter, she has also been tainted by the deathly aura of that realm. I intend to change the God of Slaughter's domain. Is it for Bibi Dong that you venture into the perilous City of Slaughter?" Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a hint of disappointment flickered in Tang Yuehua's eyes as she pulled her robe tighter around her elegant figure. Rising from the bed, she moved towards the window. "She is my master. I must save her." Observing Tang Yuehua's demeanor, Zhao Su also got up, donned his clothing, and approached her, wrapping his arm around her smooth, delicate shoulder that peeked out from her robe. "Is she merely your master?" "Of course." "Humph." Tang Yuehua let out a playful huff, continuing, "I find that hard to believe." In truth, Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of jealousy. She understood from the very beginning that someone like Zhao Su could never be devoted to just one woman. Yet, this did not trouble her. As long as Zhao Su loved her, that was sufficient. Really, how could I possibly deceive my little darling? How annoying. At last, a smile grazed Tang Yuehua's face as she leaned back into Zhao Su's embrace. The two sat quietly together, gazing at the moon in the sky. "Su, our Haotian sect, particularly my elder brother, holds a deep grievance against the Spirit Hall. Can you promise me that, regardless of the circumstances, you will not harm him?" "Rest assured, I shall not bring him any harm. I knew you were the best." Tang Yuehua spoke, her hands beginning to wander, her gaze imbued with a teasing allure. Under her playful provocation, Zhao Su felt a surge of emotion, gazing down at her exquisite visage before capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. As if he wished to consume her entirely, merging their essences into one and achieving the pinnacle of unity. Chapter 53. Assisting Tang Yuehua in enhancing her power in the subsequent 3 days, the two seldom ventured beyond the confines of their chamber. Through their harmonious interplay of yin and yang, with Zhao Su's life-giving essence imbued with the fusion of these forces entering Tang Yuehua's being, her constitution underwent a profound transformation. Simultaneously, this infusion significantly elevated the capabilities of her mutated martial soul, the Rui Ring. Once merely white, it now shimmered with hints of golden radiance. The Rui Ring bore an innate noble domain, capable not only of soothing murderous intent and calming the spirits of those nearby, but it also gained a newfound offensive potential. The Rui Ring could bifurcate, evolving into the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe. This weapon, when combined with the Jade Maiden's profound heart technique and the Rui Ring's evolution, would substantially amplify her attacking prowess. With your protection, what need have I for these skills? Tang Yuehua languidly reclined on the sofa in the hall. Her interest in Zhao Su's Jade Maiden's profound heart technique markedly tepid. Throughout her life, she had refrained from cultivation due to the defects stemming from her martial soul mutation. Although the Rui Ring had now evolved, free from the burdens of its previous flaws, she remained disinclined to pursue cultivation. "I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. In my absence, I wish for you to possess the ability to safeguard yourself." Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua and asserted unequivocally, "This afternoon, I shall accompany you to the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable soul ring." Tang Yuehua wished to voice her thoughts, yet Zhao Su interrupted her, insisting, "Trust me." Reluctantly, she acquiesced, uttering a soft agreement without further protest. "It matters not if you do not wish to cultivate. Simply devote some time each day to contemplate at your leisure. Once you possess the ability to defend yourself, I shall feel at ease." "Are you about to depart again?" "Indeed, I must hasten to the city of slaughter. I fear that prolonged delays may invite unforeseen calamities. How about this? I will accompany you to the city of slaughter." At this suggestion, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, for she was loath to part from Zhao Su. "That is out of the question. The city of slaughter is fraught with peril. Should you encounter any danger, I would never forgive myself." In truth, while the city of slaughter was indeed perilous, it posed no significant threat to Zhao Su. Zhao Su possesses her own considerations. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Tang San will undoubtedly venture into the city of slaughter. She is reluctant to have Tang Yuehua by her side, primarily to prevent her from encountering Tang San. Due to the Xintian skill, coupled with his extraordinary fortune and formidable hidden weapons, Tang San's progress is alarmingly rapid. It is imperative to appropriately restrain his cultivation speed. It is crucial to recognize that even with Tang Hao's support, Zhao Su does not fear the current Tang San. However, Zhao Su is constrained by the limitations of ascending to godhood, whereas Tang San is not bound by such restrictions. Should he attain divinity before she secures the Guardian 9 divine dragons and convert his soul power into divine power, the consequences remain uncertain. At that point, he might indeed surpass her as an adversary, a scenario she cannot permit. Otherwise, if Tang San were to defeat her, the villain system would collapse, or rather, it would deem her unfit as the destined great antagonist, subsequently erasing Zhao Su in search of a more suitable candidate. Very well. You must also exercise caution and avoid any peril. Tang Yuehua has ceased her insistence on accompanying Zhao Su into the city of slaughter. Although she has never set foot in that dreadful place, she is well aware of its terrifying reputation. She fears that her insistence on following Zhao Su could endanger them both, forcing Zhao Su to protect her. At this moment, it is safe to say that Zhao Su represents everything to Tang Yuehua. Rest assured, as long as I am by myself, no one in this world can harm me, at least for now. What does for now imply? Zhao Su took a deep breath, pondering carefully, and ultimately decided to reveal a fragment of the truth to Tang Yuehua. However, he substituted the term system with devouring demon god, while concealing his identity as a transmigrator, an identity that must remain a secret, forever hidden within the depths of his heart. After all, once a secret is known to a second person, it ceases to be a secret. The legacy of the devouring demon god. Upon concluding Zhao Su's narrative, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow, a look of concern etching her features. Indeed, in my youth, I inadvertently encountered the legacy of the devouring demon god. In my naivety, I accepted the inheritance, unaware of the numerous restrictions it entailed. So, if you fail to locate the 9 guardian dragons within the designated time, you will meet your demise? Yes, not merely death, but complete obliteration of the soul, rendering rebirth impossible, utterly vanishing. So, your joining the spirit hall has nothing to do with Bibi Dong? Tang Yuehua's thought process was rather erratic and whimsical, still fixating on Bibi Dong at this juncture. Certainly not. I must fulfill the trials left by the devouring demon god to survive. Otherwise, only death awaits me. Su, you will undoubtedly pass the trials of the devouring demon god. And I will assist you, no matter the cost. Tang Yuehua's gaze grew resolute as she swiftly rose, grasping Zhao Su's hand, eager to procure a soul ring. According to her, she needed to grow stronger to better aid Zhao Su. At this moment, Tang Yuehua was no longer the seasoned moon sovereign, adeptly maneuvering among the emperor and nobles of the Tiandu Empire. Instead, she had transformed into a young girl, enraptured by the bliss of love. Observing her demeanor stirred a pang of guilt within Zhao Su, a reluctance to deceive her. Yet, he felt powerless. He could only act thusly, in pursuit of his own survival and the hope of their eternal togetherness. Yuehua, thank you. Zhao Su gently embraced Tang Yuehua, whispering, between us, there is no need for gratitude. Your love is sufficient. I love you. Leaning closer to her ear, he expressed his affection. After hearing the tale, Zhao Su recounted. Tang Yuehua no longer resisted the idea of acquiring a soul ring. Instead, she resolved to diligently enhance her own strength. 5 days later, Zhao Su procured her first soul ring, the Blood Moon Mantis, aged over 2 millennia. With Zhao Su's assistance, coupled with Tang Yuehua's already transcended innate abilities, breaking through to absorb the ancient Blood Moon Mantis proved to be a seamless endeavor. Upon absorbing the soul ring, wisps of red emerged around the golden halo of her martial soul, the Rui ring, signifying a burgeoning might. As her martial soul evolved into the Ziwu Mandarin duck blade, the edges of the blade became adorned with barbed protrusions, a gift from the blood moon mantis's innate ability to devour. Any adversary pierced by these barbs would find their life force and soul power siphoned away, marking the emergence of Tang Yuehua's inaugural soul skill. Upon returning to the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su further equipped Tang Yuehua with an entire set of soul bones from the system's marketplace, integrating them into her being. Additionally, he acquired an external soul bone that bore the spatial teleportation ability dropped by a void beast. Possessing this skill, she could escape perilous situations, even when outmatched. Chapter 54, Journey to the City of Slaughter. After completing these tasks, Zhao Su prepared to depart. This time, Tang Yuehua did not hinder him, for she understood the necessity of his undertaking. She wished for Zhao Su to remain by her side forever, yet her greater desire was for him to survive. Take good care of yourself, and when I see you again, do not let yourself grow thin. Zhao Su embraced Tang Yuehua, speaking with a tinge of reluctance. I will. And you must take care of yourself. Tang Yuehua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung tightly to Zhao Su, unwilling to release him for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, under the lingering gaze of Tang Yuehua's heartfelt reluctance, Zhao Su cast aside his hesitation and departed with swift strides. He had already lingered far too long. A day later, Zhao Su arrived at the outskirts of the town known as the City of Slaughter. Even before entering, he was assailed by a pungent stench of blood. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the overwhelming odor still unsettled him, causing him to furrow his brow. A Bloody Mary, please. Zhao Su arrived at an establishment reminiscent of an inn, his countenance devoid of expression. Upon taking a seat, he called out to the attendant. Shortly thereafter, a drink, eerily reminiscent of fresh blood, was placed before him. Is this your first visit? The server inquired, as he presented the Bloody Mary, authentically derived from human blood, while scrutinizing Zhao Su from head to toe. The server's complexion appeared remarkably pale, yet it was accompanied by an unsettling grin that evoked a sense of dread. Especially when his gaze fell upon Zhao Su, it was imbued with a predatory greed. As if he were eyeing his quarry, Zhao Su paid no heed to the waiter, lifting the Bloody Mary before him and splashing it onto the man's face. Simultaneously, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn in an instant, piercing through the person's chest. I do not appreciate your smile. As Zhao Su rose and made his way into the tavern, he resolved to truly embark upon the path of slaughter now that he had arrived in the City of Carnage. Young man, do you comprehend the nature of this place? Do you wish to defy the established order? The tavern's patrons, a dozen or so soul masters, stood in unison, while the manager's cold voice pierced the air, directed at Zhao Su. Order? To me. I am the order itself. With a disdainful bravado, Zhao Su's audacity incited the manager to shout, whoever slays him, I shall grant you a permanent residency permit in the City of Carnage, exempting you from the annual hellish slaughter arena battles. The patrons, whose strengths barely surpassed the 20th level, longed to enter the City of Carnage yet hesitated to do so. Upon hearing the manager's proclamation, they were instantly invigorated, brandishing their martial spirits and charging towards Zhao Su. Humph! Zhao Su let out a cold snort, utterly disregarding them. In an instant, a swift surge of sword intent traversed the air, severing their heads cleanly. Blood pooled abundantly on the ground, exacerbating the already putrid atmosphere of the hotel. Your judgment is woefully poor. Perhaps it is time for the King of Slaughter to appoint a new overseer. With that, Zhao Su advanced toward the manager, seizing his shoulder and forcefully driving him downwards. The impact reverberated through the hotel, shaking it violently, as though an earthquake had struck. At that moment, the remaining patrons dared not intervene or even utter a word, fearing that a single misstep could provoke Zhao Su, the harbinger of death, to turn his wrath upon them. In this establishment, despite being labeled as a den of iniquity, human life held negligible value. After Zhao Su had smashed through the floor, the manager was left in a state of utter disarray, his body a gruesome sight, reduced to a mere mass of blood and flesh. Zhao Su cast aside the manager and leapt into the abyss. Soon, a battalion of knights, clad in armor and arranged in perfect formation, obstructed his path. Zhao Su refrained from idle chatter and acted decisively, unleashing a singular sword intent that effortlessly pierced through the heavy armor. There was no opportunity for resistance. In this realm, due to the influence of the King of Slaughter's domain, the use of soul techniques was prohibited. However, such a regulation proved utterly ineffective beneath the sanctified presence of Zhao Su's 12-winged sacred angel. May I see your proof? Upon arriving at the ancient and formidable gates of the City of Slaughter, Zhao Su was halted by the guards stationed there. They are all dead, and there is no proof for me. The guards, taken aback by Zhao Su's assertion, displayed a flicker of astonishment. The enforcement squad stationed at the City of Slaughter, while not the most formidable among all enforcement teams, still possessed considerable strength. Under the prohibition of soul techniques, they found it hard to fathom that someone could annihilate an entire squad of enforcers. Esteemed guest, welcome to the City of Slaughter. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing black robe emerged from within the gates, approaching Zhao Su with a respectful bow before gesturing for him to enter. Zhao Su, at the entrance, took the life of the overseer and subsequently annihilated the entire enforcement team. The King of Slaughter was already aware of this. The woman in the black robe had come to escort Zhao Su into the city, having received orders from the King of Slaughter himself. Zhao Su's expression remained as indifferent as ever as he stepped into the City of Carnage. May I inquire, esteemed guest, from whence you hail? The woman in the black robe respectfully asked Zhao Su upon entering the outer city of the City of Carnage. I have come to attain the realm of the God of Death, not to engage in idle chatter. Spare me the pleasantries and lead me to the hellish arena of slaughter. Zhao Su's voice was icy, his tall and slender figure clad in black, radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. Do you not wish to learn about the City of Slaughter? He inquired. What is there to understand about such a trivial place? He continued, his disdain palpable. I trust you comprehend that this domain exists under the reign of the formidable King of Slaughter. To speak thus is to show disrespect towards him. If you possess the courage, summon him forth. At this moment, Zhao Su had already ventured into the inner city of the City of Slaughter. The rampant debauchery and the scenes of carnage that pervaded the area only deepened his aversion to this place. It could be described not merely as a haven of sin, but rather as a locale that transforms individuals into true beasts. Humanity is defined not by the prowess that surpasses that of wild animals, but by the understanding of fundamental moral principles. Here, the most basic tenets of humanity had evidently been abandoned. I hope you do not come to regret the words you have spoken. Upon hearing Zhao Su's statement, the woman in the black robe felt her expression turn equally frigid. She merely uttered a terse remark before hastily departing. She was determined to report to the King of Slaughter without delay. Zhao Su paid her no heed, pressing onward in solitary pursuit of the infernal battlefield. Suddenly, a palpable aura of malevolence emerged from behind him. Before he could react, a woman clad in form-fitting black attire, her long hair ensnared by a coarse rope, swiftly intervened, wielding a dagger to eliminate the assailant who sought to ambush him. Zhao Su gazed at the individual before him, the icy demeanor upon his face gradually softening. He had not anticipated that the first familiar face he would encounter here would belong not to Tang San, but to Hulaina. With a figure nearly flawless and a somewhat frigid countenance, she stood in stark contrast to the surrounding women clad in revealing attire. Chapter 55. The City of Unfathomable Slaughter. To think that you would also venture into the City of Slaughter? It was evident that Hulaina had recognized him, and thus, Zhao Su felt no need to conceal his identity any longer. What? Why should I not come to the City of Slaughter? Oh, it is nothing. It merely surprises me to find you here, she replied, her expression devoid of any emotion, before turning to depart. May I inquire, where is the hellish arena? Zhao Su gazed at the retreating figure of Hulaina and inquired. Hulaina halted her steps, turning once more to face Zhao Su, her eyes betraying a flicker of confusion, yet she offered no further words, merely responding with an air of indifference. It's just ahead. Turn left at the tallest building. Thank you. Zhao Su smiled at Hulaina, no longer hesitating as he proceeded towards the hellish arena of carnage. At that moment, Hulaina was also making her way to the same dreadful battleground, on the verge of her 76th match. Moments ago, she had been ambushed, an attempt made to severely injure her and prevent her from achieving further victories. Yet, she had effortlessly dispatched her assailant. Upon entering the depths of the arena, the brutality of the combat intensified. On the expansive battle platform, a throng of fighters clashed with one another, akin to wild beasts, locked in a relentless struggle to the death. The spectators, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, displayed no semblance of compassion or fear. Instead, their fervor grew increasingly frenzied. Soon, Hulaina took to the stage, her impressive record of 75 consecutive victories making her a figure of renown in this arena. As she stepped forward, the other 9 competitors swiftly formed an alliance, encircling her with the intent to eliminate her first. Undeterred, Hulaina stood resolute in her form-fitting black attire, which accentuated her nearly flawless physique, a short sword gripped firmly in her hand, awaiting the inevitable onslaught. As the battle commenced, the 9 adversaries showed no mercy, launching lethal attacks without hesitation. Initially, Hulaina managed to withstand their combined assault, barely holding her ground, yet she found no opportunity to counterattack. Their coordination suggested they had trained meticulously for this very moment, specifically to confront her. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, Hulaina's stamina waned significantly. In a moment of carelessness, an opponent struck her from behind, leaving a grievous wound. Blood flowed, rapidly staining her garments crimson. From his seat in the audience, Zhao Su observed this unfolding tragedy, contemplating whether to intervene. His involvement would undoubtedly breach the rules, potentially bringing upon him unnecessary complications. Yet, if he refrained from acting, it was likely that Hulaina would never descend from the arena alive. The rules dictated that only one person could emerge from each match. Despite this, the 9 competitors relentlessly targeted Hulaina, perhaps orchestrated by the so-called King of Carnage. After all, how else could it be explained that only 8 individuals had achieved 100 consecutive victories in the hellish arena over a millennium? As Zhao Su pondered these matters, Hulaina was struck once more, her body trembling with fatigue and blood loss. Her vision began to blur from the strain. In a moment of resolve, Zhao Su finally chose to act, not with direct intervention, but by throwing a dagger to intercept a fatal blow aimed at her. Revitalized by this unexpected assistance, Hulaina sprang into action, her movements swift as her short sword ruthlessly claimed the lives of her assailants. Cheating! Cheating! They accused her of cheating. At that moment, the audience erupted into a cacophony of shouts, pointing at the lone Hulaina remaining in the arena. Ignoring their clamor, she recognized that the enforcers of the hellish arena had not intervened, tacitly endorsing her victory. Dragging her weakened body, she made her way out of the arena. However, upon exiting, she found herself the target of many gazes. In addition to those intent on eliminating her as a formidable opponent, there were also those who coveted her beauty. While the city of Slaughter boasted many female soul masters, none could rival Hulaina's breathtaking allure, perfect physique, and the innate charm bestowed by her enchanting fox spirit. Many desired to bask in her presence, while some cowardly onlookers trailed behind, waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of her vulnerability. Little girl, if you agree to entertain us, we promise that none will harm you. How about it? As Hulaina stepped further away, 6 men encircled her. The leader, a gaunt figure sporting a lewd grin, extended a grimy hand, seemingly untouched by soap for years, towards her. Shameless. Hulaina, her pallid face a testament to her blood loss, looked at them with profound disdain. With a fierce curse, she thrust her dagger forward. If you seek to disrespect me, do not blame us for being ruthless. The lewd man, taken aback by her defiance, grew cold and declared, once we've had our fun, everyone will partake. Their words ignited excitement among the onlookers. Although Hulaina was a prodigy who had worked tirelessly to reach the rank of a 53rd level Soul King by the age of 25, her energy had been depleted, rendering her unable to confront the 6 lecherous figures before her. A flicker of helplessness crossed her icy gaze, soon replaced by determination. She raised her dagger to her delicate neck, resolved that should she perish, she would not allow her body to be sullied by these filthy individuals. Suddenly, a small stone flew through the air, knocking the dagger from her grasp. Confused, Hulaina turned to see the source of the interruption. Zhao Su. I offer you a chance at life. Flee. Zhao Su approached slowly, his voice laced with murderous intent as he addressed the 6 individuals. Young man. It seems you are about to utter the word death. Before the leader could articulate the ominous term, Zhao Su's martial spirit, the Emperor's 7-kill sword, materialized before them. The 6 black soul rings, ancient and resplendent, glimmered with an almost blinding brilliance. Aside from the implausible configuration of soul rings, there was the undeniable fact that Zhao Su was impervious to the rules prohibiting the use of soul skills within the city of Slaughter. Here, only 2 types of individuals were unaffected by the domain of the King of Slaughter: those who had attained the domain of the God of Slaughter, and the enforcers loyal to the King of Slaughter. Either category was far beyond their capacity to provoke. The 6 men promptly knelt, their foreheads striking the ground repeatedly as they pleaded, "Spare us. We meant no offense. Please forgive our rudeness. We are willing to offer you the purest Bloody Mary." Chapter 56, Divine Thought. Consider it my betrothal gift to the Tang family. It was too late. With Zhao Su's indifferent voice, the Emperor's 7-kill sword flew forth. severing the heads of the 6 men with precision. At that moment, Zhao Su had reached Hulaina's side, smiling as he remarked, "Do not forget. You owe me a life." Unable to withstand the overwhelming sensation, Hulaina succumbed to dizziness and fainted. Zhao Su promptly caught Hulaina, lifting her into his arms as he scanned the surroundings in search of a shelter. However, this dilapidated city, with its crumbling edifices, offered no hint of where to seek refuge. "Come here." Zhao Su pointed to a young man nearby who, despite being somewhat haggard from the pervasive aura of slaughter that enveloped the city of carnage, possessed a gaze filled with unwavering resolve, devoid of any lewd demeanor. He beckoned the man to approach. The individual, having witnessed the earlier scene and feeling the frigid killing intent emanating from the Emperor's 7-kill sword that hovered beside Zhao Su, dared not resist and obediently stepped forward. "I inquire of you, where might one find accommodations that are both spacious and clean? Head east and take a turn. There lies a place where only those with over 50 victories are permitted to reside, significantly cleaner than this area. And how does one acquire the right to reside there? There are no formal rules. Simply eliminate the current occupant, and the dwelling shall be yours." Indeed. Without further ado, Zhao Su embraced Hulaina and proceeded towards the eastern direction as indicated by the man. Upon reaching the end and turning a corner, they arrived at another street. Indeed, it was as the man had described. The area was significantly quieter and more orderly. Zhao Su casually cast a glance and settled on a room, striding straight inside. Before long, an unfortunate soul emerged, unceremoniously tossed out by Zhao Su as if they were nothing more than a punching bag. Upon entering the room, it became evident that the space was rather modest, measuring merely around 10 square meters. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, comprising only a bed, a table, and a few chairs. Zhao Su had Hulaina lie prone on the bed as he reached out to remove her form-fitting black garment. The sleek black outfit was a one-piece ensemble, requiring both top and bottom to be taken off together. Soon, the delicate pink undergarments beneath were revealed, though Hulaina remained face down. The snug pink shorts, matching the hue of her lingerie, clung to the subtle curves of her pert derriere, accentuating its allure, paired with her slender, sculpted legs devoid of any excess. The sight nearly made Zhao Su's nose bleed from sheer temptation. Zhao Su closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his body. Fortunately, prior to entering the city of slaughter, he had spent 3 tender days with Tang San. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to his desires by now. The horrifying scar, a gaping wound on his otherwise smooth and delicate back, marred the perfection of his jade-like physique. Yet, it also imbued him with a hint of untamed ferocity. Zhao Su suppressed the tumult within his heart, deliberately averting his gaze from Hulaina's pert figure, clad solely in pink shorts. From the storage jade pendant at his waist, he retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to Hulaina. Subsequently, he crushed the remaining pills and gently applied the powder to the wound on her back. After accomplishing these tasks, he paused. Zhao Su hastily covered Hulaina's body, refraining from further glances, fearful that he might succumb to base instincts. Subsequently, he exited to procure a clean set of garments for her, dressing her with care. Once he had completed this task, he seated himself at a nearby table within the residence of the King of Slaughter in the city of Carnage. The formidable figure of the King of Slaughter, clad in garments of blood red, sat upon a stone throne, attentively listening to the reports from his subordinates. "Are you saying there is an individual who, unbound by the constraints of the slaughter domain, can wield soul techniques at will?" The crimson-eyed monarch expressed a flicker of intrigue. Throughout the many years of his reign, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, not even with the 2 existing slaughter gods, who had to adhere to his rules upon their arrival. Indeed, although this person possessed merely the rank of a soul emperor at level 60, all 6 of his soul rings were of the formidable 10,000-year variety. Where is this individual now? According to the scouts, he was at a residence on East Street, accompanied by the Helm Messenger, who had achieved 76 consecutive victories. Very well, I understand. Remember, do not impede him in any endeavor. I shall meet him personally. The King of Slaughter concluded, gesturing for his subordinate to withdraw. Moments later, he vanished into thin air. In the East Street room, Zhao Su sensed a powerful aura approaching him. A faint, cold smile crept upon his lips. The King of Slaughter. One wonders if he truly deserves such a title. As the king, moving swiftly through the air, heard Zhao Su's voice, he was taken aback, realizing too late that Zhao Su had appeared behind him without a hint of detection. "To see if I am worthy, you need only to try." The King of Slaughter's crimson gaze narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck. Yet, As he initiated his assault, regret washed over him. At that instant, he recognized that a formidable mental force had enveloped him. Spiritual consciousness. The king of slaughter, in a daze, discovered he was ensnared by this overwhelming mental power, rendering any attempt to escape futile. A mere filthy bat dares to call himself the king of slaughter. How laughable. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, extending his right hand to form a seal, which he promptly pressed upon the forehead of the king of slaughter. His hand then transformed into a claw, forcibly extracting a blood-red bat from within. The blood-red bat king emitted a series of shrill squeaks, flapping its repulsive wings in a desperate attempt to escape Zhao Su's grasp. At the moment the blood-red bat was drawn forth, the king of slaughter's crimson eyes began to fade, a glimmer of light appearing within them. Was it you who aided my release? The voice of the king of slaughter, no longer as hoarse, inquired, gazing at the blood-red bat king struggling in Zhao Su's grip with a perplexed expression. Indeed. The divine thought I left within you serves as a token of goodwill from the Tang family of Haotian sect. Whether you can pass the trials of the Shura god and attain divinity in flesh depends solely upon your own efforts. Do you know who I am? A token of goodwill? What does that mean? You need not concern yourself with such matters now. Simply contemplate deeply. Zhao Su spoke as he made his move once more, sealing the blood-red bat king, which had been stripped of its deathly aura and completely controlled by him, back into the body of the king of slaughter, Tang San. It remains unchanged that the Douluo continent does not permit ascension to godhood. Hence, Zhao Su re-established the parasitic connection of the blood-red bat king within Tang San, continuing its role as his harbinger of death. However, this bat king was now entirely under Zhao Su's dominion, enveloped by his divine consciousness. Should Tang San manage to comprehend this divine thought, he would break free from the bat king's control and reclaim his own consciousness. This served as an assistive boon for Tang San's ascension, akin to a betrothal gift for the Tang family, as Zhao Su had articulated. Upon accomplishing this, Zhao Su vanished entirely, and the eyes of the king of slaughter transformed back to a sanguine hue, gazing at the desolate street with a hint of bewilderment. Chapter 57. Rules are established by man and can naturally be altered at this moment. Although the king of slaughter had no recollection of the recent events, he still vividly remembered Zhao Su's terrifying divine consciousness. Without any hesitation, he returned to his lair at the swiftest pace. He commanded that regardless of Zhao Su's actions in the city of slaughter, even if he were to completely annihilate it, they were not to intervene. The cloaked subordinates, witnessing their great king exhibit such fear for the first time, were rendered speechless, daring not to question further, and promptly complied with the orders of the king of slaughter. Hulaina did not awaken until noon the following day. Upon opening her eyes, she initially displayed a moment of confusion, but then the memories from before her fainting surged into her mind. She immediately sprang up, looking down at the unfamiliar clothes she wore. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in her gaze. Though Hulaina inherently exuded a temptation characteristic of the Fox clan due to her fox spirit, she had always maintained an impeccable sense of virtue. Even when Yin, from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, pursued her since childhood, she had never allowed him so much as a touch. The thought that she might have lost her virtue transformed her complex emotions into despair, gradually dimming her spirit. She sank onto the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. Enough of the tears. I merely applied medicine to your wounds and glanced at you without doing anything further. Just then, Zhao Su's voice echoed from the doorway. He then entered the room, placing a meal he had procured from an unknown source onto the table. Really? Hulaina's initial joy quickly shifted to suspicion as she questioned Zhao Su. Your interest is too diminutive. I am not inclined. As Zhao Su spoke, he pointed towards Hulaina's chest. Go to hell, she exclaimed, charging towards Zhao Su. However, in her haste, she inadvertently tugged at her still healing wound, letting out a cry of pain. I have already treated your injury. In a few days, it will heal completely without leaving a scar. Zhao Su, while speaking, tossed a small porcelain vial to Hulaina, saying, consume one daily. It will expedite your wound healing. Thank you, Hulaina replied, receiving the vial. She gazed at the resolute half of his face, which, though not particularly handsome, had touched her heart in that moment. Gripping the vial tightly, she softly addressed Zhao Su. You need not thank me. It is Bibi Dong who has entrusted me with your care. Should you perish in the city of slaughter, I would find it difficult to account for her. Is it solely because of my master that you saved me and treat me so kindly? Hulaina inquired, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Not entirely. Your impression on me is rather favorable as well. It would be a pity to simply perish here. Is there no other reason? such as my appearance or physique. Hulaina remarked, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. To be honest, your figure is quite commendable. Save for that one area being slightly lesser, your petite, pert posterior is indeed delightful. Therefore, do not be overly self-conscious about your physique. Zhao Su initially spoke with some sense, but as the conversation progressed, he began to lose coherence. Go to hell. Hulaina glared at Zhao Su, her gaze fierce enough to devour him whole, before hastily departing. In the city of slaughter, Hulaina possessed her own residence. For she was indeed a formidable warrior with an undefeated record of 76 victories. Though she bore injuries, they were merely superficial, and her soul power had largely recovered, enabling her to defend herself in the face of danger. Consequently, Zhao Su chose not to pursue her. He had his own matters to attend to. Earlier, apart from seeking sustenance, he had sought information regarding Tang San. As Zhao Su had suspected, Tang San had indeed arrived in the city of slaughter, boasting an impressive streak of 56 consecutive victories. Although soul skills could not be utilized here, Tang San's mastery of the Xiantian skill endowed him with physical prowess beyond the ordinary, coupled with his elusive and highly destructive hidden weapons. Even the King of Slaughter would find it challenging to confront him as he had with Hulaina. In the audience section of the Hell Slaughter arena, Zhao Su sat, observing Tang San in the arena, his expression gradually becoming somber. The speed at which Tang San had advanced in his training exceeded Zhao Su's expectations. Particularly noteworthy was the transformation of the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, granting him exceptional control skills, along with the formidable Haotian hammer, which elevated Tang San's combat capabilities beyond Zhao Su's imagination, an exquisite fusion of control and output. If I remember correctly, you must also be from Shrek Academy. Your students are indeed extraordinary. Hulaina, who had unexpectedly taken a seat beside Zhao Su, remarked as she watched Tang San in the arena. This monster is somewhat beyond my expectations. Zhao Su stroked his chin, pondering something, and turned to Hulaina beside him. Do you wish to surpass him? I do. Yet the rules of the Hell's Arena stipulate that those who achieve 50 consecutive victories are not assigned to the same group. Rules are established by man, and thus can undoubtedly be shattered by man as well. A sinister smile graced Zhao Su's face as he continued. Do you have confidence in surpassing him? No. Although Hulaina was proud and loathed defeat, refusing to accept failure, she had to acknowledge that she possessed little opportunity to triumph against Tang San. I shall assist you. Even if we are placed in the same group, one of us must perish. I previously mentioned that rules are established by humans and can likewise be amended. With that, Zhao Su rose from his seat, declaring, wait for me here. He then exited the hellish arena of slaughter. Before long, Zhao Su returned to the arena, where Tang San had already claimed victory, achieving his 57th consecutive win. When Tang San steps onto the stage again, the two of you will be placed together, and the rules for achieving victory will be altered. Each individual will be granted a chance to concede, but consecutive wins will be annulled. Who are you to wield such influence over the King of Slaughter? It is quite simple. One merely needs to defeat him. Zhao Su spoke with a casual simplicity that, to Hulaina's ears, resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day. She had initially believed herself to possess a profound understanding of Zhao Su, convinced that his infiltration into Shrek was solely for the purpose of furthering Master Bibi Dong's grand design to unify the continent. However, it now became apparent to her that she hardly knew Zhao Su at all. In her mind, given Zhao Su's formidable strength, there was no necessity for such deceitful machinations. Zhao Su, undeterred by delays, commenced preparations for the next match, intent on swiftly achieving his 100th victory and embarking on the path to the realm of the God of Slaughter. That very afternoon, a notice detailing the amendments to the rules of the hellish arena was posted. Upon witnessing this announcement, many within the inner city of the City of Slaughter rejoiced. However, a faction of individuals who had already secured over 50 consecutive victories expressed their discontent. Each competitor capable of achieving such a remarkable streak possessed their own formidable skills, and grouping them together only heightened their likelihood of demise. Yet, within the confines of the City of Slaughter, ruled entirely by the King of Slaughter, their dissent held little weight, as it was ultimately the king's decree that prevailed. Chapter 58, Suppressing Tang San and Trapping Him in the City of Slaughter that night. In Zhao Su's chamber, Hulaina, perplexed, inquired of Zhao Su, why must you insist that I take the stage? If you were to compete yourself, there would be no need to alter the rules. You could simply eliminate him. He cannot die yet. I need him alive. Why? There is no reason. He simply cannot die at this moment. Remember, even if you have the chance to strike him down tomorrow, do not act. Zhao Su initially refrained from eliminating Tang San, intending to harness the formidable fate of the protagonist to assist him in locating treasures. Presently, he chooses not to slay Tang San to allow him to grow stronger, utilizing his blue-silver Emperor martial soul to resurrect Ayin. Otherwise, if Ayin were to restore herself, it could take an indeterminate amount of time for her revival, a duration Zhao Su cannot afford to wait. This elucidates why Zhao Su has consistently refrained from harming Tang San, instead aiding him in rapidly enhancing his strength. However, at this juncture, Tang San's growth has accelerated excessively, necessitating a curtailment of his progress. Furthermore, today Zhao Su sensed a divine aura emanating from Tang San, suggesting that he may have attracted the attention of the Shura god from the divine realm. It is widely acknowledged that even in the original narrative, during the assessment by the Shura god, leniency was shown towards Tang San. No one can ascertain whether the Shura god has intervened at this moment. This is also why Zhao Su cannot allow Tang San to ascend to divinity before gathering the 9 guardian divine dragons. For his adversaries may not be confined to the Douluo continent, but could also exist within the divine realm. Additionally, his system and his transmigration may very well be entangled in the factional struggles of the divine realm. Of course, these are merely conjectures. Zhao Su even contemplates whether, upon reaching divinity, it will be imperative to accept the legacy of the divine beings, which ultimately would not constitute true ascension but rather becoming a mere vessel or servant of the deity from whom the legacy is derived. However, Zhao Su cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts at present. His foremost priority is to restrain Tang San's cultivation speed without being overly harsh, as he still relies on Tang San's blue-silver emperor domain to resurrect Ayin. After all, we are talking about 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bones. How could one not be tempted? Are you so certain that I can triumph over him? With my presence, nothing is impossible. Zhao Su conveyed a powerful mental force into Hu Lai's mind, continuing, in critical moments, if you harness this mental energy to control him, you will effortlessly defeat him. Are you not concerned that I might disregard your instructions and kill him? You cannot harm him. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casualness. Yet his conviction was palpable, as if the entirety of the world lay beneath his command, dictated by his will alone. As anticipated, on this day, Hu Na and Zhao Su found themselves in the same group. Alongside them were 3 others who had also achieved a remarkable streak of over 50 consecutive victories. This battle was poised to be the most thrilling spectacle witnessed in nearly a century since the inception of the Hellish Arena. Rather than confronting Tang San directly, Hu Na chose to collaborate with him, launching an assault against the remaining 8 contenders. Before long, only the 2 of them remained on the battlefield. They retreated apace, exchanging glances without any urgency to strike first. Who would have thought our paths would cross again in such a setting? Hu Na remarked, breaking the silence. Concede now, you are no match for me, Tang San replied nonchalantly, exuding a formidable aura of killing intent as his icy gaze locked onto Hu Na. Only through combat can one ascertain the true measure of an opponent, she retorted. With that, she sprang into action, brandishing a short sword and leaping towards Tang San. Hu Na did not wish to rely on Zhao Su's mental prowess to swiftly eliminate Tang San. She yearned to conquer him through her own strength, seeking to obliterate the humiliation she faced when she lost to him in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. This was also a means to avenge her brother. In the past, Xiaoyu had suffered grievously to protect her, becoming severely poisoned. Although the poison was soon remedied, it irrevocably affected Xiaoyu's essence, perhaps rendering him incapable of ever ascending to the rank of title Douluo. As Hu Na charged towards him, Tang San dismissed her assault entirely. It soon became evident to Hu Na that her own prowess was insufficient to overcome Tang San at this moment, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yield, or you shall perish at my hands. Tang San's voice was devoid of emotion as he repelled Hu Na's relentless attacks, his tone frigid. Do not celebrate prematurely. Today I shall spare your life, but know that one day I will defeat you fair and square. Just as Hu Na's words faded, Tang San felt an overwhelming force of mental energy seize his entire being, rendering him immobile. Bang! In the fleeting moment, when Tang San was momentarily lost in thought, Hu had already approached, seizing his shoulders and forcefully casting him aside. He crashed violently onto the unforgiving concrete ground outside the arena. The sheer impact sent a wave of nausea through his chest, compelling him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Tang San's eyes radiated a fierce sense of unwillingness. Yet he recognized that he had no further opportunity to confront Hu Na. In that instant, Tang San once again activated his concealed skill, forbearance. Rather than recklessly seeking death in the face of defeat, he chose to endure and await a more favorable moment. He turned his gaze towards Hulayina, who basked in the cheers of the crowd, and without hesitation, he departed from the arena. He resolved to conserve his strength to avoid being ambushed. With Tang San's exit, Hulayina celebrated yet another victory, while Tang San's streak of triumph came to an abrupt end, necessitating a fresh start. Furthermore, due to the alteration in rules, those with over 50 consecutive victories could now participate in the same match. Achieving 100 victories would prove increasingly arduous. This was precisely Zhao Su's scheme, aiming to ensnare Tang San within the confines of the City of Slaughter. However, Zhao Su was acutely aware that the City of Slaughter could not contain Tang San for long, thus he needed to hasten his cultivation. Even if he could not ascend to divinity, he aspired to reach the rank of titled Douluo swiftly. In the ensuing days, Tang San remained absent, while Zhao Su's winning streak extended beyond 30 matches. Although the City of Slaughter was a den of iniquity that Zhao Su despised, he could not deny the abundant energy he garnered daily within its borders. For in this place, whether within the city or the arena, lives were lost each day. With each death, he could convert the souls of the deceased into energy. Eventually, Zhao Su found himself somewhat fond of the place, contemplating whether to collect enough soul bones here to exchange for the complete holy angel set before departing. However, soon, with the mechanical voice of the system echoing in his mind, Zhao Su realized he must leave post-haste. Ding. The location of the remaining bones of the nine-winged dragon has been calculated. The 7 treasures glazed tile school possesses a 9-winged dragon skull. Ding. Mission acquired. Proceed to the 7 treasures glazed tile school to obtain the 9-winged dragon skull. Mission rewards: 100,000 years of soul ring and 1 holy angel set skull. As Zhao Su gazed upon the task interface that emerged from the system page, a smile graced his face. Although he remained uncertain about the advantages that the 9 divine dragons of boundary protection would bestow upon him, he was acutely aware of the benefits derived from the soul bones contained within the holy angel set. Merely possessing a right arm bone had elevated his mental strength to the divine essence realm, transforming it into a tangible divine consciousness. One could only imagine the terrifying extent of power he would attain upon gathering all 6 pieces. Chapter 59. The Hellish Arena of Slaughter. 100 victories completed in the ensuing 3 months. Zhao Su engaged in relentless slaughter, participating in multiple arena matches each day. In this brief period, he achieved an astonishing 97 consecutive victories, amassing an impressive total of 160,000 energy points. One night, Zhao Su accessed the system shop, focusing solely on the section for the soul bones of the Holy Angel set. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the left arm soul bone. He was no longer in a rush to acquire the skull, as he anticipated a reward upon completing the task. The torso bone required 20,000 energy points, a sum he had yet to attain, thus he opted for the left arm bone. Upon completing the exchange, Zhao Su wasted no time and initiated the fusion. As the left arm bone melded with his left arm, a powerful surge of mental energy flooded into his mind, akin to the previous fusion with the right arm bone. However, this time, the presence of the golden pool alleviated any pain that might have ensued. Once this immense mental energy integrated into the golden pool, it transformed into a tangible, liquid state. Simultaneously, the fragment of the 9-winged dragon, which he had acquired, manifested within the golden pool. The potent divine consciousness enveloped the fragment, rendering what appeared to be an ordinary bone into a resplendent golden artifact. At the moment of integration with the left arm soul bone, the vast divine consciousness swiftly radiated outward. Everyone within the City of Slaughter felt a tremor in their hearts. Yet, this divine consciousness was fleeting and did not create any significant impact. In the cave where the King of Slaughter resided, the sovereign, with eyes closed, suddenly opened his blood-red gaze. He looked in a specific direction, his eyes reflecting not only fear but also a hint of perplexity. The once vacant blood-red eyes regained their vitality. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zhao Su completed the fusion, a knock resounded at the door of his chamber. Before he could utter a word, the door swung open, revealing none other than Hulayina. Was that powerful force you just unleashed? Are you not concerned about barging in unannounced, perhaps catching me in an undignified state? Zhao Su did not respond to Hulayina's words. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water, his gaze fixated on the elegant curve of her figure. I truly wonder what kind of person you are. Unfazed by Zhao Su's lingering gaze, Hulayina took a seat beside him and continued, I have come to you with a request. A request from you? How peculiar. I never imagined the esteemed miss who would seek my assistance. After achieving 100 victories, I wish to embark on the path of hell alongside you. Do you lack confidence in me, or in yourself? Before my arrival, my mentor advised me not to hasten my 100 victories. She urged me to absorb the essence of death that permeates the city of slaughter, for only then might I traverse the path of hell. Humph. Zhao Su let out a resigned scoff. It seems you are indeed unfortunate to have such a mentor. She is hindering you rather than aiding you. Zhao Su. I can tolerate your disdain for me, but I will not stand for any insult directed at my mentor. I speak only the truth. She has completely lost her sanity. If I am not mistaken, it is the malevolent essence of death within the city of slaughter that has transformed her. What do you mean? The domain of the God of Slaughter, rather than being a realm, functions more as a vessel for absorbing the world's wickedness. Excessive absorption of the malevolent essence from the city of slaughter can instill a potent murderous intent within a person, yet it simultaneously erodes one's soul, turning an otherwise rational individual into a being of extreme madness. Furthermore, this Bloody Mary merely facilitates your rapid and flawless absorption of malevolence. Zhao Su gestured towards the Bloody Mary held by Hulaina. What? Thus, one should not believe every word uttered by your deranged master. She is no longer the BB Dong of your... Impossible. Is it truly impossible? You have been by her side daily. Have you not noticed the profound transformation she has undergone since entering the city of slaughter and obtaining the domain of the God of Slaughter? Hulaina lowered her head as she listened. Indeed, she had sensed the changes in BB Dong, who had become increasingly irritable and savage. Yet to her, her master was the most cherished person in her life. She had long regarded BB Dong as a mother figure. She was unwilling to accept the grim reality that her master was, in fact, a lunatic. Is there a remedy? Not at present. I have come to the city of slaughter to acquire the domain of the God of Slaughter and to seek a way to dispel the malevolent aura within it. These pills, taken daily, will suppress the evil energy within you. Refrain from consuming that Bloody Mary any longer. Zhao Su presented a small porcelain vial to Hulaina, then pointed at the Bloody Mary on the table, speaking with a weighty tone. He wished to prevent Hulaina from potentially transforming into a madwoman like BB Dong. The following day, Zhao Su resumed his participation in the arena of slaughter, engaging in consecutive battles until he amassed an impressive streak of 100 victories. At this juncture, Hulaina also achieved her own century of triumphs. The entire arena erupted in fervor. These individuals could only claim to have heard tales of those who completed 100 victories, yet none had ever witnessed it firsthand, especially not two individuals at once. Unbeknownst to them, all who had seen such accomplishments were long deceased, their blood required to unlock the path to hell. Amidst the fervent excitement, the King of Slaughter, clad in a crimson robe with blood-red eyes, made his appearance. The king offered no superfluous words. Instead, he formed a seal with his hands. The spectators, who had been fervently chanting for the King of Slaughter, suddenly found their bodies bursting apart, blood cascading down the grooves of the spectators' stands and flowing beneath the slaughter platform. Soon, a gaping maw appeared atop the platform, marking the entrance to the path of hell. The King of Slaughter appeared intent on hastening Zhao Su's departure from the city of slaughter. Zhao Su lingered here, his heart burdened with an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Although he could not recall having ever clashed with Zhao Su, the indelible fear of that formidable spiritual presence lingered within him. Come, follow me closely. I shall lead you away from this place. Zhao Su, without hesitation, uttered a few words to the Hulaina behind him before being the first to leap into the pitch-black abyss. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, visibility diminished progressively until they were enveloped in complete darkness. Even when standing face to face, they could scarcely discern one another. You must have acquired your 6th spirit ring by now, Zhao Su inquired, noticing the noticeably heavier breaths of Hulaina behind him. Indeed, I reached level 60 upon entering the city of slaughter. My master advised that once I attained the domain of the God of Slaughter, I should hunt spirit beasts to obtain my spirit rings, enabling me to transcend my limits. Very well, then I shall grant you a spirit ring. As Zhao Su strolled forward, he casually remarked, Chapter 60, The Crimson Bat King, the Eye of Evil. Here, Hulaina inquired of Zhao Su, her expression tinged with confusion. Not to mention that soul skills cannot be utilized in this place, even if they could. What kind of soul beasts would one expect to find in such a location? Squeak. Before Zhao Su could utter a word, a cacophony of chattering sounds reached his ears. The 6th soul ring, with an absorption age of 30,000 years, had arrived. However, I surmise that this soul beast must be no less than 50,000 years old. If my conjecture holds true, absorbing this soul beast might very well suppress the malevolent thoughts that arise after acquiring the domain of the god of slaughter. In truth, Zhao Su was displaying a certain lack of integrity, essentially using Hulaina as a subject for experimentation. Nevertheless, Zhao Su harbored confidence that even if his hypothesis failed, he would ensure that Hulaina would suffer no harm. Are you referring to those bats? Just wait. Heed my commands and refrain from acting recklessly. Although Zhao Su spoke to Hulaina in such a manner, he had already taken action. The Emperor's 7 kills sword was drawn, exuding a formidable sword intent as it advanced towards the bats. The glimmering sword light emanating from the Emperor's 7 kills sword brought a semblance of brightness to the dark cavern. Hulaina stood there, gazing at Zhao Su, who stood protectively in front of her. Her expression was one of momentary astonishment. A woman often finds herself enamored with a man for a multitude of reasons. It was evident that Hulaina had developed feelings for Zhao Su. There were countless reasons, yet none at all for her affection towards him. Although Zhao Su may not possess an exceptionally handsome appearance, he has undoubtedly etched himself deeply into her heart. Every woman yearns for a formidable man who can provide her with a sense of security. Moreover, the more powerful a woman is, the more she desires a man who surpasses her strength to cherish and protect her. Zhao Su embodies such a person. Why are you standing there in a daze? Move along. Zhao Su turned to glance at Hulaina, who had not kept pace, and promptly called out to her. Hulaina took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and quickly caught up. After traversing nearly 500 meters, amidst a swarm of black bats, emerged a formidable bat king, its wings adorned with a crimson hue. Although this bat king was not as powerful as the blood-red 9-headed bat king residing within Tang San, its imposing aura suggested that it had certainly surpassed the age of 30,000 years. You are the one. Zhao Su gazed upon the crimson-winged bat king, and in an instant, the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit manifested behind him. The overwhelming aura of sanctity dispelled all malevolence, simultaneously enveloping Hulaina, who felt her tumultuous heart gradually attain serenity. Sensing this formidable divine presence, the crimson-winged bat king was stripped of all will to fight, consumed by an overwhelming desire to flee. Yet, Zhao Su would not permit such an escape. A colossal hand emerged, crushing all bats save for the crimson-winged bat king. It was then seized and presented before the astonished Hulaina. What are you pondering? Eliminate it and absorb its soul ring. Absorb its soul ring? Enough of the chatter. Let us proceed swiftly. As Zhao Su spoke, he assisted Hulaina in summoning her fox spirit martial soul. After Hulaina integrated her martial soul, a fluffy fox tail emerged behind her, enhancing her allure. Without hesitation, Hulaina drew her dagger and thrust it towards the now completely subdued blood-red bat king. Upon the dagger's entry, the bat king utterly relinquished its life force. Immediately, a black soul ring, interspersed with hints of golden ripples, materialized. Upon witnessing this golden rippled soul ring, Zhao Su realized that the bat king's age surpassed his initial expectations by a considerable margin. Additionally, a soul bone fell beside the soul ring, appearing to be an external soul bone, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Quickly emerge. To ensure safety, Zhao Su enveloped Hulaina with his vast spiritual consciousness, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. Coupled with the sanctified essence of purification, this provided a dual layer of protection. Perhaps it was due to this spiritual presence and divine intent that Hulaina's fusion proceeded remarkably smoothly, completing in less than 10 minutes. What is your 6th soul skill? Upon witnessing Hulaina open her eyes, Zhao Su understood that the fusion was successful and withdrew his spiritual consciousness, retracting his 12-winged holy angel. With a gaze filled with anticipation, he inquired about her new ability. Evil Eye. As Hulaina spoke, a singular eye manifested upon her forehead. Under the gaze of the evil eye, the darkness that previously obscured everything became crystal clear. It could also release malevolent energy, disrupting the attacks of adversaries. Even within a domain, it could disregard any boundaries, making it extraordinarily formidable. Isn't this incredibly powerful? After grasping the function of the evil eye, Hulaina beamed with excitement. Although she had yet to test it in battle, the mere description of the soul skill stirred her heart with exhilaration. Just as I suspected, the evil eye absorbs all wicked thoughts, allowing the malevolent energy within the domain of the god of death to be drawn into it, thereby preventing you from being corroded by evil. Is it truly capable of such? Zhao Su mused, turning his attention to the soul bone radiating a blood-red glow. He reached out to pick it up, and, upon careful examination, discovered it to be a flying-type soul bone. "Do you possess any external soul bones?" he asked. "Yes." "What a pity. What is it?" Hulaina inquired, also gazing at the blood-red bat king's fallen soul bone. "Is it a soul bone that grants the ability to fly like a bat?" Upon seeing it, her eyes sparkled with fervor. This meant that by merging with this soul bone, not only could she fly, but she could soar like a bat for extended periods. "Is there a way for me to integrate this soul bone?" Although Hulaina was aware that, aside from limb soul bones which could be discarded through severing limbs and losing 10 levels of soul power, other soul bones and external soul bones could not be retrieved alive, she still posed the question to Zhao Su. "System, is there a means to extract external soul bones?" "There is, but it entails enduring inhumane torment, the pain of which is comparable to extracting ribs directly from the body. Moreover, one must maintain consciousness, otherwise, it will be impossible to merge with the soul bone again." The system's voice remained devoid of any emotion, yet to Zhao Su's ears, it resonated with the excruciating sensation of his ribs being forcibly extracted. "It is possible, but I fear you may not withstand it. I can endure it. No matter how agonizing it may be, I can bear it." Subsequently, Zhao Su divulged to Hulaina the method to extract the fused soul bone and subsequently reintegrate a new one. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's complexion began to pale. For the procedure of extraction and refusion filled her with a sense of despair. The process required the complete lucidity to remove the original soul bone while simultaneously merging a new one, setting aside the question of whether the pain could be tolerated. Any minor error during the procedure would equate to certain death. Chapter 61, Bone Exchange, Temptation Within the Cave. "How do you feel now? Do you still believe you can endure it?" Zhao Su gazed at Hulaina's panicked expression and shook his head as he inquired. Just when Zhao Su believed that Hulaina would choose to forfeit, the panic in her eyes transformed into determination and resoluteness. "I can endure it all. As long as it allows me to undergo this transformation, I can withstand any agony. You must understand, failure does not signify that nothing has transpired. It signifies death. I fear not even death. I shall ask you one final time. Are you truly resolute in your decision to undergo this transformation?" This marks the third inquiry Zhao Su has made of Hulaina, and it shall undoubtedly be the final one. Should she persist, Zhao Su will not decline. However, the outcome, whether she can succeed and survive, rests solely upon her willpower. "I am certain that even in the face of death, there will be no regrets." "Very well. If that is the case, I shall assist you in the transformation. Do remove your garments." Zhao Su extended his hand to form a seal, conjuring a colossal palm that effortlessly moved a massive boulder, reducing it to a smooth surface with just a few strokes. He gestured towards the stone, resembling a bed, and inquired of Hulaina, "Is this suitable? Where do you wish to go?" Zhao Su countered with a question, continuing, "It is advisable to exchange your soul bone before you attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. This way, once you acquire that domain, you will be able to harness the murderous intent inherent in it, thereby facilitating a seamless integration of the new soul bone with your body, achieving a state of perfection." "Very well." Hulaina refrained from further words, reaching to untie the belt that casually secured her garment at the waist. She removed her outer attire, revealing a pink ensemble beneath, which clearly showcased her fondness for that hue. Truth be told, Zhao Su often remarked that Hulaina was modestly endowed, yet in reality, she was far from lacking. It was merely that her figure had been concealed beneath clothing, preventing her from displaying her admirable proportions. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, which added to her allure. Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcing the turbulence within his heart to subside, even resorting to exuding a semblance of sacredness to aid his composure. "What is your other external soul bone?" Hulaina inquired, reclining upon a massive stone clad solely in delicate pink lingerie. "The tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox." Zhao Su responded, "Tailbone." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su instinctively glanced towards Hulaina's pert posterior, his gaze tinged with curiosity as he asked, "Could it possibly be fused in that particular region?" Although Hulaina's expression remained frosty, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she merely nodded in response. "You truly know how to present me with a conundrum." Zhao Su spoke, gesturing for Hulaina to turn over. "Are you certain this is necessary?" "Indeed. I must first assist you in removing your existing bone before you can integrate the new soul bone." Hulaina's face flushed slightly, yet she complied with Zhao Su's request and turned over, her flawless silhouette once more unveiled before him. "Let me make it clear, I harbor no interest in you. This is solely to facilitate your bone exchange." "Understood, proceed." Zhao Su nodded, refraining from further words, his demeanor turning earnest. Having prepared everything necessary, he placed a pill into Hu Laiina's mouth and said, "This pill, while it may not entirely alleviate your suffering, will stimulate your consciousness and prevent you from losing consciousness. Remember, it is imperative to remain alert." Hu Laiina responded with a soft acknowledgement, her tension palpable, her entire body taut, accentuating her graceful silhouette. "Release your external soul bone." As Zhao Su's voice resonated, a fox tail, divided into 9 segments, gradually manifested from the area of Hu Laiina's lower back. Zhao Su hesitated not at all, extending his hand to rest upon the uppermost part of Hu Laiina's voluptuous form, where the foxtail sprouted. Despite the barrier of her snug shorts, the exquisite, smooth, and elastic sensation sent a shiver through Zhao Su's very being. He was compelled to summon a profound sense of tranquility to steady his racing heart. The moment Zhao Su's hand made contact with Hu Laiina's rounded form, she shuddered, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming wave of pain. As Zhao Su exerted more force in his endeavor to detach the soul bone, which had become an inseparable part of Hu Laiina, the intensity of her discomfort escalated. Soon, beads of perspiration enveloped her entire body. Hu Laiina, who had initially fought to suppress her cries, could no longer contain herself and let out a desperate plea. "Do not succumb to slumber. You must not fall asleep." As Zhao Su meticulously controlled the force required to detach the soul bone, he called out to the increasingly silent Hu Laiina. At the same time, he infused a fragment of his consciousness into her mind. This allowed Hu Laiina to maintain her awareness, yet it also heightened her perception of the searing pain inflicted upon her lower body as her bones were mercilessly shattered. When the tailbone of the 9-tailed celestial fox was finally extracted, Hu Laiina could no longer contain herself and cried out. Sweat cascaded down her body as if she had just emerged from a bath, each droplet glistening on her flawless, smooth skin, rendering her even more alluring. However, Zhao Su had no inclination to admire this picturesque scene. His focus remained solely on the extraction of her bone. Once the tailbone was removed, he needed to supplement Hu Laiina's skeletal structure. The original tailbone had become an integral part of her own bones, and its removal equated to extracting a portion of her very being. After 10 arduous minutes, everything was finally complete. Hu Laiina lay there, seemingly drained of all strength. As the pain gradually subsided, after accomplishing this, Zhao Su retrieved a garment nearby and draped it over Hu Laiina's body. Now, she merely needed to recuperate her strength to absorb the soul bone of the blood-red Bat King. Soon, as Hu Laiina sat cross-legged upon the smooth stone, a pair of wings sprouted from her back, signaling the success of this bone exchange. Suddenly, Hu Laiina opened her eyes as her bat wings flapped. She ascended into the air. Simultaneously, her form began to shrink rapidly, allowing for a swifter and steadier flight. After practicing for a while, when Hu Laiina landed, her body instantly returned to its original size, and her wings swiftly retracted into her body. She could distinctly feel her back ribs becoming increasingly powerful, accompanied by a refreshing sensation. Wonderful! So this is the sensation of flight. At that moment, Hu Laiina was entirely enveloped in the joy of soaring through the skies. Forgetting the inhuman pain she had just endured, she was even oblivious to the fact that she was clad only in pink lingerie. Most notably, her snug shorts had torn during the bone extraction, leaving half of her pert and smooth posterior exposed, casting an irresistible allure throughout the dark cave. Chapter 62. Perfect absorption of evil thoughts. Reluctant separation. What expression is that? Hu Laiina inquired, observing Zhao Su's peculiar demeanor with a hint of confusion. Zhao Su remained silent, tilting his head to one side and gesturing towards the pert curvature of Hu Laiina's figure. Following his indication, she glanced down, and in that fleeting moment, her face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. In a flurry, she retrieved a garment from her soul guide. Clumsily, she donned the attire. Once Hu Laiina had clothed herself, Zhao Su turned his head, a playful smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "It seems you have a fondness for pink. I've seen you wear it on 2 occasions. Go to hell." Hu Laiina's cheeks deepened in hue as she playfully scolded him. "But Bibi Dong is truly kind to you." Zhao Su paid no heed to Hu Laiina's reproach and picked up the tailbone of the 9-tailed sky fox that rested upon the colossal stone. He felt the immense soul power emanating from the soul bone and subsequently extended it towards Hu Laiina, saying, "Take this when someone is in need. It can be of use to them. Consider this soul bone as a token of gratitude for your assistance." However, Hu Laiina declined to accept the soul bone he offered, gently replying, "It would be better for you to keep it. If you have no need for it, You may sell it for gold soul coins, which would be of greater benefit to me. Zhao Su ultimately placed the bone marrow into Hulaina's hands. Notably, Hulaina did not refuse but instead accepted the soul bone with grace. Thank you. After a brief moment, her emotions gradually stabilized and the flush on her face diminished. She then approached Zhao Su to express her gratitude. There is no need for thanks. It is your own strength that has prevailed. Few could endure such pain. Zhao Su remarked sincerely, devoid of flattery. At that moment, he regarded Hulaina with newfound respect. Her indomitable spirit and earnest demeanor had compelled Zhao Su to reassess his previous perception of her. Unbeknownst to Zhao Su, Hulaina's childhood was far from joyful. Prior to her encounter with Bibi Dong, she and her brother endured countless disdainful glances and hardships. This is precisely why Hulaina fervently aspired to become powerful. On one hand, she sought to escape the torment of others' scorn and humiliation. On the other, she wished to repay the kindness bestowed upon her by Bibi Dong's nurturing guidance. Thus, Hulaina had long sworn in her heart to dedicate her entire life to the Spirit Hall, aiding her master, Bibi Dong. In realizing the dream of unifying the continent, even death held no fear for her. After an hour had passed, Zhao Su and Hulaina finally emerged from the treacherous path and returned to the small town from which they had entered the city of slaughter. The two had successfully attained the domain of the God of Slaughter. When Hulaina activated this domain, the malevolent eye of evil, which had just acquired its sixth spirit skill, also awakened automatically, absorbing the wickedness inherent in the domain. Each instance of absorbing this malevolence rendered the eye of evil increasingly potent, perfectly counteracting the corruptive influence of the evil within the domain upon her being. Moreover, as the eye of evil consumed all forms of wickedness, Hulaina experienced a profound elevation, her spirit becoming ethereal and impervious to any seduction or illusory visions. Now, it is time for us to part ways. Zhao Su still had other matters to attend to, so upon emerging from the path of hell, he addressed Hulaina beside him. However, there was no trace of joy in Hulaina's eyes from having attained the domain of the God of Slaughter. Instead, she appeared burdened by deep thoughts. As Zhao Su turned to depart, she suddenly called out to him, but ultimately, her words were merely inconsequential. Until we meet again. Take care. Take care. Zhao Su also nodded at Hulaina, uttering a word of farewell before turning to depart, and in just a few steps, he completely vanished from sight. As Hulaina gazed in the direction of Zhao Su's departure, she found herself inexplicably shedding tears. My dear, I did not expect you to emerge so soon. At that moment, a voice broke through her reverie, pulling her back to reality. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hulaina wiped away her tears and exclaimed, Elder Ju, Elder Gui. It was indeed the duo of Yueguan and Guimei who had brought her to this city of slaughter. She had not anticipated that they would remain here for such an extended period. This only underscored Bibi Dong's affection and regard for Hulaina, treating her as if she were her own flesh and blood. My dear, how is it that you are with him? Guimei and Yueguan had naturally seen Zhao Su earlier, but had remained hidden in the shadows until he departed. We encountered each other in the city of slaughter. He guided me through the path of hell. As Hulaina spoke of him, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. You've surpassed level 60? Yueguan regarded Hulaina with a measure of intrigue, swiftly reaching out to grasp her hand for a closer examination. Upon confirming that she had indeed attained the rank of 61st Soul Emperor, he was momentarily puzzled by how one could acquire soul rings within the city of slaughter. However, upon inspecting her body and martial soul without any abnormalities, he felt somewhat reassured. Yes, I have acquired my 6th soul ring, Hulaina declared, releasing her martial soul. The 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, were indisputable. Notably, the 6th soul ring, while predominantly black, bore dark golden ripples that signified its exceptional quality. Exceeding 10,000 years, and even reaching over 50,000. You defeated the Bat King on the path of hell? Indeed, and the Bat King dropped a soul bone, which I absorbed, and it is an external soul bone. Hulaina proudly lifted her chin as she spoke. Your luck is truly remarkable. An external soul bone? Yueguan said. As if recalling something, he continued to inquire. Haven't you already integrated an external soul bone? Yes, but I extracted the one I had, Hulaina affirmed. What? Both Yueguan and Guimei exclaimed in astonishment. As title Douluo, they were well aware of the methods and the costs associated with extracting soul bones. Yet, Hulaina before them evidently bore no signs of having paid the price they were familiar with. This is no simple matter. We must hurry. I need to return and share the good news with my master. Hulaina gazed at the astonished expressions of Yu Guan and Gue Mei, playfully smiling as she deliberately kept them in suspense. At this moment, Hulaina's character had undergone a significant transformation. After finishing her words, she swiftly dashed forward and leaped into the air. At the moment of her ascent, her body rapidly diminished in size, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Even the two titled Douluos, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, felt a sense of inferiority at her flying speed. They exchanged glances, recognizing surprise and doubt in each other's eyes, yet chose not to speak further. They hurriedly followed her, swiftly heading towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 63. The soul hunting operation officially commences in the Spirit City. Within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, seated upon the Grand Pope's throne with her eyes closed in meditation, sensed someone approaching rapidly. Gradually, she opened her eyes, filled with a hint of curiosity, and gazed towards the entrance of the hall. Soon, a bat, much smaller than an ordinary person and adorned with wings, flew in. As Hulaina landed, the bat wings vanished, and her body instantly returned to its normal size. With her expression returning to indifference, Hulaina approached and knelt before Bibi Dong, proclaiming, "Master, I have returned. Indeed, I have traversed the hellish path and emerged from the city of slaughter in less than a year." As Bibi Dong spoke, Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo also entered the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong first praised Hulaina, then, in a cold tone, inquired, "Have you obtained the sixth spirit ring?" "Indeed. I have also acquired a new external spirit bone," Hulaina replied, unleashing her spirit, instantly enveloping the entire Pope's hall in a powerful domain. Simultaneously, the sixth spirit ring, shimmering with golden ripples, revealed a blood-red eye at her forehead. As this crimson eye closed, it absorbed all the malevolent energy within the God of Slaughter's domain. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow upon witnessing this, sensing something amiss. "Tell me in detail about your experiences in the city of slaughter, and remember, do not withhold anything." Upon seeing the cold gaze of Bibi Dong, Hulaina dared not hesitate and recounted her experiences in the city of slaughter, including how Zhao Su had assisted her in exchanging bones. "Master, that is all." After finishing, Hulaina respectfully handed the nine-tailed celestial fox's tail bone to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong accepted the spirit bone without further inquiry, casually stating, "In that case, focus on your training and strive to elevate your level quickly. Yes, furthermore, do not associate with Zhao Su in the future." After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she turned and sat once again upon the Pope's throne, gesturing for Hulaina to withdraw. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hulaina's eyes. She seemed on the verge of voicing something, yet ultimately refrained, merely acquiescing before stepping back. "Elder Ghost, Elder Zhu, the time has come to officially commence the soul-hunting operation," Bibi Dong declared. "Your Holiness, is it not premature?" Yu Guan interjected, stepping forward to caution Bibi Dong. "We have 3 titled Douluos stationed within our spirit hall. I am concerned about unforeseen complications. Pay them no mind. They are compelled to obey my command. There is no need to rush into action. First, we shall consolidate our forces." Bibi Dong replied confidently. "Understood." Both Elder Ghost and Elder Zhu responded with a slight bow before retreating. "Haotian sect, your doom is nigh." Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy as she directed her attention towards the Haotian sect, her aura growing increasingly frigid, as if it could materialize. At that very moment, not far from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, within the Sunset Forest, Ning Rongrong and 2 outer disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were being relentlessly pursued. Recently, Ning Rongrong had broken through to level 60, embarking on a quest to locate her 6th spirit ring. Originally, Sword Douluo and Xin had intended to accompany her on this journey, but Ning Rongrong had declined, wishing to seek the spirit ring on her own as her final trial before assuming the mantle of heir to the sect. Before entering the Sunset Forest, Ning Rongrong had formed a team with several others. As the most exceptional genius of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, along with her evolution into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, it was a simple matter to gather companions. However, it was ultimately due to the treasures she carried that they were ambushed while hunting a soul beast nearly 30,000 years old. At a critical moment, they were attacked. And had it not been for the 2 outer disciples fighting valiantly to protect her, Ning Rongrong would have already perished at the hands of the assailants. This scenario highlights the vulnerabilities of support-type soul masters. In the absence of protection, even soul masters of lower rank could easily vanquish them. "Miss, you must flee. We will hold them off." Despite their grievous injuries, the two disciples fought desperately to shield Ning Rongrong. Both hailed from impoverished backgrounds, having been taken in by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had granted them the opportunity to become soul masters. It could be said that without the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would not have reached their current state. No, I will remain to assist you. I will fight alongside you. Ning Rongrong's complexion was pallid, evidently injured, yet she resolutely summoned the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Rays of light emanated from the pagoda in her right hand, enveloping the two individuals before her. At this moment, her pursuers had closed in, numbering 7 in total, with the leader having attained the formidable realm of an 81st level soul Douluo. The other 6 were also soul saints, all in their 70s. It appeared that these individuals were already aware of Ning Rongrong's identity, having come solely with the intent to eliminate her. Furthermore, they understood that Ning Rongrong had recognized them. Thus it was imperative to silence her, otherwise, upon her return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would spell their doom. Struggling was futile. Despite the unparalleled auxiliary capabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, her realm was too low, and her companions were too weak. The leading soul Douluo, with a mocking expression, remarked upon seeing Ning Rongrong completely surrounded. To Obaming, do you truly wish to incite a war among the 7 sects? Your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is merely an auxiliary martial soul, without external aid. What right do you have to claim the second position among the top 3 sects? You should have been expelled from the ranks of the 7 sects long ago. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tuoba Ming snorted coldly, exerting his oppressive aura upon Ning Rongrong and her companions. Having reached the 81st level of Soul Douluo, he was in a realm far beyond Ning Rongrong's capabilities. That she could shield herself and her 2 outer disciples under such immense pressure was a testament to the strength of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. How? Seeing Ning Rongrong withstand his pressure even while injured only fueled Tuoba Ming's rage. He resolved to eliminate her swiftly to prevent any further complications. His martial soul manifested as a white-armored earth dragon, resembling a dinosaur rather than the dragons we are familiar with. With a resounding dragon's roar, Tuoba Ming sprang into action, leaping fiercely towards Ning Rongrong and her companions. As Ning Rongrong beheld Tuoba Ming charging towards them, despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. However, after a moment, she realized she had not been harmed. The fierce assault directed at her had ceased. Slowly reopening her eyes, she saw Zhao Su, clad in white, standing not far away. The members of the Holy Dragon sect lay defeated on the ground. Brother Su. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with a smile as she retracted the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and ran towards him. After more than a year apart, Ning Rongrong had only grown more beautiful. Although her figure was not as voluptuous as Zhu Zhuqing's, dressed in a flowing white gown with fair skin, she exuded the charm of a delightful neighborly sister. Chapter 64. Holy Dragon Sect. White-armored earth dragon, you truly are bold, daring to venture out alone. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he surveyed Ning Rongrong from head to toe. It has been over a year since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful, he remarked. Brother Su, you two have become increasingly handsome. The two exchanged compliments upon their reunion. Who are you? Tuoba Ming, kneeling on the ground and bearing the wounds inflicted by Zhao Su, inquired with a strained voice, desperately suppressing his fear. Before you ask me who I am, I wish to know if your sacred dragon sect possesses the remnants of the 9-winged Inglong. Just moments ago, as Zhao Su approached Tuoba Ming, the system had alerted him to the presence of the 9-winged Inglong's aura emanating from him. Furthermore, the white-armored earth dragon of their sacred dragon sect was, in fact, a degraded form of Kuei Long, one of the 9 divine dragons guarding their realm. How do you know? Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the 9-winged Inglong, Tuoba Ming could no longer maintain his composure. Fear flickered in his eyes. This matter was considered a closely guarded secret within the sacred dragon sect. Aside from the sect leader and a few elders, even the direct descendants were unaware of it. Take your questions with you to the depths of hell. Zhao Su did not respond to his words. Instead, he reached out and placed his hand upon Tuoba Ming's crown, applying sudden force. In the moment he shattered Tuoba Yuan's skull, he also extracted all of his memories. Within Tuoba Yuan's recollections, Zhao Su discovered that the remnants of the 9-winged dragon, a relic of their sacred dragon sect, lay hidden within the ancestral tablets of the sacred dragon ancestral hall. It was precisely this fragment of the 9-winged dragon that enabled their sacred dragon sect to rise anew after the decline of their martial souls. What is this nine-winged dragon fragment you speak of? Ning Rongrong inquired, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. It is merely a soul bone that fell from the dragon's body. Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. Is that true? She pressed. Of course. Why would I deceive you? Then how did you come to be here? Surely you did not come solely to rescue me? Not at all. I was following their trail and was surprised to find the sacred dragon sect here in the Star Luo Empire. If my suspicions are correct. The sacred dragon sect has long since submitted to the Spirit Hall. It appears the Spirit Hall intends to take action against my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Rest assured, I have promised you that as long as your 7-treasure glazed tile school does not aid others against the Spirit Hall, I can guarantee your school will remain unharmed. It shall continue to be one of the top 3 sects. Without delving into the events that transpired after the Soul Master Elite competition, it was evident that Ning Rongrong had already discerned Zhao Su's affiliation with the Spirit Hall. An agreement had been reached between them. As long as Ning Fengji opposed cooperation with the Spirit Hall, Ning Rongrong would succeed him as the sect leader. Zhao Su assured her that the Spirit Hall would not harm a single member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and would even equip them with defensive artifacts. You may be disappointed. My father will certainly not agree, or else they would not have turned against me, she lamented. Have you forgotten our pact? Zhao Su questioned. I have not forgotten, but the situation may not be as simple as we hope. Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu are unwavering in their support of my father. Ning Rongrong replied, furrowing her brow. Though she did not forget Zhao Su's promise during the past year since returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She had tested the waters multiple times. Although she was essentially recognized as the next sect leader, Ning Fengji was still young. And her own strength was insufficient to assume leadership at this time, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. Do not worry. Remember our agreement. I will handle the rest, Zhao Su assured her. What do you intend to do? I must insist that no harm comes to Grandfather Gu or Grandfather Jian, nor to my father. That will not happen. I will accompany you back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Zhao Su responded, waving his hand dismissively. Now let us go. I will assist you in obtaining your soul ring, and then we shall return together to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Though Ning Rongrong remained uncertain of Zhao Su's intentions, she found herself devoid of alternative strategies at this juncture. All she could do was proceed step by step. With Zhao Su's assistance, Ning Rongrong swiftly acquired her 6th spirit ring. Subsequently, she and Zhao Su returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Upon learning that Ning Rongrong had been pursued, both Ning Fengji and Jian Gu were incensed. Jian Gu, known for his fiery temperament, disregarded all objections and insisted on personally confronting the Holy Dragon sect to demand an explanation. Uncle Jian, do not act impulsively. The situation remains unclear. Your actions could instigate internal strife among the 7 sects. And what if it does? Those from the lower 4 sects have never regarded our 7-treasure glazed tile school as allies. Indeed, old Jian, let us go together and annihilate the Holy Dragon sect. Although Bone Douluo spoke infrequently, his words dripped with murderous intent. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? This is evidently a plot by the Spirit Hall, aimed at inciting us to slaughter one another. Fengji, shall we simply acquiesce? It is utterly disgraceful. Since Rongrong has not sustained any injuries, now is not the time to deliberate. What are your thoughts on Zhao Su? Ning Fengji urged the two to take their seats before posing the question. Zhao Su is clearly the mysterious figure who once rescued Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall. I wonder what brings him to our 7-treasure glazed tile school this time. At this moment, Chen Xian had regained his composure and, after taking a seat, coldly remarked, "This individual poses a significant threat. It would be prudent to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity." Gu Rong, making a slicing gesture across his throat, continued, "Old Jian and I shall confront him together. I refuse to believe he can withstand the combined might of the two of us. That is unwise. This man is shrouded in mystery. He effortlessly withstood Tang Hao's Haotian true form. Should we falter, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Precisely. Moreover, have you noticed how Ning Rongrong appears to be completely obedient to him? There seems to be a peculiar connection between them. Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly the most cherished among the 3, and any subtle change in her demeanor would not escape their keen observations. Just then, Gu Rong seemed to recollect something, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, "Could it be that he has come for that item?" "Uncle Bone, are you suggesting?" Though outsiders remain oblivious to the true identity of Gu Rong, both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian are well aware. This revelation can be deemed the most profound secret concealed by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As Zhao Su surmised, Gu Rong is not a native of the Douluo continent, but hails from one of the dragon clans in the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm, which is yearned for by all on the Douluo continent, is not the idyllic paradise it appears to be. It too is rife with factions, intrigues, and unrelenting warfare. Gu Rong's dragon clan stands as one of the vanquished in the strife of the Divine Realm. With no recourse, they were compelled to seal their divine powers and seek refuge in the Douluo continent, biding their time for an opportune moment. Impossible. How could he possibly know of matters pertaining to the Divine Realm, let alone the whereabouts of the nine-winged celestial dragon skull within our seven-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Fengji observed Gu Rong nodding slightly, which seemed to affirm his suspicions. Yet, he felt a tinge of disbelief. It all seemed too fantastical. Chapter 65. The Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. The first guardian divine dragon. Nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how could he, with his more than 60th level Soul King prowess, withstand the true form of Haotian? Gu Rong's massive skeletal frame reclined on the sofa, clearly indicating his realization of Zhao Su's purpose. Old Bone, do you imply that Zhao Su is akin to you? It is difficult to ascertain, but I can affirm that even if he is not from the Divine Realm, he is undoubtedly connected to it. Fengji, assist us in eliminating him. At this, Qin Xian's sword intent surged forth, addressing Ning Fengji. Not yet. We still lack clarity. Acting rashly now may present us with a formidable adversary. At that juncture, not only would our seven-treasure glazed tile school be at risk, but even Uncle Bone would be in peril. What then is your counsel? We shall observe the situation and remain poised to act at any moment. The typically gentle Ning Fengji now revealed an unexpected murderous intent. Simultaneously, he dispatched the direct disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school to the Haotian school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to unite against the Spirit Hall. In their hearts, they had already concluded that Zhao Su was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Confronting the Spirit Hall was tantamount to confronting Zhao Su. That evening, Ning Fengji personally hosted a banquet for Zhao Su. Ostensibly, it was to express gratitude for Zhao Su's life-saving intervention for Ning Rongrong, yet in truth, it served as a covert inquiry. However, as soon as Ning Fengji spoke, Zhao Su discerned his intentions. In that case, I shall no longer shroud my purpose in ambiguity. You are correct, Master Ning. I am indeed a member of the Spirit Hall, but my presence here is not for their sake. And what, pray tell, brings you here? Brother Zhao? The remnants of the nine-winged celestial dragon. Zhao Su spoke with remarkable candor, directing his gaze towards the ancient tree, Gu Rong, seated beneath Ning Fengji. Humph. I dare say you lack the requisite strength. Gu Rong scoffed, his frame appearing to swell with renewed vigor as he resolutely launched his assault. 9 soul rings manifested around him, each radiating brilliance in unison. With a resounding roar, he fully merged with his martial spirit, the Bone Dragon, charging toward Zhao Su with ferocity. His gaping maw sought to engulf Zhao Su entirely. At that moment, both Ning Fengji and Qin Xian sprang into action. Ning Fengji, wielding the seven-treasure glazed tile, summoned his 7th soul ring, instantly transforming into his true form, enveloping both Gu Rong and Qin Xian in a radiant aura. Simultaneously, Qin Xian unleashed a formidable strike with his 7-killing sword, a weapon that exuded an air of antiquity and bore the weight of immense sword intent. Aimed directly at Zhao Su, all 3 warriors unleashed their most powerful attacks in unison, striving to catch Zhao Su off guard. Humph, Sect Master Ning. You have made a grave error in judgment. Zhao Su observed that the individual before him exhibited no signs of panic, remaining composed as he sat there. Behind him, the 12-winged holy angel manifested. At the moment its eyes opened, a formidable aura imbued with the essence of death radiated forth. The 12-winged holy angel appeared to detach from Zhao Su's form, enveloped in a resplendent glow of golden and black hues, towering as a giant of considerable height. This was the first soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, heaven and earth, albeit with control over its size. Simultaneously, the 5th soul skill, indomitable body, was also exerting its influence upon the 12-winged holy angel. One hand wielded a sword while the other gripped a spear of death. The divine aura exuding from the 12-winged holy angel, laden with the essence of death, effectively nullified Ning Fengji's enhancements bestowed upon Qin Xian and Gu Long. With a thud, the spear of death, held by the dark angel of the 12-winged holy angel, swiftly pierced through Gu Long's skeletal dragon form, pinning him against a nearby wall. This action shattered Gu Long's skeletal dragon guise, and his gaze grew increasingly indifferent as a white halo pulsated around him. Gulong turned to Chen Xian, who was similarly suppressed by the sword's intent, gradually succumbing to the disadvantage. Without a trace of hesitation, he roared and forcefully extracted the spear embedded in his body. His massive skeletal frame began to swell, and the withered muscles started to rejuvenate, instantly rendering him significantly younger. Divine power? At that moment, Zhao Su sensed the transformation occurring within Gulong as his soul power steadily shifted towards divine power. The level of his soul power surged rapidly, halting only upon reaching the unparalleled rank of the 99th level Douluo. Die. Gulong's eyes gleamed with intense murderous intent. As he grew stronger, he also descended into madness. A bone sword materialized in his hand, and he charged towards Zhao Su. You are but a pseudo-deity. This was the first time Zhao Su felt such overwhelming pressure, solidifying his resolve that, until he gathered the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian, he would not permit anyone to ascend to godhood. At this moment, Zhao Su also took action, invoking for the first time the 4th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true form of the holy angel. Following the fusion with the 12-winged holy angel, Zhao Su underwent a remarkable transformation. Under the influence of celestial phenomena, Zhao Su now stood over 3 meters tall, adorned with 6 golden wings and 6 black wings, each radiating an aura of sanctity and mortality. Zhao Su has shattered the long-held theory that even dual martial souls cannot engage in battle simultaneously. Wielding the Emperor's 7-killing sword, he surpassed the sword intent of the Dust Heart's 7-killing sword, weaving a formidable sword net that temporarily ensnared Dust Heart within its confines. With unwavering focus, he then turned his attention to Gurong. His colossal form, exuding an aura of formidable authority, swiftly subdued Gurong, who had partially released his seals. Thud, thud, thud. The massive fist rained merciless blows upon Gurong's body. In a moment of desperation, Gurong realized he had been relentlessly pressured by Zhao Su. While Dust Heart and Ning Fengji found themselves at their limits within the 36 celestial barrier sword formation of the Emperor's 7-killing sword. With no other recourse, he was compelled to unveil his hidden trump card, the 9th soul skill, the bone transformation divine dragon. In an instant, the entire 7 Treasures glazed tile school resonated with the resounding roar of a dragon. The skeletal dragon, initially comprised solely of bones, began to gradually sprout flesh, ultimately transforming into a true divine dragon. The dragon's 5 claws signified the completeness of its form. Ding! The system's voice echoed, detecting the fully manifested skeletal dragon within the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian realm, inquiring if absorption was desired. At that moment, Zhao Su's intent to absorb was realized, and a powerful aura surged forth, manifesting as a colossal hand. This hand seized the charging bone divine dragon and, forming a seal, conjured a pentagram symbol that completely bound the entire skeletal dragon. Roar! After being thoroughly restrained, the bone divine dragon once again unleashed a roar, this time imbued with anger and tinged with a hint of fear. The ominous black hand seized the dragon's head, forming a seal before forcefully extracting the bone divine dragon's consciousness. As its consciousness was gradually drawn out, the flesh and blood of the bone divine dragon began to dissipate, ultimately transforming it back into a mere skeletal dragon. Its imposing aura significantly diminished, and the faint trace of divine power within Gurong vanished entirely. The forcibly elevated level reverted back to its original 95. Chapter 66. The turmoil of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Once the black hand had completely extricated the bone divine dragon's consciousness, it flipped over, revealing a sinister black flame that seemed to be refining the dragon's essence. After approximately a minute, the consciousness of the bone divine dragon fell into a profound silence. The black hand clenched into a fist, enclosing the dragon's consciousness within, and surged into Zhao Su's body. In an instant, Zhao Su felt as though his entire being was ablaze, not merely in a physical sense, but also in the depths of his soul. The liquid mental energy flowing within his golden pool of consciousness erupted in an explosive wave, coursing through Zhao Su's entire form. Soon, the agonizing sensation of soul burning dissipated, replaced by a surge of formidable power. All 9 meridians within his body shimmered with golden light, and the mental liquid in the golden pool of his mind grew increasingly dense. Ah! Zhao Su emitted a tremendous shout, his formidable soul force bursting forth and sending Gurong flying. Along with him, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, who were trapped within the 36 heavenly sword formation, were also forcefully propelled away, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling from their lips. Simultaneously, the system interface displayed Zhao Su's detailed attributes at that moment. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Imperial 7 Killing Sword, Devouring Heaven Links. Soul Skills, 12-winged Holy Angel. First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon. Second Soul Skill, Annihilation Palm. Third Soul Skill, Ninefold Sword Art. Fourth Soul Skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Fifth Soul Skill, Indomitable Body. Sixth Soul Skill, Death Spear. Imperial 7 Killing Sword. First Soul Skill, Supreme Sword Intent. Second Soul Skill, Sword Name. Destruction. Third Soul Skill, Sword Name. Slaughter. Fourth Soul Skill, Sword Name. A Sword Across Time. Fifth Soul Skill, True Form of the Imperial 7 Killing Sword. Sixth Soul Skill, 36 Heavenly Swords. Devouring Heaven Links. Fusion Skill with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat's Martial Soul, traversing the 7 Absolutes. Level 69 Battle Soul Master, Offensive System. Mental Strength, 56,300 points, Divine Origin Realm. Energy Value, 83,000 points. Fortune Value, 53 points. Guardian Dragon, Remnant Bone of the 9-winged Long One, complete 9-winged Long. At that moment, Zhao Su also discovered that the 9-winged Long was currently being nurtured within the Golden Pool. A white skeletal dragon was gracefully soaring through the liquid essence of divine consciousness. Zhao Su retracted his divine consciousness, summoning back the 12-winged Holy Angel along with the Imperial 7 Kills Sword. Hand over the remains of the 9-winged Long to me, or else you shall all meet your demise today. Zhao Su approached the fallen Gu Rong, whose pallid visage betrayed his condition, and knelt beside him. If you hand me the remnants of the 9-winged Long, I can assure you that your 7 treasures glazed sect will forever remain among the top 3 sections. Who are you, and how do you possess such knowledge? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that I alone can offer you protection, safeguarding not just you, but your entire 7 treasures glazed sect. Impossible. I could never entrust the remnants of the 9-winged Long to someone like you. Someone like me? Pray tell, what manner of person do you believe me to be? Certainly a collaborator in tyranny. Do you grasp the significance of the 9 divine dragons? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow, just as Gu Rong had remarked. Regarding the so-called 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, all he knew came from the system's discourse. He was oblivious to whether it was beneficial or detrimental, or the reasons behind the need to gather these 9 divine dragons. Each time he inquired, the system either feigned ignorance or evaded the question with vague responses. Ha. Just as I suspected, you are nothing more than a puppet of an outsider. Observing Zhao Su's expression, Gu Rong realized his thoughts were indeed correct. He burst into laughter and continued, "Kill me if you must. Do you truly believe that by remaining silent, I will be left in the dark?" As Zhao Su spoke, he extended his right hand and gently placed it upon the sparse strands of hair atop Gu Rong's head. "Do not harbor any illusions. You cannot extract my memories." Gu Rong remarked nonchalantly, fully aware of Zhao Su's intentions, before closing his eyes. This individual's consciousness was enveloped by a formidable spiritual force. Any forced intrusion would inevitably result in self-destruction. Along with Gu Rong's words, the voice of the system echoed in Zhao Su's ears. "Wait, do not harm Grandfather Bone. Here, take this soul bone." At that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared, tossing a palm-sized miniature dragon head soul bone to Zhao Su. Zhao Su received the skull of the 9-winged dragon thrown by Ning Rongrong. The formidable aura of the divine dragon was unmistakable, prompting him to secure the skull. Task accomplished. And rewards granted. After Zhao Su stowed away the skull, the system's voice echoed, confirming the arrival of his reward. Relieved, Zhao Su exhaled and a smile once again graced his face as he settled down at a nearby table. "I assure you, as long as the 7-treasure glazed tile school refrains from participating in the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the 7 great sects, no member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school shall encounter any misfortune." Zhao Su, do you truly believe that a single Spirit Hall can contend against the entire continent? One must experience it to know. Zhao Su spoke with a casual demeanor. In light of this, let us await the developments with bated breath. At that moment, Ning Fengji appeared remarkably tranquil, devoid of any rage, as if the matter at hand bore no relevance to him whatsoever. "Father, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. Stepping forward, her gaze averted, unable to meet her father's eyes. "I am fine, Rongrong. I am growing old. The 7-treasure glazed tile school shall be entrusted to you henceforth. It was evident that Ning Fingji comprehended that Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly aware of Zhao Su's intentions for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Father, please do not say anything further. I understand that, for over 20 years, the entire continent has been unnaturally tranquil. The responsibility of facing the impending storm rests upon you younger generations. Upon uttering these words, Ning Fingji seemed to age a decade. Sighing with a bittersweet smile as he departed the hall, Chen Xian approached Gu Rong, lifting him up, and the two exchanged no words. They merely cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su before following Ning Fengji's lead out of the hall. They had resolved that as long as the seven-treasure glazed tile school faced no existential threat, they would refrain from intervening. Observing the desolate departure of Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xian, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of sorrow, yet she had no other choice. For the safety of everyone within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had to act resolutely. Taking a deep breath, her countenance gradually solidified with determination. No longer harboring any hesitation, she resolved that even if everyone harbored animosity towards her, it no longer mattered. Father, Grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian, rest assured, as long as I am here, the seven-treasure glazed tile school shall not falter. Nor shall anyone be endangered. Ning Rongrong spoke softly yet resolutely, gazing in the direction of her departing father and the others. This may very well be the best outcome. Zhao Su remarked from his seat at the table. I wonder, if the Haoyan school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were to resist the Spirit Hall, what would you do? War brings not only disaster but also progress. Although I am not fond of war, at times, it is the simplest means to resolve conflicts. Zhao Su's words are quite explicit. Chapter 67. The System's Spiritual Awareness. The hidden conspiracy behind the unseen. This is merely a fallacy, driven by your own ambitions. Ning Rongrong, for the safety of her father and the kin of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, reluctantly collaborates with Zhao Su. However, she does not endorse his ideologies. Be it fallacious reasoning or ambition, you will eventually comprehend that this is an inevitable outcome. I wish to cease this discourse. I have fulfilled my promise to you. When will you complete your promise to me? It can be done now. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved 5 exquisite lioli tulips from the storage space of the jade pendant and placed them upon the table. These lioli tulips possess the remarkable ability to significantly alter one's constitution. However, I cannot guarantee that every individual who consumes them will inevitably evolve into a 9-treasure lioli pagoda. I understand this. While it is true that not every direct descendant of the 7-treasure lioli pagoda will undergo the transformation into a 9-treasure lioli pagoda, it is certain that even in the absence of complete evolution, their physical constitution will be greatly enhanced. This will undoubtedly bring immeasurable benefits to their future cultivation. Well, our agreement has been fulfilled, and henceforth, there shall be no further entanglements between us. Zhao Su rose from his seat, preparing to depart. At this moment, he had acquired everything he desired. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school held little significance for him now. Whether they would become adversaries or allies in the future would ultimately depend on the decisions made by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Your association with Zhu Qing must be driven by some ulterior motive, is it not? Just as Zhao Su was about to take a step forward, Ning Rongrong suddenly posed this question. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su paused but offered no response, soon continuing on his way. This encounter had matured Ning Rongrong considerably, as she came to understand that being the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was no simple task. Within her, thoughts began to take shape. She realized that she could not perpetually rely on others for the security of her school. Yet, such concerns had become inconsequential to Zhao Su. Within a rather secluded residence on East Street in Heavendo City, Zhao Su sat beside a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the skull of the 9-winged dragon that lay quietly upon it, alongside the recently awarded skull from the Holy Angel set. The words of Douluo earlier that day instilled in Zhao Su a sense of hesitation regarding the immense power he had garnered through the system and these soul bones. Was this a blessing or a curse? There was no need for such contemplation, for he had no alternative but to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. I wish to know, who exactly are you? At that moment, an ethereal figure appeared beside Zhao Su, its features obscured. He could sense no fluctuations of soul power or divine energy emanating from this presence. However, from its emotionless, almost mechanical voice, Zhao Su discerned that this apparition was the consciousness of the system, a being that had long forgotten its name. Were you once human? Perhaps, it replied. And for an instant, a flicker of emotion passed through the otherwise unfeeling entity, only to vanish once more into its cold demeanor. Did I come here because of you? Even if I were to reveal everything to you now, you would not remember. Upon waking the next day, all would be forgotten. You have no choice but to continue in accordance with the tasks set before you. What will happen if I refuse to follow the tasks? You must understand that you are not alone. Only by completing all the tasks and achieving divinity will you possess the possibility of rebellion. Upon the system's conclusion, the ethereal figure gradually faded away. Zhao Su then turned his gaze once more to the skull's soul bone of the holy angel set resting upon the stone table. Without further hesitation, he stowed away the skull of the nine-winged dragon and commenced its fusion. Upon completion, Zhao Su felt his divine consciousness grow increasingly formidable, likely surpassing the initial stages of divine essence. His mind became remarkably clearer, while the liquid divine consciousness within the golden pool of his mind multiplied. The bone dragon, nurtured within, grew ever more powerful under the influence of this immense divine essence. This accumulation significantly transformed Zhao Su's aura, resulting in a profound metamorphosis. Subsequently, Zhao Su summoned his 12-winged holy angel martial soul, integrating the reward of a 100,000-year soul ring, officially stepping into the realm of a soul sage at level 70. The head soul bone enhanced his handsomeness, and he appeared taller as well. The Holy Dragon Sect. Zhao Su hastened his quest for the 9 divine dragons, understanding that only by achieving true invincibility could he ensure his safety. Before proceeding to the Holy Dragon Sect within the Douluo Empire, Zhao Su made a visit to Shrek Academy. There, he discovered that Flinder and Lu Erlong had reached the rank of 84 in Soul de Law. Even Master Yu Xiaojiang had surpassed 40. Their training speed, while not exceedingly rapid, was far from what an ordinary person could achieve. Their remarkable progress was attributed to Zhao Wujia's daily inclusion of a pill left by Zhao Su in his tea, expediting Flinder and Lu Erlong's advancement to title Douluo levels. Within the Holy Dragon Sect, not far from the imperial capital of the Douluo Empire, the conference room was presided over by Tuoba Shi, seated at the head, with 8 elders flanking him. Each face bore a grave expression. Just moments prior, they had learned of Tuo Ba Ming's clandestine attempt to forge an alliance with Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, which ended in rejection and his subsequent pursuit of the future heir, Ning Rongrong, leading to his demise. What a fool! Acting on his own accord, he deserved his fate. Tuo Ba Shi scoffed upon hearing the report, forcefully striking the table before him. Master, now is not the time for such lamentations. We should consider our next course of action, one elder suggested. What can we do? It is as it is. We must remain passive and let others speak as they will. How should we respond to the Spirit Hall? We must convey our unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall, pledging our allegiance to His Holiness the Pope. At present, the Sacred Dragon Sect finds itself devoid of alternatives, having offended the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, leaving only the path of allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Sect Master, a person claiming to be from the Spirit Hall, is at the door, seeking an audience with you, and he carries the insignia of the Spirit Hall. Initially, Tuoba Shi paid little heed to this news. However, when he turned to glance at the Pope's token, adorned with 6 distinct symbols, presented by his disciple, his eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to rise swiftly. Please, do come in, he exclaimed, promptly standing and proceeding to welcome the visitor alongside the elders of the sect. Unaware of your esteemed arrival, I beg your pardon for my lack of proper greeting, and I hope you will not take offense. Upon encountering Zhao Su, who awaited in the grand hall, Tuoba Shi hurriedly approached and presented the Pope's token to him, adopting a posture of utmost deference. Sect Master Tuoba, you are too courteous. I wish to have a private conversation with you, so I must ask the others to withdraw. Zhao Su casually received the papal decree and addressed Tuoba Shi. Everyone, please withdraw. Tuoba Shi presumed that the elder of the Spirit Hall had come to confront him personally due to the matter concerning Tuoba Ming. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, he hesitated not at all and gestured for those behind him to depart. Chapter 68. Another fragment of bone, the evolution of the white-armored Earth Dragon. What? Your Excellency, you jest too far. Once everyone had retreated, Zhao Su waved for Tuoba Shi to take a seat. Contrary to Tuoba Shi's expectations of a confrontation, Zhao Su directly broached the subject of the remnants of the 9-winged Yinglong, expressing his desire for Tuoba Shi to relinquish the remains to him. I am not one to jest, and I certainly do not make light of matters with those who are not my friends. Although Zhao Su's face still bore a smile, it sent a chill down Tuoba Shi's spine. If we could forge a friendship, I would assist Brother Tuoba in ascending to the rank of title Douluo. That accolade may not be within reach otherwise. Do you truly possess a means to help me break through the bottleneck of level 89 and attain the title Douluo? I assure you, I am not one to jest. What method would you employ, burning my life force? Not only will life force remain intact, but it will also transform your constitution. Your sacred dragon sect's martial soul was not merely the white armored earth dragon, was it? How do you come to know this? At this moment, the respect Tuoba she once held for Zhao Su dissipated, replaced by wariness. Although he could not discern Zhao Su's level, he would not stand idly by should Zhao Su exhibit any force. The prospect of altering one's constitution to reach the title Douluo level seemed utterly ludicrous. More importantly, Zhao Su possessed knowledge of secrets that even the Pope of the Spirit Hall could not fathom. Classified information of the Sacred Dragon Sect. I was the one who killed Tuoba Ming. I have extracted all his memories. Humph, you are not affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shi abruptly stood, his aura rapidly escalating. The merging of his formidable martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon, caused his already imposing figure to grow even larger. In light of this, allow me to first express my sincerity. Zhao Su remarked that he had completely transformed. Upon witnessing Zhao Su vanish into thin air, Tuoba Shi was taken aback. When he encountered Zhao Su once more, the latter had already materialized before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force of divine consciousness. Not only was his soul energy confined, but his very body was also immobilized. At this moment, any attempt to move was utterly futile. Zhao Su reached out and grasped Tuoba Shi's cheek, compelling him to open his mouth and forcefully administered a medicinal pill. Upon entering, the pill transformed into a warm current that flowed into Tuoba Shi's body. At that moment, the martial soul he had integrated began to disintegrate, returning to Tuoba Shi, where it melded with the warm current. The white-armored earth dragon, upon contact with this warmth, commenced its evolution. Ultimately, it transformed from a creature reminiscent of a dinosaur into a dark, one-legged dragon, entirely black in hue, resembling a divine beast. Its formidable presence far surpassed that of the original white-armored earth dragon. The immense aura emanating from the Kuei dragon martial soul effortlessly converted into soul power, allowing Tuoba Shi to break through the long-standing bottleneck of the 89th level and ascend to the realm of a title Douluo at level 90. After the evolution was complete, the constraints on Tuoba Shi's body were entirely lifted, causing him to collapse to the ground. He was acutely aware of the transformation of his martial soul and the breakthrough he had achieved. His eyes sparkled with ecstatic joy. For many years, he had been ensnared at the pinnacle of the 89th level, employing countless methods to no avail. Now, not only had he successfully ascended to a title Douluo, but he was also elated by the evolution of his martial soul. Though their family had inherited the white-armored earth dragon since his father's time, the ancestral hall displayed a representation of an ancestor's martial soul, which now mirrored the evolved form. Thank you, esteemed elder. Since you desire that remnant bone, it serves no purpose for me. I shall give it to you. At that moment, the assertive demeanor Tuoba Shi had displayed before Zhao Su had entirely dissipated, replaced by a respectful demeanor. He would not hesitate to offer not just a bone, but even his wife if Zhao Su requested it. Esteemed elder, are you truly a member of the Spirit Hall? Soon, Tuoba Shi personally retrieved the remnants of the nine-winged Inglong and respectfully presented them to Zhao Su. He then inquired, are you truly from the Spirit Hall? Tuoba Shi had resolved to no longer serve as a pawn of the Spirit Hall, but to pledge his loyalty to Zhao Su. If Zhao Su were not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, he would unhesitatingly sever ties with them. Of course, Zhao Su disowned Tuoba Shi's intentions as well, advising him, just remain loyal to the Spirit Hall and to His Holiness the Pope. Zhao Su sensed a familiar aura emanating from the remnants of the nine-winged dragon, akin to that of the skull he had acquired from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Realizing that this was precisely what he sought, he promptly retrieved it from the box and stored it within the jade pendant at his waist. Indeed, while our sacred dragon sect pledges allegiance to His Holiness the Pope, we also remain devoted to our esteemed predecessors. Brother Tuoba is far more astute than your cousin Tuoba Ming, Zhao Su remarked as he rose, presenting the papal insignia, adorned with angelic wings, to Tuoba Shi. Henceforth, you shall be honored as the honorary elder of the Martial Spirit Hall. Thank you, esteemed elder. Tuoba Shi reverently accepted the insignia with both hands, bowing in gratitude as he spoke. Zhao Su casually waved his hand, choosing not to linger any longer, and turned to depart from the sacred dragon sect. As he watched Zhao Su's receding figure, Tuobashi's eyes shimmered with an intense desire. Human longing, it can be said, is insatiable. Upon reaching a certain pinnacle, one inevitably yearns to ascend yet another lofty summit. At that moment, Tuobashi embodied such a mindset. After Zhao Su departed from the sacred dragon sect, he made his way directly to the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, seeking out Zhu Zhuqing. Within a secluded courtyard belonging to the Zhu family in the capital, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone in a pavilion under the night sky. Her gaze vacant as if lost in thought. It had been over a year since she and Dai Mubai returned to the Xinglua Empire, during which Dai Mubai had thoroughly subdued Davis. Except for a few diehard supporters of Davis, the majority of the aristocracy aligned themselves with Dai Mubai. In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's vigorous spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's life had been far from pleasant. Due to her steadfast refusal to marry Dai Mubai, she had been expelled from the ranks of the Zhu family's direct descendants and had moved from the main estate to this remote and sparsely populated courtyard. Over the past year, Zhu Zhuqing had rarely ventured beyond its confines. Zhuqing, leaning against a pillar in the pavilion, Zhu Zhuqing heard Zhao Su's voice, and a glimmer began to return to her otherwise vacant eyes. She quickly turned to face the source of the sound, yet found no trace of Zhao Su. Throughout this year, she had experienced countless instances of hallucinating his voice. Each night in her dreams, his shadow haunted her. Zhu Zhuqing had initially believed that by returning to the Xinglua Empire and distancing herself from Zhao Su, she would gradually forget him. However, she soon realized her error. The more she wished to forget, the clearer his image became. Chapter 69. A more proactive approach. A different feeling. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head back, her eyes dimming once again upon not seeing Zhao Su. Just as she did so, a white flower with vibrant red accents appeared before her. Simultaneously, Zhao Su emerged, holding the flower and wearing that familiar smile. Upon seeing Zhao Su's well-known grin, her heart ached, and her eyes began to redden. Yet, she quickly reverted to her cold demeanor, turning her head away. Zhuqing, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Please, don't cry, Zhao Su implored. Panicking at the sight of her tears, he reached out to wipe them away, but Zhu Zhuqing brushed his hand aside, weeping as she replied. I don't need your concern. Why are you here? I don't want to see you. Do you truly not wish to see me? Zhao Su feigned sadness, saying, Very well, if you don't want to see me, I shall take my leave. Don't go. You don't understand that I was just angry. As Zhao Su pretended to turn away, Zhu Zhuqing grew anxious, reaching out to grasp his arm. If you want to let me leave, then I shall stay. Zhao Su Shun alighted from his donkey and settled beside Zhu Zhuqing, once more presenting the delicate flower before her. Look, this blossom is withering in your absence. Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the flower, reaching out to take it, and tears began to stream down her cheeks anew. Do not leave me, never abandon me. I promise you, as long as you do not forsake me, I shall remain by your side eternally, I swear. Zhao Su raised his right hand as he spoke, continuing, If I ever violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Do not utter such ominous words. I have faith in you. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, placing her hand over Zhao Su's mouth, her gaze toward him growing increasingly tender. After this brief separation, Zhu Zhuqing had come to a profound realization about her own heart. She could no longer bear to be apart from Zhao Su. Zhao Su reached out to grasp the soft, smooth, jade-like hand of Zhu Zhuqing that was pressed against his mouth. His gaze gradually ignited with fervor. He leaned in slowly, and when their lips finally met, Zhao Su was once again enveloped by an exquisite, tingling sensation throughout his body. No, not here. Let us retreat to a room. As Zhao Su prepared to advance further, Zhu Zhuqing once more obstructed him, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, her subsequent words stoked the flames of desire within Zhao Su anew. Very well. I shall heed all of my darling's wishes. Zhao Su rose with a smile, lifting Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, while she bashfully buried her head against his chest. Upon entering the room, the flames of desire within Zhao Su surged to their zenith as he swiftly removed Zhu Zhuqing's garments. Instantly, her breathtakingly exquisite figure rendered him utterly unable to contain himself. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft sound, biting her lip, suppressing the urge to vocalize her emotions. Did I hurt you? He inquired. No. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and, with a bold gesture, entwined her arms around Zhao Su's neck and kissed him. Although her physique rivaled that of Tang Yuehua, the experiences she offered were entirely distinct. On ordinary days, the seemingly aloof Zhu Zhuqing proved to be far more proactive than Tang Yuehua. stirring Zhao Su's soul in profound ways. After more than 20 minutes, both of their souls reached a sublime climax, an ineffable ecstasy prompting Zhao Su to involuntarily exclaim. The following morning, they departed from the Zhu family estate, with Zhu Zhuqing guiding him to explore the capital of the Starry Empire. Following last night's revelations, the once innocent Zhu Zhuqing had shed her youthful naivety, now radiating a newfound air of sophistication that rendered her even more alluring. Isn't that the fourth miss of the Zhu family? One of them remarked sharply. Fourth miss? She is no longer a fourth miss, retorted another. At that moment, a caustic voice pierced through the air near Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. For individuals approached, 2 men and 2 women, with the latter having spoken just now. Upon seeing them, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy, unwilling to engage further. She grasped Zhao Su's hand, ready to leave. Why are you leaving? One of the women called out, stepping forward to obstruct their path. One woman scrutinized Zhao Su from head to toe, sneering. So this is your wild man? Hearing this, Zhao Su's anger surged, just as he was about to respond. Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Luo Fei, I have no desire to converse with you. Please step aside. The Luo family, though not as esteemed as the Zhu family, holds a significant status within the Star Luo Empire. One of Luo Fei's aunts is married to a highly regarded general, favored by the Emperor of Star Luo, who commands half of the empire's military forces. This connection undoubtedly enhances Luo Fei's already formidable standing. Furthermore, the repudiation of her marriage by Zhu Zhuqing, who refused to wed the now-crowned Prince Dai Mubai, has severely impacted the Zhu family's influence within the Star Luo Empire. Had it not been for Dai Mubai assuming responsibility for the situation after becoming prince, claiming his disinterest in Zhu Zhuqing and his desire not to marry her, the consequences for Zhu Zhuqing would have been far graver than mere removal from the family lineage and relegation to a remote courtyard. Although Dai Mubai took the blame upon himself, the nobility of the Star Luo Empire are well aware of the true circumstances. It seems you are left without words. Are you not? I had initially wondered what sort of person would overlook a prince, but it appears your judgment leaves much to be desired. Luo Fei fixed her gaze upon Zhao Su, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Zhao Su were not particularly intense, merely indicative of a level slightly above 50, that of a soul king. This led those around to mistakenly perceive Zhao Su as nothing more than a worthless individual of similar standing, thus dismissing him entirely. Your opinion of me is of no consequence. Zhu Zhuqing continuously held on to Zhao Su, wary of any potential aggression he might exhibit towards them. As she attempted to depart once again, the others regarded Zhao Su as nothing more than a soft target, which only emboldened their arrogance. After all, the 2 young men behind them had already attained levels exceeding 60, and they were confident in their ability to handle a mere 50-level Zhao Su with ease. The silent presence of Zhao Su, shielded by Zhu Zhuqing, further solidified their assumption. What? Are we not allowed to speak of the disgraceful deeds you have committed? Soon, the voices of the 2 attracted a gathering of onlookers in the street, as the human inclination for spectacle is universal across all realms. Zhu Zhuqing's icy and striking visage flushed with indignation at the provocations of these 2. I shall grant you an opportunity. Clear the way at once. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing on the brink of tears stirred an uncontrollable fury within Zhao Su. Merely a worthless individual, and yet you dare speak of opportunities. Before Luo Fei could finish her sentence, she felt her body being propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 70. I never strike women, unless provoked. I have never struck a woman, save for those who invite such treatment upon themselves. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, entirely disregarding Luo Fei, who lay unconscious on the ground. As Zhao Su finished speaking, he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and prepared to depart. You arrogant young man, thinking you can leave after striking someone? At that moment, the 2 onlookers, who had been observing the scene from a distance, sprang into action. One approached to assess Luo Fei's condition, while the other reached out towards Zhao Su with the intent to seize him. Bang! Zhao Su casually extended his foot, effortlessly sending the man flying. Initially, Zhao Su had no intention of embroiling Zhu Zhuqing in trouble, thus his kick lacked force. Seeking death, before the gaze of the multitude, that man was propelled through the air by Zhao Su's strike, his dignity inevitably tarnished, and he felt deeply humiliated. With a furious roar, he revealed his martial spirit, a wild boar adorned with jagged black tusks. Upon fusion, his body sprouted sharp black spines. 6 soul rings shimmered around him, and he charged fiercely towards Zhao Su. Yet, How audacious for merely a wild boar to behave so recklessly. Zhao Su mocked with a remark, remaining motionless as an imposing aura emanated from him, causing the wild boar charging towards him to collapse under its weight. Immediately, the sound of cracking bones echoed from the figure. The boar's martial spirit swiftly dissipated, leaving it sprawled on the ground, yearning to rise yet overwhelmed by an unbearable pain. Would you care to give it a try as well? Zhao Su turned to the other person, who was already paralyzed with fear, and inquired, No, do not attempt it. The individual swallowed hard, hastily shook his head, and dared not linger any longer. He abandoned the others and fled, swiftly vanishing from sight. I am Zhao Su. If you seek vengeance, feel free to seek me out. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su paid them no further heed and turned to leave with Zhu Zhuqing. After such an uproar, both Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing lost their desire to continue their outing and instead returned to the secluded courtyard of Zhu's family. The most effective way to forget unpleasant matters is to engage in activities one enjoys. Soon, enveloped in shared joy, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing cast aside the day's grievances. The individual whom Zhao Su had incapacitated, shattering his rib and rendering his martial spirit useless, was the nephew of the renowned general of the nation, known as the Starry Duo, alongside Zhu Zhuqing's father. Upon witnessing his nephew's dismal state, the general was consumed by fury and dispatched formidable warriors from his household, determined to find Zhao Su and exact vengeance. Naturally, Zhu Yuming, Zhu Zhuqing's father, received this news as well. When he arrived at the remote courtyard where Zhu Zhuqing resided, he was greeted by the sound of her melodious laughter from outside. Clad in a long black robe, with a tall stature and a stern visage, Zhu Yuming was momentarily taken aback by the sound of his daughter's laughter. Despite being Zhu Zhuqing's father, he had never heard her laugh due to the peculiar traditions of their family. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Zhu Zhuqing leaning against Zhao Su, engaged in a conversation whose content was unknown to him. Regardless, the coldness had vanished from Zhu Zhuqing's face, replaced solely by a radiant smile. Ahem. Zhu Yuming cleared his throat a few times. Hearing the sound, both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhao Su turned to see Zhu Yuming standing at the entrance with an expression of indifference. Zhu Zhuqing quickly rose, her smile swiftly concealed, her demeanor turning cold. Father. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Yuming was indeed Zhu Zhuqing's father. Although Zhao Su held little regard for the traditions of the Zhu family, he nonetheless respected Zhu Zhuqing and stood up, offering a slight nod to Zhu Yuming. Come inside. I have something to discuss with you, Zhu Yuming stated. Stepping into the room, Zhao Su intended to follow but was halted by Zhu Zhuqing, who understood that this matter needed to be addressed sooner or later. After all, she was now Zhao Su's, leaving her with no other choice. As Zhao Su anxiously paced the courtyard, the assassins dispatched by the general of the nation arrived just in time. Perfect timing, for I was just lamenting my lack of an outlet for my anger. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and, before the hidden assassins could make their move, he took the initiative. This time, he summoned the Emperor's 7-killing sword directly. The 7 black soul rings shimmered simultaneously, and waves of sword intent slashed towards the concealed assassins. At that moment, Zhu Yuming and Zhu Zhuqing, who were in the room, also heard the commotion outside and stepped out. They happened to witness Zhao Su ruthlessly exterminating the assassins. Clad in white, he transformed into a sword. Leaving no opportunity for his foes to retaliate, all were swiftly dispatched. There were nearly 8 individuals, aside from the leader, a soul sage of over 70 levels. The rest also exceeded 60 levels. Zhu Yuming gazed at the 7 black soul rings on Zhao Su's Emperor's 7-killing sword, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Brother Su, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Zhao Su reveal his martial soul, assumed he was facing formidable adversaries and hurried to his side, concern etched on her face. I am fine. With these individuals, even if more were to come, they could not harm me. They are from the Wang family, and I am well aware of Wang Jie's character. He will not relent. Zhu Yuming coldly remarked to Zhao Su. What of his relentlessness? Let him come. Zhao Su replied confidently. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, the Wang family will no longer trouble you. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Followed by the entrance of a figure, it was Bai. Having also heard of the day's events, he knew Wang Jie would undoubtedly seek revenge and had sent someone to warn him not to provoke Zhao Su, yet he arrived too late. Your Highness. Zhu Yuming respectfully greeted Bai with a slight bow. Uncle Zhu, no need for such formalities. Bai waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Zhao Su. Teacher Zhao, May we speak privately? Of course. No one knows what Zhao Su and Dai Mu Bai discussed. Yet, after their conversation, Dai Mu Bai's demeanor towards Zhao Su became markedly more respectful, as if they had reached some form of agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Su prepared to depart. But Zhu Zhuqing chose to remain behind to assist Dai Mu Bai in solidifying his position as the crown prince. At the same time, Zhu Yuming announced that Zhu Zhuqing would be the next clan leader of the Yuming clan, even in the face of opposition from the elders. Zhu Yuming displayed his domineering nature, permitting no dissent. Otherwise, those who disagreed could leave the Yuming clan. It can be said that Zhu Yuming unequivocally aligned the Yuming clan with Dai Mu Bai, willing to go to any lengths to bolster his claim to the crown prince's title. Should Dai Mu Bai ascend as the future emperor of the Xinglua Empire, the Zhu family would continue to wield significant power within the realm. Although Zhu Zhuqing's generation did not form a marital alliance with the royal family of the Xinglua Empire, this did not preclude the possibility of future unions between the descendants of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai. Furthermore, Zhu Yuming recognized that, although Zhu Zhuqing had not become the crown princess of the Xinglua Empire or its future queen, her strong rapport with Dai Mu Bai did not diminish the Zhu family's influence within the empire. Most importantly, Zhao Su possessed sufficient strength to compel Zhu Yuming to disregard the majority's opinions and elevate Zhu Zhuqing to the position of clan leader. Chapter 71. Great Power as the Best Voice of Authority. In the Douluo continent, where strength reigns supreme, formidable power is undoubtedly the most persuasive form of authority. Henceforth, Zhu Zhuqing broke her silence and, as the heir of the Yuming clan, stood resolutely behind Dai Mu Bai. After Zhao Su departed from the Star Luo Empire, he made his way directly back to Heavendo City. He had received word that Tang San had emerged from the City of Slaughter and had similarly acquired the domain of the God of Slaughter. This revelation compelled Zhao Su to marvel at Tang San's extraordinary talent and his own capabilities. At that moment, Tang San was under the guidance of Tang Yuehua within the Moon Pavilion. Thus, Zhao Su refrained from visiting Tang Yuehua directly, opting instead to remain concealed in Heavendo City. Months later, upon Tang San's departure from the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su finally revealed himself. "Little beauty, have you missed me?" he inquired. "Of course I have," she replied. "But did you miss me?" It seemed that only in Zhao Su's presence could Tang Yuehua exhibit her more feminine demeanor. "Certainly. I think of you day and night, at every moment," she confessed. Such sweet words, Zhao Su teased, though Tang Yuehua's heart was sweetened like honey by his flattery. By the window, leaning against Zhao Su's embrace, Tang Yuehua suddenly looked up at him and said, "Su, in a few days, I must return to the sect to see my elder brother. Would you accompany me? Isn't it inappropriate now that the Haotian sect is in a hidden state?" Zhao Su replied, "What is inappropriate about it?" Tang Yuehua rose from Zhao Su's arms, her expression turning serious as she asked, "Do you wish to marry me?" "Indeed." Zhao Su exhibited no hesitation and spoke directly. "After all, there are no restrictions on monogamy in this Douluo continent. That being said, my father is no longer with us. If you wish to marry me, you must first obtain my elder brother's consent." "Very well, since that is the case. I shall accompany you back to the Haotian sect to meet your brother." At this point, Zhao Su smiled and turned to Tang Yuehua, inquiring, "Are you not at all concerned that I might discover the location of the Haotian sect, potentially posing a threat to you? Although the Haotian sect is concealed, do you truly believe that the Spirit Hall is unaware of its whereabouts?" Tang Yuehua sighed and continued, "They are merely wary of my grandfather's prowess." Upon hearing Tang Yuehua mention Tang Chun, Zhao Su gently embraced her and, with an air of mystery, said, "Do you know whom I encountered in the City of Slaughter?" Little 3. At this moment, Tang Yuehua understood that Tang San had also just emerged from the City of Slaughter, and the timing of their visits was remarkably close. "I did indeed meet Tang San, but he is not the one I am referring to." Zhao Su shook his head as he spoke. "Who is it? Did you not mention him just a moment ago?" "My grandfather." Tang Yuehua initially displayed a hint of confusion, but then a realization dawned upon her, transforming her expression into one of shock. "My grandfather is in the City of Carnage?" "Indeed, though he cannot yet leave the City of Carnage. However, I have presented him with a betrothal gift, and your grandfather has consented to our union." Although Zhao Su's assertions were based solely on his own beliefs, he reasoned that since he had offered the gift and it had been accepted, it amounted to agreement. "Surely you are not jesting with me?" Tang Yuehua, noticing Zhao Su's somewhat mischievous grin, grasped his ear and questioned him fiercely. "Why would I jest? Everything I say is true. My dear Yuehua, how could you doubt me? I am deeply saddened. Zhao Su wore a somewhat petulant yet slightly aggrieved expression as she remarked, "You truly leave me at a loss." Upon witnessing Zhao Su's demeanor, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but smile, releasing her grip on Zhao Su's ear. "You have wronged me. Surely, you must provide some form of compensation." Zhao Su cast his gaze upon Tang Yuehua's flawless figure, his eyes shimmering with admiration. "How detestable! I shall not grant you that," Tang Yuehua retorted, though her body betrayed her true sentiments. Soon, the two became seamlessly intertwined, a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another. The following morning, Tang Yuehua summoned Chief Steward Aoda to convey a few matters regarding the affairs of Yuxian before departing with Zhao Su. They set off towards the secluded Haotian sect. Traveling northward in a carriage for nearly 2 hours, they arrived at an unremarkable village. "Miss, you have returned." This was the periphery of the Haotian sect, where ordinary individuals lacking martial spirits resided. Among them were also some outer disciples affiliated with the sect, living in this humble locale. Naturally, these villagers recognized Tang Yuehua. "Aunt Lu, has little Dun awakened his martial spirit?" "Alas, a mediocre home martial spirit, with a mere third-level soul power. Yet, it does have its advantages. The speed of farming has significantly improved." Aunt Lu initially displayed a hint of disappointment, which was swiftly replaced by joy. These villagers were easily satisfied. However, those endowed with formidable martial talents were perpetually insatiable. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. By this time, Tang Yuehua had dismounted from the carriage, and the others toiling in the fields gathered around her. Zhao Su originally had no intention of alighting from the vehicle, but upon reflection, she realized that since she had arrived, the unappealing daughter-in-law must inevitably meet her in-laws. Thus, she followed Tang Yuehua out of the car. Upon seeing Zhao Su disembark, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into another smile, chattering away as they made their way toward the village. As they ventured deeper into the village, the number of surrounding villagers diminished, leaving only a few children. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out, and following the sound, they beheld 2 robust young men, seemingly around 30 years of age, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. They were significantly taller than Zhao Su. These 2 were none other than Tang Long and Tang Hu, the most formidable members of the 3rd generation of the Haotian sect. Tang Long, having been adopted by Tang Xiao, was poised to become the future leader of the sect, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The fact that these 2 had come personally to welcome Tang Yuehua spoke volumes about her esteemed position within the Haotian sect. "It has been a few years since we last met, and you 2 have grown even more formidable," Tang Yuehua exclaimed with a smile, playfully patting the muscular arms of the 2 young men. At that moment, Tang Long and Tang Hu also noticed Zhao Su standing beside Tang Yuehua. Zhao Su felt a sense of helplessness. Is it truly the case that he possesses such a lack of presence? Second aunt, is this indeed the uncle you referred to in your letter? Tang Long discreetly pulled Tang Yuehua aside, believing he was speaking in hushed tones. How utterly inadequate. The soul power emanating from Zhao Su was comparable to that of the 2, leaving them somewhat disheartened. "Enough of your idle chatter. Lead the way." "I must see my elder brother," urged Tang Yuehua, giving Tang Long a gentle nudge to guide them toward the Haotian sect, which was perched atop a lofty peak. With a final glance at Zhao Su, Tang Long refrained from further commentary and, alongside Tang Hu, proceeded toward the nearby mountain. Chapter 72, Journey to Haotian Sect. The Howling Sky Douluo, under the guidance of Tang Long and Tang Hu, the 4 soon arrived at the base of the imposing mountain. Gazing upwards, the peak towered no less than 500 meters, stark and devoid of any footholds. "Second aunt, hold on to our shoulders. We shall assist you in your ascent." Tang Long and Tang Hu were well aware that due to her martial soul's mutation, Tang Yuehua could not surpass level 10, rendering her incapable of climbing such a steep mountain. This was precisely why the 2 strongest among the 3rd-generation disciples had come to escort her, not only out of respect for Tang Yuehua, but, more importantly, to ensure her safety. "That won't be necessary. You 2 should first manage to keep pace with me," Zhao Su interjected at that moment. Without further ado, he reached for Tang Yuehua's waist and, with a powerful leap, soared upwards with astonishing speed, leaving Tang Long and Tang Hu momentarily taken aback. They hurriedly pursued him. As Zhao Su held Tang Yuehua, he occasionally paused to wait for the 2. "You both are far too slow," Zhao Su remarked nonchalantly upon their arrival at the mountain's peak, clearly responding to their earlier assertion of his weakness. Tang Yuehua cast an exasperated glance at Zhao Su and leaned closer, whispering, "Why engage in a contest with these 2 children? Teach them a lesson. lest they grow arrogant and suffer great losses in the future. As Zhao Su spoke, he once again linked arms with Tang Yuehua. At the moment he leapt forth, he called out to Tang Long and Tang Hu, urging them to follow. Tang Yuehua was well aware that the true Haotian sect resided upon that mountain peak. However, Zhao Su would pause after traversing a certain distance, waiting for Tang Long and Tang Hu to catch up before continuing on his way. In order to keep pace with Zhao Su, Tang Long and Tang Hu had to exert themselves to the utmost. Only under the circumstances of Zhao Su allowing some leeway could they barely manage to keep up. Soon, they arrived at a location where only a single iron chain connected two mountain peaks. "I shall await you on the peak ahead," Zhao Su declared. "Do not keep me waiting too long." Zhao Su had no protective measures in place, and with one arm around Tang Yuehua, he boldly stepped onto the iron cable, swiftly advancing forward. "What kind of creature is this?" Tang Hu glanced at the equally grim-faced Tang Long beside him and murmured softly. He then began to don the rope and proceeded towards the opposite side of the iron cable. Not far beyond lay a structure resembling a stone castle, which dominated the entire mountain peak. Upon reaching the fortress's main entrance, two guards greeted Tang Yuehua before turning their attention to Zhao Su, requesting, "Please present your token." "Present a token, you say? Surely this gentleman is the esteemed guest that the sect leader mentioned would arrive today." At that moment, Zhao Su and Tang Long stepped forward, visibly angered, and reproached the two guards. It was evident that their earlier humiliation at Zhao Su's expense was being vented upon these guards. "Enough. They are merely performing their duties." Tang Yuehua chided Tang Long before linking arms with Zhao Su and entering the Haotian sect. They did not wait for Tang Long and Tang Hu to lead them, but directly headed to the courtyard where Tang Xiao resided. However, upon their arrival, Tang Xiao was already waiting at the door. "Big brother." Tang Yuehua rushed over to Tang Xiao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It had been many years since the siblings had last seen each other. The sight of Tang Xiao's graying hair tugged at her heartstrings. Their father had passed away, and their second brother, Tang Hao, had left the sect, leaving all burdens squarely on Tang Xiao's shoulders. Now, don't cry. You're all grown up, yet you still shed tears daily. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation?" Tang Xiao's resolute face softened into a smile upon seeing Tang Yuehua. While he comforted her, his gaze shifted to Zhao Su. As a super title Douluo of the 96th rank, Tang Xiao could easily discern that Zhao Su's strength was far more profound than what his evident soul power suggested. "Is this the suitor you mentioned in your letter?" Tang Xiao scrutinized Zhao Su, his brow furrowing slightly. "Isn't he a tad too young?" With a 25-year age gap, Tang Xiao had always regarded Tang Yuehua as his own daughter. He was concerned that in a moment of impulsiveness, she might be deceived by the sweet words of a youthful charmer, leading to greater heartache in the future. Having suffered the pain of love lost himself, Tang Xiao wished to spare his sister from walking the same path. "He may appear young, but he is not." Tang Yuehua wiped her tears and smiled, pulling Zhao Su closer. "Zhao Su, this is my elder brother, Tang Xiao." "Big brother." Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's introduction, Zhao Su called out to Tang Xiao, "I wonder if you possess the capability to protect Yuehua?" Tang Xiao did not respond to Zhao Su. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly sharp, and a formidable pressure enveloped Zhao Su. However, Zhao Su remained unfazed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Tang Xiao, who was of the title Douluo level. "Rest assured, brother. I will ensure that Yuehua remains safe from any harm." Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually remarked to Tang Xiao, "Is that so? I believe you cannot protect Yuehua." Upon uttering these words, Tang Xiao sprang into action, summoning a colossal black hammer in his right hand, aiming it fiercely at Zhao Su. Though he refrained from employing any soul techniques, Tang Xiao wielded an impressive soul power, reaching the pinnacle of a 96th level title Douluo. Coupled with the inherent domineering aura of the Haotian hammer, even an ordinary title Douluo would find it challenging to withstand such force. With a resounding crash, a violent tremor erupted as Tang Xiao, grasping the Haotian hammer, staggered backward for over 10 steps before regaining his footing. In stark contrast, Zhao Su remained composed, standing there unperturbed, not even releasing his martial soul. He effortlessly repelled Tang Xiao with mere physical strength. "How can you be so powerful?" This question reverberated in Tang Xiao's mind, and even Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Although she was aware that Zhao Su was not as weak as he appeared, she never anticipated such an astonishing display of strength. "Thank you for your kind words, Sect Master Tang. I merely possess a trivial skill." Zhao Su has rarely displayed such humility and modesty, especially considering his intention to marry the younger sister of another. Zhao, please proceed. Tang Xiao accepted the Haotian hammer and slightly inclined his body, presenting Zhao Su with an inviting gesture. His manner of addressing Zhao Su had also undergone a transformation, signifying a nascent acknowledgement of Zhao Su's worth. Please, my elder brother. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Tang Xiao, who, without hesitation, turned and entered the spacious room, which measured a generous 100 square meters. The furnishings were remarkably simple, consisting of 2 rows of bookshelves, a large desk, and 2 long sofas, with no other decorations to be found. At that moment, a disciple of the sect knocked and entered, reporting to Tang Xiao, Master. There is news from below that a person named Tang San has appeared in the village. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of confusion crossed Tang Xiao's gaze, as memories of his youth surfaced unbidden in his mind. Elder brother, Tang San is the son of our second brother and attained. It was I who invited him to the Haotian sect. He acted on his own accord. Even if he has come to the Haotian sect, the elders will undoubtedly create difficulties for him. Elder brother, Xiao San possesses exceptional talent and wields dual martial souls. He will surely earn the elders' recognition. Dual martial souls? Upon hearing this, the anger on Tang Xiao's face gradually dissipated. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the waiting disciple. You informed Tang Long to bring Tang San to me. Yes, the direct disciple of the Haotian sect acknowledged, and then turned to seek Tang Long. Zhao Su sat on the sofa, leaning back in silence. A prolonged stillness enveloped the room. After nearly half an hour, Tang Long's voice broke the quiet. Sect Master, Tang San has arrived. Without turning from his position at the desk, Tang Xiao coldly commanded, let him in. Upon entering the room, Tang San immediately noticed Tang Yuehua and Zhao Su seated on the sofa. The moment his gaze fell upon Zhao Su, his eyes widened in surprise, yet he said nothing. Diverting his attention to the figure standing at the desk, Tang Xiao. Greetings, Sect Master. Tang San bowed respectfully to the towering figure of Tang Xiao, who stood over 2 meters tall. Enough, rise, Tang Xiao replied. His tone softened upon seeing Tang San, for in him, he recognized the shadow of a long-desired hope. Zhao Su could not help but perceive the subtle shift in Tang Xiao's demeanor and understood the reason behind this transformation. He felt a pang of admiration for the peculiarities of love in the Douluo continent. It was a realm where not only the master and Lu Erlong shared a bond, but also where Qian Xuanji betrayed his own disciple merely to keep Bibi Dong within the spirit hall. The master, for Lu Erlong, had even turned against his first love. Moreover, there was the romance between Tang Hao and attained, in the tangled love triangle among brothers involving Tang Chen, Qian Douluo, and Poseidon. Alongside the extraordinary affection Tang San held for a rabbit, one must acknowledge the intricate and convoluted heart of Tang San. You wish to return to your roots and atone for your father's sins. I have no objections, but you must also obtain the elder's consent. Tang Xiao said while observing the 2 pieces of inherited soul bones that Tang San presented, originally belonging to Tang Hao. As a super Douluo, Tang Hao was acutely aware of the cost of retrieving these soul bones, and he closed his eyes, feeling a deep sorrow. For the sake of his brother and attained, Tang Xiao begrudgingly consented to Tang San's desire to reclaim his heritage. However, within the Haotian sect, it was not solely his decision. The approval of the elders was also necessary. Thank you, uncle. You should rest now. Facing the elders' inquiries tomorrow will not be easy. Tang San said as he left. Upon learning that Tang Hao had severed his own leg and arm to retrieve the inherited soul bones, Tang Yuehua, who had also shed tears, turned to Tang Xiao and asked, Elder brother, do you truly have a way to persuade the elders to allow little San to reclaim his heritage? It is too early to say. It all depends on his performance tomorrow, Tang Xiao replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the 2 soul bones within the black box. Ding! The presence of the 9-winged dragon's residual essence has been detected. Just as Zhao Su believed that the farce of Tang San's acknowledgement of his ancestry had come to a close, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his ears, prompting him to sit up straight. Upon closer inspection, he indeed sensed the aura of the 9-winged dragon emanating from the soul bones, and notably, both pieces exuded the same essence. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Su rose to his feet and called out to Tang Xiao, inquiring whether he could exchange these 2 soul bones for a pair from his esteemed clan. Exchange? Tang Xiao responded with surprise. Although he was aware that these 2 soul bones were associated with a dragon, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was the 9-winged dragon, merely considering them as 2 high-quality soul bones. Indeed, I am willing to offer a complete set of 6 soul bones in exchange for these 2. or you may select any specific parts you require. Despite the commendable quality of these two soul bones, Tang Xiao pondered whether they truly warranted such a substantial exchange. He reached into the black box, retrieving one of the pieces and carefully attuning himself to its energy. These two soul bones may seem trivial to you, yet they hold immense significance for me. They originate from the nine-winged dragon. The nine-winged dragon? The same as one of the 9 divine dragons? Precisely. Zhao Su did not conceal the matter. After all, Tang Yue was already aware of it. What is this nine-winged dragon? Brother, there is no need to inquire further. This soul bone holds immense significance for Zhao Su, so let him have it. He will naturally offer the remaining soul bones to the sect, which will also satisfy the elders. As the saying goes, once a girl is married off, she is like spilled water. This adage is particularly apt in the case of Tang Yue. However, she is not entirely incorrect. Exchanging 2 soul bones for 6 is indeed beneficial for the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao reached out and gently tapped Tang Yuehua's forehead, shaking his head in resignation. Since that is the case, these 2 soul bones shall be yours. There is no need for you to exchange them. Consider it as part of Yuehua's dowry. Tang Xiao placed the soul bones back into the box, closed the black container, and handed it to Tang Yuehua instead of Zhao Su. As for whom Tang Yuehua decides to bestow this soul bone upon, that is no longer his concern. Thank you, brother. Tang Yuehua accepted the box, her handsome visage brightening with a radiant smile as she grasped Tang Xiao's arm. At that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly turned his gaze towards Tang Yuehua, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He then took hold of her hand. Due to Tang Yuehua's martial soul, which naturally possessed the noble domain of a circular ring, even a titled Douluo could not discern her soul power level. In Tang Xiao's mind, he believed that Tang Yuehua could not surpass level 9, so he paid it little mind. Coupled with Zhao Su's arrival and Tang San's intent to return to the Haotian sect with those 2 soul bones, Tang Xiao felt rather disoriented. Thus he did not focus on Tang Yuehua's transformation. Now, with a moment of calm and contact with Tang Yuehua, he suddenly sensed her unusual presence. Level 19? You have broken through? Yes. I originally intended to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to discover it before I could say anything. Tang Yuehua replied. Releasing her martial soul, the Rui ring. Not only did it exhibit a golden sheen with a hint of crimson, but her aura also surged significantly. Excellent. Seeing this, Tang Xiao smiled, genuinely pleased for Tang Yuehua. And there is even more. As Tang Yuehua spoke, the Rui ring, emanating golden ripples, began to swiftly transform, reconstituting into a pair of meridian twin hatchets. These axes were adorned with numerous barbed spikes, a manifestation of her first soul ring's soul skill, Blood Moon Devour. Chapter 74. Haotian Sect, esteemed elder brother, be cautious. Tang Yuehua gently reminded Tang Xiao, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. When Tang Xiao next perceived her presence, she had already materialized behind him, her twin serpent halberd aimed directly at him. Despite the significant element of surprise afforded by the spatial teleportation of the external spirit bone, Tang Yuehua's soul power was ultimately too feeble. Even with the enhancements of the external spirit bone and a complete set of spirit bones, Tang Xiao effortlessly deflected her attack. Nevertheless, he was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that if Tang Yuehua were to reach the rank of a titled Douluo, or even attain the level of a 70th rank soul sage, Tang Xiao would likely have to pay a price for being able to withstand such a sudden strike. After all, the unexpected assault bore no warning. By the time he sensed it, it was almost too late. External spirit bones, and a complete set of spirit bones. Yuehua, your return has truly astonished me. Tang Yuehua retracted her martial soul and gazed at Zhao Su, her eyes brimming with affection. Brother Zhao, I apologize for the words I spoke upon first meeting you. Tang Xiao inclined his body slightly, his gaze towards Zhao Su now devoid of any condescension. Brother, you are too courteous. Yuehua is my beloved, and these gestures are merely my duty. Zhao Su replied, reaching into the storage space of his jade pendant to retrieve a black box, which he placed upon the expansive desk. Within this box lie 6 spirit bones. I hope you will not decline them, brother. Zhao Su then opened the black box, revealing 6 spirit bones nestled within. Among them were the skull and torso bones, constituting a complete set of spirit bones. Furthermore, this set was derived from the Forest King, the White Tiger, imbued with the regal aura of the Forest Sovereign. When paired with the unrivaled martial soul, the Haotian hammer, it would bestow upon the hammer an even more formidable presence. Each piece of the White Tiger spirit bone set when examined individually, rivaled the two spirit bones of the nine-winged Yinglong. Even Tang Xiao, who prided himself on his worldly experience, could not suppress the greedy desire that flickered in his eyes. Given this, I shall no longer hesitate. Tang Xiao ultimately accepted the 6 pieces of the White Tiger Soul Bone set. However, as he was already saturated with soul bones, he lamented the inability to absorb any further. Yet, he did not dwell on this too long. He simply stored the soul bones away, intending to bestow them upon the most gifted heir of the Haotian sect in the future. At this moment, Zhao Su had undoubtedly earned Tang Xiao's full recognition, receiving his consent to marry Tang Yuehua. That very evening, Tang Xiao convened all the elders of the Haotian sect and proclaimed Zhao Su as an honorary elder. Unsurprisingly, this decision met with unanimous opposition from the elders. However, when Tang Xiao presented the 6 pieces of the White Tiger Soul Bone set, which had been gifted to the sect, all the elders fell silent, conceding to Zhao Su's honorary title. Subsequently, Tang Xiao broached the subject of Tang San, who sought to return to the Haotian sect in order to reclaim his heritage. Absolutely not. If you allow that ungrateful son of Tang Hao to return, I shall depart from the Haotian sect. As soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, a gaunt elder leapt forward, snorting disdainfully, his demeanor suggesting there was no room for negotiation. This individual held the 7th rank among the 7 elders of the Haotian sect. Years prior, due to Tang Hao's offense against the Spirit Hall, his son had been attacked and killed while on a supply run. The pain of losing a child, compounded by Tang Hao's disregard for the sect's safety in favor of Ayin, had led to the Haotian sect retreating from the world, forbidding direct disciples from venturing out. Once the foremost sect among the top 3, the Haotian sect had since become a target of ridicule. In the eyes of this 7th elder, Tang Hao was viewed as a thankless individual, unworthy of the sect's investment in him. Thus, he was the most vehement opponent to the return of Tang Hao and his son. 7th uncle, so much time has elapsed. Why must you remain so bitter? Tang Xiao, seated at the head, spoke with a calmness that betrayed no hint of emotion. The only way for the father and son to return to the Haotian sect is if I were to die, or if you, as the sect master, were to expel me. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. The elder, referred to as Old 7, was clearly losing his composure. Control your emotions. The speaker was an elderly man with long eyebrows, seated beneath Tang Xiao. He was the eldest present and, aside from Tang Xiao, possessed the 2nd strongest cultivation among those gathered. To Zhao Su's astonishment, of the 7 elders present, 5 had already attained the prestigious rank of titled Douluo. Aside from the other 2, this signified that the Haotian clan had 6 titled Douluo among its ranks, all of whom were direct descendants of the clan, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Truly, this was a testament to the Haotian clan's status as the foremost among the top 3 sects and its reputation as the preeminent weapon spirit in the world. It was exceedingly rare for any clan or sect, even one as esteemed as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, to possess so many simultaneously living titled Douluo. As Zhao Su pondered this, the 7th elder spoke again, declaring, "This is my decision, and it shall not be altered." Having said this, the elder rose and departed from the conference room. The others remained silent, refraining from further discussion. The following day, upon rising, Zhao Su was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from outside his door. Zhao Su hastily rose to his feet, donned his garments, and exited the room, making his way towards the courtyard where the sounds of combat resonated. Upon his arrival, he discovered the 7th elder engaged in a fierce battle with Tang San. "You are awake?" Upon seeing Zhao Su, Tang Yuehua swiftly approached his side, yet her gaze remained fixated on the clash between Tang San and the 7th elder. Her brow furrowed in evident concern for Tang San. "Ah, they have begun fighting so soon?" Zhao Su observed the fray with a smile, but upon catching the look of resentment in Tang Yuehua's eyes directed at him, he promptly suppressed his amusement. "Do not worry. The 7th elder will not deal a fatal blow to Tang San. You do not understand. The 7th elder harbors deep-seated animosity towards the family of my 2nd brother. That is not the case." Zhao Su gently grasped Tang Yuehua's hand, which was glistening with beads of sweat, offering soft words of comfort. "Su," she called out, observing Tang San, who was being suppressed by the 7th elder, forced to evade rather than retaliate. "If the 7th elder truly intends to harm Tang San, you must intervene." Tang Yuehua's insistence for Zhao Su to act stemmed from her own considerations. After all, Tang Xiao was the sect leader. Should he intervene now, it would undoubtedly displease the other elders. Conversely, while Zhao Su held the title of honorary elder, he remained an outsider. Offending the elders of the Haotian sect would bear little consequence, as Zhao Su would not linger in the sect for long. One must commend Tang Yuehua's meticulous nature. Amidst such chaos, she had already contemplated every possibility. Very well, if the situation escalates, I shall take action. Zhao Su did not refuse. Whether it was due to Tang Yuehua's request or his own considerations, he would not allow Tang San to perish here. Chapter 75, struck by his own Haotian hammer. However, Tang Yuehua underestimated Tang San, or rather, underestimated his intellect. Aware that with his current soul power level exceeding 60, he stood no chance against the title Douluo. Yet, before the duel commenced, an agreement had been reached. The seventh elder could only exert 40% of his soul power, and exceeding this threshold would signify his defeat. Tang San cleverly utilized this accord, avoiding direct confrontation with the seventh elder. Soon, the battle between Tang San and the seventh elder moved away from the original battlefield. Arriving at the precipice outside the Haotian sect's castle, "Old Seven, you have already lost. Cease at once," the second elder exclaimed. Witnessing the seventh elder being pushed to unleash his seventh soul skill, Haotian true body. But by then, it was too late. At this moment, reason had fled the seventh elder's mind, leaving only the desire for victory. The enormous black Haotian hammer erupted with formidable destructive power, hurtling toward Tang San. Realizing he could not evade it, Tang San activated all his soul rings. The 8 spider lances swiftly embedded into the cliff face to prevent his fall. With a thunderous crash, everyone assumed Tang San had been obliterated under the full force of the seventh elder's Haotian true body. Yet, as the dust settled, a figure clad in white emerged, a single hand effortlessly blocking the seventh elder's Haotian hammer. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave emanated from Zhao Su, restoring the seventh elder's lost reason. Though it also sent him hurtling away, plummeting toward the abyss. Tang San was likewise cast aside by the overwhelming force. At that moment, Tang Xiao intervened, leaping with all his might to rescue the falling Tang San. No one extended their aid to the seventh elder, for all understood that a title Douluo was not so easily vanquished, and moreover, the seventh elder remained uninjured. Indeed, moments later, the seventh elder climbed back from the depths of the abyss. Ignoring the meditating Tang San, he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Su, who stood casually in white attire. In the heat of that furious strike, though the seventh elder had momentarily lost his reason, upon regaining clarity, he had witnessed Zhao Su effortlessly halt his Haotian hammer. "Was it you who blocked my Haotian hammer? Indeed, has the seventh elder regained his senses now?" A faint smile graced Zhao Su's face. As if effortlessly deflecting the heavenly hammer of the seventh elder was an ordinary feat at that moment, not only the seventh elder, but also the other elders, Tang Xiao, and all the disciples of the Haotian sect, were enveloped in disbelief. "Impossible! How could you possibly withstand my true form of the heavenly hammer with your bare hands?" The seventh elder, in his skepticism, proposed, "Let us engage in a contest. Should I be compelled to unleash my martial spirit, it would signify your victory." "Very well. Then I shall ascertain your true capabilities," Zhao Su replied. Ignoring the admonishments of the second elder, the seventh elder summoned the formidable black heavenly hammer once more, directing it fiercely toward Zhao Su. He remained unconvinced that Zhao Su could indeed counter his true form with mere empty hands. As Zhao Su beheld the seventh elder swinging a massive hammer towards him, a sense of resignation washed over him. Yet, he maintained a favorable impression of this hot-tempered and straightforward elder. In light of this, Zhao Su resolved to demonstrate what true strength entails. At that moment, he sprang into action, opting not to summon the 12-winged holy angel, but instead unleashing his first soul skill, heaven and earth transformation. Instantly, Zhao Su's physique expanded, towering over 3 meters, yet his stature appeared harmonious rather than awkward. His entire being was enveloped in a radiant white glow. With a swift motion, he seized the Haotian hammer that was hurtling towards him, forcibly wresting it from the seventh elder's grip. The Haotian hammer, measuring over 1 meter in length, felt as light as a child's toy in Zhao Su's hands. One hand pressed firmly against the seventh elder's head, while the other wielded the Haotian hammer, raining down a series of resounding blows. Let you experience the sensation of being struck by the Haotian hammer. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Su delivered a relentless barrage of blows upon the immobile seventh elder, each strike resonating with a sound reminiscent of iron being forged. Towering at 3 meters, Zhao Su resembled a giant, while the diminutive seventh elder appeared almost childlike in his presence, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Observing this spectacle from a distance, the second elder furrowed his brow, yet dared not intervene. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Tang Xiao, who was equally taken aback. Master, perhaps it would be wise to temper his actions. After all, the seventh elder's madness stems from the sorrow of losing his son, and his transgressions do not warrant death. Coughing to mask his discomfort at the second elder's words, Tang Xiao retracted his gaze and addressed Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, please, urge him to cease. It has gone on long enough. Brother, uncle, do you not perceive the changes within Uncle Seven? Tang Yuehua, having attained a profound understanding of the 9 nether demonic arts, felt a mental connection with Zhao Su. She comprehended that Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to end the seventh elder's life. His intentions were to discipline him and to alleviate the internal injuries caused by his reckless attempt to breach the rank of title Douluo. What is this? Just moments ago, Tang Xiao and the second elder had not considered this perspective. It was only after Tang Yuehua's reminder that they turned their attention back to Zhao Su and the second elder. They could sense the blockages within the seventh elder's meridians gradually being unblocked under Zhao Su's vigorous strikes. Yet, such a method was undeniably humiliating. Nevertheless, the second elder recognized that the seventh elder's volatile temperament warranted a corrective approach. Without it, his cultivation would stagnate. A firm hand to guide him could indeed be beneficial. What are you all still doing here? Return to your training. The second elder admonished the direct disciples of the Haotian sect who had gathered around, emphasizing the need for decorum in front of their elder. Thud. Just as the younger disciples hesitated to leave, a resounding thud echoed as the hammer struck the ground. At this moment, Zhao Su had ceased his assault, casting the Haotian hammer beside the bruised and battered seventh elder. It was a rare occurrence for someone to be so thoroughly vanquished by their own martial spirit. After discarding the Haotian hammer, Zhao Su's physique reverted to its usual size. His bare torso, though not particularly muscular, was well proportioned and caught the attention of onlookers. Several girls from the third generation of Haotian sect, aged around 16 or 17, gazed at Zhao Su with starry-eyed admiration. Zhao Su swiftly retrieved a black robe from his storage jade pendant and donned it over his form. Let us lower him. Once he awakens and the swelling subsides, all will be well. After Zhao Su donned his attire, he casually addressed Tang Xiao, who stood a short distance away. Tang Long, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and escort Elder 7 back. Ah, yes, let us swiftly return Elder 7. Tang Long then glanced at Tang Yu, who in turn looked at Tang Ming and said, Come on, let us go together. How can I carry him alone? Reluctantly, Tang Ming acquiesced, and together with Tang Yu, they lifted the already unconscious Elder 7 back. Chapter 76. The Declaration of War from the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Tang Xiao expressed his gratitude after seeing the second elder being carried away. There is no need for thanks. I act thus for the sake of Yuehua, Zhao Su replied, appraising Tang Xiao before shifting his gaze toward the second elder and the other elders. A faint smile graced his face. It seems that you and the esteemed elders bear internal injuries as well. Would you care for a few strikes to alleviate them? No. We are all advanced in age. It is simply the way of things. The fifth elder, tall yet not particularly robust, resembling a slender bamboo stalk, remarked as he looked at Tang Xiao. He continued, the sect master is still young, with ample opportunities for growth. I believe it would be wiser to grant the sect master a few strikes instead. Old 5. The second elder initially chuckled at this but quickly regained his authority, casting a stern glance at the fifth elder. Although Tang Xiao was of their nephew generation, he was nonetheless the sect master. It was merely a jest. There is no need for the second elder to take it to heart. There are numerous methods to eliminate internal injuries. Zhao Su spoke as he produced a small porcelain vial, which he handed to the second elder. The elixir within was crafted from the ethereal soul-gathering grass, intended to assist in cultivation and remedy internal injuries. The seventh elder, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, would surely be driven to madness. However, a direct confrontation could yield benefits, achieving resolution in one fell swoop. Thank you, the second elder expressed with a cupped fist as he accepted the elixir. Yet, before he could finish his words, a series of thunderous booms echoed from a distance. Master, several elders, for title Douluos have breached the protective array of our Haotian sect. For title Douluos? Indeed. It appeared they were from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the name of the Spirit Hall, Zhao Su's expression shifted slightly, and even Tang Yuehua's countenance darkened. However, There was no time for further contemplation. The four titled Douluos had already materialized before them, all belonging to the flight-oriented soul masters. Tang Xiao, the Pope has commanded me to deliver a message. Submit to the spirit hall or face death. One of them, adorned with a pair of colossal rock wings, bore a striking resemblance to a birdman with certain rock characteristics. With just the four of you, do you think you can extinguish my Haotian sect? You are overestimating yourselves. Tang Xiao scoffed, launching himself forward, the formidable black Haotian hammer materializing in his hand as he struck fiercely at the four. In response, the four positioned themselves swiftly, forming a unique formation. As they extended their hands, chains of black and white iron emerged. Their martial spirits manifested as these very chains, and the positions they occupied seemed to hold significant meaning, akin to a martial spirit fusion technique of 4-in-1. Within the confines of the iron chain cage they constructed, even the formidable 96th level title Douluo Tang Xiao found himself suppressed, unable to unleash the full might of the Haotian hammer. Tang Xiao, consider this a warning. 1 month from now, should your Haotian sect refuse to submit, prepare for annihilation. The four had come merely to declare war, not to engage in battle. Fully aware that it would be impossible for just the four of them to eradicate the Haotian sect. Having delivered their message, they swiftly retreated, their figures disappearing from the sight of the crowd. It seems the time has come for our Haotian sect to unseal. Tang Yuehua, furrowing her brow, approached Tang Xiao. Brother, our Haotian sect bears no significant enmity with the spirit hall. Why must we wade into this murky water? Tang Xiao cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, refraining from elaborating further. Instead, he offered a few reassuring words. Fear not. Even after years of seclusion, my Haotian sect will not be bullied by the spirit hall. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he turned and entered the Haotian sect, while the second elder and others exchanged glances and followed suit. The arrival of the spirit hall indicated that the hidden sanctuary of the Haotian sect had been exposed. In truth, this could be regarded as an emergence into the world. A plan needed to be devised swiftly. Su, what shall we do? Tang Yuehua asked anxiously. Rest assured, the spirit hall will not act so swiftly. Yet, Zhao Su was mistaken this time. The spirit hall had not only sent envoys to the Haotian sect to declare war and provoke them, but they had also dispatched forces to the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. From the moment the spirit hall's representatives arrived, a palpable tension enveloped the entire Haotian sect. Multiple layers of sentinels were established, and the protective Grand Formation was activated. Provisions were stockpiled, and training was intensified. It was evident that they were preparing for a protracted conflict with the spirit hall. That night, as Tang Yuehua exited Zhao Su's chamber, a shadowy figure materialized behind him. Master, Bibi Dong has made her move against the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. So soon? Did I not instruct you to remain at the Pope's palace and disregard her commands? We underestimated Bibi Dong. Her schemes run far deeper than we anticipated. Beyond Bibi Dong and Yue Guan, the spirit hall conceals 9 titled Douluo, all loyal to her. It seems I have indeed underestimated the spirit hall. At that moment, Zhao Su realized that the unfolding events had deviated from the original storyline of the narrative. Perhaps, with his presence in this Douluo continent, the original trajectory of events had already been altered. It was akin to a parallel world. Every distinct decision could reshape the entirety of fate. Shadow, you must immediately proceed to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and ensure the survival of at least one direct descendant. And the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School? I shall personally go to the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School. I once promised Ning Rongrong that I would not harm anyone from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School. And now I am about to break that vow. Zhao Su's expression was quite grim. Yes, I shall go immediately. After Zhang Ying departed, Zhao Su approached the window, opened it, and gazed at the waning moon in the sky. The reason Zhao Su chose to remain in the spirit hall was not solely for the sake of Bibi Dong. In the beginning, Zhao Su harbored a longing for her. However, he has since been utterly disillusioned by her. He recognizes that Bibi Dong approaches matters of the heart with utmost seriousness, which explains her profound animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang. On one hand, it stems from her affection for him. On the other, it reflects her unwillingness to allow anyone else to possess what she herself cannot attain. Zhao Su remained in the spirit hall to assist Bibi Dong due to the constraints imposed by the system. The system had issued 2 imperative tasks that must be completed: to locate the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, or face the eternal impossibility of attaining godhood. and to aid Bibi Dong in achieving the position of the Rakshasa god, not merely inheriting it, but usurping it entirely. This latter task proved to be considerably more arduous than the quest for the 9 divine dragons. After all, the dragons could be found with some diligence and careful planning, minimizing significant errors. However, Bibi Dong was an individual with her own thoughts, an unpredictable entity who would not submit to anyone's control. The rationale behind the system's issuance of such a daunting task remained elusive to Zhao Su. To completely supplant the Rakshasa god, rather than merely inheriting the title, it was imperative to empower Bibi Dong. This would enable her to vanquish the Rakshasa god during the divine trials of the Rakshasa, culminating in her ascendance. Chapter 77. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Suffers Devastation. It is crucial to note that the Rakshasa god is a first-tier deity, renowned for her formidable prowess even among the pantheon of gods. To slay the Rakshasa god with the strength of a demigod seems an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Zhao Su endeavored to assist Bibi Dong in acquiring soul rings of the 100,000-year caliber. Presently, there is a preliminary strategy in place, for have already been identified Xiao Wu, the sky blue bull python, the titan giant ape, and the resurrected Ain. Coupled with Bibi Dong's existing 100,000-year soul ring, this indicates a need for 4 more. According to intelligence gathered by Zhao Su's shadows, additional 100,000-year soul beasts have been tentatively identified, including the evil demon Orca King, the 3 brothers of the 1,000-gene Ant Emperor, the dark demon Evil God Tiger, and the nearly million-year deep sea demon Whale King. Only through this painstaking effort can they hope to slay the Rakshasa god upon achieving demigod status. The enormity of this challenge is self-evident. For Zhao Su, however, there exists no alternative. He must resolutely press on. Zhao Su reined in his thoughts, contemplated for a moment, and then stepped out of his room, making his way to Tang Yuehua's chamber. "Yuehua, are you asleep?" he inquired. "Not yet," she replied. "What brings you here? Are you up to no good again?" Tang Yuehua opened the door, her gaze imbued with a seductive allure as she looked at Zhao Su. "Of course, I am. Engaging in mischief every day is a delight I willingly embrace." Zhao Su, speaking, reached out to wrap his arm around Tang Yuehua's waist, drawing her into his embrace. "How annoying!" Tang Yuehua exclaimed, playfully striking Zhao Su's chest, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "But I must take my leave now." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang Yuehua's expression instantly dimmed. The Spirit Hall has launched an assault on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I must hurry to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is a promise I made to Ning Rongrong, and I cannot allow the school to be annihilated. "Very well. Go, but do exercise caution," Zhao Su urged. "Rest assured, in this continent, no one can harm me. It is you I worry might be in danger. That will not happen. With my brother by my side and several elders present, the Spirit Hall would not dare to act recklessly." Although she spoke confidently, Zhao Su could not shake the concern for Tang Yuehua's safety. Bibi Dong's unpredictability rendered her a formidable threat. "Take this. If you truly find yourself in peril, present this to the members of the Spirit Hall, and they shall not harm you." Zhao Su handed her the papal decree, his gaze filled with apprehension. At that moment, the storm had already descended upon the Douluo continent, and even Zhao Su could not guarantee his own safety, particularly with the impending battle against the gods. "Do not dwell on it. For the time being, avoid returning to Heaven-Do City. It is safer here." "Agreed." Tang Yuehua nodded. Zhao Su chose not to say more, fearing that excessive words would make it harder for him to part from her. Under the lingering gaze of Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su hesitated no longer. As he turned to leave, a pair of butterfly wings unfurled behind him, propelling him rapidly down the mountain. Inside the grand hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a fierce battle was unfolding. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 4 titled Douluo and nearly 10,000 spirit masters to launch a devastating attack on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Chen Xian, do you truly believe you can withstand the 4 of us on your own?" The serpent spear Douluo of the Spirit Hall pointed his spear at the already injured Chen Xian, sneering as he posed the taunting question. "Enough with the idle chatter. If you are going to fight, then do so." Chen Xian retorted defiantly. "It is you who underestimates your own limitations." At this moment, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, having resolved the external crisis, arrived, bringing the odds to 3 against 4. It could be said that their chances of victory had significantly increased. After all, both Jian Xinshin and Gu Rong were super titled Douluos, each exceeding level 95. In contrast, the Spirit Hall, despite having 4 titled Douluos, had none stronger than level 93. coupled with Ning Fengji, renowned as the foremost support spirit master. This battle was not necessarily destined for defeat. However, their expressions soon darkened, for they sensed two more titled Douluos swiftly approaching their position. The sudden assault from the spirit hall instilled a profound sense of dread in everyone present. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, Qinshin and Gu Rong showed no sign of retreat. Kill. Qinshin's 7 kills sword materialized in an instant, unleashing a formidable battle intent directed towards the serpent spear Douluo and the spiny porcupine Douluo. Sensing the immense killing intent, both foes were momentarily taken aback and hastily retreated. At this juncture, Gu Rong also sprang into action. In Ning Fengji's right hand, a dazzling 9-treasure glazed tile tower emanated a radiant halo, enveloping Gu Rong and Qinshin. It was evident that Zhao Su's bestowal of the 5 exquisite tulips to Ning Rongrong had facilitated the evolution of Ning Fengji's martial spirit. At this moment, the 7-treasure glazed sect could indeed be aptly referred to as the 9-treasure glazed sect, as the 2 additional titled Douluos from the spirit hall entered the fray. Even with Ning Fengji's support, Qinshin and Gu Rong gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the spirit hall's army of soul masters mounted a resurgence, and the outer disciples of the 7-treasure glazed sect faced renewed assaults. Many outer disciples even betrayed their sect at this critical juncture. Fengji, Old Bone, go assist the sect disciples outside. I will handle things here, Qinshin commanded. How can you face 6 titled Douluos alone? Enough with the chatter. Hurry. Do you wish to see the annihilation of the 7-treasure glazed sect? Qinshin's voice rang out, his entire being radiating with brilliance as all 9 of his spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, entangling the 6 titled Douluos with his singular strength. Seeing this, although Ning Fengji felt a pang of concern, he understood Qinshin's words were true. If they did not support the sect's disciples now, they might all perish here. Old Bone, you too must protect the sect master. Old Sword, be cautious. A rare flicker of worry crossed the skeletal visage of Bone Douluo. Yet, he did not linger. Following Ning Fengji outside the hall, God and Demon Duel / After Ning Fengji and Gu Rong departed, Qinshin unleashed his ultimate killing move without reservation, the 9th spirit skill. God and Demon Duel / The 7 kills sword began to shimmer ethereally, exuding a potent and enigmatic aura. With defense abandoned, Qinshin's heart was solely focused on the offensive. Not good, retreat quickly. The magic bear Douluo exclaimed in shock, swiftly retreating. In the realm of the spirit hall, he was the mightiest. Naturally, Qinshin had his unwavering gaze fixed upon him. With a resounding clash, a sword was drawn, despite the magic bear Douluo activating his true martial spirit and pulling back. He was grievously wounded by Qinshin's strike. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo lunged at Qinshin with his weapon. Following the heavy blow dealt to the magic bear Douluo, Qinshin turned rapidly, yet he was still met with the severing of his right arm by the serpent spear Douluo. As his arm flew away, the 7-kill sword arrived, inflicting further injury upon the serpent spear Douluo. The Douluo and 3 others had also sustained varying degrees of injury from Qinshin's earlier divine strikes. Despite a 6-on-1 disadvantage, they failed to gain any significant upper hand, leaving the 6 titled Douluo of the spirit hall both astonished by Qinshin's power and resolute in their intention to eliminate him that day. Chapter 78. A storm is approaching. Aside from the severely injured magic bear Douluo, the other 5 once again surrounded the wounded Qinshin, who was now missing an arm. Just then, a sword, reminiscent of Qinshin's 7-kill sword and imbued with a formidable sword intent, was thrust into the ground. The sudden appearance of this sword prompted the titled Douluo of the spirit hall to quickly take defensive positions. Let us depart, today. I do not wish to initiate a massacre. A figure clad in black, Zhao Su, slowly entered from the grand hall, accompanied by Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. No one leaves the 7-treasure glazed tile school today. Gu Rong, witnessing Qinshin's struggle, shouted angrily and charged forward. The Douluo and his companions had no choice but to engage in battle, realizing they could not accomplish their mission that day. With their fighting spirit waning, they began to retreat while fighting. Although they were inferior to Gu Rong, they were still titled Douluo, making it difficult for anyone to impede their escape. Uncle Bone, let it be. Do not pursue, lest we fall into their trap. Ning Fengji called out to Gu Rong, who was intent on chasing. As he spoke, he reached Qinshin's side and revealed his martial spirit. A radiant light enveloped Qinshin, rapidly healing the bleeding wound at his severed arm. His previously pallid complexion gradually regained some color. It must be said that the seven-treasure glazed tile school, renowned as the foremost auxiliary spirit master, was certainly not exaggerated in its reputation. Master Sword, how are you? I will not perish. Qinshin inhaled deeply, suppressing the internal injuries he felt, and managed to rise, stating, Brother Zhao, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, our seven-treasure glazed tile school would likely have faced utter destruction today. Ning Sect Master, you are too kind. I promised Rongrong that I would not allow the spirit hall to harm anyone from the seven-treasure glazed tile school. It is I who have failed in that promise. How can this be blamed on Brother Zhao? Ning Fengji paused momentarily before continuing. Brother Zhao has also witnessed the brutality of the spirit hall. Do you still intend to serve the spirit hall wholeheartedly? It would be wise for you, Sect Master Ning, to refrain from further persuasion. If you do not wish to join the spirit hall, I, too, cannot betray it. Act accordingly. Zhao Su interrupted Ning Fengji's words and swiftly departed. Fengji, it seems we can no longer remain at the sect. We must urgently seek a new sanctuary to guard against the resurgence of the spirit hall. Chen Xin, pale-faced, gazed at Zhao Su's retreating figure and spoke to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded and replied, Sword Uncle, your injuries are severe. You should recuperate at the sect. Bone Uncle and I will head to Heaven Do City immediately. For now, we can only find temporary refuge within the Heaven Do Empire. As he surveyed the desolate Seven Treasures glazed sect, Ning Fengji's heart was heavy with sorrow. After years of diligent cultivation, the sect had been utterly destroyed overnight, an unfathomable loss. However, now is not the time for lamentation. Without further delay, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong set off for Heaven Do City, simultaneously instructing others to pack their belongings and prepare for a swift departure. At the very moment the Seven Treasures glazed sect was under siege, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was engaged in ancestral rites, leaving their external sentries vulnerable. And they too fell victim to an assault, one more devastating than that which befell the Seven Treasures glazed sect. When Ning arrived, she witnessed the contemporary clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan perish alongside a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall in a mutual demise. Amidst the carnage, even Ning felt a pang of cruelty at the sight of the numerous corpses strewn across the ground. Concealed in the shadows, she learned that the clan's most gifted members, the twin stars Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were alive but absent from the clan. Furthermore, the second clan leader, Yu Lumyan, had defected to the Spirit Hall, providing no assistance to his kin. As she prepared to leave, a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall was in the process of extracting 3 soul bones that had fused with Yu Yuanjin's body. Ning halted, her gaze fixed upon the arm and leg soul bones, sensing the aura of the 9-winged dragon's remnants that Zhao Su had urged her to remember. Without hesitation, Ning acted against the titled Douluo, who was momentarily lost in elation over the soul bones he had uncovered. Caught off guard by her sudden attack, the titled Douluo was unable to defend himself, and the 3 soul bones were swiftly seized by Ning. Who dares? He roared in fury upon realizing that his prize had been snatched away. Just as he was about to retaliate, a token fell before him, the Pope's decree, adorned with angelic wings. These 2 soul bones are under the command of His Holiness the Pope. I am to return with them. This soul bone shall serve as your reward. Yes, thank you, Your Holiness. The titled Douluo gazed at the shadow before him, feeling a sense of displeasure, yet powerless to alter the situation. Fortunately, a fragment remained for him. Zhang Ying, however, paid him no further heed, vanishing completely without lingering. Within the confines of Tiando City, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, apart from Xiao Wu and Oscar, the remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 monsters had once again congregated at the academy. Following a brief reunion, Tang San, eager to hasten to the Star Do Forest in search of Xiao Wu, departed alone. As night descended, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong shared a room, conversing about the events that had transpired over the past 2 years. Suddenly, a knock echoed at their door, followed by the voice of Zhao Su. Zhuqing, Rongrong, are you asleep? Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, a hint of amusement flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's otherwise indifferent expression, prompting her to swiftly rise and rush to open the door. Is it really necessary for you to be in such a hurry, Sister Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong teased the excited Zhu Zhuqing as she too stood up. Su Ge, I've missed you so much, exclaimed Zhu Zhuqing as she flung open the door, throwing herself into Zhao Su's embrace, her eyes brimming with affection. I have missed you too. Zhao Su, while speaking, planted a kiss on Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, yet his expression turned oddly towards Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, I apologize. Upon entering the room, Zhao Su suddenly uttered these words, leaving both Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong in a state of perplexity. At that moment, Ma Hongjun rushed in with great urgency, calling out, "Rongrong," only to also spot Zhao Su. "Zhao, you're back as well?" "Indeed." Zhao Su merely nodded, remaining silent. "What has happened to the chubby one? You appear quite anxious. By the way, the esteemed Rongrong Ning is here, currently in the dean's office. It seems something is amiss." At that moment, Ma Hongjun was also unaware of the unfolding events. He had simply been summoned by Flanders to find Ning Rongrong. The seven-treasure glazed tile school had been attacked by the Spirit Hall, leading to the demise of 2/3 of its direct disciples. And the sword Douluo had suffered the loss of an arm. It was then that Zhao Su spoke up, addressing Ning Rongrong. "I have broken my promise." "What?" Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Her eyes instantly filled with concern. Without uttering another word, she dashed towards the dean's office. Zhao Su and the others hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 79, The Starry Forest, Hunting Xiaowu. Upon arriving at the dean's office, they found Ning Fingji and Gu Rong seated, both bearing grim expressions. "Father," Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Ning Fingji, "you must be aware by now that our seven-treasure glazed tile school has been destroyed." Ning Fingji, noticing Zhao Su, who had entered closely behind, understood that Ning Rongrong was already aware of the attack on their sect from her panicked demeanor. Thus, he refrained from concealing the truth and directly addressed her. It was evident that Ning Fengji's countenance was quite poor. His usually neat hair was now disheveled, making him appear considerably aged. "Is it the Spirit Hall?" At that moment, Master and Lu Erlong also arrived at Flinder's office, coincidentally overhearing Ning Fengji's words. Although there was currently no evidence implicating the Spirit Hall, who else possessed such formidable power to orchestrate an assault led by 6 titled Douluos and thousands of spirit masters against our seven-treasure glazed tile school? 6 titled Douluos? They were aware that the Spirit Hall must have concealed titled Douluos, but the mere thought of 6 being dispatched at once startled everyone present. Indeed, had it not been for Uncle Jin sacrificing an arm to severely wound several of them, our seven-treasure glazed tile school would likely have faced complete annihilation. "Father, how's Grandfather Jin?" "Rest assured, he has stabilized his injuries and is not in grave danger," Ning Fingji replied, turning to Master. "Brother Yu, with the attack on the seven-treasure glazed tile school, we must also alert the blue electric tyrant dragon family to be on guard. Since the Spirit Hall has made their move, they are not merely targeting us. Consequently, Master and Lu Erlong hurried back to the blue electric tyrant dragon family that very night, only to be met with a scene of carnage. The entire blue electric tyrant dragon family had been thoroughly plundered, leaving devastation in its wake. Although Bibi Dong's actions severely wounded the seven-treasure glazed tile school and obliterated the blue electric tyrant dragon family, they also instilled a sense of dread throughout the spirit master community. This further fueled Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaojiang's resolve to resist the Spirit Hall. In this manner, Zhao Su's previous strategies against the seven-treasure glazed tile school were rendered entirely ineffective, leading to Ning Rongrong's cold demeanor towards him. In the Spirit City, within the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong mused to herself, "You truly are self-righteous. Believing that by lurking in the shadows and attacking the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the blue electric tyrant dragon family, the blame will not fall upon you? What if it does? They are but a mere seven-treasure glazed tile school and blue electric tyrant dragon. They will simply choose new sects." Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, her gaze imbued with a chilling indifference, tinged with a hint of derision. "Humph. You are not only a madman but also a fool. Do you truly believe that you have accounted for everything? Have you considered that the 2 great empires and the top 3 sects united together could easily overpower your solitary Spirit Hall?" At this moment, Zhao Su found himself utterly speechless. He had once perceived Bibi Dong as an astute individual, yet it now appeared that she was merely a Na'vi soul, driven to madness by emotional wounds, seeking vengeance against society. To label her as the greatest villain of the Douluo continent serves only to highlight the ineptitude of the so-called righteous factions within it. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the system, Zhao Su would have long since severed ties with the Spirit Hall, opting instead to forge his own path, which would undoubtedly be preferable to accompanying a volatile madwoman. So what if they unite? I, Bibi Dong, fear nothing. If that is the case, then I have no further words to offer. Zhao Su understood that whatever he might say at this moment would unlikely penetrate Bibi Dong's resolve. With a resigned shake of his head, he prepared to depart. although bound by the constraints of the system to aid Bibi Dong in her quest to genuinely usurp the position of the Rakshasa god. He also needed to ensure the successful completion of his preliminary strategies, gathering the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian realm to secure his ascension to godhood, placing himself in an invulnerable position before addressing other matters. Your Holiness. At this juncture, a member of the Spirit Hall rushed in, only to hesitate and stammer upon seeing Zhao Su. Speak. Bibi Dong commanded coldly. The Elder Ghost and Elder Ju have tracked down Xiao Wu's whereabouts within the Stardo Forest, but encountered the obstruction of 2 additional 100,000-year soul beasts during their capture attempt. 2 more 100,000-year soul beasts? Indeed. Inform Elder Ghost and Elder Ju to seal off the entire Stardo Forest. I shall personally venture forth to hunt these 300,000-year soul beasts. Understood. The individual acknowledged and respectfully withdrew. Bibi Dong's gaze flickered as she rose to face Zhao Su, shedding her earlier coldness and arrogance. Can you assist me? If you can help me hunt down these 300,000-year soul beasts, I shall heed your every command henceforth. Remember what you have pledged. Do not act rashly. It is not yet the time to ignite a war across the continent. I comprehend. Bibi Dong recognized that relying solely on her own strength would render her incapable of confronting 300,000-year soul beasts. Even with the assistance of Ghost and Ju, success was not guaranteed. However, with Zhao Su's support, her confidence surged. Zhao Su, feeling helpless, could only assist Bibi Dong to soothe her. Within the Stardo Forest, Yu Guang and Gue Mei had ensnared the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. However, as the others went to capture Xiao Wu, Tang San suddenly appeared and took her away. Leading the pursuit were Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hu Laina from the golden generation of the Yellow Spirit Hall. During the chase, Tang San managed to eliminate several Spirit Hall soul masters, even causing Hu Laina and her companions to suffer defeats at his hands. Nevertheless, Tang San was but a single individual. Despite possessing twin martial spirits and various concealed weapons, he was still only at level 60 and had to protect Xiao Wu. Under the onslaught of dozens, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he encountered a web trap laid by the Spider Queen, which completely deprived him of the chance to escape. In a moment of desperation, he forcefully shattered his right leg and threw the blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone, which contained a flight soul skill, to Xiao Wu, attempting to send her out of the encirclement. To save Tang San, Xiao Wu had no choice but to choose sacrifice, as she transformed entirely into radiant light, offering her soul rings, soul bones, and spirit to Tang San. A powerful divine consciousness suddenly enveloped the area, instantly separating the two. At that moment, Bibi Dong also appeared. Following the method Zhao Su had conveyed to her, she formed hand seals and drew the already sacrificial Xiao Wu towards her. The soul rings that Xiao Wu had sacrificed began to merge into Bibi Dong's martial spirit. At that moment, Bibi Dong's second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, bore only a single red soul ring, clearly indicating that she had long contemplated making all the soul rings of her second martial spirit 100,000 years. Chapter 80. Successfully hunting the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. Even though Bibi Dong had now reached level 99, with the 9 soul rings of her first martial spirit being of 10,000-year caliber, she still faced formidable resistance while absorbing Xiao Wu's sacrificial martial spirit. The first obstacle was the overwhelming power of the 100,000-year soul ring, which was excessively domineering, and the second was Xiao Wu's own resistance. No. With a shattered right leg, Tang San lay on the ground, watching helplessly as Bibi Dong gradually absorbed Xiao Wu's spirit ring. He extended his hand, his eyes radiating an endless fury, shouting loudly. Yet, the outcome had been sealed. Despite the fierce resentment within his heart, he found himself powerless to alter the fate at hand. With the formidable assistance of Zhao Su's divine consciousness, nearly an hour passed before Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring was fully absorbed. After this absorption, Bibi Dong appeared even more youthful, her skin becoming remarkably fair and smooth, as if it could be easily punctured. Upon completing the absorption, she paid no heed to the prostrate Tang San, for she had promised Zhao Su that she would not harm him. Guided by Hu Laina, she made her way towards the central lake of the Stardo Forest. Clearly, 100,000-year spirit ring of Xiao Wu was insufficient for her ambitions. She aimed to hunt down the other 200,000-year spirit beasts as well. After Bibi Dong's departure, a divine consciousness gathered Xiao Wu's remnants, and soon a small white rabbit began to take shape. However, at that moment, the rabbit's eyes were hollow, devoid of any spark. Although Zhao Su had lost her spirit ring and spirit bone, the possibility of resurrection was not entirely extinguished. Once Tang San ascended to the rank of titled Douluo, he would be able to revive Zhao Su, allowing her to live fully and cultivate diligently. From beginning to end, Zhao Su remained absent, his voice altered beyond recognition. He delivered the true form of Zhao Su, a petite rabbit, to Tang San's side. Concurrently, a formidable regenerative force rapidly healed Tang San's wounds. However, the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone was not returned to Tang San. Instead, it was claimed by Zhao Su, who understood that his time was limited and could no longer adhere to the original plan. He resolved to employ some extraordinary means. He intended to utilize this soul bone to swiftly resurrect Ain. Once the regenerative power mended Tang San's injuries, Zhao Su rendered him temporarily unconscious to prevent any interference in his pursuit of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Roar. In the heart of the Star-Do forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, driven to fury by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, sensed the waning vitality of Zhao Su. Humans, we have shown you endless forbearance, yet you relentlessly press us. Do you truly wish to engage in mutual destruction? Humans claim to be the apex of all beings, yet you spirit beasts exist solely to serve as our sacrificial offerings to power. Draped in a resplendent golden robe and wielding a scepter in her right hand, Bibi Dong appeared before the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, her gaze brimming with disdain. Humph. In light of this, there is no need for us to show mercy. Second, eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python ceased to waste words. Its massive serpentine body emerged fully from the lake, radiating fury as it shouted at the titan giant ape before charging toward Bibi Dong. However, at that moment, an overwhelming divine consciousness materialized, immobilizing the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Simultaneously, a sword imbued with terrifying intent appeared, striking directly at the sky blue bull python. Elder brother. Upon witnessing the azure-scaled serpent being cleaved by the long sword, the titan giant ape let out a furious roar, struggling against the control of the divine consciousness. It found itself utterly incapable of mobilizing the soul power within. Helplessly, it could only observe as Bibi Dong approached and vanquished the azure serpent, subsequently meditating to absorb its soul ring. Aside from the 100,000-year soul ring currently being absorbed by Bibi Dong, the serpent also possessed a soul bone, specifically the most precious one among the 6 parts, the torso soul bone. The onlookers gazed greedily at the torso soul bone, yet none dared to approach it. Soul bones, particularly those shed by 100,000-year soul beasts, could bestow extraordinary enhancements, but one must remain alive to reap such benefits. After Bibi Dong absorbed the azure serpent's soul ring, her gaze shifted to the enraged titan giant ape, struggling to break free from the divine consciousness. Then her attention turned to the torso bone on the ground. Though the age of her existing soul bones did not compare to that of the azure serpent, they were the most suitable for her. Upon picking up the soul bone, she surveyed the crowd, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ultimately, her gaze landed on Ghost Douluo, and she tossed the azure serpent's torso soul bone to him, saying, "Find an opportunity to fuse with this soul bone. You are currently too weak and need to enhance your strength." "Indeed, thank you, your holiness." The ethereal figure of Ghost Douluo, upon receiving the torso soul bone, revealed for the first time his true visage before the crowd. He appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s, standing at about 1.60 meters. Yet, his unremarkable features were now alight with excitement. Bibi Dong then approached the titan giant ape once more, wielding her sword imbued with intent to slice through the creature's formidable defenses. She swiftly dispatched it. The enormous body of the titan giant ape collapsed to the ground, transforming into a soul ring and an additional torso soul bone, just like its elder brother, the azure serpent. This time, Bibi Dong did not hastily absorb the soul ring. Instead, she collected the soul bone that had fallen from the titan giant ape. Upon touching the soul bone, she felt a domineering power emanating from it. "You still lack the final soul bone, don't you? Here, take this." Bibi Dong tossed the soul bone to Hulaina, who was instantly elated. "Thank you, teacher. Do not mention it. I hope you grow swiftly and do not disappoint me. Rest assured, teacher, I will not let you down." Hulaina's gaze was exceptionally resolute as she spoke. Bibi Dong remained silent, continuing to absorb the soul rings of the titan giant ape. Once the absorption was complete, it could be said that the plan to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast had concluded successfully. After assimilating the soul rings from 3 10,000-year soul beasts, Bibidong appeared slightly taller. The figure, enveloped in a golden gown, had become increasingly exquisite. Her cold, flawless visage exuded an indescribable allure. She commanded that the search for the 10,000-year soul beasts continue, instructing that any leads must be reported to her immediately. Before departing from the Stardo forest, Bibidong briefed Yueguan and Guimei, then took Hulyina back to the Spirit Hall. Just as Bibidong successfully hunted Xiaowu along with the Ming and Erming, Ning Fengji and the Master had reached a unified agreement with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire to counter the Spirit Hall. Chapter 81. The urgency to accelerate training. The Snow Knight Emperor entrusted the training of all soul masters within the Tiando Empire to the Master. Upon the suggestions of the Master and Ning Fengji, he decided to send envoys to the Xinglua Empire to discuss a temporary ceasefire and establish a united front. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, the various factions sensing danger had begun to unite, undoubtedly complicating the Spirit Hall's ambition of unifying the continent. However, there were benefits to be gleaned. The formidable power displayed by the Spirit Hall had garnered the support of many sects, families, and kingdoms. Bibidong further decreed the establishment of guardian squads in all kingdoms that supported the Spirit Hall, ostensibly for the protection of the Spirit Hall's sanctuaries. All understood that this was merely a tactic to intimidate those who defied the Spirit Hall, in addition to the sects, families, and kingdoms. Many powerful young soul masters chose to align themselves with the resplendent Spirit Hall. The various factions maintained a fragile balance. Yet all were aware that such equilibrium would not endure for long. At this moment, Zhao Su possessed 7 fragments of the 9-winged Inglong's remains, needing just 2 more to complete the set. Moreover, Tuoba Shi of the Holy Dragon sect was steadily leveling up. Once he reached level 95, Zhao Su would be able to absorb the Kuei Long from him, as well as the golden sacred dragon summoned by Master Flandra and Lu Erlong. Additionally, there was the candle dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It could be said that Zhao Su had already located 5 of the 9 divine dragons. He now awaited the opportune moment to absorb them. Thus, Zhao Su's primary focus remained on locating the remaining 2 fragments of the 9-winged Inglong and the other 4 guardian dragons. My lord, news has arrived from the shadows hidden within the Tiando Empire. The imperial family has sensed the presence of the 9-winged Inglong's remains. In a secluded courtyard within the city of Tiando, Zhao Su pondered his forthcoming plans when Shadow appeared at his side and spoke. The Tiando Empire? At this thought, Zhao Su's eyes brightened. How did I not consider this? Command Shadow to ascertain how many remnants of the 9-winged Inglong exist within the Tiando Empire. If there is only one, we must focus our efforts on locating the final piece within the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. Indeed, and it has come to my attention that the martial soul of Yulimien has undergone a mutation, likely rendering him incapable of serving as the host for the dragon. A mutation? Precisely. Just a few days prior, Yulimien ascended to the level of 80-level soul Douluo, and subsequently, his martial soul transformed into the purple lightning demon dragon. Where is Yulimien now? At the Spirit Hall, where the Pope has sought to win him over. He has promised Yulimien that upon successfully annihilating the Blue Tyrannosaurus family, he shall be appointed as an elder of the Spirit Hall. Understood. Zhao Su nodded, having already formulated a plan in his heart. After the shadow departed, he rose to his feet and gazed towards the direction of the Spirit Hall. He intended to personally meet with Yulimien to ascertain whether the mutated purple lightning demon dragon was indeed one of the 9 guardian dragons he was seeking. At this moment, Yulimien was brimming with confidence. Despite only being an 80-level spirit Douluo, he held considerable sway as a trusted confidant of Bibidong, commanding respect even from titled Douluos within the Spirit Hall. This position further emboldened Yulimien's arrogance. Cheers, Brother Shilong. I raise a glass to you. Within the Spirit Hall, Yulimien, alongside the Snake Spear Douluo and the Porcupine Douluo, was engaged in revelry. Yulimien was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to these titled Douluos. Although under Bibidong's protection, he needed to cultivate good relations with them to firmly establish his standing in the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, amidst their merriment, a piercing sound shattered the air, and a long sword appeared within the Grand Hall. Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 Kills sword. The Snake Spear and Porcupine Douluos recognized the sword and swiftly stood aside, although they were unaware of Zhao Su's intentions. However, Yuluamian, unfamiliar with the Emperor's 7 Kills sword, looked at the rising figures in confusion and, with bleary eyes, mockingly addressed them. Brother Shilong, it is merely a sword. Why are you all so frightened? No sooner had Uluomian uttered these words than the longsword moved, striking towards him. Startled, Uluomian immediately sobered up under the oppressive sword intent and hastily merged with his spirit. Yet, after he had fused with his spirit, the Emperor's 7 kills sword departed without warning, leaving Uluomian increasingly perplexed. Zhao Su sensed no trace of the guardian dragoness aura from Uluomian's mutated spirit, nor did the system provide any indication. Zhao Su realized that he had overthought matters. The mutation of the Jade Crown martial soul was merely a consequence of its elevation in rank. This revelation instilled a sense of unease within him. At that moment, the direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had dwindled in number. If none among the living could evolve the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon into the Candle Dragon, he would ultimately face defeat. Acknowledging this, Zhao Su understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He must swiftly gather the 9 divine dragons of Guardian. He resolved to personally embark on a quest for the 9 divine dragons, while simultaneously elevating his level to 99, achieving the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Subsequently, Zhao Su first sought an audience with Tang Yuehua. After parting ways with her, he proceeded to Shrek Academy, where Zhu Zhuqing resided. At that moment, Zhao Su harbored no concerns beyond Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing. Once he had arranged everything, he departed Tiando City alone. As Zhao Su reached the entrance of Tiando City, Ning Rongrong obstructed his path. You weren't waiting here for me, were you? She inquired. Indeed. I heard from Zhuqing that you intend to embark on a journey immediately? Yes, I must rapidly elevate my status to title Douluo to ensure my safety. Then I shall accompany you on your journey. I too need to swiftly enhance my cultivation to revive the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Accompany me on my journey? Can you protect me? Ning Rongrong had already devised her plan. To restore the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she needed to grow stronger. However, as a support-type soulmaster, she required protection while venturing out. The recent rebellion of the outer disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school had shattered her trust in them. Zhao Su is not only trustworthy, but most importantly, possesses formidable strength capable of safeguarding her well. If you wish to accompany us, you may do so. But let it be clear, wherever I go, you shall follow, and refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Regarding the destruction of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, he indeed failed to fulfill his promise to Ning Rongrong to aid in her cultivation, thus serving as a form of compensation. As long as it enables me to enhance my abilities, I care not where you venture. Ning Rongrong asserted with unwavering determination in her eyes. Despite her delicate appearance, she is resolute in her decisions, which she never alters lightly and must see through to completion. Chapter 82. Transforming Martial Spirits, Forcefully Taking Ain. Very well. If that is the case, I shall take you along. Let us first proceed to a certain location. As Zhao Su spoke, a sly smile crept across his face. Without waiting for Ning Rongrong to inquire further, he took the lead and stepped outside. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hurriedly followed suit. A day later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong entered the Sunset Forest. What are we here for? Ning Rongrong asked. You will find out soon enough. Just remember, no matter what happens, do not speak unnecessarily. Zhao Su once again cautioned Ning Rongrong. As they approached a distance of over a mile to the center of the Sunset Forest, Zhao Su instructed Ning Rongrong to find a place to conceal herself and wait for him there. You are not contemplating any mischief, are you? Have you forgotten our agreement? If you say another word, I shall leave you here without a second thought. As Zhao Su uttered these words, he swiftly darted out, racing towards the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. At that moment, a thatched cottage had been constructed near the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Tang Hao, who had lost an arm and a hand, sat in front of the cottage, gazing vacantly at a nearby blue-silver grass. Not long ago, Tang San had relocated his mother, Ain, to this location, which was beneficial for her growth. Tang Hao had remained vigilantly by Yin's side, concealed in the shadows. Zhao Su observed everything, retrieving a black cloak from his storage space. He enveloped himself in the cloak and exchanged a soul-switching pill in the system's marketplace. The soul-switching pill allowed one to temporarily transform their martial soul into a desired one. Zhao Su first summoned the Emperor's 7-kills sword, and then ingested the soul exchange pill. With a flash of white light enveloping the Emperor's 7-kills sword, its form began to metamorphose at an observable rate. Ultimately, the sword transformed into the Haotian hammer. The dark Haotian hammer, along with the aura emanating from it, bore a striking resemblance to the authentic Haotian hammer. Subsequently, Zhao Su deliberately released a hint of his aura, prompting Tang Hao to take notice. As Tang Hao rose and turned towards Zhao Su's direction, Zhao Su had already made his move, wielding the Haotian hammer and striking towards Tang Hao, who stood on one leg. To avoid revealing his identity, he intentionally suppressed his power. Bang! Although Tang Hao was on one leg, he exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly evading Zhao Su's fierce strike. He then quickly jumped backward, clearly aware that Ayin was planted nearby, and wished to avoid combat to prevent any harm coming to her. Who are you? Tang Hao's somewhat murky gaze fixed upon the Haotian hammer in Zhao Su's hand. In Tang Hao's heart, he believed that the Haotian hammer could not be forged falsely, and its unique domineering presence could not be feigned. You need not know who I am. You betrayed the sect, bringing disgrace upon it. A person like you deserves to die? Zhao Su not only transformed his martial soul into the Haotian hammer, but also meticulously disguised himself as a member of the Haotian sect. His motives for such actions were twofold: to conceal his true identity and to sow discord between Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. By creating a rift between Tang Hao, he effectively aimed to sever the ties between Tang San and the Haotian sect. However, his visit was not solely to disrupt the relationship between Tang Hao and the sect. His true purpose was to seek out Ayin. Presently, he possessed a soul bone that had fallen from Ayin, which could expedite her growth and facilitate her swift return to human form. Are you sent by the sect to eliminate me? Spare me the trivialities. Reveal your hammer. Zhao Su refrained from excessive words. After speaking, he swiftly wielded his hammer once more, aiming it at Tang Hao. Despite losing an arm and a leg, and having his level diminished by 20, leaving him at a mere 76, the moment he brandished the Haotian hammer, his entire aura underwent a profound transformation. The murkiness in his gaze brightened. You find yourself now bereft of an arm and a leg, even though you were once the youngest title Douluo. You are no match for me now. Without delay, Zhao Su unleashed one of the secret techniques of the Haotian sect, the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Remarkably, this technique was one of Tang Hao's specialties. Upon witnessing this chaotic cloak hammer technique, Tang Hao was taken aback, for many within the Haotian sect could execute it. However, few could wield it with such formidable power at the level of a soul sage in their 70s. Tang Hao also employed the chaotic cloak hammer technique, but, ultimately, due to his missing arm and leg, he could not unleash his full potential and was thus struck away by Zhao Su. Tang Hao, today I shall not take your life. However, you, who forsook your sect for this herb, and caused your father to die of rage due to your disloyalty and unfilial behavior, shall witness as I uproot this herb completely. No, I am the one who betrayed the sect. All of this is my fault, and it concerns nothing of Ayin. You may kill me, but I implore you, do not harm Ayin. The mere fact that someone like Tang Hao would utter such a plea underscores his profound care for Ayin. This suited Zhao Su's intentions perfectly. He aimed to drive Tang Hao to madness, making him believe that it was the members of the Haotian sect who had destroyed Ayin. Indeed, Tang Hao, this is what the elders have instructed me to do, and I can only say that this is the retribution you deserve. As Zhao Su spoke, he turned and prepared to uproot the blue-silver emperor. Observing Zhao Su drawing ever closer to the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao let out a furious roar, disregarding his own injuries. He rose, raised the Haotian hammer, and charged toward Zhao Su. Thud. Zhao Su, wielding his hammer with great force, sent the charging Tang Hao flying, who crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Subsequently, Zhao Su grasped the base of the ethereal blue-silver emperor, yanking it from the earth with a sudden and vigorous effort. With both hands forming intricate seals, he stored the blue-silver emperor, along with its branches and leaves, into his storage space. If Tang Hao desires to reclaim this herb, he may as well return to the Haotian sect and beseech the sect master for it. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su did not linger any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, Tang Hao, who had just risen again, swiftly leaped to his feet and pursued the direction in which Zhao Su had departed. However, he soon lost sight of Zhao Su. In that instant, Tang Hao appeared to be driven to madness, frantically searching for any trace of Zhao Su. He had gone. Zhao Su arrived at the hiding place of Ning Rongrong and swiftly called out to her without pausing, then proceeded towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Moments earlier, Ning Rongrong had also heard Tang Hao's furious roar. Without further inquiry, she quickly followed suit. After departing from the Sunset Forest, they reached the nearest town, a small settlement teeming with inhabitants, where Zhao Su finally slowed his pace. Was that man Tang San's father? Indeed. What had transpired with him? Let us find a hotel first. Once we settle in, I shall explain further. As Zhao Su spoke, he cast his gaze around and soon discovered a hotel. Without hesitation, he made his way inside. After securing a room, upon entering, Zhao Su instructed Ning Rongrong to draw the curtains. It was only then that he retrieved the temporarily sealed blue-silver emperor from his storage space. The moment the seal was lifted, the branches and leaves of the blue-silver emperor grew rapidly, soon filling half the room. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired of Zhao Su, gazing at the lush foliage of the blue-silver emperor. Chapter 83. Limitless replication of martial souls, a century-old soul beast. As Zhao Su spoke, he retrieved the storage bracelet he had prepared in advance. He then placed the specially formulated soil, designed to accelerate the growth of the blue-silver emperor, into the bracelet. Over this layer of life-infused soil, he sprinkled a unique powder. Upon completing these tasks, he carefully transplanted attained into the enriched soil. 100,000-year soul beast? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. Setting aside the rarity of such ancient creatures, it is well known that each one embodies immense power. In a direct confrontation, even a tidal Douluo might find themselves outmatched by a 100,000-year soul beast. However, despite the lush growth of this particular plant, it remained distant from the might of a 100,000-year soul beast. You are aware that Tang San's mother is a 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, correct? Of course. Ning Rongrong replied, a sudden realization dawning upon her. You cannot be suggesting that the plant we just discussed is Tang San's mother, can you? Congratulations, you are absolutely correct. After Zhao Su settled in comfortably, he took a seat beside the table, a smile gracing his face as he nodded. What is it that you intend to do? I cannot reveal it to you just yet. When the day of my success arrives, you shall naturally understand. You cannot possibly be thinking of capturing the blue-silver emperor to obtain its 100,000-year soul ring for yourself, can you? Absolutely not. But for what purpose then? As I mentioned, once I achieve my goal, you will come to know. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su fell into silence, disregarding Ning Rongrong's incessant chatter at his ear. Merely shaking his head. Eventually, growing weary of her inquiries, Ning Rongrong quieted down. The following morning, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong departed the town they had been residing in once more. This time, Zhao Su refrained from lingering near the Heaven-Do city. Instead, he hired a spacious and comfortable carriage, setting their course toward the frozen north. He had received word from the shadow that the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were currently honing their skills in the icy expanse of the north. It was precisely due to their training away from home that they had narrowly escaped a deadly fate. After receiving a message from the master, though engulfed in sorrow, their fighting spirit was rekindled with fervor. They resolved to cultivate their strength in the frozen land, vowing to return for vengeance once they had grown formidable. The direct lineage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was already sparse, and these brothers were the most likely candidates to evolve their martial souls into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rongrong, do not pursue any further. These individuals are not worthy of our energy. Zhao Su called out to Ning Rongrong as they traversed the frozen forest in the north. At that moment, it had been a year since they left Heaven-Do City, and Zhao Su had ascended to the rank of an 81st level Soul de Law, while Ning Rongrong had just broken through to the 70th level Soul Saint. Zhao Su possesses a marketplace where soul rings can be directly exchanged, whereas Ning Rongrong must seek out suitable soul beasts in order to acquire her soul rings. Their venture into the frozen forest is solely to assist Ning Rongrong in obtaining a soul ring. However, 3 days have elapsed without encountering any soul beasts suitable for her, or those exceeding 50,000 years in age. Just moments ago, a squad of over 10 soul masters ambushed Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Why did you not eliminate them? After more than a year of rigorous training and enduring the elements, Ning Rongrong appears to have grown taller, and her once delicate skin has darkened from exposure. Notably, the aura of hostility surrounding her has intensified. Beware of the overwhelming killing intent that resides within you. It may ultimately lead to your own undoing. Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong's inquiry. Instead, he cast a worried glance at her and remarked, I ventured out solely for the purpose of honing my skills and elevating my rank. I am indifferent to any notions of murderous intent, and I shall not suffer any backlash. Since you have articulated your thoughts thus, I find myself at a loss for words. Zhao Su, with a resigned shake of his head, chose to disregard Ning Rongrong and continued forward in search of a suitable soul beast. Hurry, encircle that mirror beast. It is on its last legs and must be slain. Soon, a cacophony of sounds reached them. A group of 8 was assaulting an injured mirror beast. Among them, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong spotted a familiar figure, Oscar, who was out on his own for training. This group was evidently gathering soul rings for him, and judging by the number of soul rings on Oscar, he had reached the impressive level of 69. Although this particular mirror beast was not the 6th soul ring for Oscar as depicted in the original narrative, but rather his 7th. It was significantly more powerful than its counterpart in the original tale, which was merely over 20,000 years old. This mirror beast, by its size and demonstrated strength, undoubtedly surpassed the 50,000-year mark. What is the use of this mirror beast? It cannot enhance the 9 treasure glaze tile. Ning Rongrong clearly did not find this mirror beast appealing. She sought a soul beast that could augment her 9 treasure glaze tile. As a support-type soul master, what you lack is offensive power. If the mirror beast can allow you to replicate another's martial soul and soul skills, would that not be a far greater enhancement to the attributes of the 9 treasure glaze tile? How can you be certain it possesses such a skill? Hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of interest, but remained somewhat skeptical and questioned him. Only by trying will we know. As Zhao Su spoke, he had already made his move, drawing the Emperor's 7 killing sword, first slaying the adversaries and then targeting the soul beasts. However, he showed restraint towards Oscar. Zhao Su. Rongrong? Oscar was taken aback upon witnessing his companions fall one by one, but his surprise quickly transformed into elation as he spotted Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, especially the latter, whose gaze sparked with hope. Rongrong had also reached the formidable level of 70, necessitating the hunt for a soul beast to acquire her soul ring. And this mirror beast was perfectly suited for her. Then let it be for Rongrong. I shall seek out a fitting soul beast. Before Zhao Su could finish his sentence, Oscar, fixated on Ning Rongrong, spoke without a trace of hesitation. Love could compel Oscar to forsake all else. Alas, the events on the Douluo continent had shifted irrevocably. Ning Rongrong was no longer the character enamored with Oscar as portrayed in the original narrative. Yet Oscar remained steadfast in his affection for her. Unfortunately, while one may harbor feelings, the river of fate flows indifferent. Zhao Su conjured a colossal hand to seize the mirror beast that had transcended 50 millennia, commanding Ning Rongrong. Eliminate it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong retrieved a dagger from her storage soul guide and plunged it into the already near-mortal mirror beast. Subsequently, she seated herself in a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of the soul ring produced by the beast. This mirror beast had surpassed the age limit for the absorption of a 7th soul ring, yet it remained within Ning Rongrong's capacity to endure. Before long, she had completely absorbed the essence, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Just as Zhao Su had indicated, the 7th soul skill, the true form of her martial spirit, combined with the replication of martial spirits. Remarkably, this soul skill was superimposed upon the true form of her martial spirit, requiring no blood sacrifice. As long as she was enveloped in the resplendent 9-colored radiance of the 9 treasures glazed tower, she could replicate the martial spirits of those around her. Crucially, this replication effect extended beyond allies to include the martial spirits of her adversaries as well. The replication would only revert to her original martial spirit upon depleting her soul power, implying that there was no temporal limitation. As Ning Rongrong's 7th soul ring illuminated, a dazzling 9-colored light enveloped Zhao Su. Then, the true form of the 9 treasures glazed tower in her palm began to transform, directly morphing into Zhao Su's most formidable martial spirit, the 12-winged holy angel. However, its aura was considerably weaker than that of Zhao Su, the primary wielder. Ning Rongrong's 7th soul skill, the replication of martial spirits, harmonized impeccably with Zhao Su. Although the auxiliary martial spirit could only manifest strength commensurate with her soul power and level, Zhao Su's martial spirit was so overwhelmingly powerful that even in a compressed form, it was beyond the capability of an ordinary opponent to contend with. Ning Rongrong commanded the 12-winged holy angel, wielding the spear of death. Instantly, a formidable pressure accompanied by immense offensive power radiated forth, obliterating all trees within a 10-meter radius with a single strike. Wonderful. I will no longer be an unarmed soul master. With a beaming smile of excitement, Ning Rongrong retracted her martial spirit and leaped into Zhao Su's embrace. This unexpected gesture left Zhao Su momentarily bewildered. Not far away, Oscar watched this unfold, his expression darkening considerably. Little Ao, do not worry. I shall assist you in acquiring a martial spirit suited to you. Zhao Su gently pushed the excited Ning Rongrong aside. casting a glance at the somewhat dejected Oscar. "Thank you, but I am capable of obtaining the soul ring on my own, without the need for anyone else's assistance." Oscar expressed his gratitude, and without a moment's hesitation, turned and walked away. Observing this, Zhao Su could only shake his head in resignation, opting not to say much more. Love is a matter that cannot be dictated by others. What is that? After the initial excitement, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure, showing no signs of emotional disturbance due to Oscar's departure. She gazed at the lifeless head of the mirror beast, which shimmered with a golden radiance. Zhao Su followed the direction indicated by Ning Rongrong and approached, crouching beside the mirror beast, absorbing the essence of the golden radiance. "You are fortunate. This is a head soul bone," he exclaimed as he unearthed the skull, once freed from the flesh that enveloped the head of the mirror beast. The golden glow intensified remarkably. The aura emanating from this soul bone was unparalleled, rivaling only the angelic skull within the Holy Angel set. Even the skull of the nine-winged Yinglong could not compare to the formidable presence of this bone. The head soul bone of the mirror beast? Perhaps its absorption is linked to the replication soul skill you recently acquired. Ning Rongrong neither hesitated nor spoke further, accepting the skull from Zhao Su's hands and commencing the fusion. However, as the soul bone integrated into her mind, the golden brilliance surged. Instantly, Ning Rongrong's expression contorted in excruciating pain. A splitting headache ensued. Initially, she managed to endure through sheer willpower. Yet, as the pain sharpened, it became unbearable. Clutching her head with both hands, she collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing her plight, even Zhao Su was taken aback and swiftly transmitted his consciousness into Ning Rongrong's mind. At that moment, a blazing flame appeared within her consciousness, engulfing her soul. From the burning essence of her spirit, tendrils of black mist were forcefully expelled. Zhao Su understood that the golden radiance emanating from the soul bone was, in fact, not light but flame, the chaotic white fire, one of the 10 primordial divine fires. Ancient texts recorded that these primordial divine fires had vanished long before the early days of the Douluo continent. Little did he anticipate witnessing the chaotic white fire, the foremost of the 10, in this very moment. At present, the chaotic white fire was engulfing Ning Rongrong's soul, striving to incinerate all the distractions, accumulated murderous intent, and hatred that had amassed within her spirit over the past year. However, it soon became evident that Ning Rongrong's willpower began to wane, and her soul grew increasingly ethereal. Clearly, if Ning Rongrong could not withstand the trial posed by the chaotic white fire, her soul would be utterly reduced to ashes. Even if her corporeal form were to survive, she would be left a mere shell of her former self. Zhao Su no longer hesitated. His formidable spiritual consciousness enveloped Ning Rongrong's soul, gradually awakening her awareness. With the assistance of Zhao Su's divine essence, the painful expression etched on Ning Rongrong's face slowly dissipated as she settled into a meditative posture. Her soul, too, joined in this tranquil state amidst the chaotic white flames. Wisps of black mist emerged from her spirit, ultimately vanishing and leaving behind a luminous sheen of white light on the surface of her soul. After nearly 10 minutes, Zhao Su confirmed that Ning Rongrong was no longer in danger and decided to retract his spiritual consciousness. However, he soon realized that a portion of his essence had been completely absorbed by the radiant light. As the white glow integrated into Ning Rongrong's soul, Zhao Su dismissed the thought. The loss of a fragment of his consciousness bore no significant consequence for him. Once he withdrew his essence, Zhao Su observed Ning Rongrong, who was seated in contemplation, and understood that she would not awaken anytime soon. Thus, he casually found a tree stump to sit upon. Having merged with the headpiece of the mirror beast's soul bone and purified by the chaotic white flames, Ning Rongrong's once sun-kissed skin became fair and tender once more. Even more so than before, her complexion resembled that of an infant's, delicate and flawless, complemented by her stunning beauty. Although her figure was not particularly striking, it was sufficient to captivate the majority of men. After about an hour, Ning Rongrong finally awakened. When she opened her eyes, they sparkled like stars in the night sky. At that moment, there was no trace of malice or negative emotions within her. Her face radiated a gentle smile, coupled with her fair skin and star-like bright eyes. She appeared increasingly alluring. "Brother Su, thank you." Ning Rongrong beamed at Zhao Su, who sat not far away. "Thank me for what?" he inquired. "When I was engulfed by those white flames, I knew it was you who helped awaken my consciousness. I could sense your presence." Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. This left Zhao Su somewhat bemused. He understood that a part of his spiritual consciousness had been absorbed by Ning Rongrong's soul, enhancing her mental strength and leaving a trace of his essence within her spirit. Zhao Su sighed, remarking that possessing overwhelming strength could also be a burden. No need to thank me. We are companions, and it is my duty to protect you. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su with her bright, expressive eyes, filled with anticipation as she inquired, "Will you protect me, as you do Zhu Qing? It is getting late, and you have found a suitable soul ring. We must take our leave from this place." Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong. After speaking, he turned and left. Although Ning Rongrong was undeniably beautiful, a trait that naturally draws admiration from all, Zhao Su was reluctant to entangle himself in romantic complications any further. With Tang Yuehua and Zhu Qing already in his life, he felt that was sufficient. Chapter 85. A reunion with Tang San. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su's departing figure, a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes as she softly declared, "You will undoubtedly be mine." She then hurried to catch up with him. Ever since that day when Ning Rongrong fused with the soul bone from the head of the mirror beast imbued with chaotic white fire, she had shed the impurities of her soul. Consequently, the aura of killing intent that once lingered around her had dissipated, and her demeanor became increasingly cheerful. A gentle smile graced her lips, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Yet, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Zhao Su. "Could you please stop staring at me? It's making me quite uneasy," Zhao Su remarked, lifting his head to meet Ning Rongrong's fervent gaze while enjoying a bowl of noodles in a small eatery. "I am willing," Ning Rongrong replied with that simple phrase. Thereafter falling silent, her attention solely on Zhao Su, neglecting her meal. "Stop. Submit to the inspection." At that moment, a voice drew Zhao Su's attention. He turned to see Tang San and Titan, the robust leader of the Li clan, descending from a grand carriage. Zhao Su's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness. He and Ning Rongrong had been residing in this border town for 3 days, patiently awaiting Tang San's arrival. Drawing upon his memories of the Douluo continent from his previous life, coupled with the reports from Shadow, Zhao Su effortlessly gleaned information about Tang San's whereabouts. Furthermore, it became apparent that following Zhao Su's forcible abduction of Ain, Tang Hao had succumbed to utter madness, disregarding his status as a defector from the sect. He stormed into the Haotian sect, demanding the return of his kin from Tang Xiao. In a state of bewilderment, Tang Xiao was caught off guard as Tang Hao erupted in fury, denying him any chance for explanation before launching an attack. At his peak, Tang Hao might have posed a challenge for Tang Xiao. However, in his current state, with 2 limbs severely impaired and reduced to the 77th rank, he stood little chance against Tang Xiao, a formidable 96th rank super Douluo. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's reckless advance on the Haotian sect, the 5 elders wasted no time in engaging him in combat, particularly the 7th elder, who harbored the strongest grievances against Tang Hao. He struck decisively, subduing Tang Hao with overwhelming force. Ultimately, it was only through the pleas of Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua that the 7th elder relented, permitting Tang Hao's release on the condition that he be expelled from the Haotian sect, never to ascend its mountains again. Though filled with ire, Tang Hao found himself powerless to act. Soon after, he sought out Tang San, who, upon learning that his mother had been taken by the Haotian sect, remained composed rather than succumbing to rage. Instead, he offered words of comfort to Tang Hao and vowed to retrieve his mother. Tang San understood that this was a pivotal moment in their struggle against the Spirit Hall, and any conflict with the Haotian sect could jeopardize their chances of securing vital support when the time for battle arrived. Tang San exhibited a perfect blend of self-interest and remarkable restraint. He cultivated relationships with those he could benefit from while presenting a different facade to those deemed unnecessary. This may well explain the rapidity of his growth. "Tang San, fatty, what brings you here?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon spotting Tang San and Ma Hongjun. After a glance at Zhao Su, who nodded in affirmation, she dashed out of the noodle shop, calling out to them. "Rongrong, what are you doing here?" Ma Hongjun responded, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the now more radiant Ning Rongrong, his surprise evident. "I've come out to train with Zhao Lauda. We just arrived here yesterday and are preparing to venture into the Star Luo Empire," Ning Rongrong replied, gesturing towards Zhao Su, who was still enjoying his noodles. Zhao Su hastily consumed a couple of mouthfuls, set down his chopsticks, settled the bill, and rose from the noodle shop. "Zhao Lauda, how come you two are together?" Ma Hongjun gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su, his eyes glinting with mischief as he continued. "Could it be that you two have become an item? Nonsense. You lecherous glutton. Just wait until I give you a beating." Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she reached out to strike Ma Hongjun. Oh, but you're blushing. If Xiao Ao finds out, he will be heartbroken. Ma Hongjun dodged Ning Rongrong's playful assault while pointing at her rosy cheeks. Enough, you two. Stop the ruckus. At that moment, Tang San intervened, halting the playful banter between Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun. He then turned his attention to Zhao Su, his gaze devoid of warmth. Instead laced with a hint of vigilance and caution, though he masked it well, not revealing it too overtly. This is the esteemed Elder Titan, the leader of the Leaf family. Tang San introduced Zhao Su, a teacher from Shrek Academy. Titan's expression revealed a flicker of confusion upon hearing Tang San's introduction of Zhao Su. Zhao Su appeared to be merely a couple of years older than Tang San. It was quite astonishing that at such a tender age, he had already assumed the role of mentor to the prodigious Tang San. This revelation was hard to fathom. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him, a pure force that compelled one to gauge Zhao Su's true strength. When Titan maximized his own oppressive presence, even Tang San found it necessary to rely on his soul power to maintain his composure. Yet, Zhao Su stood there, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exhibiting no signs of strain. In the realm of reciprocity, it was only fitting that when Titan unleashed his full might, Zhao Su responded in kind, emanating a slight aura of pressure that swiftly subdued Titan's force. In an instant, Titan was forced back, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. At that moment, the few distinguished disciples of the Li clan surrounding them were drenched in sweat, having felt the chilling breath of death under Zhao Su's oppressive presence. Having long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Elder Titan from the Li clan, witnessing it firsthand today was indeed an experience that lived up to its renown. Too kind, Zhao Su remarked. Before young Master Zhao, I, an old man, feel as though I have squandered my years. Although Titan was undeniably proud, he ultimately bowed his head in the face of absolute strength. From the brief encounter just moments ago, Titan comprehended the disparity between himself and Zhao Su. While a few individuals exchanged flattering remarks, a squad of armored soldiers approached and began to inspect their carriage, eventually demanding that they produce the items stored within their soul guide devices. After a few of them were reprimanded by the direct descendants of the Li family, 3 rather unsavory characters emerged. Among them was the same individual, Douluo, who had once been scorched by Ma Hongjun's flames. Provoked by Ma Hongjun's taunts, Douluo was instantly engulfed in rage and recklessly charged at him, joined by the other 2 in a concerted assault. However, Ma Hongjun was no longer the chubby boy easily manipulated by Douluo. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. With Zhao Su at his side, he felt utterly fearless. A resounding phoenix cry echoed as a magnificent fire phoenix materialized behind Ma Hongjun. Its 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, radiating vibrantly. Douluo and his companions were taken aback, realizing that in just a few short years, Ma Hongjun had ascended to the realm of a soul emperor, surpassing level 60. Moreover, the purity of his fire phoenix martial soul was increasingly striking. Even in his furious state, Douluo felt a flicker of retreat. At that moment, it was too late to consider leaving, as Ning Rongrong sought an opportunity to test the prowess of her 7th soul skill, the ability to replicate soul skills through her martial soul. She regarded the trio as excellent practice targets. Fatty, I'll handle them. Let me show you my newly acquired 7th soul skill. Ning Rongrong called out to Ma Hongjun, her face beaming with pride as she stepped forward. You? Don't be ridiculous. You're better off aiding me, Ma Hongjun retorted, bemused by her confidence. Ning Rongrong merely pouted, choosing not to engage further. Instead, she advanced, summoning the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda in her right hand, which emitted a dazzling spectrum of colors. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's 7 soul rings encircling the pagoda, Douluo and his companions displayed a momentary surprise. After all, Ning Rongrong appeared to be in her early 20s, yet had already attained level 70. For a soul master, this level represented a significant threshold. Once a martial soul truly awakened, even 3 soul emperors at 60+ levels might not be formidable opponents. However, since the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda primarily possessed support soul skills, it was not an offensive ability. Without the protection of a powerful title Douluo, even Ning Fengji would be of little consequence. Little girl, it seems you are still unaware of the distinction between support type and assault type soul masters. Do you truly believe that your level 70 prowess can contend with the 3 of us? The astonishment in the eyes of the three individuals swiftly transformed into disdain. Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort, showing no hesitation as her seventh spirit ring illuminated, directly sweeping past Tang San. This time, she did not replicate Zhao Su's martial soul. Instead, she enhanced Tang San's martial soul. On one hand, the Haotian hammer was formidable, but more importantly, she wished to keep Zhao Su's 12-winged holy angel concealed from prying eyes. After casting her gaze over Tang San, the 9-treasure glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's right hand was enveloped in a layer of white radiance. She then charged towards the trio of Douluo with fervor. At this moment, not only were Douluo and his companions bewildered by Ning Rongrong's antics, but even Titan and Tang San displayed hints of confusion. Although Tang San realized that Ning Rongrong had acquired an offensive soul skill, he merely considered it a self-defense technique. Never expecting her to engage in close combat with 3 soul emperors, each exceeding level 60. Bang, bang, bang. The subsequent scene rendered everyone present utterly speechless, rooted to the spot, unable to recover for an extended period. This was especially true for Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and several direct disciples of the Power Clan. Witnessing the Haotian hammer, cloaked in white flames, wielded by a fierce little girl with no extravagant soul skills or techniques, they could only watch as she simply swung the hammer, sending each of Bu Li's companions flying with a single blow. Ning Rongrong did not cease her assault. She swiftly surged forward, bringing the Haotian hammer down once more. Despite lacking soul rings, the weight of the Haotian hammer exceeded 1,000 pounds. In her hands, it felt as light as a toy, easily swung with grace. After absorbing the soul bone from the head of the Chaos White Fire Mirror Beast, not only had she burned away the impurities within her soul, but her physical form had also been significantly enhanced. Now, even without aiding others with her martial soul, her sheer physical prowess was beyond what ordinary individuals could contend with. Shouldn't you all flee quickly? Do you wish to be crushed into a pulp? At this moment, the only one maintaining composure was Zhao Su, who addressed the soldiers attempting to block Bu Li's escape. The dozen or so soldiers, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, dared not retort and promptly turned to flee towards the barracks. Today, I am in a generous mood, so I shall spare your lives. However, should I learn of your misdeeds again, next time, it will not be so simple. Initially, the trio of Douluo attempted to resist, but soon they found themselves with no opportunity for counterattack, becoming mere victims of circumstance. Now, bruised and battered, they knelt and pleaded, "Thank you, my lady, for sparing our lives. We shall conduct ourselves properly in the future." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the 3 individuals promptly bowed their heads, eager to expedite her departure. Ning Rongrong turned around, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride as she cast a glance at Zhao Su. Soon after, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong joined Tang San and Titan in a carriage. Initially, Tang San and Titan were reluctant to accompany Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Their journey to Longxing City in the Star Luo Empire was not merely to attend a gathering of the 4 attribute families. They also aimed to persuade the other 3 clans to join the Tang sect. Having Zhao Su along was undeniably inconvenient. However, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to this, with Ning Rongrong chattering away, much to the dismay of Titan and Tang San. Yet, they felt powerless, for Tang San could not afford to confront Zhao Su directly at this juncture. Before long, the carriage rolled into Longxing City. Titan glanced at Tang San, took a deep breath, and cleared his throat, saying, "Young Master Zhao, upon our arrival in Longxing City, we shall part ways. I sincerely apologize, but it seems we cannot continue together." "Oh, is that so? Well then, how about this? I shall offer this carriage to young Master Zhao and Miss Ning as a small token of my father's goodwill." "That is quite unnecessary." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Titan felt a surge of delight, but the subsequent remark from Zhao Su caused him to roll his eyes. "Since we have nothing pressing to attend to, why not accompany Titan and broaden our horizons? Is there anything amiss with that?" Tang San interjected. "Since young Master Zhao wishes to accompany us, let it be so. It's of no consequence." With Tang San's agreement, Titan refrained from further protest, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong feigned ignorance, gazing out through the carriage windows. Longxing City could be described as the most bustling border city between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. The streets were teeming with people from all walks of life, and the shouts of street vendors resonated in a lively chorus. While Longxing City lacked the grandeur of Tiando City, its prosperity and population density far surpassed that of the latter. The carriage soon came to a halt in front of a residence strikingly akin to that of the Li clan. As Titan disembarked, disciples of the Yu clan stationed at the entrance greeted him warmly, dispatching someone to inform their patriarch, Niao Gao. These gatekeepers had already been informed that the gathering of the four families was taking place in the coming days, and being acquainted with Titan, they displayed great respect. Just then, a robust elder, notably broad-shouldered, emerged with a hearty laugh. "Old gorilla, it has been ages. I've missed you dearly." The individual in question is Niao Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, and their greeting is rather unique. They extend their arms and collide their chests with a vigorous impact, the sound echoing like firecrackers in a celebratory cacophony. Subsequently, they each wrap their arms around the other, clearly engaging in a spirited contest of strength. Chapter 87. Defense crumbles before absolute power. After their contest, Titan and Niao Gao burst into hearty laughter. Talon bowed deeply before Grandpa Niao. At Titan's behest, Talon moved forward to kneel before Niao Gao, only to be halted by the elder. "Well done, lad. You are growing stronger by the day. Your father at your age was nowhere near your stature. Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa Niao. Now, let us not linger here. Come inside, and we can enjoy some tea while we converse." Niao Gao and Titan clasped hands and entered the residence together. Zhao Su, Rong, and a few others followed Tai Long into the residence of the Yu clan. Observing the exquisite and spacious abode, even Zhao Su could not help but express admiration. The Yu clan, in addition to its formidable defenses, exhibited remarkable prowess in architecture. This skill in construction served as their means of survival. Upon entering the hall, although the furnishings were modest, each item was deliberately placed with purpose. Once seated, Niao Gao finally noticed Zhao Su, Rong, and Tang San, recognizing from their stature and demeanor that they were evidently not members of the Li clan. "Old gorilla, are you not going to introduce these young individuals to me?" Titan inquired, casting a glance at Tang San, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort before he proceeded to introduce Niao Gao to them. Niao Gao, however, paid little heed to Zhao Su, Rong, and the portly Tang San, instead directing his attention toward Tang San, not due to his appearance, but because he bore the surname Tang. Years ago, the Haotian sect had declared a closure of its doors for self-preservation. While this decision safeguarded the sect's lineage and strength, it severely impacted the four affiliated clans. With the Spirit Hall unable to locate the Haotian sect, their wrath was unleashed upon these subordinate sections. Over the past 2 decades, the disciples of the four clans had suffered greatly. It was only in recent years, through their architectural expertise, that they managed to establish a foothold in Longxing City, acquiring their own territory and income, thus leading a semblance of a normal life. Their hearts harbored considerable resentment toward the Haotian sect. "Old Rhinoceros, besides attending our four clans gathering, I have another pressing matter to discuss. May we converse privately?" "Old gorilla, you are not secretly conspiring against me, are you? Let us talk privately," Titan remarked, rising and walking toward the backyard alongside Niao Gao. "Clearly, we are seen as thorns in their side. I prefer to leave this place. Shall we go?" After watching Niao Gao and Titan depart, Ning Rong leaned closer to Zhao Su's ear and whispered, "Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer." Zhao Su cast a glance at Ning Rong, urging her to remain calm and not to overthink the situation. Though somewhat displeased, Ning Rong acquiesced to Zhao Su's counsel and leaned back in the spacious chair. Soon, Niao Gao and Titan returned to the hall. Niao Gao's countenance was grim as he approached Tang San, inquiring, "Are you the son of Tang Hao?" "Indeed, I am his son," Tang San replied, revealing his Haotian hammer, which, at that moment, bore no soul rings. However, Niao Gao exhibited no astonishment. It was evident that Talon had already informed him of Tang San's dual martial souls. "If you wish to compel my clan to submit, you must first demonstrate your capability. The old gorilla has sung your praises. Yet I shall see if you can breach my defenses. Old Rhinoceros, you promised me. Do you intend to go back on your word? If you cannot even penetrate my defenses, do not harbor illusions about my submission. I have already extended you a courtesy." Niao Gao's eyes widened in fury, clearly struggling to suppress his anger. "Apologies for the interruption," Zhao Su interjected, rising and addressing Niao Gao, Senior Niao Gao. "Let me clarify. It is not that I underestimate you, but rather that all forms of defense are rendered futile in the face of absolute power." "What did you say?" Niao Gao retorted, incredulous. "The martial soul characteristic of our clan is rooted in defense. While we may lack offensive prowess, we undoubtedly stand as the foremost in defense across the Douluo continent.